in a lot of instances. So we're going to keep those strong wind gusts up as we head into the next 24 hours. This is what our snow bands are looking like right now. This is a look at your winter radar. We don't get to show that very often around here. This dark blue, that's getting us back into those deep bands of snow. And look how wide it is. This is going to be a whole lot. We got that little bit of break in here. You see where it's in the white? Well, that break's about over. So if you were saying, oh, well, if you're in Covington, it's like it looks a little bit better, you got more of that activity coming your way. And we've got the heavy bands now settled over the city as we continue. And it's the North Shore that's getting a little bit of the break. But these temperatures, I know, may have been concerning some folks. And we've had a lot of calls. People want to know, well, it says it's 25. Do we need to run the water? If you are using the water, if you're washing your hands and you're flushing the toilets and you're in the kitchen and you're cooking, and then you probably got enough motion going. But we are going to see temperatures stay in this range through much of the day. So if you're going to go take a nap for 3 hours, which who's taking a nap in this? You may want to start trickling that water at some point. Right now, we don't have to worry about it as much again through the afternoon, but tonight, that's when things change up. So we do continue to have plenty of snow to come, and this is going to keep our temperatures moderated there, right in that range. We saw the temperatures dropping from this morning. It was 32 earlier. That was kind of our high for the day. Now we're seeing those temperatures come down, and once the snow ends, that's when it's really going to get cold tonight. Estimated snowfall totals. Now this is what our Viper is estimating for us. 6 inches in some points of Lafourche Parish, 3 inches, 4 inches over in the city. We've gotten reports from a couple of our weather watchers. They say, oh, we got our snowboard set up. We're getting those measurements. So already looking at 4.5 inches. We really haven't gotten a lot of official totals yet. It's going to be really interesting to see how that comes together. But this is the potential for more accumulation. And look at this. Models saying we could get another 4 to 6 inches over the 3 and 4 inches that we're already seeing. So a whole ton more snow to come. And as this ends, this is going to end as we head into the evening hours, 6, 7 o'clock. Those skies clear up and we are going to get cold again tonight. This is the real hard freeze. So we'll talk a whole lot more about that coming up through the day.
All right, Nikandra, thanks for that. And I mean, really, we're going to start to see the turn that she's talking about. But in the meantime, we've been enjoying so much these picturesque places that we already know are beautiful, like Madisonville, right there on the Tchefuncte.
I mean, people usually love to check out the lakefront because it is just so soothing and tranquil. Today, add snow into the mix, and Rob Masson is on the Mandeville lakefront to give us the latest from there. Rob.
Wow. Yeah, Liz and Lucy, we just drove over from Madisonville. It's about, I guess, about a 6-mile drive, and I got to tell you, it's 5-10 miles an hour the whole way long. We are getting reports from different law enforcement sources that there are some multi-vehicle accidents up on I-12 by Highway 34. No injuries that we've heard of yet, but I-12 still apparently open as they try and investigate these multi-vehicle accidents. And it's getting very, very difficult for law enforcement to get out there and tend to people. So, I mean, God forbid anything should happen if you drive around like a lot of people are doing here on the Mandeville lakefront, where it is a little bit dicey. But as you can see, that is probably a 4-wheel drive truck with big old tires. They're going a little bit easier for them. But look at the snow piled on top of that vehicle. It's a good 5 or 6 inches up here on the North Shore, where it has been snowing pretty steadily now since about 5 o'clock this morning. We're across from the Rest a While restaurant. If you are familiar with the Mandeville lakefront, one of the landmarks here, and there's the brew pub just down the way, just off of Girard and Lakeshore Drive in Mandeville. We got Peter and Henry over here. They got a snow day off school, tearing it up, having a snowball war. Who's winning, guys? Yeah? And they are completely free from school obligations today as they come out here and enjoy the Mandeville lakefront. I'm also joined by Anna Catherine, who's a student at SSA, St. Scholastica, and you guys actually are supposed to be doing some virtual homework today?
Yes, sir. We do. I haven't opened it yet, but I will when we get home.
And you say your brothers didn't get any homework
No,
assignments?
they don't have any. I'm the only one.
What are you expecting when you open it up? And are you angry about that? Are you surprised that most people got the full day off school, but you got to do some homework?
No, because we have had that before where my brothers, like for whenever it gets like to, like when hurricanes or whatever. So I'm not that surprised. I knew they would do it to us, but I'm like, we never get snow. Just give us a day off.
What do you think about how the weather forecasters predicted this and pretty much nailed
I
it?
think they did perfect because I was like, whenever I saw it last night, they were saying like how much is going to be. I was like, there's no way that much is going to come to Louisiana, but it did definitely.
And they say it's going to go all day. How deep do you think it's going to get here?
I mean, probably at least like 7 inches. I don't know. I'm not.
I mean, it's a good 3 or 4 inches here.
It's insane.
Not snowing here quite as much as it was in Madisonville, but it's still coming down nonetheless. And as you can see, it's just beautiful here on the lakefront. Just a real postcard, basically. Very few people out driving around. That is the best thing to do. Most people appear to be heeding the warnings. You guys are in a 4-wheel drive vehicle.
Yes,
you felt pretty safe coming over, right?
Yes, sir. We were going slow, so I felt good.
All right, Anna Catherine, go hit that homework.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Take care. So that is the situation out here on the Mandeville lakefront. Just a beautiful postcard-like scene as a few people come out and enjoy the snow, put together some snowball fights. It's a very, very dry snow. They say it's kind of difficult to make a snowman out of it, but as you can see, these boys, Peter and Henry, having a good time over there with their target practice, enjoying snow, enjoying something that they may never again see in their lifetimes, something that they have never seen up to this point as well. But again, some multi-vehicle accident reports out on I-12 near the Lacombe exit, so it is definitely not a good idea to be driving around. And these folks are coming out and it looks like they're house coats, so people grab it whatever they can to try and stay warm as they come out and enjoy this weather, and they're going to do a little swinging and take advantage of something that they haven't seen in a long time here on the Mandeville lakefront. So guys, we're going to be driving around checking things out a little bit as the snowfall continues here on the lakefront, and just be careful if you have to get out and about in it. That's the story from Mandeville. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First.
We need Mr. Masson to call St. Scholastica and say, come on, just one day. No homework for one day. Help a girl out.
They should have given those girls a little break.
Right?
Oh, seriously. All right, Rob.
So that she can hang out with you, Rob, and do snow angels in the snow.
That's it.
Okay, we'll see if we can do that.
He's like,
Anna, you got a snow angel? Yes, I do. You want to do a snow angel?
Look at that.
There we go. Here comes a snow angel.
Oh my goodness, I love it.
This took a lot of arm twisting here.
Look at this. Oh my, look how much snow is under her. Wow.
That is
good
wonderful.
Job. See?
Snow angel is
very good, Anna.
lakefront.
Nice job. But you can see how soft and dry it is. It really doesn't leave much of a mark. It's just a fine powder. I mean, if you were up in some of the snow skiing areas, this would be just a fine powder snow, and it is definitely not iced down yet. They say things are probably going to change tomorrow as this stuff lays around in the frozen conditions. But for now, it's a lot of fun, and a lot of fun to play with as these guys are enjoying a rare opportunity.
Truly mind-boggling.
So true. Yes, it is. Everyone is a big kid today. All the adults feeling like going back to their childhood in one way or another. Thank you, Rob.
All right, so let's see where we go next, guys, because you guys have been sending us the most wonderful pictures from all around the area. And this is sort of like a tour of your best day ever here. This young man decided to pull out his snowboard, put it to good use. Okay, guys, we need to know. Oh, this is an old Metairie Wally Ponton playground right there.
Wow.
Good find, you guys. Hopefully you didn't have to drive out there. You could just kind of walk down the street in Old Metairie and head down to Wally Ponton Playground. That is fresh powder for that young man that is lucky enough to know how to snowboard. Good job, Mom.
Yeah, Mom's probably saying, you know that ski trip we were going to take? Don't have to take it anymore.
That's it. Here you go. It came to
Metairie. You just did it
Metairie.
at a Wally Ponton Park.
Love it. Let's see what's next. All right. Okay. This is one of those things where you don't want to advise it, but nevertheless, that's a lot of fun.
Oh, that's a backyard. Like,
Louisiana.
oh no, it's not a backyard. It's on a roadway. I just saw a stop sign they went around. I know a lot of you are tempted to go outside. Stay close to your home as possible, not so much the roadways. That's what emergency officials are stressing today. All fun now, but those icy conditions are swiftly moving in for some of you already, and it will be the case later tonight and tomorrow. But in the meantime, look at this.
Just acknowledge that it's a pirogue.
If you're going to enjoy the snow, you do the Louisiana way. Piro, right?
Like, okay, I'm not laughing at this. I'm not laughing at this. That is classic. Very fun. Good job, guys. All right, let's get back to Josh Robertson because he's been in Hammond all morning long, and he got a good meal at the Waffle House. Yes. He met some fun neighbors.
He just needs a turtleneck. That's all he's missing.
Yes. Good point. Good point.
Probably about a foot, maybe not a foot, my goodness. We might get a foot by the end of this, but we've got about an inch, maybe 2 inches of snow so far. We're right here next to the interstate, which this portion of I-12 is still open, but very few cars on the roadway, which is a good thing. Now, we're going to get to our main part here in just a second, but I've just always wanted to do this. All right, here we go. How's that? All right. Is that good? There's a snow angel, a Fox 8 snow angel. Fox 8. There we go. Fox 8 snow angel. All right, help me out, Jake. Get this off my back, please. All right. All right, so now we're real cold, and now we're going to go warm up because there's an American institution, and I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's called Waffle House. Everywhere around here right now, besides a couple of gas stations, are closed. Nowhere else has decided to open. But we're going to go ahead and warm ourselves up right now with the kind folks here who had a pretty good idea. That's getting some good food here in Hammond at one of the only places that's still open. So let's go ahead and go on in here. Ooh, feels good, smells good. All right, how y'all? Hi, welcome to Waffle House. That's part of it, man. I love this place. All right, so we got some nice folks that are in here warming themselves up, getting some hearty food in them. This guy right here with the highlighter beanie also on you. I love that beanie, man. So how you doing, man? What do you think about all this out here?
I think it's pretty cool. I love it. I love when it snows. It's pretty. I mean, everything gets quiet with the sound deadening, you know, and it's peaceful.
Are you from here originally or what?
Yeah. I grew up, I mean, a little further east in Louisiana, but I mean, I live around here now, yeah.
So I'm guessing you had to eat today, and not a lot of places are open, so you just decided this is one place you know. It's like when hurricanes come or when a storm comes, it's one of the last places to ever close.
Oh, yeah, it's a guarantee to be open. And, I mean, it's warm in here. It feels good. The food's good, too. I mean, you can never go wrong with Waffle House.
No, you can't. It's good company, too. Now, we're going to go over and join these folks here. I don't know if y'all checked me out making my snow angel or not. I don't know if y'all got to see that. Okay. Well, y'all got some good food here in front of you. What's your name, man?
No, my name is Richard.
Richard, what's your name?
Olivia.
And what's your name, ma'am?
Lee.
Lee. Well, what brought y'all out of here today? I mean, I know it's an obvious question, but.
Well, for the fact that we didn't have much food to make breakfast, and we were hoping something was open. And of course, it was Waffle House. Although we don't have Waffle Houses where we're originally from, we love it here.
Wait, where are you originally from?
Los Angeles.
Whoa! Oh, wait, are y'all visiting? Or are you from here?
No. We've been here for a number of years, but we've come to love Waffle House.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Los Angeles is great. I don't know if they're getting this kind of weather, but no, I mean, it's Waffle House here in the South and all really around this whole portion of the country. What do y'all think about all this? If you're from Los Angeles, I don't know if y'all are too, what do you think about all this going on out here?
I remember both snowstorms in 2008 and 2017, and I was like, dang, we're snowing again. Like, it's so beautiful out here.
You've actually seen it twice then, okay. Exactly. I mean, this is a lot of snow, guys. I hope y'all are safe when y'all have to get back out in this. I'm glad y'all getting some warm food. What do you think about all this?
I also think it's very extreme. It might be more than what we saw from 2017, so I'm just looking forward to that.
Well, guys, listen, I'm going to let y'all eat your food. I saw they just dropped some off for you, so y'all go ahead and go eat. Look, we're going to send it back to you, and also we realize me and Jake haven't eaten yet, and we're not sure where we're going to find food, so we might have to go ahead and stay in here after my snow angel, warm up, get some food in our bellies. But it's definitely, the snow is certainly here. But, yeah, this is definitely reliable, that's for sure.
Truly, Waffle House for the win.
Our crews are doing an incredible job, so it's good to see that they can get some grub, you know, something warm to keep them warm for the many hours still ahead for all of us.
Yeah, you don't realize how hungry snow makes you and how much energy you're actually exerting in this. Let's show you some great pictures of the animals and families that are just loving this. Oh my goodness.
Hashtag LSU. Mike the Tiger.
Trying to make him out in this picture here. Look at him right there in the middle, you guys.
Trying to figure out what's going on. And as he rises, there goes Mike.
Oh my
Shaking off the snow.
He's like, no big deal. I'm cut out for this. He's got all the fur for it. All right.
This is true.
Let's check out this next family. It's perfect sled weather.
Oh, that is adorable.
And let's see, this family is, we don't have a city on this, but nevertheless, we're all looking exactly the same right now.
And we enjoy all the video they're sending.
Yeah, Nakandra was saying that she's getting phone calls. One place in Vacherie had 8 inches, Liz.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
And this is something like, what a beautiful, little, memorable day for them. And as they get older to show, remember when?
No doubt.
Remember when it snowed.
And look at this. This is a lake in Laplace there, a small little area that was frozen over there. Lots of snowfall in Laplace. That was one of the heaviest hit areas from early this morning. And just keep these pictures coming, you guys. We want to live through this with you. Clearly, we have the privilege of being inside the warm studio, but it's actually one of those days where we'd love to just spend as much time outside with our loved ones.
Yes, and share your pictures with you and the other viewers. Okay, we'll be right back with more Fox 8 Winter Storm coverage.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Let's see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it, the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.
Okay, welcome back to our Fox 8 storm coverage as we enjoy the pictures you're sending in, but also warning you of what's still to come.
Absolutely. So Bruce Kess is joining us now. And here's the thing. They did not treat these roads in advance. Only so far, Tangipahoa Parish is the only group that we know that actually started at midnight. So talk to people about what this is going to look like in a couple of hours, Bruce.
Well, you know, we've been advertising this for what, almost 7 days.
Exactly.
And, you know, the models have been back and forth, but really over the last 3 days, we had a really rock solid agreement that indicated this was going to come to fruition. There were a lot of naysayers out there. I mean, even yesterday, Bruce, there's no way it's going to snow. Just wait, just wait. So a lot of people didn't really take it as seriously as they should have, I think. Now, again, not a knock on the city, not a knock on planners, but, you know, this has been something that has been coming together now, indicated by about 7 days out, and really 3 days into it, we did see it coming to fruition.
Right.
And even as of, you know, today is what, Tuesday, I'm losing track of days now, but on Sunday, I mean, it was basically, I worked that night saying that you're going to wake up and you're going to see a little sleet and snow, and then all day long you don't need to travel because in your own backyard you're going to have a winter wonderland.
Right.
And really the entire area is getting all this snow. So, you know, at this point, I think later tonight we're going to see this continuing to at least say freeze. I mean, some areas we're going to see really no thawing for hours. I mean, we're talking maybe next 12 to 18 hours. So all the way through now, we're below freezing into tonight and likely most of the day into tomorrow. So we're not going to see the end of this moving out tonight, where people say, well, it'll stop snowing, you know, around 5 or 6, and tomorrow morning we'll get up and go back to work. It's not going to work that way. Right. This snow is going to be around. The good news, if there's any good news with it, it has been a really light, powdery type snow. Yeah. If you get a heavy wet snow, that's where the power lines go down. That's where the tree limbs break. So this has been a very light, powdery snow, and for many people who've been out in it, you know, you can almost look, it looks like a smoke or a dust that's blowing.
Yes.
So if there's any silver lining, yes, it's fun, we're having a great time, but for infrastructure, this has not really been a heavy wet snow that would bring trees down onto power lines. And, you know, during a hurricane we lose power, but it's hot, but it's tolerable. When you lose power for 5, 7, 10 hours or even longer when it's 28 degrees, that's a whole different ballgame. So right now we're looking at snow falling likely through 5 to 6 o'clock this evening. And then sun goes down, we refreeze, and we're going to be going over, the Conjurer's been going over some of the numbers as well. We could see single digits for lows on the North Shore.
That's extremely
Single digits tonight.
And this is the lakefront here.
And this is the lakefront. I mean, when you have blizzard warnings for South Louisiana, like they've had in Southwest Louisiana, I mean, we really almost part of the metro could have had a blizzard warning, because we've been seeing these winds gusting to 35 to 40 and the visibility down close to a quarter mile. So this is something in my lifetime, and Lucy, you were born and raised here. I'm born and raised here. Absolutely. In my lifetime, this is a once in a lifetime situation that many people probably will ever see. I mean, snow is one thing, but this is literally our blizzard.
And I really want to emphasize the fact that, you know, it wasn't until I moved up north that I saw the massive operation that it is keeping the roads safe through something like this. The plows, then the salt trucks, then the plow again, and it's continuous.
Right.
So for those of you who think that tomorrow morning you can drive anywhere,
no.
The causeway is getting treated as we speak, from what we last heard from Carlton Dufresne Show.
Yep.
Talk to people about what this refreeze looks like.
Black ice. I mean, you're talking ice that will be invisible, number one. Number two, if we do get any thawing tomorrow, just about freezing for a couple of hours, whatever melts rapidly is going to refreeze again, because we've got now snowpack basically from north of the Canadian border to Grand Isle. Wow. I mean, that's just incredible. When you think about a snowpack all the way down to the Gulf Coast, through Canada and northward, any air that comes down over that snowpack, it doesn't moderate. It just can't warm up. Where normally we see a cold front move in and it's 30 degrees colder in Denver, but for us, we have about a 15-degree drop because the air moderates. But when you come over a snowpack and ice, it just does not warm up. And that's going to be the issue. I think tomorrow, if we do get any thawing at all, by the evening hours, rapidly it will begin to refreeze. So my prediction is likely we're not going to get back to normal till midday Thursday.
Like the roads. I mean, that's what people are going to be concerned about. The roads and the impact, even for emergency officials concerned about the pressure it may have for water and whether it may have to issue boil water advisories. And the temperatures will have a huge role in that.
They do. My son just called me. He lives uptown, and he said, Dad, we're not getting any hot water on the hot side. Well, people have been running their water. The pressure is lower now. And, you know, from a water standpoint, you know, right now we're kind of in the thick of it, where we're below freezing. Tonight we're going to get even colder. People have been running their water to protect their pipes. Right. Now we're bringing down the pressure to firefighters. So it's just one of those things that right now it's the worst case scenario as far as water pressure at this point. Now we do have reports that the city has gotten a contract with 14 snowplows. And they're going to bring snowplows out, and they're going to bring some salt as well.
Because that's the difference between driving up north and driving here, where the roads are not treated,
and no fault of the city. I mean,
live and learn.
The amount of money it would take to keep up snowplows and to keep brine and keep storage. I mean, it's just, we don't get it enough every 20, 25 years. So they've negotiated that, have an insight on that. And I may actually try and ride with one of the plows later tonight live.
So people can
get in and just kind of show people how this whole thing works, because we're just not used to this.
So Bruce, real quickly, because I know we need to move on, but explain to people again, who should be running water and who shouldn't be, the type of home you have, because that has a huge impact on the whole system if everybody is running their water.
Especially if you have a raised home.
So if you have a raised home.
Right. I mean, in many New Orleans homes on the North Shore, you have the older homes in the historical district, you know, in Mandeville and Madisonville and the Garden District area. I mean, those get that wind, and the wind has been brutal. I mean, we were doing the live shots on the top of that building, and it was like, I mean, 5 minutes, we're done. But those type structures that do not have a slab to protect it, especially need to run the water. Now, slab homes, I mean, you know, we say to run the water, but, you know, at this point, I mean, to run the water, we're bringing down the pressure. And this is something that we're not used to long term.
Right.
We may say one night, run your water, and then we'll be okay. Well, this is going to be a 3-4 night situation. So I'm sure when we get the pressures coming in from the Sewage and Water Board, Jefferson Parish, we're going to start seeing what pressures are like. I mean, you bring the pressure down enough, boil water advisory.
Right.
So again, you know, we're just not equipped for this. And with that comes challenges and issues. And I think we're going to see some of those issues coming up as well.
It's such a great conversation to be continued. I can't wait to see when you are able to show everybody what the plowing actually looks like.
Because that would be an incredible live shot.
Yes.
I mean, literally on the streets, we're seeing 3 to 5 inches of snow on, Norman St. Francis in front of the building.
Amazing.
3 to 5 inches on the streets.
And speaking of, Chris Welty, he was in the Marigny all morning long, and that is
a lot of snow.
One of the spots that saw the most.
Yeah.
Chris, let's get over to you.
Hey y'all, it is just incredible to see how much snow has accumulated in this area since we first came out here at 7 a.m. And as you can see, there's still a lot of people that are just enjoying, having fun, playing. Even though they are at work, they're taking breaks every once in a while to come out, take a bunch of selfies, make a few snowballs. You know, it's just, you have to document something like this. It is just incredibly a historic moment here in the city, and let's see if we can actually talk to a few of the people out here. Once again, we are staying over at Hotel Peter and Paul in the Marigny. We are on Burgundy, just a few blocks off of Elysian Fields. And hi, how are you? We are on live TV. First off, what's your name?
Bianca.
Nice to meet you, Bianca. Just talk about the snow. Where are you from?
We're visiting from LA, actually, so this is really unexpected. It's my first time in New Orleans.
First time in New Orleans. Did you ever expect something like this?
No, not at all. So this is kind of crazy, but it's exciting to see. I'm sure it's like not easy for everybody, but it's like very pretty right now.
And have you been able to come out, make a snowman, anything like that?
No, not yet, but we're taking videos. So it's kind of nice. Like fresh snow on the ground is kind of nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see, I mean, you have a sort of vintage looking camera. It's pretty awesome. Just talk about the pictures and all that you're able to take out here.
Hopefully it comes out when I develop this film, but yeah, it's kind of exciting to be out here. I mean, I don't know, I feel bad for everyone who's not used to it, but we weren't ready for this.
Yeah, well, look, you all stay warm, stay safe, have fun, enjoy yourself. But as you can see, you know, people are just excited to see how much snow is accumulating, and it's really building on, of course, a lot of the landscaping, but also the rooftops in this area. A little while ago, we had a really strong gust of wind come through, and the snow from the roof of the hotel, I mean, just came plowing down. It made almost like a thud when it hit the ground. So that may have been not only some of the powder accumulation, but some ice mixed in there as well that the wind was able to blow off of the roof. But you got to be careful out here. It is quite slick. It is quite slick. We don't want anyone to hurt themselves, but we have seen New Orleans EMS, the fire department, as well as NOPD out here patrolling the area, making sure people are staying safe. And over here in the distance, you can also see that the hotel maintenance man, he was able to make a pretty decent snowman. Earlier, we showed you one that we made on the hood of our news unit. Really wasn't that great, but the snowman that he put together back there is pretty awesome. And just look at the accumulation as well on this NOPD cruiser. So we know that first responders, they are working 12-hour shifts. It's all hands on deck. And this police officer is getting some much needed rest. but just the accumulation here on the hood of this police cruiser, it's just wild to see. And look, I know other reporters were making snow angels, so here's my attempt, and we're going to go ahead and wrap this live shot up. Look, I'm going to put it on the hood, and we can take the snow angel as we wrap up to y'all.
Okay, give us your best shot. Oh my gosh, you're going to be so cold in 2.5 seconds.
Great job, Chris Welty. Love it. You've got a lot of snow there to work with.
Look at this. Mad respect for you, friend. All right, let's go.
That was my best shot.
That's great. I hope that your daughter is watching right now so she can see fun dad at work. That's for sure.
That is sweet.
All right, let's go say hi to Andres now. Is that where we're going, you guys?
Actually,
we're going to Tantrang right now. He was in Slidell earlier this morning, Liz. Let's see where he is now.
Giving tips on how to slide.
That's right.
Yeah. Do we have Ton?
Maybe. Maybe not. There you are.
Ladies, how are you? I know that we were talking about sledding and we saw an impromptu demonstration here earlier, but joining us tonight, or right now this evening, we're kind of losing track in time, I'll speak for myself, is Slidell Police Chief Randy Fandel. And Chief, you said that this is something that you haven't seen before. Driving around here, what are you seeing? Can you give people an idea? Because obviously you've been telling people to stay inside. What's it like in and around the city of Slidell right now?
I mean, the conditions, basically, you can't tell the difference between somebody's yard and somebody's street. Everything's white. This is an incredible snowfall. We've never seen it in our lifetime. Don't expect to see it again, probably, so take your pictures.
So we've seen a lot of folks coming out and trying to enjoy the snow. That's something that they can do safely because they're walking. What are you seeing on the streets? Do you have any major road closures? Have you seen any accidents for those that did not heed the warning from first responders?
In the city of Slidell, we don't have any road closures right now. DOTD in the city is monitoring the major overpasses and bridges real close, and they've taken the appropriate action to make sure those are still drivable. If it's ever deemed unsafe, we'll shut those down. But right now, everything's open. We're just asking, everybody's cooperated so far. If you don't need to be out in it, stay.
Guys. Okay, listen, we are going to get back to Tantrang in just a second, who's doing a very important interview with really good info here. But we also have to acknowledge the alert that probably all of you got on your phones just now. It says here, motorist alert, the number of accidents being reported is increasing. First responders strongly urge you to stay off the roads in the snow and the ice impacted areas until conditions improve. Monitor 511la.org for the latest statewide road closures. And once again, we heard from Bruce Katz a little while ago saying that he will be going out with the snowplow crew later on today because they've got to get these streets cleaned.
Right.
This is way too much time to wait for nature to do its thing without assistance from the plows and also salting trucks.
Yeah, and that's a key difference between if you're driving up north in conditions like today and here where you've got all the snow, but if the roads aren't treated, that's where the dangerous, treacherous conditions continue to deteriorate. Let's go back now to Tantrang. Ton.
Liz, thank you. We were talking about just how many people, obviously many people have been outside enjoying this right now, and it is very beautiful and picturesque, but we also want to give people an idea of what's expected to come later tonight because these roads right now, they're packed down with snow. Chief, what are you anticipating with the conditions in the roads tonight as we're starting to see the temperatures drop?
I don't think it's going to get any better for sure. So it still has those driving conditions out there right now. If you don't need to be out in it, stay home. You know, the businesses are shut down, the restaurants are shut down, just stay home. You know, right now inside the city, we don't have any accidents working. We've been fortunate that everybody has heeded the warning to stay home. So just continue that. We'll let you know when it's okay to be out and about again. I'm looking for this it's going to be pretty serious probably into Thursday, I would imagine, talking to the weather channels and you guys. Tonight and tomorrow is going to be pretty bad.
And I think the prediction that you're giving us right now is because of the fact that, you know, we hear often that people say Louisiana, Southeast Louisiana is not built for this. We just don't have the infrastructure because up north, this is when some of the plow trucks would be coming in continuous salting as well. They're treating the roads, but we just don't have the infrastructure here in Louisiana. So what do you anticipate for PD going forward in the next few days? Are you going to continuously be patrolling the streets, and do you anticipate people coming out, because sometimes they get a little bit of cabin fever while waiting and trying to wait for the storm to pass?
We anticipate people to get antsy and start moving around, but we got plenty of personnel on duty right now to handle anything that comes up. What we're asking is, unless it's an emergency, you know, if you have an emergency, dial 911. If it's not an emergency, dial 643-3131, and we'll assess each call as they come in. But, you know, leave the streets up to the first responders and emergency personnel and fire department right now.
Now, I will have to say that I've seen your Facebook pages here and some updates. It looks like some of your officers are having some fun while there's a lull in some of the activity here while the streets are clear. What's it like for, you know, many of your officers? Most of you guys are, you know, Louisiana boys, born and raised here. What's it like to kind of have this event?
They're excited about it. I mean, let's face it, this is a once in a lifetime event. So they're when they have time, they're enjoying it. You know, they're out there taking care of business, but they're also enjoying it.
All right, Chief Randy Fandel, very much appreciate you, sir. Get inside, and we need to get you a hat. This is why we're not built for this stuff in Louisiana. And just before we toss it back to you guys, take a look at this cone here. This is sort of an indicator of how much snow that we've gotten in the past few hours. Around 9 o'clock, it wasn't even up to that black area, but now we're getting above into that orange area. So the conditions here, it's still light, fluffy snow falling, but it's definitely accumulating. The wind has been coming and going. But as you can see here, it's basically a winter wonderland with palm trees in the back. Reporting live in Slidell, Tan Trung, Fox 8, Local First.
It really is. It's absolutely gorgeous. But there's so many safety alerts that we're getting right now as well, guys. They are begging you to stay off the roads. Exactly.
We also have we live in an area with many potholes. So you've got snow, you think it's pretty, and the next thing you know, your tire or your foot is stepping into a pothole.
Absolutely.
So let's check it out with the French Quarter. We saw earlier as the snow came down, just beautiful postcard pictures there. Andres Fuentes was giving us a slice of life in the French Quarter right now.
All right, guys, we're actually live here in Jackson Square taking a look at, I know you might be familiar with Mr. Bengal. Here's his little brother, Mr. Bongle. That's what we're going to call him. That's what Dylan called him, Mr. Bongle. He's growing, as you can see. He's not quite as big, as stout as his brother, as his famous brother, as we all know, especially over there at Celebration of the Oaks. But he's going to get there. He's going to get there. But I'm going to step out of the way, give you guys a beautiful live look at what Jackson Square looks like right here outside of St. Louis Cathedral. We still have some people out here. Dude, we got the Grinches out here. We got two Grinch-eye out here just enjoying the snow and enjoying the weather and enjoying the sights, because we haven't had a snow like this in more than 100 years here in the city of New Orleans. So people are throwing snowballs, they're enjoying the snow, they're trying to take as many selfies as possible, trying to capture all of the memories that they can. And it is just a sight to see. You know, I'm standing right now in what might be a 1/4 inch, maybe a 1/2 inch of snow. It's growing, and we're seeing a lot of that wind hit us as well. If we could pan, you're looking right now at Jackson Square. It's all boarded up right now, but the snow that has accumulated there, it is incredible. Dylan, if we can, let's move over here, because as you guys were mentioning, a slice of life here in the French Quarter, we got a street performer setting up right now. Setting up right now just like nothing has happened. Could we talk to you real quick? Because I know you're just setting up. What is that like? You know, you just mentioned you're here every day. Tell me a little bit about why do it in the snow? Why not take an off day?
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in New Orleans to do a show. I mean, it looks like a Charles Dickens novel out here, so I had to take advantage.
And look, you came out dressed up, and tell me a little bit about your act. Are you doing anything snow-themed, winter-themed today?
It's the same old show, same old show. Knife juggling, balancing up on a board, on a pipe, fitting through a tennis racket sideways, doing some old-school jokes and vaudeville circus stunts.
What is that like, you know, street performing here in the French Quarter, very well-renowned?
Yeah, one of my favorite places in the world to perform. I travel all over. I do Scotland and Florida and up in Massachusetts, over to Amsterdam, but this is my favorite place in the world to perform. It's always lovely crowds. We've got a crowd showing up here already. I haven't even started.
Everybody's really looking forward. Look, I'm going to let you set up. We're going to be live all throughout the day, so we're going to be catching up with him later on. But if we could flip one more time, what's a really cool, Dylan, these benches out here. Now, I've sat on these benches who knows how many times looking at street performers just like that, live musicians just like that. I have not. Dylan wants you to take a seat. Yeah, you filled with jokes today. You filled with jokes. Why don't you reverse the camera, Dylan, and you take a seat? Or, you know what? Yeah, even better. So this is Dylan Fierro. He's going to be our test. I'll be right here.
Oh, that's cool.
Dylan, a home boy, born and raised. Tell me a little bit about.
Look, this is all new to me. You know, it's not like Hanson's. You know, it's not. When I thought of snow, I was thinking like snowball. Personally, I like Imperial Woodpecker. Shout out if I can get something free in the summertime. But yeah, this has been fun. You know, if my mom sees this, she's going to tell me to take some Benadryl tomorrow. I might be a little sick, but for now, you know, I'm following around Andres. You know, but yeah, this is fun. So I might get sick from this, but I'll worry about it tomorrow. You know. Yeah.
And we do have a few days of.
Okay, Brad. Okay, so we just had French Quarter scenes again on the bench outside St. Louis Cathedral, snow, and even a performer. Nothing stopping the performance in the French Quarter on this day as the snow continues to come down. But in the mix of all of that, we're also getting more warnings from state officials as well, especially the Department of Transportation, about the danger happening on the road as that snow begins to get into those colder conditions, making it more icy and tougher to travel on.
Exactly, and we're talking to officials all over the area for you right now. Speaking to one from Orleans that's also saying that yes, what Bruce Katz earlier reported right here next to us, the snow plows will be coming in later on. As far as whether or not they're going to be laying sand or salt, we will definitely get clarification. So far, we're hearing that they're going to be laying sand down. But that does not mean that you're going to be okay to drive, guys. This is a completely different game, especially since these roads were not pre-treated. And once again, people do not have experience in this. There are no cars here that have snow tires, for example. So please continue to stay home, keep it safe. This should just be approached as a first responder route clearing is really what they're doing.
I mean, you need the temperatures to get a bit warmer, and we're not going in that direction just yet.
Right.
So it makes it harder for roads to be passable.
Exactly.
Because they, like she said, most importantly, they were not treated before. And doing that after, you still need to have the cooperation of Mother Nature with those temperatures rising. And in the meantime, it remains like a treacherous situation where you may know how to drive, but someone next to you in the same roadway could start spinning out of control, and the next thing you know, you've got a collision.
That is a nightmare, and we're hearing that a lot is happening in that tone right now. Troopers telling us, please keep people off the road. So let's go now to Jacob Bradford, because we are getting lots of reports of beautiful powder out in Metairie. Oh my goodness, look at that.
You know, I keep hearing about everybody saying what a winter wonderland it is and how soft and beautiful this is. But like, we're out here on the lakefront in Metairie, and Jason, my cameraman, and I are out here fighting for our lives in a National Geographic documentary, because when that wind comes whipping off the lake, it is painful. This wind is so cold, but the water is still not iced over, but it is brown and brackish and all that. But like, look how much snow has accumulated out here on the levee. I think that right now where I'm standing, because I keep kicking it off out here to get down to the concrete to see how deep it is, but it's about to my ankle right now, and it just keeps growing and growing. And I saw people that were all the way down there. Here comes one right now. Do y'all remember that scene in The Day After Tomorrow when people are evacuating New York City? This is what it reminds me of, as these people go up to get on top of the levee to fall back down. And you know, it looks like everybody's having a great time except us, but everybody looks like they're having a great time. I'm having a hard time talking because that wind is just whipping off the lake right now. If you want free Botox, this is the place to get it, because your face will not move. But yeah, I mean, like, I have never seen anything like this before. Like I said, it feels like that we are in the Antarctic, because this is not Metairie. This is not the Metairie that I know of, because I mean, just look at the way that this is coming off the lake. It reminds me, if it was maybe August or something, but like, you know, right at the beginning of a hurricane, whenever the wind starts whipping up and everything, because that's what this feels like right now. But like I said, you know, we're up on top of the levee, or I believe this is the levee, or the walkway, because I'm not sure what anything is right now, because everything looks the same. But we saw a truck that started to come its way up from, because that right there is the causeway. I have not seen one car come off the causeway, and I'm not sure if those are people or road signs, because like I said, everything's kind of blanketed and covered the same. But they had a car that was coming up, a pickup truck. He made it about halfway up to where that the blow horn sign is, and then turned right back around and went back. But I think that if you look over off in the distance, like way off in the distance, I don't know if y'all can see them or not, but I think those are people, and it looks like that they are sledding. I don't know, maybe. Like I said, either that or it's a Yeti. Nothing makes sense right now because this is not the Louisiana that I grew up in. The last time that I remember any kind of snow was Christmas 2004, and that was a very light dusting, I'm sure, as Bruce has been saying all morning. This, on the other hand, this reminds me of about 10 years ago, I was working in Shreveport at our sister station up there, and there was a blizzard, and they sent me up to Texarkana. This is kind of what this reminds me of, but I mean, I'm just gonna step out of the way and let y'all look at the lake because that is insanity. You can't see past pretty much maybe a few yards off the shoreline there, but I'm gonna go ahead and send it back to y'all because Jason and I are cold. I'm not sure if I brought the right clothes with me. I'm pretty sure that I don't, because who around here has the right clothes for this weather? So Liz and Lucy, I'll send it back over to y'all in the studio.
Listen, Jacob, he made a really good point that everything is a blanket of whiteness.
Yes,
so you really don't know where you're stepping, where you're driving, and where the water ends, where the road starts.
Yes, absolutely. And you see, you know, our crews out there, they absolutely safety first. They've been ordering these things for a week and a half now to make sure that they are well dressed for spending hours out in this. So please, you guys, be very safe as far as the little people go out in this weather, maybe 20 minutes tops before they have to come back in. And a little life hack here, Liz, the second that they come back in, take that layer off, put it in the dryer for 30 minutes.
Because you're soaking wet.
Keep going out. Exactly. Exactly. But you have to take those breaks.
And remember to stay hydrated too in this. I mean, you think of summer, you think of hydration, but also in the winter being out there as well. Hammond has seen its fair share of snow as well today.
Yes, and you know what? Let's give you this advisory very quickly. The governor's office is having a press conference at 3 o'clock. We have reached out to speak to the governor's office way before that to get you information on what the response is going to be like when this stops being so beautiful and starts turning into an icy, messy, slushy road. So it's very important
the governor
information.
did have a news conference earlier this week, and he pointed out that Arkansas, which had its recent snow situation, sent in a lot of resources from there. So that's what they were relying on and using. Their people from Arkansas, their equipment from Arkansas. So at the state level, we know they have the equipment. We're just trying to figure out what's happening locally in the parishes as well to bring you up to date on that.
And this is really costing the state a pretty serious situation here. Since this snow started to fall, troopers have responded to more than 50 crashes at this point. They're saying, of course, the navigation is hazardous because the snow is covering all the markings, so people don't really know which one is their lane and not. Troopers are seeing high level of unnecessary travel. I mean, we get it. It's an amazing event, an incredible weather event here, and you do want to see it, but please just wait until the things calm down and that they absolutely start to clear some of these roads. And remember, that's for the first responders first, so keep it easy on everyone.
And if you want to get outside, you know, we had the St. Bernard Parish President Louis Pomez earlier. He made a good suggestion, really just step outside your front door and enjoy the snow from there. It's probably the safest thing as opposed to getting in and driving around and trying to take it all in.
That's right. So we also are hearing from officials in Orleans saying that they do have 14 plows coming in later this afternoon as well to start treating the roads, to clearing. Let me correct myself. They will clear the snow. What they will treat the roads with, that is still in question. Sand or salt, it has two different effects on the road, but either way, the salt is a fast melt. The sand creates a traction, but we're gonna get more information on them as this company from Indiana is literally staged outside of New Orleans waiting for the go-ahead.
And we need that to happen fast because, you know, you have a lot of businesses that are probably wondering, when can I reopen? So it's a domino effect as we go from, wow, it's snow, to what happens after the snow sticks around and the ice shows up. Okay, so let's check out Josh Robertson now. He is in Hammond. They've seen their fair share of snow as well.
Yeah, hey guys, you know, we've been here since 4 a.m. this morning. We were here when the first snowflakes started to fall here in Tangipahoa Parish, and we've been watching the ebb and flow of this storm pretty much ever since. And when it first started happening, you know, we were downtown Hammond. It was beautiful, it was dark, it was well lit because of all the Christmas lights that were still up. And with the snow falling, like we joked all morning long, it was like a Hallmark movie. Then it got a little sketchy. The snow started falling so much that it got to a point where once it got past the point that I've ever seen in my life, because I've seen a couple of snow events, once it got higher than that, the snowfall, I got a little, I'll be honest, I got a little bit nervous. And to be fair, I felt these temperatures before. The cold is not the issue for me personally, and for I think a lot of people that we've talked to. It's not that we've never felt freezing cold temperatures, it's the snow and the ice that we're just not accustomed to. And you mentioned that slush. Now, we've seen white, beautiful, powdery snow, and you're gonna see a little mixture of it here. And you know, this is the snow that's been falling. But as you can see, cars have been going in and out of our hotel area this morning, and there are actually a lot of first responders that are staying here at this hotel with us. We've talked to some of them already this morning. A lot of people in utility trucks. We'll show you one here in just a second. But a lady actually was sitting parked right here in that spot right there, Jake, just a second ago. Me and a photographer, Jake, had to actually push her vehicle and help her because she was trying to take a curve and the ice was not letting her do it, so we had to back her all the way up in here so that she can then go forward and go out this way because the ice is just not playing ball with people. And listen, some people have been sitting in their cars literally waiting to check into the hotel, so they don't have anywhere else to go, and it is kind of sketchy to drive. But there are some businesses open, some gas stations nearby, so people have been kind of venturing out either on foot or in their vehicle. But if you walk around, I'll show you some more of these utility vehicles that are all parked out here. The good news is if they've got all that snow accumulated on them, it means they haven't been needed, and that's a good thing. There hasn't been a ton of wind out here, so there hasn't been any power outages reported in this area that I'm aware of. And you know, we have talked to the parish president in Tangipahoa Parish, Robbie Miller. We talked to Chief Bergeron here for the city of Hammond, and they've talked about really sending the same message, which is that they don't want anybody out on the roadways here in Tangipahoa Parish. And when I mentioned the ebbs and flows earlier, the snow is coming down pretty steadily right now. It has died off a little bit, and then it's picked up really heavy and done the same. It's been going back and forth, but at the end of the day, as you mentioned, it's fun, it's beautiful snow right now, but it's gonna change here in the next 24, 48 hours. All that snow is gonna start to look kind of gross, sort of like this, because of all the vehicles that are trudging through it. Those roundabouts over near the interstate down this way are really gross, just kind of that black slush. And it's all sort of getting just kind of spun up together. And so, again, luckily, people have been heeding those warnings. We haven't seen a ton of people driving this morning, but anybody we've seen, we've gotten out and talked to them, and they said, at the end of the day, this is really kind of a beautiful thing to see, as long as it doesn't cause any long-term damage, any power outages, or any issues with any pipes bursting or anything like that. And it's not that that can't still happen, but as of right now, people are sort of just enjoying themselves here. Hopefully on foot, if they are going to venture out, stay off the roadways. And again, first responders really would appreciate that, because it just means that they can also take it easy, take it slow, and just enjoy this safely. We'll send it back to you now. This is Josh Robertson reporting live here from Hammond.
All right, Josh, thank you for that. I mean, he's been out there for hours today. That initial thrill of the snowfall. Hope you guys have continued to enjoy it, but you know, we have to start having some serious conversations, because once the sun starts to go down.
Yes, you really feel, I mean, you already feel it with, you know, the daylight out there. Imagine when it's darkness.
That's right.
And then you're dealing with the road conditions that are in the dark, and then that cold, you really feel that bitter cold. It like bone chilling.
Yes, and people are not used to this, so this is something that we are definitely going to talk you through in case you know, God forbid, do have an emergency out there,
or if you were, you know, some of the other tips too, if you've got space heaters, you know,
Yes.
we talk about those all the time, because you see how many fires, and unfortunately in the past, deaths have happened with people not properly using space heaters. We want you to stay warm, but also to do it safely as well. Generators as well, the same tips that go out there as to make sure it's not inside your home, under your carport. Heaters are not next to something that's flammable. Check on your elderly neighbors, you know, make sure they're okay too. If you can walk next door, and make sure they're doing well as well.
So Jacob Pichu with the State Trooper's Office, he will join us live in just a little while. We know that Kelsey Davis is reaching out to him as we speak to see what is going on with these 50 crashes and counting that they've been working since the snow started to fall. So as soon as we get him on the phone, we will bring him to you as well.
Yeah, and he can also bring us up to date too. They do have a place you can go online to get information on the road closures, but we'd like to get some, the newest and freshest information for you so that you know what's happening with these roadways coming in. This morning we know Interstate 10, one of the major corridors,
right,
it is closed, and if you're driving trying to get off at some of those exits, you'll see the barricades are up, so you can't hop onto the interstate.
Yep.
And then if you're trying to use the side roads as well, you still need to be careful as the temperatures continue to plunge overnight, and then you've got snow, and then you've got that ice situation coming up. I know we're trying to fix your mic, your microphone.
It does.
So let's check it now with Maddie Kurt.
Hey guys, so things have definitely picked up here in Laplace. Last time I checked in with you, I'm sure I was making snowballs and throwing them at Cole or making snowmen dancing in the snow. But now things are starting to get a little bit more serious here in Laplace. Let me take a walk here and show you some of the slush and slosh that's here in the parking lot of our hotel. Everybody hunkering down. Food options are getting limited here. I'm seeing some people walk in with Waffle House to-go orders. We do know that they are open, as well as Subway bags and some snacks that they're bringing for themselves. But the Circle K right down the street has closed now as of noon, and people are starting to get nervous about being able to get back home. Now, a little while ago, about 10:40 this morning, a call came in to the fire chief. The fire department reporting a single home fire. Unfortunately, a family needing to leave their home in the middle of all of this snow. The good news is no injuries, and they will have a place to stay tonight. But really just an unfortunate and unimaginable tragedy for a family to have to deal with this while the snow is coming down. The fire chief told me, too, they believe that the fire originated somewhere near the chimney, so likely winter storm related. So we're thinking about that family. Glad that they were able to make it out okay, all safe and sound. Now, you see some workers here in the high-vis vests, hats and such behind me here. We've got a couple of bucket truck lineman workers here. Some people from out of town that were telling us they were camping out, and then they had a propane problem and ceiling problem in their camper, and so here they are at the hotel alongside with us. But we're forecast for 5 to 7 inches of snow here in Laplace. It's certainly something the folks here have never seen in their lifetime, right? We've been saying all morning, unprecedented snow, something you haven't seen since 1895. Check out how much has been accumulating on this car here. I'll do a tiny little chop so that we can just get a cross section here and see how much has come down. No kidding, right? Snowfall like that, something you've never seen here. And we've got some folks trying to get a little peek for themselves, right? Stepping outside to see what the snow is like. Everybody has been mostly timid here in Laplace. We haven't seen people taken out to the streets, and it's a good thing too, because on Highway 51, one of the main roads here that's going to take you from the interstate and to Airline Highway, that roadway is snowed over. It's starting to get slick and icy. We're seeing all kinds of cars' wheels starting to spin out as they're trying to drive here. Hey guys, why don't we come over here and give you a chat? How y'all doing? Y'all staying warm here in the snow?
Absolutely, we are.
All right, where are you coming to us from?
We came from Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Oh, well, what did you doing all the way over here?
Well, in case Energy has some problems, we'll be here.
So you are one of the lucky few, or the one that's coming to save us all, right? Coming to be lucky for us. Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate you taking care of us when we need you. We've seen all the line trucks. Yes, take care, sir. Thank you. How about over here, huh? Looks like you might need a better shoe to be out in this snow. You ever seen anything like this?
Yeah, I stayed in Seattle, Washington a few years back, so but not down here though. No,
exactly. I mean, and in Washington, I'm imagining they're treating the roads, things like that. We couldn't do any of that here.
Yeah, we not prepared for none of that. This is very new to the people of the South, so yeah. But they love it nonetheless.
I hear you. Are you a worker as well coming here?
No, I actually stay down here. So my wife, she actually is a manager at this hotel, so
good. Y'all can
we
stay
had the
together.
shelter here. Yeah.
Good deal. All right, well, stay warm. Might need to bundle up a little bit more. Certainly don't get them wet. Oh, he's going back inside, right? So that's the vibe here. Everybody comes out, takes a little sneak peek. They get their fair share of snow flurries into their face, and they're ready to turn around and kick it back. So the main thing here too is that the interstate being shut down, right? That's going to be the main thoroughfare to get people in and out of Laplace. So I think that's why we're not seeing too much activity around here, because you got to go through a real treacherous road on Highway 51 to even get to the interstate. And if you get there, all the state troopers are going to turn you right back around, because about 4 a.m. this morning, interstate shut down from here in Laplace all the way through Slidell. All those on-ramps ice over very quickly, and they're going to do it first. And so it was a smart decision, a safe decision to be able to do that. Of course, we have heard that there have been a couple of crashes. It's hard to imagine how that might have looked had the interstate been open through all of this. Now, it has not lightened up in the slightest here, at least in the past, what do you say, Cole, 4 hours or so? It's been coming down here. He's nodding his head, so he agrees. But we do have some folks here that heeded the advice from earlier and flipped their windshield wipers up there. You know, I gave that advice and then didn't end up being able to do it to my own car myself, so I'm going to have to replace at least one windshield wiper. And you might have to do the same if you haven't quite flipped up your windshield wipers just yet. Careful there, don't want you to slip down. But check out how this car is approaching here. Anybody that is driving, they are driving very slowly. Of course, everybody's being very mindful and very careful. And this roadway is making it difficult not only for the workers here that have come in to save our power lines should they go down, but also for that fire chief, right? When I mentioned that firehouse, fire chief told me that the call came in 10:40 and that the fire crew was able to get to that house on Sawgrass Drive within 11 minutes, despite the roads being completely iced over. He said it was scary, of course, to be in a big fire truck rig and drive out to that house, but they had no incidents, and they said it was a first for the entire department. So hopefully no more fire emergencies to respond to. I have reached out to the sheriff, who says they're not doing any curfews or anything like that in this parish in St. John, at least for right now, but we're in constant contact and we're keeping those messages flowing. But I guess the best thing to say is no accidents to report is the good news here, at least none that we've been able to make contact with, and everybody's just enjoying the snow out here in Laplace. So we'll send it back to you in the studio for now. I'm Maddie Kurth for Fox 8 Local First.
Yeah, thank you, Maddie. And look at it, it's just nonstop all day. That's been coming down for quite some time.
Yeah,
and,
definitely
when
out
we
there.
said you're going to have to hunker down for a couple of days, and as she stresses with the interstate shut down, where are you going to go?
Absolutely, especially until we get into a situation where they're actually clearing these roads. It could be a while, you guys.
Hopefully
so
by
stay
Friday,
put.
but so we're looking at Wednesday, we're looking at Thursday, hopefully when the temperature starts to rise a little.
Yeah, if we're going to wait on nature to do it, it's going to be a while for sure. Okay, let's get now to Juan Kincaid, who's out in Metairie. He is definitely warming up after being out on the lakefront all morning long, getting pelted by the freezing cold water and the wind.
Oh
my goodness.
Wow.
Juan. It did not get any better.
No, no, it has not gotten any better. And I don't know why we put ourselves through this. My photographer, Steve, and I decided to drive from West End down through Metairie and come back to the lakefront because we heard this is where the real party is at. Let's pan over and look at all these kids. They're skiing, they're to go down the levee here. This is the place to be. Let me give you a temperature check here. It is about 23 degrees, feels like 14, 41 mile per hour winds, a quarter-mile visibility. I'm told by Hannah Storm that is blizzard-type conditions. But again, this is the place to be. I'm gonna check out what's going on over here. So you have all these kids out here. This is like the place to be. Tell me your name.
I'm Rebecca.
Hi, Rebecca. What do you think about this?
This is amazing. My husband's been waiting to snowboard in the levee for like the past 5 years. So we had to be out here. It's so powdery. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's like we're in Colorado or something, but you know, we just live like half a mile away. It's wild.
This is about as close to Colorado as you're going to get around here, right there, right now. And you got the ski goggles on. You're good.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine you guys ever thought you'd be using the snowboard, the snow goggles here in Louisiana.
I guess he has it here for a reason. He's been manifesting this since they brought up snow 2 now.
Well, enjoy yourself. Have a fun time. I'm going to walk on over here for a second, talk to my man here if he can hear me. Did you ever imagine that you would be using your snowboard in New Orleans?
I mean, I always hoped I could.
Yeah.
When I bought it a few years ago, I said if it ever snows in New Orleans, I'll take it out to the levee and see what happens. And we got a lot of snow, so it's working out pretty good.
So as you're watching the weathercast on Fox 8, of course, and you're seeing over the last couple of days saying, oh, they're going to get a ton of snow, what's going through your mind? You're thinking, okay, where's my board?
Yeah, absolutely.
My goggles and my gloves.
I mean, I kind of been following this whole thing for like a week or so, and it seemed like the forecast kept, forecasting more and more snow. So I'm like, the more the merrier.
For those in Louisiana, and there are a lot of them that have really never been skiing, don't know what the feel of being on a snowboard is like. How close does this compare to what you would be on a mountain?
Well, I mean, right now with the wind blowing from the lake, it feels like you're at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
So it's really cold, but you go up and down a few times and you warm up. But as far as the snow, like right here, it's very powdery. Usually it's like more packed down on a mountain, but I mean, it feels real to me. So
yeah, there aren't a lot of high places to do this, and you just happen to be close to one.
Yeah, I live right down the street. We just bought a house about a year ago.
With this in mind, right?
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Good. Enjoy yourself, my man.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy yourself. So listen, it's cold up here, but this is the perfect place to be for snowboarding, a little sledding, as you see on down through here. There's really two levels to this levee here. It goes down, then stops and goes down again. And I would imagine, we've been out here about 45 minutes, and there have been kids on this levee ever since we've been out here. So they're making the most of this situation, because who knows when the next time you'll see this kind of snow here in New Orleans. From the levee, I'm Juan Kincaid, Fox 8 Local First, back in the studio.
Listen, if that was an actual ski resort, you would be getting an advisory that there's a lot of wind on the mountain. So this is all very serious, you guys. Absolutely beautiful, but serious.
It's hard to believe that is Metairie.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's get out to our newsroom now, because Kelsey Davis has Trooper Jacob Pichu on Zoom right now. And Kelsey, they told us earlier that we had 50 so far crashes. Let's just see what we can learn so far from Troop B.
Yeah, Lucy, we all got those alerts about 30 minutes ago or so to our phones as well from state police, from DOTD, warning or asking rather people to stay off the roadways because of an increase in crashes. Trooper Jacob Pichu, we checked in with you this morning, and you and I had a conversation, and your biggest concern or question to everybody was, ask was that everybody stay off the roadways, and looks like people did for some time, but people have gotten out because they want to see what's happening. Is that why you guys are likely seeing these increases in crashes?
Yes, yeah, and it's statewide. We're seeing that, and the issue is people wanting to get out, see whatever they want to see, or the need to actually get somewhere. There are essential personnel that either have to get to work or wherever they have to get, but due to the weather, people are crashing, and we are seeing that number rise. Early in the morning, it was great. We had closed the roads early with DOTD's assistance, and now we're here. We're just asking for encouraging people to stay.
How many approximate crashes are you seeing statewide, and what is it looking like in this area?
I don't have the number in front of me, but since this morning and before the interview, I was talking to you in the Troop B area. For the most part, everybody's kind of listening, but that number is increasing throughout the day, and we've seen a handful of crashes, whereas early in the morning we didn't see anything because people weren't out, and we would rather that.
And Trooper Pichu, obviously people are looking out their windows. I'm looking out of a window right here in the newsroom, and these images are incredible to see, but on the flip side, making road conditions more dangerous. Have there been, I know you all are working hand in hand with DOTD to close down those roadways. Are more major thoroughfares closed now at this hour?
Yes, right before I jumped on here, I was actually told that the GNO, the bridge, is shut down due to icing and due to the weather right now. So once this passes through and things hopefully start melting and being able to travel, we'll be able to open that back up if that is actually shut.
Anything else you want to let people know before we let you go here at the middle part of this day? Again, we talked earlier this morning, things were really just getting started, just barely, honestly, in this part of the viewing area, but the conditions have definitely changed. Looking at conditions that you would see in the Mountain West almost right now, or up in the Northeast. So anything else you want people to know as we get through the last parts of this system as it keeps moving through the area?
Just keep monitoring all the our major news outlets as well as our social media, and DOTD will be sharing that message. The message is the same: it's to stay home. The few drivers that are out on the road, we have gotten some complaints from other drivers saying that they're driving recklessly, and we've seen that. I've actually talked to some people in different news stations, and they're even saying that they're seeing it on the camera. So if you have to be out for whatever reason, please drive safe, wear your seatbelt, watch that speed. If you don't have to be, stay home.
All right, Trooper Jacob Pichu, we appreciate your time, and I'm sure we'll be checking in with you again because, again, I'm looking out the window, and this does not seem to be letting up anytime soon. You stay safe, you and your guys stay safe out there, and we'll check in with you later on.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send things back to you guys in the studio, Liz and Lucy.
All right,
Okay,
Kels, thank you for
Kelsey.
that.
Well,
All right, we've got some really important information to announce right now, guys. Scott Boyle with DOTD. We're going to be talking to him very soon, but he has been out all morning long, and what we're seeing is in Elmwood Clearview area, he says that these roads are nearly impassable.
Wow.
So please do not go on these roads to sightsee. The troopers also, just like you just heard him tell Kelsey, they've had 50 crashes since it started to snow this morning and counting. So as soon as we get more information on how bad it is, we should be talking to him in the next 20 minutes. Just stay put. There's enough snow in your front yard, your backyard, your sides. Just really lean into each other for fun. Do not go venturing out there.
Yeah, and we just heard specifically that the main concern is just the roads are slick. And until that they can, get that ice situation under control or completely gone, you're just going to have to hunker down for a while because they're not going to reopen the roadways because they do not believe it's safe, as they're seeing from crashes much earlier this morning. He said not a lot of people on the roads, but now, people have been watching the snow come down. Some people have to get to work. We clearly understand that, but there are others, he says, that just don't need to be on the road, and then they're seeing that number in increases of crashes.
Absolutely. So Rob Krieger, he's been out all morning long. You saw him charmingly walking to work this morning. Lives not too far away from our station here, and we're going to join him now as well to see what it's looking like. 12:51 in the afternoon with many hours to go. Rob Krieger, is that you on top of the hill?
Yes, it's me. We're out here. We're at the Fly right now. This is the largest hill in the Fly. I like to call it New Orleans Double Black Diamond because this is as rough as it gets if you're trying to ski or snowboard. You can see we got some people out here that are enjoying the snow and have also found the Double Black Diamond as well. They made a little ramp using some little kayaks to kind of snowboard. But I have my snowboard, and you may remember back in Mardi Gras a couple years ago, I was rolling around with my snowboard trying to find a place to shred some narpal. Well, wouldn't you know it, we found the narpal. It is here in New Orleans. They're cutting up. So I was like, look, I heard Juan there at the lakefront. He's got someone out there snowboarding. This has been my dream. I've been ready to snowboard. So I'm going to see if I can shred some narpal out here. Well, you guys are going to have to rate my my effort on this, okay? So here we go. I'm like the Shaun White of New Orleans. Here's the worst part about snowboarding, okay? Having to unstrap every time you want to go back up the hill. So normally when you're snowboarding, you have a lot longer hill to go down. And then there are these things called ski lifts that take you to the top. It makes it a little bit more fun. But here, you got to unstrap every time and walk it back up the hill. For now, we'll just leave it in the snow. And let's go talk to these guys over here because they're cutting up. They've been out here for a while. Let me see if we can get one of the... Hey, do you all have a representative that can speak to us real quick? How's it going, my friend? What's your name? Benjamin. All right, how long y'all been out here?
2 hours.
2 hours. All right. So tell me, what do you think of this?
It's amazing. It's incredible.
Yeah?
Hasn't happened in a while.
Are you from here?
I am from here.
Yeah. So the thought to see this like this, I mean, this looks like the mountains, huh?
That's crazy.
Yeah. And all right, so tell me.
It's a powder out here.
Yeah, wait, we call it narpal, right? Like gnarly powder, narpal, right? All right. So what are y'all doing over here? What do you got?
We were trying to make a jump. Before this, we had a nice jump that we made, engineered by myself and Mandy Vandenway over there. But it appears that the cardboard was stopping the sled from the jump.
The cardboard was stopping the sled. Can I take one of these sleds down real quick?
You can.
All right, I'm gonna go head first and see. All right. Ugh. I've seen them standing up, but my knees aren't as as limber as these young whippersnappers. All right. All right, we got the jump. We're at the Fly. Oh yeah, give me a little push. Y'all ready? Watch out, watch out. We can't injure anyone on TV. All right, here we go. Yeah! Oh my God, that is so awesome. Yeah. Oh my goodness, this is the kind of fun you should be having. Look, we had to walk here to get in here, so we're not driving anywhere. We're making sure to stay safe, but having a chance to walk in and see this. Snow day. Snow day in NOLA. What do y'all think? All right, what do you think about snowboarding technique?
Rob, we literally are smiling ear to ear, cheering for you over here right now. That was awesome.
we are vicariously, we're living through you.
I gotta tell you too. I know the guy that Juan was talking to was saying the conditions feel like the peak of the mountain.
Yes.
Can relate. Yes, this is the peak of the mountain. This is cold. It's bitter. Those snowflakes are just hitting you in the face.
Yeah.
But man, this is the stuff that you want. This is what dreams are made of out here. And the dream has come true in New Orleans. Look at it. We've got snow. I love it. This is awesome.
I'm not saying a word because we just want to revel in your happiness right now. This is awesome. If only they can install a lift for like the next 4 hours, that would be, you know, dream completed. But in the meantime, keep trucking it up the levee.
So, Rob, it's going to be like Monkey Hill today,
Yeah, no, and
Olympics the next day. Who next, right?
That's right. Yeah. Yes. Watch out for me. Olympics 2020, whatever it is. I'll be out there. Look, that's the river. Just beyond those trees, that's the river. You can't even see it. I was a little worried I'd go too fast and right into the river. But thankfully, we have our stalwart news director, Kristen Palestina, here. She was ready to stop and block me and jump in to do some rescue diving if I made it to the river. No, it's too far here.
Listen.
But I'm just blown away by the depth of the snow. Look at this.
Look at that.
Look at the depth of this right here. Let me
Fresh
get down to the
powder
grass.
on Monkey
Right?
Hill.
Wow.
Never in a million
Look,
years did I think I'd be
these are the
saying
soccer
fresh powder
fields
on
that I
Monkey Hill.
coached at.
Yeah. Oh, that's the soccer field right there.
Those are the soccer fields over there that I coached at. You can't even see the grass. When we were walking in, you could hear the elephants trumpeting, like, what the? And that's what they're saying. We heard them. It is a winter wonderland out here. Man, I'm having a blast.
Amazing.
Thanks for paying me for this.
Thanks for paying all of us for this. Absolutely. You guys, we are going to end it on this happy note for the hour. This really important day of snow coverage will continue.
Right.
Meg Gatto waiting in the wings. You're in good hands, you guys. We got a lot of Northerners here.
A lot of Northerners with a lot of good tips and also some really good, important information for you to stay safe throughout all of this as we continue our winter coverage here on Fox 8. We'll be right back.
You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call Airsmiths. The experts at Airsmiths will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at Airsmiths take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of Airsmith's maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call Airsmiths, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's time to replace your old windows, New Orleans, and right now Acadian Windows has a special offer. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. That's Louisiana's premier window product, professionally measured, manufactured, and installed with a lifetime warranty, all without the hassle of paying until 2027. Give your home the energy efficiency and curb appeal it deserves. This offer won't last long, so call now for your free estimate. Acadian Windows.
Best windows in town.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Wednesday, the Pelicans are back at home taking on Giannis and the Bucks, and the Pels are ready to send them packing.
And how about Z on the follow?
Oh my goodness gracious! Wednesday, 6:30, it's Bucks Pelicans live from the city. Watch this game and every game for free on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network. No subscription required. An antenna is all you need to watch free Pels basketball all season long.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
On this snow day in NOLA, good afternoon, I'm John Snell.
And I'm Meg Gatto. What an unprecedented day, John. I mean, so many people across the metro area saying we have never seen anything like this in our lifetime.
And so many people out there, you know, doing what Rob Krieger's doing, or kids having the first experience of their life. There are some serious aspects to this, though, and let's start this hour with Chris Welty, who is live.
Hey, John, Meg, we are live in the Marigny. We are at Hotel Peter and Paul, and we're just a few blocks off of Elysian Fields. Joining us live right now is the Chief of New Orleans EMS, Bill Samaron. And Bill, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you coming out here to meet us. First off, we do have some breaking news. You said that there is a new warming shelter that is now open.
Yeah, so pretty soon you'll hear from the Emergency Operations Center that they've opened up another warming center at their Treme Center, and so we'll be able to give the address out and make sure anyone who is either unhoused in the street or in a home or something that needs a place to go with some heat, then that's where they can go. So. And
you were saying that one of the other warming centers that the city opened is at capacity. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's pretty close to it. So the city's going to open up that second warming shelter just to accommodate anybody else that might need it.
And New Orleans EMS, just like other agencies, you all are 100% staffed for this event. Tell me, how are your crews doing? Are they answering any calls today? Are you all getting them?
Yeah, they've been busy. We've had a normal day today like we normally do. So just the normal types of calls. We have over 24 ambulances on the street right now. They're scattered throughout the city. We've stationed our ambulances throughout the city to shorten the amount of distance that ambulances have to drive to calls and also transporting to hospitals. And so we've been able to put these trucks all across the city to take care of that. Plus, on top of that, we're supporting the shelter and then also shelter transports of anyone that might need that.
And if somebody does need a shelter transport, are you asking them to call 911 or should they dial 311 to keep that emergency line open?
Yeah, so if you have a police, fire, or medical emergency, definitely call 911. If you need a non-emergency need, like if you need a shelter or you need a place to stay, certainly 311 is a number for you to call. It's in the same center and they'll dispatch somebody to help you out.
Absolutely. And a minute ago, we were talking about how a few years ago, New Orleans EMS, you all were able to purchase several new units, and they're equipped with some special features that you all thought never would have to use.
Yeah, so when we, right after COVID, when we bought a bunch of ambulances, we bought 10 of them that was 4x4s, right? And so we said, oh, we'll never use that. And so here we are today, using that feature as well as our other vehicles that we've invested in as a city to purchase new public safety vehicles, have all-wheel drive and stuff to help with conditions like this, because it's certainly going to get thicker, right, as the day progresses. And so, I feel we have great vehicles. Our staff is out there doing the job, doing the work, and so really just I ask that as we've been asking for just people to stay home, just be patient, stay home. The snow is going to continue to come. It's only going to get thicker as the day progresses. It's going to slack off later on tonight. But just stay home, don't drive, don't be out and about if you don't have to. Just stay off the roads and really just stay safe and stay home and stay warm.
Absolutely, and we want to make sure that first responders stay safe throughout this event. So if you can, heed those warnings, stay home, stay off of the roads. And just one more time for those that might need it, information on that warming shelter that is now opening.
It's at the Treme Center, and if you need a ride or if you need other information, you can call 311.
All right, perfect, Bill. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and you coming out to meet us.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Y'all stay safe.
Right.
And that's the story from the Marigny. Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Chris. Do want to mention also that St. James Parish has just announced that they have a curfew beginning tonight at 11:15 until noon tomorrow, a curfew in St. James Parish. You know, Meg, I remember in college having a snow day freshman year. It was wonderful, half a century ago. And because, it's one thing not to have homework, but when you have no homework as a college kid, you know,
just
that
go out and have fun. And we've seen
such a
some
big deal.
interesting things today with some college kids. Garland Gillett earlier talking to a group of Tulane students, some without their shirts on, just hanging out in the snow, having fun. Other ones just kind of walking around Audubon Park, enjoying the day. Our Sabrina Wilson also spoke to a group of college kids to see how they are enjoying the snow.
Hey there, the snow is really showing out here in New Orleans. Now, I'm on the campus of Xavier University. That is WVUE Fox 8's neighbor. And I'm going to talk to some neighbors. Hey, how are you guys doing? Good. All right, so what do you think of this snow?
It's
wonderful. It really feels like we're in a winter wonderland right now. I'm having a great time. I'm from Louisiana originally, so this is our first time experiencing snow this intense. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of struggling, but I'm having a great time. She says the struggle is real. All right, neighbor number 2.
Yes, from Georgia, and it actually snowed like a week or 2 ago, but I actually came back here, so I missed it there, so I'm glad to be in it now.
Yeah, it's really refreshing because we don't get this here very much. Now, let's get over here to Miss Chi-Town. Chicago, got plenty of relatives there, have spent time there, been there in the winter. How does this snow in NOLA compare to Chicago? Well, this isn't anything compared to Chicago. When everybody was like, oh, we're closing the roads, everything's going to get shut down, we're going to get snowed in. I looked outside, I said, this is it? This is all we have? Okay, y'all really can't handle the snow for real. Okay, but we'll pretend, okay? We'll pretend. And, you know, it's really coming down out here, and it is refreshing if you are dressed for it. I'm layered. Loving the coat, you know, got the snow boots on, and so the gloves, the appropriate gloves. So if you are going to come out, make sure you are prepared, especially people who are not acclimated to snow, not acquainted with it. But actually, it's beautiful out here, and we really are enjoying what nature is providing for us right now, which is a very snowy day here in New Orleans. Back to you.
It definitely is beautiful. You know, I think a lot of people are kind of taken aback. I mean, even though they're listening to our meteorologists, they obviously predicted this forecast correctly, but still seeing that much snow in your front yard, on your street, it's a lot to take in.
I think even the young lady from Chicago is impressed with at least the NOLA snow.
Absolutely.
All right, they're getting a lot of snow on the North Shore, too. Rob Messani is in Mandeville.
Hey guys, we came out here to Prieta Marina to check on the boat. My partner had put a heater in the boat a couple of days ago, like a lot of boat owners have done out here. I got to tell you, everything is fine, but just a really unusual sight to see snow blowing off of these boats out here in the marina, piled up a good 5 or 6 inches. I got to say, the weather people got it right so far. I mean, they predicted, I think, 5 to 8 for the North Shore, but it's just a really kind of a surreal scene, just so quiet out here. This marina sort of borders on Fontainebleau State Park. That's the state park over there where you see the trees on the other side. But a lot of people say Mandeville is kind of a fair weather sailing community, and I got to say that is very much true today because absolutely nobody is out on their boat, and there's nobody really driving around to come check on them. But I can tell you that the bayou has not frozen over. Years ago, I saw Lake Pontchartrain freeze up by the Bonneville boat launch after an event like this. I don't know if that's going to occur this time around, but so far the bayou has not frozen over. There is a warming shelter open in St. Tammany at the Giving Hope Retreat in Lacombe if people need a warm place to stay. But just surveying the scene here is just really, really incredible. There have been a few people out here with their dogs and playing and whatever, but really nobody out here now. More people over at the Mandeville Lakefront. Been coming down steady now for 6 hours. The causeway has been shut down for about 6 hours, and they don't expect to reopen today. Everybody advised to stay off the road. Schools are closed in St. Tammany on today and tomorrow. We did talk to one girl from SSA who had to do some virtual learning. She did not get the full snow day experience like most everybody else has gotten around here, but for the most part, most of the kids have been out playing on the lakefront. A few people over in Madisonville a little while ago, but everybody is being advised to stay off the streets. Law enforcement sources say there have been a couple multi-vehicle accidents on I-12 that they've been working the last hour, all without injury. For the most part, people, if they are driving around, are staying slow. There have been a few people who have been speeding, though, creating some concern for people. But the situation here is quiet at the marina, but you can see the snow is really, really starting to pile up on these boats. And a lot of people have taken precautions to keep their operating systems warm in this very, very severe and unusual winter event for South Louisiana. John, Meg, back to you.
Rob, I know you've been kind of traipsing around this morning. Do you have any thoughts when you're not in the wind where the wind can affect it? Any thoughts on how much snow they've gotten?
Yeah, John, I mean, this is pretty typical right here. It looks like it's piled about 6 inches on the boats, but if you can see my feet, Tommy, if you'll pan down, that's about 5 inches right here. So the forecasters have been pretty much dead on it. Wherever you go, people are like, when people first started hearing about that amount of snow here, possible blizzard conditions, everybody's like, I'll believe it when I see it. Well, they pretty much nailed it. I mean, we're seeing it now. It's just an amazing sight. And for people, the Chicago girl in Sabrina's piece just now was like, you people don't really know what snow is, but we're getting it now, and seeing is believing. And a lot of people have been out enjoying it, but certainly the marina is quiet today, and we don't see too many sailors getting out their boats.
It's a beautiful sight.
It is. I don't know if you caught Rob Krieger, but our other Rob, but he was on a snowboard. So go find a snowboarder if you can't find somebody to take you out on a sailboat today.
Looking for some elevation, John.
All right, Rob, thank you. We have a quick update now from the Sewerage and Water Board and from the NOLA Ready Alert System for the city of New Orleans. There was this precautionary boil water advisory in place for some portions of New Orleans East, the lower Ninth Ward, and Venetian Isles. That has now been canceled. So the water is now safe to drink again in the lower Ninth Ward, portions of New Orleans East, and Venetian Isles. Now, in the meantime, a lot of people are wondering, if they're going to see snow plows on their street, if perhaps we'll see any salt or sand put down on the streets to make the streets a little bit safer for people to eventually get out and drive on. Our Stephen Stock joins us in the newsroom with those answers.
Hey, Meg, we've been talking all morning about how this is historic, and indeed it is, but we also wanted to look at the numbers and sort of put it into context about how historic this really is. And one of those numbers, of course, is how much sand and salt the state of Louisiana and the Department of Transportation is prepared to put down on these roads. So let's take a look. First of all, they are not putting it on every road. They are only putting it on these roads that are highlighted on this map that you see. Those are the high priority roads. And then if you look a little closer, and by the way, we're talking 10 million pounds of salt alone, 125,000 gallons of brine that they're prepared to put on the streets, and they have started doing that on some critical junctures. This is a live look at the roads that are closed in our area, and you can see all the dots around that. These are roads that are shut down, and of course the interstates are shut down as well. And so this puts it in perspective. Again, this is the State Department of Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development. And they have also, you heard earlier Liz talk about, the state of Arkansas has actually sent snow plows and other equipment as well as people down here to help clear the roads once this storm starts to abate and starts to lessen. Let's also take a look at the power outages. We've been worried about this all day, but in fact, the news is really good at this point. We're talking about more than 2.2 million people that are covered by this map, and you can see down here that most of it is in blue, which is 0% without power. Now, of course, if you don't have power, it's not a good thing, but we're talking out of 2.2 million people, only about 5,208 people are without power. For instance, here's Jefferson Parish, 551, Orleans Parish, 192. So the news is good, at least on the power front at this point. Now I want you to take a look at this. This is really fascinating. This is a live look from FlightAware, and we have an account here that shows the amount of airplanes flying over our area. You see, that's New Orleans right there, Louis B. Armstrong Airport, and you can count maybe a dozen airplanes, and they are not landing here. In fact, the airport is shut down. They told me they're completely shut down for the rest of the day. Some airlines are going to try to start operations tomorrow afternoon, but we'll see depending on the weather. Now I'm going to zoom out. Look at the rest of the United States. It is just packed full of airplanes in the sky, live as we speak. But down where we are, and in Baton Rouge and around this snowstorm, there are literally very few planes. In fact, I believe this plane right here, it's headed to Dallas-Fort Worth. This plane right here is headed from LAX to Palm Beach. And this plane, I believe, is headed from Orlando. And so they're flying above the storm, but the fact of the matter is there is no traveling right now in this storm. So stay tuned, we'll be monitoring it. If you do fly tomorrow, check with your airline, because right now most of the airlines have said they're canceling in the morning. A few airlines like United are going to try in the afternoon, but all depends on what happens over the next couple of hours. Meg, John?
Wow, what a telling graphic that was. Thanks so much, Stephen Stock. In terms of the roads and how this plays out, something to keep in mind is, you know, right now, I tooled around quite a bit this morning just getting pictures and video, and where there has been traffic, it stands to reason the friction on the roadway, it tends to be better. You know that from your experience.
Yes.
What's going to happen very likely is at some point the roads will get more use. Be careful tomorrow or the next day even when you're going into a parking lot, because you may find, I took a trip up north a couple weeks ago, didn't have to use four-wheel drive until I got into a parking lot.
Because not a lot of people have been in the parking lot.
Right, and you'll have a big thick bit of ice. And the other thing that's going to happen is you'll get some melting at some point, but then a refreeze, and that can be when the roads are actually at their worst.
Well, and that's something I did this morning, John. Before I drove into work, I made sure to go out to my street and kind of kick around the sludge that was there and the snow to see if there was a layer of ice underneath, because obviously that would have made driving a lot more difficult. That was not there yet. Now, that was early this morning, so that is something that Bruce has been saying that we need to be worried about tonight into tomorrow morning, this layer of ice forming.
So I was using four-wheel drive. You know where I had the most trouble?
Where?
Today? In the Fox 8 parking lot, where it's starting to freeze a little bit with just a small little layer backing into the spot.
Yep.
That was the only problem I had in several hours of driving around this morning.
So you just never know. All right, well, our Rob Krieger is not the only one trying his hand at snowboarding today. Garland Gillen also caught up with some snowboarders in Audubon Park.
St. Charles Avenue, I've officially seen it all. Check this guy out right here. All right. Hey, you know, just a normal, you know, Tuesday. You're just, you know, snowboarding.
I did, yeah.
So obviously you own a snowboard and you're a pretty good snowboarder. What made you come to the decision that you were gonna just go down St. Charles Avenue?
Well, I had it in my house and I saw in the forecast for 6 inches, and I mean, 6 inches anywhere is a decent amount of snow, but especially a place like New Orleans. So I feel like it's a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity. I think we might go to the levee later too and make some jumps, you know, do our thing.
So how have you done so far? Have you you kept up? Have you busted it at all?
No, I felt pretty good. I was pretty worried about it, but so far it doesn't seem to be too much damage other from a few scratches. So what you really don't want is to go through the wax to like the wooden core. And so I've avoided that so far. So we'll see.
So you got your buddies, and you're like, "Hey, I got a crazy idea. We're gonna go snowboarding," and they were like, "I'm all in."
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Vermont, about an hour south of Montreal, and so this is something that we would do, you know, when I was at home, like when you get a big storm, you go with your buddies and like do tricks off the banks and stuff. So, you know, I guess it wasn't such a new thing to me, but.
So this is the first time you've done snowboarding on a street?
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh,
The first time in Louisiana, obviously, but in like the Northeast, this is a somewhat common thing that people do.
So are you a student at Tulane?
Yeah, I'm a grad student. Yeah, I'm doing my master's here.
Okay. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk on down. I want you to, can you pull back around one more time, and then one more time, go right here, because I want to get the guys a good view of this. Okay? So pull back around right here. All right, now we're gonna come right over here, Edwin. We're gonna walk the other side. So the guys back at the station, I've showed all these live shots I've done. You know, we had the three-legged dog, we had a guy with a shirtless running, we had guys on bicycles. So obviously it's just been like craziness out here, and a guy snowboarding, I mean, that takes the cake. I mean, look at the snow here. This is actually perfect. I mean, we're starting to gain a crowd here. I see people with ski poles also. So, all right, we're going to walk over here a little. Let's check them out. They're going to do this one more time. This is absolutely crazy. All right, get after it. Let's see it. Can't make this stuff up. Only in New Orleans will we have snowboarding. Here we go. I never thought I would be commentating snowboarding on St. Charles Avenue, but this is the world we live in now. It is a snowpocalypse. Look at them go. Look at this. This is unreal. Well, friends, I think I've actually seen it all now. People snowboarding down St. Charles Avenue. Does it really get any better than this? Back to y'all in the studio.
I'm not sure that's covered in the Louisiana rules of the road, or there's probably an insurance person who's
I don't know if
we'll
ever see that again. How does Garland Gillen always find these characters? I mean, I swear, even in hurricanes, now in snowstorms, Snowmageddon, as we're saying, he finds the craziest characters.
He just stands there and they come to him.
Apparently
is how it happens.
Well, you know, Garland was actually standing on the streetcar tracks there in the neutral ground of St. Charles Avenue, so it's no big surprise that tomorrow the RTA says all of its services will be closed. That's streetcars, ferries, the buses, everything will be closed tomorrow because of the storm.
Boy, that was a segue. You know, a lot of families are getting, obviously, their first experience in snow, especially the younger your children are, the more likely that's to happen, including Shelby Latinos.
Hey y'all, Shelby Latino here. I've got my 5 girls. Jenna is being a big girl and walking, but the other 4 are in the wagon, and we are pushing them through our neighborhood of Navarre towards City Park, where we are hoping to do a little sledding. We've got a cookie sheet and a trash bag covered Amazon box that is going to help us hopefully do some sledding. I am just so excited. I have never seen this much snow before ever in my life. And
I'm trying to catch some snow.
Jenna's trying to catch some snow. She's been having snowball fights with the neighbors. And Kyle, come in here and show them a little peek of what the kids inside the wagon look like. Hey girls. They look cold. If I'm being honest, getting 5 kids to not cry in this kind of weather is not an easy thing to do. It is really, really cold, and we have every jacket and pair of socks and little gloves and things that we own, and they are still cold. But I think they're going to warm up when we find a little hill and start sledding. So I hope you guys are having an awesome snow day. We are certainly having a lot of fun out here. Back to you guys.
I have a little spoiler alert because Shelby texted me after this. She said she had a hard time not getting them to cry. By the end of it, all 5 girls were crying, unfortunately, but it's understandable. It's so cold out there.
And maybe mom and dad, too.
Yeah, but you know what? They have memories that will last a lifetime now.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to Jacob Bradford, who is in Metairie.
Hey, John and Meg. Yeah, we're at Lakeway Center in Metairie, right next to the Causeway Bridge. Step out of the way so you can see what the Marriott looks like under here. You can definitely see how that wind is just whipping around. Jason and I decided to come off of the levee near the lake and come over here because the wind over there was so cold, and you really couldn't get a good picture of how cold it was because of how wide out it was over there. But here you could definitely see how much that wind is whipping up. You can see all of the snow that's kind of gathered up over here by the columns. Now the Marriott over here has closed off the front lobby, and now guests only have to go through like this back way. But I'm going to show you what the parking lot looks like, how much this wind has been coming through. Take a look at this. I think this is like a Tahoe and a Jeep and that minivan right here. But just the snow that is coming and blasting into this, blasting is not a word, y'all, coming in and billowing into this parking garage. I mean, I have never seen anything like this. This is insanity. But people have been coming in and they're like, oh, what are y'all doing? Are y'all having a great time out there? And people out there are having a great time. They're using the levee to sled down it and to use it whatever they can find to kind of slide down the levee. So anyway, everybody's out here having a great time. Hang on, I'm sorry, y'all. It seemed like I was having a little technical difficulties in my ear. But like I said, you know, everybody's having a great time out here in Metairie. But I'm going to step over here and give y'all another look at kind of what like the Causeway Bridge looks like right now. It's been closed off throughout the day, so we haven't seen any cars been using it. But like I said, that's the entranceway onto the causeway. But if you take a look, Jason, down at the ground, you can see, like, you can't see it, but this is how dangerous this is, because that is all ice right there, and then that is where all of this snow is. So whenever you see all of the snow that's starting to sit up on top of the ice, and you get down to it, so if you have something heavy like a car, and you hit that ice, it's game over. So take everybody's heeds of warning of not getting out on the roadways, and definitely use caution if you're going to be out here, and definitely layer up like Shelby was saying, because it gets cold, and it gets cold quick, especially with that wind that's whipping down on top of us. But I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio, John and Meg. For now, reporting live in Metairie, Jacob Bradford, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks so much for that, Jacob. You know, the snow line, I just asked Bruce, extends out, I thought maybe 10 miles or so. It's 60 miles offshore in some places, maybe not quite that far if you're talking in relation to Boothville, but way out, meaning that there are oil platforms or drilling rigs perhaps that are getting snow. I don't know if you know somebody who's on a rig, but we would love to see a picture of, if you have anything to share with us, of snow in the Gulf of Mexico. Crazy.
I know, it's unbelievable. All right, we want to get down to our Sean Fazand, who is on Grand Isle this afternoon with a look at the conditions there.
Hello guys, greetings from Grand Isle, way down at the bottom of the southeast Louisiana map. I am joined now here by Mayor Carmidel and Chief Hernandez. Our interview a few minutes ago got a little interrupted, so we wanted to kind of update viewers what's happening down here in Grand Isle. First and foremost, gentlemen, y'all been here a long time. Have you ever seen anything like this? Just, I mean, look below us right here. The beach is covered in white. The Gulf is obviously moving. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, not at all. 1989, the salt water had, you know, when you see salt water getting real hard like that, it was like a different story. But right now, not just much to do.
This has been crazy. What sort of precautions have y'all had to take? Because this area obviously is not used to this type of weather event.
No, sir. Well, like I said earlier, keeping up with Lafourche Parish and Pouchon Port authorities and Chief Mike, you know, we was advised earlier this morning the expressway from Leeville to Pouchon has shut down due to ice and snow bridge. And also, our bridge in Grand Isle is snowed under and with ice. Please, you know, try to stay indoors. Wait till it's go, you know, please use caution, you know. But
all right, Sean Fazand on Grand Isle.
And what a sight to see there. I mean, the snow on the beach and then the Gulf right there, the water, you know, whipping as those winds are so high, obviously. It's just incredible.
Well, I've been on Lake Michigan in Chicago where, you know, you pull up, and because they do have beaches in Chicago, and I realized, oh wait, that's not sand, that's snow.
Right.
I don't remember if it was the Saints in 2006 when they were in the playoff.
That year was so cold.
But it was bitterly cold.
Yeah.
But so it does happen, but you don't expect it on Grand Isle.
No, not so much. All right, let's check in with our Chris Joseph, who is live in Houma. And look at all the snow there, Chris.
Yes, so we've maneuvered away about 100. We've maybe made it 200 yards from our hotel. The snow is clearly an impediment, but I just wanted to paint a little bit of a picture here for you. We're in a nice suburban neighborhood, nothing otherwise special about it, but the snow and boat dichotomy. This is clearly a community that's comfortable getting out on the water. We see 2 or 3 boats just along this, you know, small suburban road itself, and as you can see, getting covered in snow. I have gotten an opportunity to speak with some of the leaders in this community, the parish president, as well as the public information officer for the sheriff's office. The good news, at this point, nothing major in terms of catastrophes or power outages or what have you. As you might imagine, there are several crashes. The local sheriff's deputies are assisting the state police on that front. Most roads are closed, and I mean, come on, it's not hard to see why, right? Additionally, there are a few homes with some busted pipes that the fire department is assisting right now, but otherwise, I mean, you see it. It's like a sea of snowy tranquility here. You've got it coming down sideways, just a effectively blank slate with the exception of some tire tracks up and down here. Otherwise calm, otherwise beautiful and serene, actually, in a nice way. So all's well in Houma for the most part, but we're going to keep poking around, and if we hear anything. Oh, and one last thing, we did check the Entergy power map. Good news there also, it does not appear that there are any major power outages in this neck of the woods, but that's something to certainly keep an eye on as, you know, the cold weather is creeping in and is here. So we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that, Chris Joseph. I mentioned the trip I took up north a couple of weeks ago, and in an area where, you know, they're used to the snow, but they had an ice storm. We haven't had an ice storm.
Right.
And so what the result of that was, of course, that the ice weighs down the power lines, brings down branches onto power lines from trees that fall and snap, and you know, tens of thousands of people without electricity. Fortunately, we're not living that.
Well, it's funny because a couple different people I was talking to who are from here and obviously not used to snowstorms were saying, geez, we didn't even think about a power outage because that didn't dawn on us, the snow, you know, hitting the power line and weighing it down. But I was saying, yes, this is a very real possibility. I'm from the Northeast, so obviously I've lived through quite a few snowstorms. So that is definitely a concern. But Entergy saying when we spoke to them a couple of days ago, they are not expecting widespread power outages. They're hoping that they will not have any major issues. But of course, if there are power outages, it's going to take some time for those utility crews to get out there. I mean, the snow is still whipping and, you know, the wind is still whipping at this hour. We know just like a hurricane that those crews can only go up in the bucket trucks to fix the lines when the wind, I think it's 30 miles an hour or lower. Right. So that could be a concern, obviously, and it's going to take time for them to get around on the streets as a lot of streets are impassable right now.
That'll be a problem. All right, Andres Fuentes is in the French Quarter. Let's go to him live.
John, we decided to come back to the hotel just a little bit just to dry off because all of that snow hitting us for 3 hours now really has done a number to the technology. But we're live here now on the neutral ground on Canal Street, taking a look at the snow accumulation here on what would be streetcar lines, what would be where the streetcars would be going. But as you can see, it's just nothing but white, a blanket of white. And a lot of these people here that you see out and about, they're tourists kind of trapped in their hotel rooms, not knowing when and where they'll be able to get on out to their flight or what have you. A lot of them trying to find something to eat because a lot of the places here downtown New Orleans completely shut down because of the snow. It was hard to get workers in this morning, hard to get workers in throughout the day. So a lot, for the most part, of these restaurants and business shut down for the day. But just looking at these sites, it really is something to see. We're really only seeing these big trucks kind of going around. We haven't seen too many, if any, traffic issues here in Canal Street, in the French Quarter in general, but that is a concern because we have been seeing cars on the roadways, more cars than what some of our other live crews have been seeing, just because this is the central business district, downtown New Orleans, French Quarter. This is one of the more populous areas of the city. So we've been seeing a lot more people just out and about, but we can continue. Dylan, just walk down the neutral ground and the visibility is just crazy. I don't know how many times I've looked at my photographer, Dylan, and we're just like, is this real life? You know, there's palm trees here in the middle of the neutral ground and just snow covering the branches and the palms and everything underneath. And people really here are trying to make the most of it. The bars that are open, it's maybe one or two bartenders trying to serve as many tourists as possible. We know that there's just a handful of restaurants open, a lot of them tied to hotels already. A lot of the hotels here in the area offered up rooms to their staff so they didn't have to go home in the cold. So there wasn't really much of a concern for them. But for the most part, you know, it's weird. It's calm. It's quiet. It's white everywhere. There's ice everywhere. Dylan, if we could kind of show Canal Street how it looks right now, there's a lot of mud and watch out, Dylan, because you get close to the ledge there, buddy. But it's hard to see, you know, where the sidewalk ends, where it starts. A lot of the rocks have been kicking up on the roadways, but for the most part, at least these groups of cars right here, minding their manners and minding their speed over here. But I hear that the anchors have a question, but we're looking at, if y'all want to ask, we're looking at these people right over here making a snowman here on Canal Street. Guys, we're live on TV with Fox. So you mind if we talk to you real quick? Sure. I'm assuming, are you from New Orleans or are you here visiting?
I'm currently living here.
Currently living here. Where were you from originally?
Philippines.
Oh, so it's something like this. Is this your first snow event?
It is my first snow.
Oh my goodness. How have you been coping with this so far? I see you already taking in the festivities.
Yes, I love it. I'm currently making my own snowman right here. It's harder than I thought.
It definitely
is.
I've tried to make my own in the French Quarter not too long ago. The problem is the snow is so loose. So
I know.
Hopefully later on, you know.
Yes.
Well,
hopefully.
Let me ask you this. You know, you living here in the city of New Orleans, are you prepared? Do you have enough food, enough water in case things go astray?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I think I'm prepared. Yeah.
There you go. We stacked up on some water. We went to Brothers. Brothers is the only place that's open right now. Fortunately, we're not too far, about 3 blocks away.
There you go.
Native New Orleans person, Ninth Ward, you know. Shout out Pamela Smiley.
I heard you. Well, look, Ninth Ward, you know, all that stuff. growing up, you always wanted to snow, right? Did you ever expect we get blizzard-like conditions out here?
Never. And you know, I was telling my mom, I was like, man, it's not gonna snow like this. You know, she was telling me, oh, it's supposed to be really bad and stuff like that. I think 2009 or 8, it snowed like sleet or whatever, but nothing like this. This is the first time I think New Orleans has ever had something like this, well, especially from, you know, my time living.
For sure. Very historical. We haven't had a snow like this in over 100 years. I'm gonna let you guys finish the snowman. We'll come back. I would like to see the finished result. We got another. This one's even bigger, guys. Y'all take care. Stay warm. John, Megan, if you guys have any questions while we trek along the neutral ground to see this ant pile of a snowman they're building over here, look at that.
Andres, I
feel
just
free to
want ask
rattle
you,
off.
You're from
but
this.
we are checking in. This is the live look, guys. We're live on Fox 8. Yeah, we are live on Fox 8. And you have built the biggest snow pile I've seen today. I'm gonna talk to you because you got the equipment here. Tell me a little bit about the creation and the equipment here.
We're from Australia, so we're not used to this. We didn't bring gloves, so I've got socks underneath, and I've got plastic bags from CVS and Walgreens.
Goodness.
So we're ready to build the snowman.
Is this your first snowfall, you being from Australia?
Yes.
And you weren't really expecting that to be here in the bayou, right here in New Orleans?
Nah, mate. It's crazy. Yeah. We were supposed to be going to Orlando for, Disney World. Yeah, and then we got snowed in, but it's kind of good. It's kind of good. This is worth it. We're making it worth it.
Right, you're making the best out of it.
Yeah.
And so I see you got the base going. How tall do you think that this thing might be, end product?
I mean, I started off thinking it'd be my height. It's probably not going to be my height.
Well, look, we got a whole lot more snow to go.
Yeah.
Hopefully you'll get to that achievement. I would love to see that. We're staying not too far at the hotel, so.
Thanks.
Well, you take care. You stay warm, okay?
Yeah,
all right.
will. See you later.
Goodness, but that's just what it's like out here, right, guys? It's just, the visibility is just so bad. You know, we walk and then we're seeing people enjoy themselves and try to get the most out of it. You know, that's not the first people we've met that are here internationally from a different country. Watch your step, Dill. And, you know, people just trying to make the most of it. We can swoop around. John, Meg, we've been getting these gusts here in downtown New Orleans where it's sort of similar to like a hurricane gust, really, where we're just getting pelted by that wind, but instead of rain, obviously, it's snow, and that's the kind of conditions that, unfortunately, we've been dealing with, which has made keeping dry very, very difficult. But we're trying our best. Dylan and I both wear glasses, so that's not a concern. But hey, we're out here. We're trying to have fun as well, along with the wonderful people that you guys been seeing.
Well, Andres, Bruce tells us that we have had some, 40+ mile-an-hour gusts, so not exactly a hurricane, but then you don't have that cold blast of air at the same time. How, it's falling pretty steadily. Has that been your experience? It doesn't seem to have let up at all in the last few hours.
You know, it definitely has. We started going live around 11 o'clock, the 11 o'clock hour. Ever since, we've been getting those gusts. It really was prevalent when we were there in Jackson Square, where we saw a massive gust kind of shake the trees over there in Jackson Square. So ever since then, it's been, the gusts have been every now and then, but definitely the snowfall has been very consistent. We've never not been in a situation where there has not been snow falling on us. That's why our jackets are covered. If I lift up my hood, that'll probably lift up like 2 pounds of snow, so let's not do that. But, it just goes to show, even when I was directing Dylan and myself, it's hard to see. There's a curb here somewhere, and that's what's also really difficult. There's a curve, you got to watch where you swerve around this curb, because you might get hit, you might get hurt, but you don't know where the drop-off is, so we're kind of like tapping the ground because we have slipped already. But it's just so thick. That's Dylan's foot trying to make it, so we've been trying to like scrape. And look how much I have to scrape to get to the ground, which is frozen solid.
Hey, Andres.
That is frozen solid. You even have to scrape that.
Hey, Andres.
To get to the actual ground.
Andres, can you hear me?
It's very cold out here. Okay. That's to give you an idea.
All righty.
Hey, Andres, Bruce has got a question for you.
Can you hear me, Andres?
Yeah, Bruce, what's up?
So the snow itself, what I've seen, very light powdery snow, not a really thick wet snow. Pretty much all morning and evening long, really, have you seen that? I mean, really, the snow The reason why those Aussies can't build a snowman is because there's really no meat to the actual snow. It's very light, it's very fluffy, and you just don't get that ball to make the head and, of course, the torso to make that snowman. It's been really, really a dry snow.
For sure, right. And, you know, I try to explain to them, I try to tell them to download the Fox 8 weather app to try to get more information on that, but they're committed, man. They don't care whether or not they can actually build one. They're just going to be out there and doing it anyway. You know, we've seen several people, even out there at Jackson Square, trying to take some time and build up snowmen. So that has not thwarted their efforts, and I encourage them. Local art, support your local artists, and this is part of that. But you know, we are waiting. I've been telling people, you know, that snow might be coming our way sometime soon. So just build that base like you're looking at them right now live on TV. Build that base because it's going to get a lot easier, hopefully, in a few hours.
All right, maybe a little icier too. Thanks, Andres Fuentes, live on Canal Street. Bruce, I mean, this is really still coming down pretty heavily.
It really is. We have another couple of hours to go, too. Now, you know, the Fox 8 weather team, we were going on the higher end, up to 5 to 8 inches of snow throughout areas coming in from the bayou parishes and out west. And even in the metro, we were looking at 4 to 6. And right now, the metro is at a ½ a foot of snow down the bayou. 8 inches of snow to the west. Laplace is 6 to 8, and on the North Shore at about 4 to nearly a ½ a foot. So the modeling that we were looking at pretty much is coming to fruition, and we likely have another at least inch to go. Here is the actual forecast we've been showing you. So I wanted to compare real time. That was on Viper. I'm going to go back to it. Here's that 6 to 8 range that we saw, and then as we go back, we can certainly show you that some of these numbers have come to fruition. 5 to 8 inches of snow, parts of the North Shore and the metro. Homa, 4 to 6, and then farther south, snowing in the Gulf of Mexico. As John mentioned, imagine if you're a rig worker and you're about 40 miles offshore and you've got 3 inches of snow on your platform. I mean, that just is unheard of in the Gulf of Mexico. So the snow potential, how much more can we expect as we put this into motion through 3 o'clock? Right now, the time is 1:41, so we are expecting through 3. Farther south, some burst of heavier snow, an additional potential 1 to 2 inches, another inch in the city itself. And then, as everything winds up between 6:30 and 7, some areas farther south, with the proximity of that low, could see an additional 2 inches, and even parts of the West Bank could see, down to Lafitte, another 1.5 inches to 2 inches. So we still have another inch or 2 to go before this is all said and done. Here's a look at the Fox 8 forecast model now, and you can see the tail of the snow way down to the southwest, south of Lake Charles, extending into New Orleans, and then over toward the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So that was now. Here's what we're looking at 3 o'clock, and then we move in by 5 o'clock. Still likely some light to moderate snow, South Shore and the coast, but you'll notice by 5 o'clock, and the models have really been doing a good job saying between 5 and 6, North Shore will begin to dry out, a few flurries around, and then by 7 o'clock, basically the South Shore, everything moves on out. But the problem is going to be we're going to have very, very strong winds, and then tonight our temperatures tumble with that snowpack. Right now, we're at 27. I mean, during the midday, 27 is an incredible number for New Orleans, and tonight we've actually lowered the forecast. In fact, the numbers tonight, where we were looking at around 14 to 16, North Shore down to 10 degrees above zero. 10 degrees. 18 on Thursday, 22 on Friday, 25 on Saturday. So this snowpack is going to take a while to go away because in the next couple of days, we may get a little melting, but the temperatures will rapidly fall back to freezing, and the ice is going to be the next issue. I know we've had a great time today. Kids, adults, haven't seen this kind of snow in my lifetime, even in New Orleans as a New Orleanian. So again, we've enjoyed it, but we're really going to have to start buckling up and paying attention to these lows and also the ice potential. Also in the box, you can see that's Bourbon Street down there. You can see people enjoying just a ton of snow on Bourbon Street itself. And then as we look at the South Shore, tonight, I'm going to go 20 degrees there. 20 degrees on the South Shore, 26 on Thursday, 28 Friday, and still freezing with frost on Saturday. So we will be climbing the mountain with a gradual, hard to say warm up, but temperatures not as frigid over the next several days. Check it out right now. 25 to 26 degrees on the North Shore, 27 to 29 on the South Shore. And as we take a look at the dew points, the air saturated in the low 20s with temperatures in the 20s. That's why we're seeing the moisture moving on in, and the winds have been howling. I mean, you've seen our live shots during the day. Sustained at the lakefront, Juan Kincaid, I mean, hats off to him, doing live shots, wind gust up to 35 to 40 at times. So the area with these strong winds, it feels like teens across all of southeast Louisiana and coastal Mississippi as that snow moves in. Satellite radar, here's that snow, here's your tail end. That continues to move eastward. So we do have another 2.5 to 3 hours of snow to go with an additional 1 to 2 inches on top of what we've had already. So your 7-day forecast calling for tonight, 10 degrees north, 20 degrees south, all precautions needed, of course, 36. Now, as we go to 36, tomorrow's going to be a brief period. If we get any thaw, easily by 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, we're going to refreeze back down, where the 18-degree low comes in on Thursday morning, 26 on Thursday morning south. So as you can see, even though we get a little thaw, guys, unfortunately, I think it's not going to be that long. And whatever does melt, if it doesn't evaporate, that's going to be a major icy situation. So again, I think we're going to go from phases where, you know, the surprise, you know, the enjoyment, the fun, but now we need to start thinking about more big-time travel headaches. We're going to talk about water pressure issues going on and things of that nature, more of an infrastructure type thing. So it's going to take, it may be midday Thursday before we can really get back.
Really, and I don't think we're seeing a lot of freezing yet, right? I mean, just from walking out there, and I know Andres showed us in his shop, but I think that was more sludge kind of under that layer of snow.
Well,
because if you're able to push it out of the way,
right,
that's
when cars
not
go
ice.
by, basically it can melt the snow and then that can turn to ice. So Zach Fernell was out in front of the station, and there was an Xavier student who was driving by. They got stuck. So they went out and they helped push him, and he was all over the place swerving because police have been going up and down Jeff Davis, and he disrupting the snow, and that's kind of turned to ice. So this vehicle could not get going to the point
Couldn't
where
get in the rut.
He couldn't. I mean, he just couldn't get in the rut. So Zach said, "Look, where are you going?" He said, "I'm a student at Xavier. Let's move the car to the side and walk back." So that's going to be the next situation.
But in the coming hours, you think we'll see more of that type ice? I mean, right now there's not a ton of ice out there, but we'll see more of it as the snow stops, right? And the temperatures stay cold.
Well, I think the ice isn't going to really melt as much tonight. I think the ice is melting on the roadways due to cars going by. I mean, you know, you heat up the roadway, you melt it a little bit, but then that turns to ice. But untraveled roads, it's going to likely still be snow. You need a little melting and then refreezing to start getting that ice. Now, it may not be as bad tonight, but remember, we have snow-covered roadways up to 1/2 foot of snow. So likely not travel, you know, not being traveled on. And then any thawing at 36 tomorrow, if we get to 36 for maybe 2 hours, we get a little melting, all of a sudden you refreeze. I think actually tomorrow night could be the absolute worst night for the potential of ice, because any little thaw and refreeze, that's when you get the true ice. So to your point, Meg, snow that's fallen, it's been a very light, powdery snow, beautiful snow, but it's not going to freeze to the point where it's going to turn to ice. It's going to stay that way. When you thaw it and remelt it, then we're going to have the issues of refreeze, and I think that's going to be the biggest problem.
Yeah, and we're not
in kind of in an uneven way, too.
Uneven way, too, right.
And it may be a bigger problem in parking lots, where there has been some travel, but not a great deal, or on some of the side roads, where there's been just enough to create that rut, and then you find yourself sliding on uneven ice if you're not careful.
You know, Norman C. Francis is a good example. I mean, there have been several vehicles that have gone up and down, and it's icy on Norman C. Francis. I mean, where the ruts are, where you got the melting, I mean, you can actually put your foot on it and slide literally on ice. Now, on I-10, when Amber and I were doing that live shot on the overpass, I mean, we saw one police car, but it was literally 4 to 5 inches of solid snow. That's not going to turn to ice until it's disrupted.
Because nobody's driving on the interstate.
And then as it refreezes, as it's melted, that's when it turns to the icy condition.
So how much longer does the snow event continue?
Probably another, coming up on 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. For the North Shore, about 2.5 hours. And for the South Shore, about 3 hours. So modeling indicates an additional 1 to 1.5 inches in the metro. North Shore, potentially up to an inch. But farther south, Houma, Thibodaux, down toward Lafitte, those areas, an additional 2 inches because that last bit of moisture with that low is going to push by them and give them the biggest burst coming in right around probably 4:30 to about 5:30. So we're not done with it yet. I mean, the snow is going to continue to fall.
So we know a lot of schools are closed tomorrow. Right. Of course, a lot of businesses are already. So are you thinking maybe Thursday as well we could see closures because of this ice?
If I had to bet on it, I would bet the higher odds that probably Thursday morning we may have issues. May have water pressure issues. I mean, we haven't begun to see really the infrastructure hit yet because a lot of people are running waters. My son called me. He lives uptown. He's like, Dad, I got no hot water. Literally nothing. Okay. So to rebuild the pressures, hopefully no boil water advisories going on. So I think the city, I'm actually interested to hear from parish leaders to kind of see what the state of the communities are. And then in that way, we'll start getting better information to the community and the viewers on what we're looking at and what they're doing.
Well, this has been the pretty fun part of the story.
That's exactly right.
And we at some point will transition a bit more into a more serious part of the story where, somebody needs an ambulance, can't get there, that kind of thing. And maybe we'll get lucky and it'll melt in a way that works.
Well, we've already seen a couple fires this morning. So.
And again, we have pretty good sources that the city has gotten 14 snowplows, and they're going to be plowing when the snow ceases. They're going to be out plowing the streets. Now, to see snowplows in the streets of New Orleans, I don't think I've ever seen that before. We don't have them. So out-of-town companies come in, and basically they get contracts with cities, and they actually do some of the snow remediation. Now, it'll be interesting to see how it works, but from my understanding, they have 14 snowplows in the city getting ready to do their jobs.
And I believe we heard that they're going to be putting down sand.
Sand as well.
I know there was a debate between salt or sand, but it's
salt probably the better bet. Salt could really make a mess. But
well, some parishes have only used sand in the past, and and they've switched to, in some cases, to salt. I saw a meme on the internet with a little smart car with a snowplow, Louisiana snowplow. We're a little better than that,
absolutely,
but maybe not in some places. All right, you mentioned Houma. Let's go to Chris Joseph, who is live there.
Yeah, we are in the Bayou Cane community of Houma, and you're talking about the fun part of the story. Well, this is the fun part of the story. I'm with Sean and Don here, the artists of the best snowman I've seen today. Does the snowman have a name?
Yeah, we're going to call him Mambo.
Mambo, okay. All right. It was obviously a Mardi Gras inspiration. You could have stayed home. You stayed warm by the fire, by the TV, but y'all decided to come out. What was the inspiration here?
Oh gosh, we never see this. And we went to Colorado 2 years ago just to see snow, and we have it here, so we couldn't stay inside.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've been watching Fox 8 earlier today, you saw the atrocious snowman that I tried to create outside of the hotel. Humble, but nowhere near the skill set here. How'd you pull this off?
Well, I do Mardi Gras wreaths just for inspiration and for family, and he said, hey, how about we do a Mardi Gras snowman? And I was like, let's do it. So we threw it together.
Awesome. Well, it looks great. I like the beads, and complete with the liquid courage to stay warm, the liquor blanket, as they say. But this is not the only snowman you have, right?
No.
You take a walk? All right, take a walk with us here, if you don't mind. This one I found particularly interesting. It really speaks to the creativity and the Louisianan spirit as they navigate the cold weather. As you can see, the boat right here, obviously this is a community that's not afraid to be by the water. But here we are, complete with snowman number 2 and a crawfish boil to boot. What was it? Tell me about this one right here.
Oh, this was all my husband's inspiration. He wanted to do something with seafood. We love boiling seafood. We do it almost every weekend. We even go crabbing and fishing and all that good stuff ourselves sometimes. So yeah, this is all him.
Well, I want to be clear for the viewers here. We found the bag of crawfish here. This was not for public display. You took it upon yourself to do this just for kicks.
We did.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Well, the dedication to the craft is admirable. Clearly, I have to take some notes, but, a little fun here in Houma as we navigate this snowy, snowy day. We'll send it back to you.
That's a new one, Chris. Crawfish in snow.
I'm impressed. They're pretty good. That must have taken some time to put that together.
Look, absolutely. I am flabbergasted not only by the time, the effort, but most importantly, the execution. I think they really cinched it with the details here.
I agree. That looks great. Now, Chris, maybe you could get started on one. You tried to do one of Saquon Barkley earlier this morning. Let's see round 2.
Well, you know, it's
guess that's a
it's
no.
more of a mound of snow complete with pens at this point. But, you know, after seeing this, I'm going to return to the hotel tonight. I promise a better product will be forthcoming.
Oh, that's great stuff. All right.
There you go.
Chris Joseph in the Bayou Cane community of Terrebonne Parish. Thanks so much and for all the extra effort by the
I
residents there.
attempted to make one this morning with my kids. I couldn't get it to stay together. We had a little ball about this big. I said, this is pathetic.
Just
You know?
add water. I'm not sure.
I
There's
don't
a little
know.
more moisture. All right. They don't get a lot of snow in Bay St. Louis either. Madeline Adams is there.
Yeah, good afternoon, John and Meg. We're here in Long Beach, Mississippi, and right now, as you can see behind me, it does not look like a beach, but we're here with our friend Andy. He grew up on Lake Erie, moved here about 10 years ago to southern Mississippi, but this is, I mean, a sight for you as well. Even though you grew up north, this is crazy for you to see.
I'm stunned. I haven't seen anything like this, I think, in, probably 30 or 40 years. Even by Ohio standards,
yeah,
this would be a major snow event.
Absolutely.
And that does look a lot like Lake Erie behind me. So, I guess renaming the Gulf to the Gulf of America makes sense now.
Yeah, I mean, look, and like I said, you've been here for 10 years, so you've been in South Mississippi for a while. But I mean, it's just it's a lot of people this time of year, they come down from up north to kind of enjoy warmer weather here in Mississippi. But it's just, I mean, we're on the beach, and it's incredible just to see the amount of snow. You were talking with me earlier, the predictions were that we'd get a lot of snow, and you were a little skeptical about that, but here we are. I mean, it's
skeptic.
Yeah, it's 6 inches in some spots. It's crazy.
Yes, we're not providing the escape from northern
Right.
weather that we promised everyone anymore.
Right.
Yeah, this is crazy, but I'm glad to see everybody's out enjoying themselves and having a good time. I know the kids that are out of school are really thankful for
Yeah,
it, so.
and your granddaughter being one of them. I know your daughter lives not too far from here as well. They were wanting to get out and explore the snow, and your daughter was wanting to see what it looked like over here. Huh?
Yeah, she wanted to drive down and take me out to play in the snow, but I convinced her maybe the driving was a
Yeah.
bad idea today, so they'll stay home warm and safe, and I hope everyone else does as well.
That's a very good idea. The roads here, I mean, right behind Andre, the roads are just full of ice right now, snow on the road. It is very dangerous to drive. As you can see, as the car passes through here, there's still cars trying to drive on the roads. If you do have to drive very slowly, very carefully. But again, we are warning people just to not get on the roads, stay off the roads if you can. But I mean, this is pretty remarkable. Just to think of where we are on the beach, it's pretty incredible. Obviously, you grew up in Ohio. You have your Ohio State hat on.
I do.
His Buckeyes just won the national championship last night. What a
Go
season
Bucks.
for those guys. I mean, just kind of, what was your emotion last night watching that game?
Well, extremely happy for
Yeah.
Ryan Day and the program. They've gone through relative difficult times, and it was just really great to see for the guys who stuck around all 5 years, especially the kids from Ohio.
Yeah.
And got their national championship, and couldn't be happier or more proud of the team than I am today.
Yeah, and man, good, this snow is sweeping across the South, so good thing that game last night was inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium over in Atlanta. But yeah, Andy, it's just been incredible. Obviously, you mentioned kind of going back to Ohio, but even in Ohio, you said you hadn't really seen snow this much in a long time.
Yes, I go back and visit family, and I can't remember the last time
Yeah.
we had a snow event like this. It's still just amazing to me. I walked outside this morning and couldn't believe what I saw, and it's still coming down.
Yeah.
It's beautiful,
Yep.
I guess, in its own way. But we'll be glad to get back to the warmer
Yeah,
weather soon, I think.
absolutely. We'll let you, I know you've taken some pictures already to send to your granddaughter and your daughter, so we'll let you get back inside the warm. Andy, thank you so much. So good
Have
to
a good
meet
day.
you.
Be safe.
Be safe out there. We're going to take a walk down the steps. Very carefully, Andre. Be careful as you walk. You might not have to put the phone down for a second because this snow is thick over here. Andre and I did make a snowman earlier, okay? But let me tell y'all, this snow, to make a perfect snowman, I had to Google it. I was born and raised in South Louisiana from Houma. I've never experienced enough snow to build a snowman. So when we were trying to build a snowman, it just wasn't like, we were not able to do it. The snow wasn't sticky enough. It's still kind of dry, but here he is. If you can tell, his name is Beachy. He has sand for eyes. We've kind of got some twigs for his nose and his arms there. He's got a tree behind him. We kind of feel bad because we don't have any scarf or a hat for him, for Beachy. So we'll try to find that when we go back closer to our hotel room. But this is just magical snow right here. I mean, I'm probably standing in 5 or 6 inches of snow right here. I've kind of buried my boots and I'm just now reaching the sand. So as you can see, we're seeing 6 inches of snow in spots here in Long Beach, Mississippi. Visibility very low also right now. As you can barely tell, the water is about 1/4 of a mile out. There's snow on some sandbars out there, which is incredible to see. Earlier in the day, probably closer to 7 or 8, we were able to see a long pier not too far from here. That is completely hidden because of the low visibility. So visibility is kind of getting hard to see out here just because the snow is coming down so much. But as we were talking with Andy, a lot of people from up north, they come down to Mississippi. They're like, oh, January, we'll go down to Mississippi, we'll go down to Louisiana, it'll be warm that time of year. We can kind of escape the snow, escape the cold weather. Nope. If you were expected to come down here and experience some warm, a retreat from the snow, guess what? You're getting about 6 inches of snow down here in South Mississippi, South Louisiana right now. I think we were talking with Miss Jalinda. She's from Montana. So she's kind of seen stuff like this, but obviously never in Long Beach, Mississippi, South Mississippi. So it's pretty incredible. It's a sight to see a beach like this. People normally come and enjoy the warm weather and the beach. This is totally different from anything a lot of us around here have seen. So back to you guys in the studio.
Madeline, something I was thinking about when you were interviewing that gentleman from Lake Erie is that the difference between there and Bay St. Louis, Lake Erie, it would look like that all winter long. Bay St. Louis, it's going to be about 66 degrees on Sunday. Hard to believe.
Yeah, it's incredible. The winter weather is just sometimes a roller coaster around here. We mentioned when you're in Louisiana and you leave for work one day, sometimes you have to pack a jacket and you have to layer because it'll be 30 degrees in the morning and then by lunchtime it's 70 degrees. So it is just going to be a roller coaster for all of the Gulf Coast. But really, this is something that, again, we've never seen in our lifetimes, and it's just pretty incredible to see everyone's reaction, whether you're young or a little bit older. It's just everyone is kind of amazed at the snow that we're seeing in these coastal towns. So just really beautiful. But yeah, it's, eventually people around here that come down to South Mississippi, South Louisiana to escape the winter weather, eventually they'll get some warm weather here, but not for the next couple of days. It is going to be packed with snow today and of course tomorrow as well.
Hey Madeline, I'm actually impressed with your snowman. He looks like, I don't know if you intended this, but he looks like a seagull. You got a snow gull.
Honestly, John, I will take it, because we were honestly having some trouble. Me and Andre were trying to build them, and the snow just wasn't sticking. And so when I Googled how to build a snowman, I realized that it's not just any kind of snow that can build a snowman. If the snow's too dry, the ball will not form to be able to form the snowman. So I don't think our snow was really setting us up for success. But you know what? Now that you say that, John, he does kind of look like a seagull, and I think that's perfect for
he looks like,
Long Beach, Mississippi.
Exactly.
So,
it looks like a laughing gull. I would go with that if I were you.
Your Googling skills paid off,
yeah, we
Madeline.
might. You know what? Hey, you know what? We will say it's a seagull. John, you gave us a good idea because we were kind of insecure about it, not being able to. Because we've seen some really impressive snowmen from everyone today, and so we were a little insecure about our very short, very kind of wide snowmen. So we're gonna say that we meant it to be a seagull, and that of course he's sitting on the beach. So you know what? That's perfect. Andre's giving you a great look at it. Yeah, we just, we feel bad because he doesn't have any scarf or anything. So we're hoping to we named him Beachy. We're hoping to get Beachy a scarf here soon so he's not freezing like we are.
Crazy.
So, yeah, this is insane. I was in Denver this time last year and it was -17, feel like temps in Denver last year. I feel like that somewhat prepared me for today, but there was not as much snow in Denver that time last year. So the snow that we're experiencing right now is something I've never seen. So even, in traveling to cities like that, I've never seen this amount of snow. So this is pretty crazy. But hopefully maybe tomorrow when the snow kind of has time to set, we'll be able to build Beachy up a little bit more and he can look even more like a seagull. So we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
All right, Madeline Adams, who also found a way, I would point out, to throw in a little sports angle there, which
I know.
very,
I
very
appreciate
impressive.
that. Thank you, Madeline. All right, Rob Masson is live for us in Mandeville this afternoon. Rob, you've been catching people out enjoying all kinds of stuff with the snow. Have you been able to make a snowman?
Not yet, but we're working on it, Megan. The snow is really just kind of soft and powdery. It's really kind of hard to meld. The professionals from up north tell me you kind of need more moist snow. I don't know how Madeline's looked. I was hearing her just now, but I'm sure it was beautiful. But we haven't quite gotten there yet. What we can say, though, is the snow has really, really let up quite a bit since our last live shot about 45 minutes ago over by the marina. We are now on Highway 190. This is the main drag coming off the causeway. As you can see, there's absolutely no traffic on this road whatsoever. There's a law enforcement officer up there at the top of the overpass, but we haven't seen anybody come by here in about 5 or 10 minutes because these roads are slick and the bridges are even slicker and people are staying off the road. But it looks like the snow has subsided dramatically here, and I guess that is some good news for people who want to return to some sense of normalcy. But it is a beautiful environment in the meantime as we experience a snow day like most of us have never experienced in a long time. I'm joined by Hunter Lyle, who's from Mandeville, was over in Houston for a little while, moved back. Hunter, what do you think about this snow? I mean, did you ever see anything like this in Mandeville or Houston before?
No, I've never seen anything like this, really, not in this area. Not even remotely close.
So what are you doing? What's your survival plan for today?
Just trying to stay warm, really. We got a big old pot of French onion soup on the stove at home, and yeah.
And Hunter was telling me a lot of people are making jambalaya or gumbo today. Hunter's making French onion soup. I love French onion soup, and you're doing a pure recipe with the cheese over the top and everything like that.
Oh yeah, all from scratch. About 5 pounds of onions, homemade beef stock, provolone cheese with the homemade sourdough on top.
Perfect way to try and stay warm today. What do you think about the weather today and what we're experiencing right now? Do you think the snow has let up substantially?
Yeah, it was snowing really heavy earlier. It was pretty windy also. There was a lot of snow blowing off of roofs and stuff, so we stayed inside for the most of the day. But now that it's let up, I'm out here walking around. Just wanted to come check it out.
Have you tried to drive at all today?
Oh, God, no. I've been staying at home.
That's a good idea. That's what everybody says. Hunter, go enjoy that soup. Appreciate you chatting with us for a minute. Take care. All right.
Have a good
Be
one.
good. All right. So as you can see, that one truck came by, but most people have stayed off the road, and I mean, just very, very light flurry. This would have been something to talk about up until yesterday, actually, this amount of snow. But for what we've seen this morning, this is absolutely nothing, and I'm trying to figure out whether we're through the worst of it yet or not. Again, St. Tammany Parish has a warming shelter open. Schools are closed today and tomorrow. All public office buildings are closed as well. And people are just kind of waiting to see what will happen tomorrow as this stuff starts to melt and the temperatures stay below freezing. But that is the situation in Mandeville at this hour, where it seems like the snow is letting up quite a bit, guys.
Yeah, and I know it's kind of come in waves, Rob. Like, there's been times when we've been outside and thought, all right, this might be the end of it, and then all of a sudden it feels like a big squall comes through and we've got a lot of snowfall again. But you've been out there for quite a few hours, so you think this is definitely the lightest you've seen it today?
Absolutely, Meg. Since it's been coming down steady since about 5:30 this morning up here. We were at the foot of the causeway when they shuttered down around 7 o'clock this morning, and it's just been steady all day long. I don't know whether we're calling it blizzard conditions. For us, it felt like a blizzard just because it was coming down so heavily there for about 6 or 7 hours. And it was basically just blowing vertical with that strong wind out of the north here. But as you can see now, it's just a few gentle flakes, and it has subsided dramatically.
Well, whether it's a blizzard or not, it may have blizzard effects in terms of our inability to kind of handle it, like
exactly, clear the roads,
the lack of a fleet of trucks and that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
But generally, Rob,
it's interesting to hear that we're getting some snowplows to the area. I mean, that will make a huge difference on bridges like this one here, John. As you know, a major artery here for St. Tammany. All traffic going onto the causeway has to go over that overpass coming down from Covington, and certainly a snowplow could possibly help clear that and make this area more traversable in a hurry.
All right, Rob Hassan, we appreciate that, and I'll report too that it's also letting up in Covington, obviously just to the west of Mandeville, so that kind of makes sense. You know, we'll see if it kicks back up again, but this, you know, we are anticipating that you know, it will start over the course of the next few hours, depending upon where you are, to lighten up.
And Rob mentioned the snowplows. We talked about the city of New Orleans contracting with a company. I think they were bringing in 14 snowplows, is what Bruce was telling us earlier. Yesterday, Governor Landry was saying that Arkansas actually gave the state, I want to say, 4 snowplows, a number of dump trucks. They were also lending us different personnel that would come and help and assist with getting some of the snow off the roadways. It remains to be seen if that effort has actually started yet, or if they're waiting until the snow stops falling to send those snow plows out and to begin trying to clear those roads. But he was thanking the governor of Arkansas for sending over those resources. Governor Landry saying, you know, obviously we're not used to something like this. So
yeah, and someone
we need all the help we can get.
Excuse me, somebody just sent me a text message. I was trying to figure out if it was 190. I guess it's I-12, where there's a bit of equipment out there. So there are places where, you know, at least on some of the major road, where the effort's underway.
That's good. All right, let's check in with our Juan Kincaid now, who is live in Metairie this afternoon. And Juan has just been pelted by the snow pretty much all day.
It's been a winter wonderland everywhere we've been. We've left West End, then we went over to the Lakeview area in Metairie here, where the kids were all sliding down the hill. And now we kind of came back over by Veterans Boulevard, because right now we're in the parking lot, on the side parking lot of Target at Clearview Mall. I want to kind of give you an idea. This is kind of what it looks like everywhere you go. So you've got 2 highway patrolmen here that are blocking Clearview Parkway, going over the over I-10, so that's blocked off. We went back down by the Causeway. That's blocked off as well to kind of go over I-10 as well. So the thoroughfares that are going over the interstate, the bridges that are basically icing up, Highway Patrol are all positioned there. So if you are out driving, just understand you can only get to one part of the area here. You can't cross over the interstate to the south side of the interstate. That's not being allowed anywhere when you're crossing over a bridge. So that's what's happening here. We've seen a car here and there. We were driving up and down Veterans, going from Clearview all the way up towards Bonneville. I kind of made a U-turn there and came back down again. There were maybe 3 or 4 cars kind of in a line together, but you have to really be careful because the traction obviously not very good. And everyone's following about 3 to 4 yards next to each other. We weren't that close because, again, the traction is not very good. So people are kind of being cautious as they drive along here, but we're seeing fewer and fewer cars on the road now. We just saw one car come by here on Clearview and went behind Clearview Mall. We're like, where is that guy going? Where's that person going in that car? Because there's nothing open. Now, we have come across 2 gas stations that are open. The Shell way up Veterans by Bonneville, and then there's another gas station that's open off of, I guess it's West Esplanade and Clearview that was open. We were coming from our last story. So a couple places that are open. The one on Veterans going up by Bonneville, that's going to be open 24 hours. So if you need to get any kind of goods, food, gas, any kind of liquids, whatever you need, they're going to be open 24 hours. Want to get that out in case people are needing things. They also have hot food that you can obviously warm up in the microwave, nothing being cooked there. So that's basically it here in Clearview. Again, it's snowed up everywhere, and the Highway Patrol is asking everyone to be safe on the road. They're blocking off certain areas like Clearview going south, Veterans going south. You can't get over to those areas. So that's basically it here. It's not as bad here as it was over by the levee. I'll tell you that right now, because over there the wind was whipping and that snow was coming in sideways. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, thanks, Juan Kincaid. You know, regardless, there are places where you can, for example, Norman C. Francis Parkway this morning, for a brief period of time, there was an officer there preventing people from going basically south over the interstate toward Washington Avenue. Then it was allowed in both directions. The best advice would be, if you don't have to take an overpass, especially as this starts to ice up, that there are ways to stay on the ground, and that is the best way to go.
I will say, driving in earlier this morning, and you know, a lot of the surface streets were okay. This was many hours ago, so way before a lot of the heavy snow fell. But that overpass right there on Norman C. Francis, I could see patches of ice. I thought, oh, geez, here we go. I just went real slow and made it over. But you can definitely see the ice forming. And again, that was hours ago. So, you know, who knows what it looks like now. By the way, Juan Kincaid, such a trooper today. I mean, he was being absolutely just pounded by the wind out there on the lakefront for hours today. So just want to give a shout out to Juan for doing a great job on the lakefront.
Those sports guys, they'll step up.
They are. Garland's been out with the snowboarders, you know, on St. Charles
Make
Avenue.
a snow gull, all kinds of things. All
Exactly.
kinds of talents we didn't know they had. You know, and that's the other thing that Bruce mentioned earlier. This may not be the most challenging day in terms of driving.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not used to snow. We're not used to snow falling. But depending on how this plays out, on some of the, you know, I got a text a little while ago. Looks like I-12, an effort there to keep it open and free of ice. Friction will make a big difference if they can get going. What you have to be careful of is when things start to get back to normal, sometimes even pulling into a parking lot, which has not had great traffic, you might find yourself on a sheet of ice.
The black ice, really. I mean, you think everything looks okay, and all of a sudden, once your car hits it and the tires hit that black ice, you could just go skidding and, you know, turn. So you have to be super careful.
And then it is the melting of the ice,
Yes.
and then the refreezing, which is a problem that we may run into tomorrow. Just, you know, right now we've had this great experience. We've turned South Louisiana into this winter wonderland, a snow day in NOLA. It's fun. Hopefully it stays fun. You know, this once in a lifetime experience for the kid in all of us. But there is a danger here that, you know, it's good to see people kind of out in Metairie saying, okay, I'm done with the roads. A couple of points. The warming shelter at Rosenwald in the city has filled up, so they are now taking people at Treme Center. It's been a while since we mentioned that.
Yes.
If you need information on that, call 311.
And we're not seeing widespread power outages at this time, which is great news. Obviously, we've still got some time left, a number of hours that this snow is going to continue to fall, so we'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, let's check in with the French Quarter and how things are looking down there today. Our Olivia Vidal is live.
Hey, Meg. Hey, John. That's right. Here in South Peters, here in the French Quarter, you can see the snow still coming down here. It's not letting up. I was talking with my photographer, Steve Wolf, from earlier. It looks like a winter wonderland, of course. It's almost like pinch me, because where am I? Is this New Orleans? I made some friends here who are just out here admiring the snow. I'm going to see if I can remember everybody's names here. We got Roy. We got Leonard. We got Tulane. We have Henry out here, and they're y'all are all from New Orleans. What do you think about the snow? Y'all are out here watching it. It's a sight to see.
It's crazy. It's a winter wonderland in New Orleans. What else can I say? It's lovely.
It is so nice. I mean, just seeing this, we don't see this really ever during the winter months, but seeing this much snow, I mean, what's going on through your mind as it just keeps falling?
Crazy. I love it. I'm enjoying it. You can't help but love it. Something you don't see every day.
You really can't help but love it because, like you said, you don't see it every day. And when you get it just like once in a blue moon, you can't help but kind of enjoy it while we have it. Because we know it's going to be very hot in a matter of months here. And Leonard, what do you think about all this?
I'm just building snowmans, enjoying myself. This is wonderful.
You kind of tapping into that inner kid.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what's going on.
It's fun seeing all the kids running around the streets, but the adults are enjoying it too.
Yeah, of course, we have to. You only get this one time. That's it. It's going to be probably next 10 years we get another one.
Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. And seeing all the folks, I mean, we have a crowd walking right here on the South Peters. It's got to be pretty cool to see people walking by and just people watching, people enjoying themselves.
Awesome. And Leonard has been building masterpieces all day, and all the tourists have been really much enjoying it, so he gets all the credit for that. And we've been open at the coffee shop since 6 this morning.
Oh, wow.
I was there at 5 this morning. We didn't know if it was going to snow. I started the cold rain. I'm like, this is a joke. And then next thing you know, it just doesn't stop. So it's been crazy. People are all happy. All the tourists are having a good time. And we sold some coffee today and hot chocolates.
And a lot of people have been waiting for if the coffee shops are going to open up because they're looking for a place to stay warm.
Yeah, they are. And we hooked them up.
I love to hear that. The locals hooking the people up with the things that they need while they're dealing with this snowpocalypse, if you will, here in the city of New Orleans. But it is beautiful. And again, the snow is just still falling down. We've been walking around the French Quarter since 6 o'clock this morning, and it's pretty amazing to see. But John, you keep talking about what could happen in the coming days once the snow kind of sets in. I want to show you, I remember you talking about how this slush that kind of forms with when the ice starts kind of forming with the snow, you can kind of see the tracks here on South Peter, how that's starting to kind of harden right here, and it's making for a very slippery situation. We're seeing that also on the sidewalks too, where that snow is starting to melt and then harden over and forming that thick chunk of ice that's kind of coating these sidewalks. So it can be very, very dangerous, not only for pedestrians, but for drivers as well. So we're definitely starting to see some of that here in the French Quarter. So of course, be careful if you are on the roadways. Of course, we're seeing some drivers here in the French Quarter, but especially if you're walking around as well. Back to you in the studio.
All right, that four-wheel drive behind you can handle it, but not everybody's got that, I guess.
Yeah.
Right now, my experience when I was driving around is a lot of two-lane roads, or four lanes, if you will, two lanes in one direction became one lane. People kind of went down the middle, so that sort of created those slush tracks.
Oh, well, of course, and that kind of divides the two lanes, but you can see I'm going to get out of the way here with traffic coming up behind me. But yes, the tracks make it a little easier, I guess, to see the two lanes differentiating here on South Peters where it meets Decatur. But you can see in the middle the thick amount of snow that has accumulated that would make that division line for the two lanes. So yeah, it can be very tricky if you don't know what side of the street you're driving on with this amount of snowfall on the roadway. So it certainly makes for a very tricky situation for drivers.
And Olivia, you know, it looks like it's still coming down at a pretty good clip behind you. We're starting to hear from the North Shore some reports that in some places it's let up a bit. What's your experience there?
Well, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because this morning when we were reporting, starting at 6 o'clock this morning, we were listening to Rob Masson's report from the North Shore, and he started seeing snow before us here on the South Shore. We saw that freezing rain, that sleet, and so I was just talking to Steve Wolf from here. Oh, well, Rob said it's letting up on the North Shore. Maybe it's going to start letting up here on the South Shore in the New Orleans area, but so far, it doesn't appear that it's letting up anytime soon. It's been kind of like this with the gust of wind. We're right by the river too, so I don't know if that's making any type of difference, but we are kind of seeing that snow flying in our faces as we've been walking and navigating the French Quarter throughout this morning. But it looks like we live inside of a snow globe. We've been shaken up and turned upside down, and we're all kind of wondering what happened to New Orleans during this snowstorm, but it's pretty fun, it's pretty cool, and I think most people are enjoying it.
And Olivia, I mean, have you found a lot of people who happen to be in town visiting and they're like, what's going on here? I was not planning for this.
Oh, Meg, it's been interesting. I've talked to folks who are in town from Chicago, who they're used to snow like this, but they come to New Orleans for maybe a break away from the Windy City, and they're dealing with the snowstorm. I met a man from Central Florida, so he left seemingly tropical paradise to come to the Arctic tundra that is New Orleans. So it's been pretty interesting to talk to folks whose flights have since been canceled, and now they're trying to figure out a way to get home from here. One man said he rented a car and he's going to load up his family, and in the next couple days they're going to make the 8-hour trek back to Florida.
I don't know, we might be the tourist attraction, just as people from other parts of the country get a kick out of our reaction to this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been fun.
All right, thanks, Olivia.
And hopefully that sludge that she was showing us, the slushy, sludge that's right under that layer of snow, if the snow plows do come through in the next couple of hours, hopefully they're able to get some of that up to prevent a little bit of freezing. But of course, whatever's left behind and the temperatures stay cold, that's what can create that layer of ice.
And that's where you have to be careful too, because eventually you find yourself on a street that won't have that. Even, I'm not sure Canal will get that. I want to show you here a little Louisiana ingenuity. This is Jason Belandi and Miro, who, decided the way to get around is to modify your transportation. Jason's an avid outdoorsman, and he just put the airboat to good work. I don't like keeping secrets from the audience, so I probably, in full disclosure, Jason is, I guess, my nephew-in-law, my wife's niece's husband. I'm not sure he'd be happy me, claiming that, but no, he's an avid outdoorsman, great cook, and obviously, versatile and a little ingenuity there at work.
So is he giving rides around the neighborhood, Jim?
I don't know, but we could maybe cut a deal with him, Air 8 or something.
Yes, I love it. Give him a GoPro camera, and he's all set.
I have relatives up north who have snowmobiles, and half in jest. A couple of days ago, I said, "Man, what was I thinking? Why didn't we say, we'll pay for your gas, bring the snowmobiles down here, we'll put a live camera on the snowmobile." But who needs a snowmobile when you have, a little Louisiana ingenuity?
I could see Rob Krieger riding the snowmobile around the levee, giving us a great live shot. That would be entertainment.
That's true. I don't know. Do you trust him to drive it?
Maybe. Maybe.
He
It is
was
pretty
pretty good on a snowboard, I will say that. All right, Sabrina Wilson, in the meantime, has been talking to some people who are always not from New Orleans, too, some of the students at Xavier University, and here's what she found.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, right? We're on Euphrosyne Street, right behind the Fox 8 studio, which is a residential area. And there are kids out playing in the snow, all of this snow. I'm coming over to talk to you guys. How are you? Good. Good. So what do you think about all the snow?
Well, I think it's very fun and kind of crazy of how it's increasing. But it's getting a lot colder by the minute, but we still think it's a good day to play and come outside.
Yeah, and what about you?
It's a nice day today, but it's crazy about why it's going in my eyes.
Oh, the snowflakes are going in your eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know why? That's because the wind is blowing.
Yeah. Hey.
Are you going to make, like, snowballs or?
Snowball and snow angel and the man.
Oh, a snow angel as well?
Yeah.
So, is this your first time experiencing snow?
Yes.
Yeah, because it doesn't happen here in New Orleans a lot, right?
No, it doesn't.
So, this is a fun time for you guys?
Yes.
I see you adjusting to the snow that's flying in your eye. That's just a part of it, though, right?
Yeah, I know.
All right, thank you so much. These kids out here having fun, and all the snow in New Orleans right behind the Fox 8 studio. We want to pan over and show you just how much snow that has collected on the cars out here. And it's still coming down, and we anticipate it to continue coming down for a while. You know, if you dress for it, it's not too bad. Oh, look at that, snow angels. Keep going, kids. Keep going. Keep going. As you can see, and I'm out here with photographer Najee Yeruzadek. Most people in the station call him Rue. And so we want to show you. So, as you know, many of the homes in New Orleans are raised, and this home, they've taken protection by putting some type of material around the home to protect the pipes. Yes, indeedy, when it gets this cold, pipes are in jeopardy. But right now, it's all about the snow that's falling here on Euphrosyne Street. I'm Sabrina Wilson, back to you.
Oh, that's great. So forgive me, Sabrina had the Xavier students a little earlier, but that was fun, and it's incredible. You know, you get one of those kids of all ages sort of experience here, but there are so many parents who are just living this experience through their children.
I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event for a lot of people, and, you know, hopefully for the kids old enough, they'll remember this day for the rest of their lives. And I love the impromptu snow angels behind Sabrina there.
I was out in the quarter earlier and ran into a woman from Florida who's lived in New Orleans for 8 years. She's actually gone skiing in Colorado, but she had never been there when the snow was falling. So for the very first time in her life, she was seeing snow fall. Here. And which was totally unexpected. Yeah. And she was like a kid, just so excited, and just walking around the quarter, as were so many people this morning, just taking in the sights.
You should see the Fox 8 newsroom when we ran outside to check out the snow earlier before we came on the air. All right, let's check in with our Chris Welty now. He is live in the Marigny. And Chris, you've been out meeting people all day, also just enthralled with this snow.
Yeah, everyone's just loving it. A lot of people just taking pictures. We've seen people FaceTiming loved ones that might be out of town where they're not getting snow. And we've also seen people doing TikTok dances, recording those, and just really enjoying the weather. But we are at Elysian Fields and Burgundy. We're staying at Hotel Peter and Paul, but we decided to come to the neutral ground and just take a look at how deep the snow is here on the neutral ground. We sort of cleared out a path, and we haven't even like hit all the grass. Wait, there we go. There's some grass right there. But I mean, you can see just how deep it is next to my leg. it's amazing just seeing how much snow has accumulated in just a few hours. And Door Furniture is right across the street from us. It's sort of neat seeing their old-timey sign with the snow coming down. It's really cool. But also, we've seen a few people not only driving, we've seen the emergency personnel out here, but we've also seen, and just Whitney, watch your step, it gets a little deep in spots. We've seen people out here on bikes, and we're going to come talk to this gentleman, and you're clearing out some snow from your chain. What's your name, sir?
My name is Kenneth Nora.
Kenneth, nice to meet you,
Yeah.
and just talk about your overall thoughts on the snow. What's it like for you?
Well, this is the first time that it ever snowed in New Orleans like this, and a lot of folks don't get this snow. They don't know how to take care of themselves in this type of weather. Everybody is caught off base, and it's like it's the snow's good. You know, and like I say, you know, it's something that we never experienced in New Orleans, you know, and is back and forth to work and everything. But
And overall, it looks like you're pretty prepared for the weather.
Yeah.
You see, you have multiple layers here.
I have about 4 layers on and everything, you know. When I went this morning, it wasn't like this. But as soon as when I got to work, that's when the snow was coming down and everything. It's like about 7, it started coming down and everything. But I'm heading back home and everything. Well, I'm heading to work, on my other job and everything, and then I'm heading home.
Yes, sir. Tell us what you do for work that you had to come out in the snow like.
Well, I work at the hotel, at the Windsor Court Hotel. And after that, you know, I go to my little job. I cut meat at Quickies, right there on Franklin and Claiborne. So that's where I'm heading at right now, trying to get out this weather so I can get a little warm.
Yes, sir. And look, what's it been like riding a bike through this?
Well, part of it was okay until you came further down. The snow is like deep. You know, I thought they have grass up here, but it seems like they didn't have any grass. So technically, I had to walk it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've seen a handful of cars come through, and we see their tire tracks. As a cyclist, does it make it a little bit easier to navigate following those vehicle tracks?
No, no, because it's a mixture with rain and snow. You know, the mist and everything. It's a little slippery and everything, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. And everything.
Yes, sir. Well, look, stay safe, stay warm, and thank you so much for your time. We appreciate talking with you.
Okay.
All right, take care. But look, there's still a handful of people out here walking. Maybe we can catch this person right here as well. Hey, how you doing? We're on live TV. Just talk about just being out here in the snow. What's it like?
It's a beautiful day, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of crazy. I had to come just see all the beauty.
Are you from New Orleans?
I'm not. I grew up in Pennsylvania, so I was raised with this stuff.
Yeah, and seeing snow like this and snow accumulate, what's it like?
It's crazy. I mean, I've been here almost 15 years, certainly never seen it since then. So, I mean, it's something else.
And any advice? I mean, you grew up north. Any advice for people down south dealing with this?
Stay inside. Stay warm. Also, go Birds. Go Birds. We'll see y'all in February.
Our Chris Joseph and Meg Gatto, they probably love you for that. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you. So, you know, it's crazy to see so many people out here just walking. But once again, it's something that a lot of people have never experienced here in New Orleans, to see this much snow. And look, if we could take another little walk over this way, I want to show you the bike lane here along Elysian Fields, and just how much snow has accumulated in this area. And really, it is so picturesque with the big oak trees, iconic here in New Orleans, just draped with snow. But earlier today, we could clearly see the bike path, but now it's just completely covered. There are a handful of businesses in this area still open. There's a bar up the road that is still open, and we've also heard of a few bakeries that are open, and they were even handing out free baguettes to people in the area. So if you're looking for an open grocery store or a coffee shop like Starbucks is up the road, the majority of things are closed in this area, and likely they'll be closed a few more days. But reporting live in the Marigny, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Chris, so only because the Saints are not in contention, obviously, I will say I was cheering when that guy said that. Go Birds. But only because the Saints are not in contention.
You know, tell him this is a no-fly zone.
For sure, but...
Oops, we
just
lost his
Chris's audio. All right.
Too much snow on the microphone or something.
Having too much fun in Mandeville. All right, let's check in on the situation in Laplace now with our Maddie Kurth.
You know that scene in Narnia, right, when they walk through the wardrobe and they're all of a sudden in Narnia? You don't have to travel that far because Laplace is looking a whole lot like a winter wonderland Narnia right now. Check out this marshy, swampy area we found near the hotel here. We're right off the interstate, right off I-10, off of Highway 51, which connects I-10 to Airline. If the interstate was open, it's been hours now since 4 a.m. that I-10 has been closed here in Laplace all the way through the metro and out to Slidell for good reason too. Check out the ground here. This was once a blank parking lot, even just a couple hours ago. No snow on the ground. Of course, not the case here. We have a lot of line workers staying at this hotel as well. They're bracing and prepping for in case anything happens to the power, but so far it hasn't been too bad. We did have one emergency to report here in Laplace on Tuesday morning, a home fire, a single family home in which the fire just completely overtook on the roof. The fire chief tells me it's likely that the fire started near the chimney, so something related to this winter storm here. It's really unfortunate. The good news, though, fire chief reports no injuries and says that that family does have a place to stay tonight, somewhere warm where they can regroup and rebuild. Check out the snowfall totals here. There's a couple of cars that have been parked and obviously haven't been moved, so they've accumulated quite a lot of snow. I'll do my best little chop here and see if I can get, oh yeah, all the way down. Oh, sorry, Cole, just threw all that snow on you there. But that is a nice hefty amount of snow that's fallen. And check this, still falling. So what do you do when you have this much snow? Well, you'd like it to be a little bit more wet for this activity, but you make your best attempt at a snowman. And if you're me, you make your 5th best attempt at a snowman because I've been trying this all morning. This is the closest I can get. But look, leave it to the crew from New Orleans to bust out a random music stand and use that as a makeshift snow shovel. Thankfully, we had some really nice, proper Northerners, visitors from Detroit who came over and helped me get this thing going, but I really think I'm a lost cause here. So, do you want to build a snowman? Probably not with me, if you're really being honest, but this is my best attempt. And we've been out here all morning. We're finally going to get some rest here. Look, they say that the snowman's magic comes from his hat, so thank you to the crew of Muses for throwing these reusable throws last year. They came really in handy for me today, and we'll give him a proper Mardi Gras send-off. So, the snowman and me, Maddie Kurth, reporting here in Laplace. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And that's good. He looked a little cold, so we appreciate that, Maddie. She might want to hang on to that snow shovel.
Right. Also, I saw what she was doing there. She needs to sing that next time. Do you want to build a snowman? Because Maddie has a great voice. So she can sing that next time for us.
Okay, acapella. There you're right.
You know
yes.
what I'm talking about?
I got it. I have a 7-year-old granddaughter. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, you got it. All right, let's check in with Don Tron now. He is live in Slidell for us.
A while ago from Rob Nasson and how the snow was slacking off near his area here. But check out here, it's been pretty much a consistent snowfall since the morning. This snow drift, depending on how the wind blows through, it's really pushing all the snow piling up against this cone. And take a look at some of the accumulation that we've seen. I checked in with the National Weather Service. They tweeted out a couple of hours ago that some of
All right, a little bit of a technical issue there with Ton's microphone, so hopefully we'll get that worked out and be able to get back to him. But in the meantime, you know, there's a lot of people working here today at Fox 8, a lot of people stuck in the newsroom, and so they wanted to enjoy the snow as well before some of us had to actually begin our shifts.
And before that, we may have worked the gremlins out. Do we have time? Let's go back to him.
All right.
Well, John and Meg, I was saying earlier, I checked in with the National Weather Service on Twitter, or formerly Twitter on X. They said about 7 to 8 inches has fallen in some of the areas from New Orleans to Baton Rouge, and that's certainly some of the areas that we've seen here. It hasn't slacked off at all, and what's interesting to me is that if we were dealing with 7 to 8 inches of rainfall, we'd be in misery, but obviously, as you've seen through the multiple live shots on Fox 8, all through the morning into the afternoon, 7 to 8 inches of snow, people are celebrating. But again, I think I have to caution folks that this is going to probably get a bit worse as we're going into the evening hours, because if you come over here, Jim, some of the areas that are going to be exposed underneath that, you can see some of the ice that's forming right now. This is going to be very slick. And until we get some either road treatments or plows into this area, it's really going to be up to Mother Nature to take care of this ice that we're seeing to start piling up here. We spoke with Slidell Police Chief Randy Fandel a little while ago, earlier in the afternoon. He says he hasn't seen and hadn't had any major reports of accidents because people are listening to the first responders and staying off the road. Most of the activity we've seen has been families coming out and checking out the scene and having their first experience with winter. And what I find interesting for me, myself, I came back from upstate New York a little while ago visiting my mother. We had no snow up there. Come back to southeast Louisiana, and here we are. Most of the business here are shut down. There is a Waffle House just down a couple of blocks here. They're open, and that's obviously the case for every Waffle House because they're not going to shut down unless there's a mandatory evacuation order. That's probably going to be the spot that Jim and I are going to be enjoying dinner later tonight, but obviously we have a little ways to go. Again, Police Chief Randy Fandel here is urging people to stay home, stay inside. If you're going to go sightseeing, do it from either your front porch or right in your front yard. The snow is going to be the same here, and funny enough, we've had a lady that was visiting here from Marrero. She said she came up to stay in Slidell because she was worried about power outages. She's staying at the same hotel that we're staying, and she scooped up a couple of cups of ice and said that it's going to be a snowball. I asked her how it tasted and whether she doctored it up at all. She said that she had 2 snowballs and they were delicious. Now, I don't encourage people to do that, and in case you're trying to find snow, it's going to be all around. Just make sure it's the proper snow and not the colored snow that's going to be around you. Reporting live in Slidell, Ton Trung, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks, Ton. And as I was saying before we had Ton's microphone back, that a lot of people here at Fox 8 also enjoying the snow. For example,
you were saying they were working.
They were working, maybe enjoying the snow before they had to work, or maybe working while they enjoyed
coffee
the snow.
break, something like that.
It's kind of the lines are a little bit blurred today. Anyways, they had a little snowball fight. There's a whole bunch of people out there enjoying it. There's Zach Fradella. Is that him standing back there?
Oops.
Attempting to throw a snowball.
For the record, let us point out that Caitlin, the producer, started it.
You know, the snow, as we said, it's not the best to make a snowball unless you add maybe a little bit of water to it, and then you can really get a nice hard, you know, snowball going and then throw it at somebody and win that snowball fight.
Then it'll melt. You know, people taking pictures of their kids, a lot of people taking pictures of their animals out and about. It's been funny to watch people as they were walking their dogs around places too.
Yeah, and a lot of people also enjoyed snowboarding today, like in Kenner. Some people actually were snowboarding on the back of a truck. There you go, they're all hooked up. We saw this earlier too on St. Charles Avenue, which is incredible. But here's snowboarding in Kenner, courtesy of, you know, a truck and just pulling them through the neighborhood. Actually, it's not even a truck. Look at that. Now, that might be a different
Is that a
shot.
lawnmower?
I don't know what that is. A lawnmower. Wow. I love how creative people are getting with this.
Recommended use of a lawnmower. Hey, disengage the blade. All right, now we have the animal pictures. So I got out of order there, but we're seeing a lot of people out and about. I will say that the dog's reaction was often interesting, as they were so many times saying, what in the world is this stuff?
Like the people, a lot
like
of the animals
people.
have
right,
never seen snow before, never experienced it. I bet putting their little paws in it and like, this is cold. What's going on here?
That's good. Let's go back inside, Mom.
It's kind of fun. And really everybody has been out enjoying the snow today. Look at the kids. Look how sweet. Everybody's all bundled up, of course, with their hats and their gloves and just enjoying it. Trying to make snowballs, trying to make snowmen.
Well, and you're
look at that. There's Olaf and Princess Elsa from Frozen. Speaking of Frozen, how cute. What were we saying, John?
So, no, you're like the Frozen expert.
Well,
I've seen it.
I do have 2 little girls who like Frozen a lot.
Who I gather were having a good time out in the snow themselves
They were.
today.
You know, when we walked outside, my youngest was sticking her tongue out trying to eat the snow. They said, Mommy, is it okay to eat the snow? I said, yes, as long as it falls from the sky. Don't pick it up off the ground like in the street or something. But they were loving it.
Lots of snow angels.
Yes.
Great fun. And then, you know, sometimes you just have to improvise.
With an ice chest.
Little ice chest sledding here.
You know what this kind of reminds me of? Remember all those years we did Endymion, John, inside the Superdome, and you'd see people riding their ice chests, like a motorized ice chest around the dome, and we'd always think, wow, how creative are these people? Now, you've got an ice chest pulling you through the snow. All right.
Nice big yard
I
to
love
do it
it.
in La Ranger, too, so we appreciate that. And thanks to all the folks sending us these pictures, by the way.
The NOPD horses also enjoying the snow today. Look at all bundled up, those horses. I think they're also probably like, what is going on here? Oh, is that the mini horse? They have that little mini pony.
Kind of the mascot.
Yes. And they're taking it all in from the stables there.
Same sort of thing. What in the world is going on here? This is skiing on Algiers Point. Nothing like it.
Oh, and they're getting so into it. Look at that with the poles. They've got the position down.
It's not quite cross-country skiing, but it's, you know, it's not complete downhill either, but they've got a pretty good form.
And, you know, Rob Krieger was snowboarding earlier at the Fly, and he was saying, you know, it's kind of a pain. You have to take the snowboard off every time and walk the hill, but at least you could do it. I mean, what an experience to say you went snowboarding, or in this case, skiing in New Orleans.
With your dogs.
Crazy. All right, and then our Fox 8 crew, you know, we have seen people out and about today on the roads, and of course, if anyone had trouble, we were trying to assist them the best we could. Here's an example of that.
Forward, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah!
Local first!
So this must have been right outside the station here.
I think this may have been the Xavier student.
This
who
is, yes.
They decided, you know.
This is the story Bruce
was
was
trying to
telling
get
us
around
earlier.
and realized that they just couldn't get up above that rut we've talked about, and just couldn't get the traction. I mentioned earlier I was driving around. I had pretty good luck. I have a four-wheel drive vehicle. There was one spot where I had the most trouble, and that was getting in the parking lot because it had just a very thin layer. And you know, the four-wheel drive is great, but if you have four wheels on ice, it's four wheels on ice, and it really doesn't help you that much.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, my only point of concern was when I came to a red light. I had stopped, and then when I started to go again, I had a little bit of trouble getting going.
We actually did this from another angle. We did two angles here.
Hey, you know what? They're capturing the news as it happens,
There
right?
you go.
But I'm glad they're able to help those
He was
folks out.
able to get back to, you know, I think the advice was, hey, go, you know, move, you know, move yourself into a nice, safe spot and stay there.
Well, you know, and you don't realize how much snow has fallen sometimes. If you're inside, or maybe you step outside for just a quick minute, and you think, okay, I can make a quick run to wherever, you know, this person was going. Maybe they were moving their vehicle, I don't know. But you might not realize it, especially with that sedan, a low sedan, and then you realize, oh, wow, we've got like 6 inches or something on the ground here. I mean, this could be a dangerous situation.
Sure, and I was traveling around from about 8 o'clock until maybe about 11:30 off and on, and at the very end, I will say, in the last half hour, which is a few hours now, it was really, the roads were really starting to get challenging in places. It obviously depends on how much snow has fallen, how much friction there's been on the roadway from just repeat use. The more traveled roads, it made a big difference, but I think the worst of the travel in some places may be still ahead of us.
Well, and that's why a number of places are actually instituting curfews taking place tonight, and one of those places is St. James Parish. We have the parish president, Pete Dufresne, joining us now by phone. Mr. Dufresne, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Good, thank you. So tell us about this curfew. It begins around 11, I believe?
Well, it had began immediately upon execution earlier today, and it's going to extend through tomorrow at noon as of right now. After having conversations with our sheriff earlier today, you know, they was faced with a few incidences on the roadway where people were getting themselves in a little trouble, you know, with the icy roads and sliding off, and the bridges too were being impacted. So after having some communications with him, he and I thought it was best that we just issued a curfew that should be in effect now.
You know, obviously a lot of these hospitals have a storm team that they use for hurricanes, for example. There are a lot of businesses that have got their people in place if they need to stay in business. In terms of your chemical plants upriver, what's their situation? If somebody's trying to get to a job somewhere, what kind of feedback are they going to encounter from a police officer?
Well, normally the industry partners usually have all this lined up in advance, and they usually require their workers to stay in place and their security personnel before the event happens. But in an event such like this, if somebody really needs to be somewhere, I guess we're gonna try to do what we can to make arrangements to help them get there. But right now, the roads, it's not like a hurricane type situation where just the winds are blowing. The roads are really impassable right now. The ice is so packed on the roads, it's like walking across plastic. So it is too dangerous for folks to be out on the roadway. So we're going to try everything we can to enforce that.
And Mr. Dufresne, I mean, what are you hearing in terms of obviously you don't have salt resources. The state has brought in some trucks but it's a lot of real estate. So what's your outlook for when the roads might be passable? Are you even at a point
we
where you can say
thinking
that?
tomorrow there may be a brief melting period, sometimes tomorrow afternoon, but then we thinking they may even get worse by tomorrow evening, tomorrow night, as the temperatures drop again, and it's going to be even more icy. We don't know that yet, but we're going to do what we can with the equipment we have. If we have to get on with some rubber tire excavators or whatever we have that may be able to help clear some roadways for emergency routes, like you said, to and from the hospital and things like that. But as of right now, as well as we all do, John, we're not equipped to handle this type of event here in South Louisiana. So we're just going to do the best we can with what we have.
We have heard reports of some parishes putting down salt or maybe even sand in some cases. Is there a plan to do either of those on your roads to try to help clear them a little bit?
Yes, as soon as we can get out and about, Meg, yes, we will plan on doing some type of road clearing and sand and salt and whatever have you. We've been in constant contact with DOTD, and they're doing the best they can, too, with the resources they have. So we will work together with DOTD and get things back to normal as fast as we can.
What are your water departments and fire departments telling you that, the advice in most of the parishes is that sort of pencil lead or spaghetti lead stream of water? We haven't had, fortunately, a lot of issues yet, as far as we know, with water pressure, or certainly not with electricity.
Right. So we are in pretty good shape with all of our utility infrastructures right now. Our water plants are in good shape. Everything's running good, and like you said, though, the crunch time never really happened yet. But we encourage everybody to wrap their pipes in advance, in lieu of running water. But we do know some residents still have to faucets, so we asking that they do drip a spaghetti thin drip if that's at all necessary to do so. We've been in communication with our industry partners who use the majority of the water that we produce, so we've been in cooperation with them, and they've been in cooperation with us, should I say, and we've been throttling back on some of the industry partners to keep our reserves up in case there is a house fire or for the residents' consumption, the old folks' home, things of that nature. As of right now, we're in good shape. I was speaking with Entergy just a few minutes ago, and in South Vacherie, we will have, it sounds like they're planning on a very, very short power outage for a couple minutes or so they can make a switch. They need to switch their infrastructure to a different switch, they call it. So the residents in South Vacherie may experience a brief interruption in electricity, but it's going to just be for momentarily, and then it'll be put back on.
Do you have any warming shelters open in St. James Parish? And if so, how many people are staying there?
Yes, Meg. We have 3 warming shelters that's open and available. We have one at the Lutcher Senior Center, the Convent Senior Center, and on the West Bank at the Welcome Senior Center. All are equipped with generators. But as of this morning, we only had 1 person in the warming shelter at the Lutcher Senior Center. But we will keep them available and operational. In the event we should lose power, then we're going to have some way to get these folks to a warm building.
Well, Mr. Dufresne, as you pointed out, we have so far been in kind of the fun part of this story, where there's this winter wonderland and kids experiencing snow for the first time in their lives, and maybe a snowman, and all of us just taking in the spectacle of this. But there is a serious aspect to this that will kind of kick in, and what's your advice to people as we get ready for kind of the next stages here?
Right. Well, my advice is, again, just to do the best you can to stay off the roadways, even though when you think it's passable. Because, like I said, I think the biggest threat is going to be tomorrow evening after the temperatures drop back down below freezing and it ices up again. We certainly don't want cars sliding off the roadway and hitting power poles and knocking them down and causing power interruptions like that just because of something like that, you know. Entergy works hard and does a good job to keep the power on as much as they can. So we need to do our part and use a little common sense, you know, and stay off the roadways and try to avoid anything that's avoidable.
And Mr. Dufresne, I mean, are you expecting that this could be another situation with not only tomorrow are things closed, out of commission, but possibly now even into Thursday because of this threat of the freezing roadways?
Right. Well, I don't want to speak too fast, Meg, but I'm thinking it may look like we still may be affected by the commuting hours on Thursday morning. So we got to take that a little bit at a time. We're going to do a better evaluation of Thursday. We're going to do a better evaluation of that on tomorrow. But yes, you're right. It possibly could extend into Thursday at noon.
Okay.
All right, Pete Dufresne, St. James Parish President, we appreciate your time, sir. And
absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Good luck to all the folks in St. James Parish. Thank you.
And good to hear that they don't have any major events yet. You know, they haven't had a whole lot of incidents, no major power outages, so people are kind of just holding steady and enjoying the snow. But as we know, John, as you said, the other shoe is yet to drop.
And very fortunate, Amber Wheeler, that this did not start as an ice storm, but for the most part, pretty quickly a snow event.
That's right. This all mostly fell as snow. We did see a little sleet earlier this morning, but mostly seeing snow there. These are our Viper estimated snow totals. These are not from you. This is what Viper thinks has fallen. So we're getting some ground truth here, but anywhere between 8 and 10 for parts of the South Shore. I do believe that some of these numbers are a little inflated. I think it's picking up on that heavier plume that moved through the bayou parishes earlier. But on the North Shore, around that 4 to 6 inch range, even around coastal Mississippi. Here's where we started earlier this morning. You can see the upper atmospheric winds here really feeding into the storm, and here's where we're at. We're now getting some drier air getting brought in, which is why the North Shore is starting to see that snow get shut off. We're pulling in that dry air as we speak. So if you're in Washington Parish, you've probably seen your snow stop here, northern Tangipahoa Parish. Same for you as well. You certainly could see a little bit of light snow try to move in from the west, but the heaviest stuff is now moved on from you. And you can see here still getting that light to pockets of moderate snow through coastal Mississippi, all around the lake into the New Orleans metro. And you can see where we have these darker colors here. That's where we're getting the plumes of moderate snow now moving into the metro. So if you look out your window and you're in New Orleans right now and you see those big fat flakes, that's pretty much going to continue here for a while before we get to the lighter snow behind it. A little lighter snow there starting to move into Houma. But take a look at the rain snow line. It is offshore by 30 and 40 miles south of Grand Isle. So we are seeing snow everywhere in southeast Louisiana at this hour, but it is showing signs that it's going to start to end later on this evening. You can see here the edge of it now pushing into parts of central Louisiana. It's also given us a lot of strong wind gusts. These are the strongest wind gusts we've seen since midnight. We had 46-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the lakefront. You saw Juan there on the lakefront. We also had Jacob Bradford showing us those wind gusts with that sideways snow that it was giving us, and wind gusts all around 30 and 35. Even the New Orleans International Airport picking up a 38-mile-per-hour wind gust. So we are looking at these wind gusts sticking around for several more hours. So what you feel is what we're going to continue seeing through the evening. And then we'll see those numbers start to drop off as we head into tonight and into tomorrow morning. In fact, a big drop off into tomorrow morning. Right now, temperatures, they are in the mid to upper 20s. It is very cold. All the snow that's falling right now, it's falling as dry snow. But again, it is starting to end on the North Shore. I do want to point out that this particular model thinks that we're still seeing snow to the north. So we know that this model is a little behind what's actually happening. But I do think what's going to happen is we'll start to see an end to the South Shore at some point this evening, and then we clear out. out. And then we have the temperatures plunge tonight down to, in some cases, the teens and 20s. The model's trying to flirt with some single digits here on the North Shore by tomorrow morning. Take a look at this. We've got clear skies. Could see a little bit of patchy freezing fog as well. That's something I'm watching. You see the model's trying to pick up on some single digits there on the North Shore. But what's also going to happen here is we're going to have full sun on Wednesday. Temperatures return to the mid to upper 30s, so it is going to be warmer. We're going to be above freezing. So what's going to happen is we're going to start seeing melting of the snow we have right now. So in your yard right now, you've got that fluffy snow. Well, tomorrow we're going to have a melted layer on top of that by the time you get to Wednesday evening and those temperatures do drop. So you're going to have that hard layer there. Your sidewalks, probably a good idea at some point this evening to maybe go out and brush those off, because by the time we get to tomorrow, we'll get some melting, but we'll get refreezing as well, which means we've got the ice concerns at that point, and you're also going to have that snow a little harder to move on Wednesday evening into Thursday morning. That will help you. It will save you some heartache, especially on your front steps. Go ahead and get that off of there once the snow does stop. And then we'll take another plunge as we head into Wednesday night and into Thursday morning. So the next few mornings here, it's going to be all about the cold. We'll really be able to see tomorrow how that sun melts the ice or melts the snow. And then I think that we're going to still continue seeing those pretty treacherous roads there on Thursday morning. But take a look at the temperatures, how they rebound quickly. And all that snow is going to be gone here very soon, as we've got temperatures back into the 40s there on Thursday and into Friday. We're still staying chilly for seasonal standards here, but we're getting above, well above freezing. And then we've got those temperatures back to the 50s and 60s as we head into this weekend. So large changes here in the weather just in the next few days. But I think what we'll really be watching, John and Meg, is going to be Wednesday when we get that full sun. We know that the roads are going to melt a bit, especially those darker roads, especially the asphalt roads. But at that point, it's how much is going to melt, and then how much of it's going to refreeze, which most of it will, where we have the melted rain, melted snow. And I believe we do have a press conference we're going to go to. I'm going to send it back to you, John and Meg.
Well, it's unbelievable to see, too, on Amber's 7-day forecast there. 64, I think it's 64, right, on Sunday, Amber? I mean, that's crazy when you think about what we're experiencing today in just a few short days to be up to the 60s.
And then the question is, how many periods of really serious cold do we have between now and then?
Yeah.
Looking at, temperatures in the, not quite the single digits, but,
Right.
on the North Shore, 10 degrees, because if you hadn't heard, Bruce and his team had knocked down the forecast for the temperatures going low, and that's the other thing about the whole event is we wait, by the way, for a news conference from Governor Landry, an update on where things stand.
Yeah.
We'll have snow in New Orleans, not this kind of snow, but you'll get a snow, once every 7, 8, 10 years, whatever it is.
Like
and then it melts the next day.
Right,
and
exactly.
maybe you built a snowman and maybe you didn't, and it's a fun little thing, and oh, wish that happened a little more often. In this case, we have an event where, you may see, we'll see what evaporation does to these pretty trees that are dusted in snow, but we may have this last for a while. Let's go to Governor Landry in Baton Rouge.
Also, I want to give a huge thank you to our first responders, emergency managers, utility workers, and others who have been working to keep us safe. You help them and make their job safer when you stay off the road and you heed our warnings. Again, I'd like to give another big shout out to Governor Sanders and her Arkansas crew, who are really helping us in bringing down the resources necessary to fight this snow fight that we've been dealing with over the last 12 hours. And while this has really been a historic and magical day, and at times for many, it seemed as though God has kind of basically stopped a moment in time, and all of the useless noise of our average day have gone by, and kids have had an opportunity to see a part of nature here in South Louisiana that we never get to see. There's going to be a natural inclination that when the snow stops, that the problem is going to stop, but that's not true. Actually, the problems are actually going to begin. This winter wonderland that we're seeing right now is going to end, and a hard freeze is going to begin. So the fun is going to come to a quick end. And for many of us out there, the work is really going to begin. Jay is going to come in and talk to us in more depth about the forecast and what we're going to see over the next 24 to 36 hours. But the bottom line is that it is getting ready to be dangerously, and I repeat, dangerously cold over the next several days. So even if you think that the roads are starting to clear up, please continue to listen to local and state officials before you get back on the road. Because as the snow is cleared and the temperatures drop, if the road is not dried and we get a phenomenon called black ice, which means you cannot see a very thin layer of ice on the road, and it is extremely, extremely dangerous. So you may think that the road is clear and safe, but it is not. So we want you to stay off the road. It takes longer for snow and ice to melt in shaded areas as well. So you want to be extra careful, even when you're walking about or going on a sidewalk or whatnot, or even around your home. Because again, as the snow melts, the temperature drops, you're going to get freeze, this layer of ice that'll lay over your hard surfaces. So we want you to be careful. So initial reports have indicated, like I said earlier, that most of you are staying off the road. And again, I would just please urge you to stay off the road. That gives our crews the opportunity to clear the snow and the ice to allow those roads to start to dry. And after Jay, we'll bring Joe Donahue in with DOTD, and he'll start to talk about how they're going to start to clear those roads from west to east. Remember, again, we want you to check on your neighbors, especially the elderly out there. Make sure you check on your relatives and friends who may need assistance. It's important for you to realize that, again, over the next 24 to 36 hours, very few stores or gas stations may be open. So again, stay off the road, stay warm, stay safe. There will most likely be an increase in power outages as we wait for the weather to improve. And so again, be diligent and remember that, again, go to virtual.la.gov if you can. That will give you a good indication of what we're dealing with: power outages, weather events, road closures, and whatnot. Remember again that the state is responsible for our state highways, and that parish and cities are responsible for their local roads. We are working with them to try to clear those roadways as quickly as possible. And so again, be patient with the parish and local officials as well. Again, we urge citizens to go to virtual.la.gov. There is a lot of good information, up-to-date information. We are updating them as things happen on the ground. There, you will see them they're able to be placed up on virtual.la.gov. Again, for road information, you can go to DOTD's 511la.org. That's 511la.org. And for those of you who have the Get a Game Plan app, you know all the information that I'm putting out right now is available there. If you haven't, you get it. You can have an opportunity to download that app as well.
All right, looks like we have a little bit of a technical issue there with that feed coming in from Baton Rouge and the governor's office. We're going to work to get that fixed.
Dangerously cold.
Okay.
I cannot express to you, again, what we just went through was the easy part. And J.O. explained to you how those temperatures are going to drop. And so as we do that, the next 24 to 36 hours, we really need your help to stay off the roadways. We're going to go ahead and close our state offices on Thursday as well. That tells you about how severe this weather event is. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Jay.
Well, thank you, Governor. And one of the things we'd like to do also is a big shout out to our partners, the National Weather Service, who have played a big role in getting the state prepared and working us through this event. So I want to thank them personally for the help that they've provided in terms of getting us ready and now working through this event. As the governor pointed out, the fun, that was today. And for many of you, for most of you, this is the biggest snow event of your life. In fact, for the state, at least for the southern part of the state, this is going to rank amongst the top 2 or 3 in terms of significant or major snow events. So Enjoy it while you can, because as the governor also points out, the work begins now. Tonight is going to be much colder than it was last night into early this morning. Don't think that this morning was the test case for your pipes. It is tonight. Temperatures are going to drop down into the teens, even the low teens in some neighborhoods, and wind chills could get down to 10 degrees or below in terms of their absolute minimum as we get into the early hours tomorrow. That's where we're going to see a significant impacts on infrastructure, and that's right down to the home level, where homes just aren't built to handle this kind of cold. If you haven't wrapped your pipes yet, please do it if you have a susceptible problem there, because tonight's going to get them if you're not ready. And as the governor pointed out, this is not over in terms of temperatures. We're going to slide down to those bitterly cold temperatures tonight, teens for many of you. But during the day tomorrow, while the sun will come out, we're still going to be looking at temperatures that are at or below freezing through the better part of the day. Now, with a little bit of sunshine, that may allow those roads that do get plowed to dry up a bit, to get that moisture off of the road under the sunshine. Even with those chilly afternoon temperatures, dry those spots in the road out for the evening. But where the liquid, where the moisture remains, that is going to refreeze and refreeze hard as we get into Wednesday evening into Thursday, and Thursday evening into Friday even. So that's why the governor's decided to go ahead and call Thursday as a closed day, because travel on Thursday morning as well could be a problem in those roads that haven't been cleared. Folks, this is a prolonged hard freeze event. You need to be prepared for it. Take those precautions now, and certainly check on your neighbors and your loved ones. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Jay. And I believe we have Joe Donahue is joining us by Zoom as well. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Joe.
Thank you, Governor. I'd first off like to start by reiterating what the governor and Jay had just said, that the roads will not be safe tomorrow. We will be working actively. We continue to be in a 24-hour operation mode and have transitioned from pre-treatment to snow removal and treatment with salt. Be also aware that these operations involve slow-moving vehicles and equipment. And so if you do find yourself on the road, be cognizant of that, pay attention, and please watch out for the salt spreaders and other equipment, snow plows that are out there on the road. We did have an incident this morning on I-10 near the Texas border, where one of our salt spreaders was involved in a collision. And so I just urge everyone to stay home. And if you do get out on the road, please be aware of your surroundings and look out for our personnel and our equipment that's out there on the road trying to open our routes across the state. The good news that I have to report is that all of our designated priority routes are currently open and are expected to remain open. And so these involve those at-grade roadways that do not have the structures, the long bridges over water. And so as things currently stand, we do have pathways east to west, west to east of the state, as well as north to south. So as far as moving forward, as the precipitation stops, we are going to expand our efforts to preserve those existing designated routes and then expand beyond that to other secondary routes, which, as we discussed yesterday, includes primarily interstates and our U.S. routes. And once those are also secured, we will then switch to the remainder of our state highways. And so as things progress, you can continue to monitor the status of road closures on 511la.org and virtualla.gov, as the governor mentioned. And with that, Governor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Joe. And again, look, before I turn it over to Colonel Hodges, as you just heard Joe say, we had an incident this morning under which someone ran into the back of one of our salt spreaders. Again, for those citizens out there, if every time that happens, it takes assets that we're using to clear the roadways to make it safer for everyone to return back to work and back to a normal travel day. And so again, that's one of the reasons. It's a prime example of why we want you to stay off the road. So again, as Joe said, if you have to be on the road, then take additional time, go real slow, and just be on the lookout for all of those DOTD and first responders out there that are working to keep that roadway safe for you. With that, I'll turn it over to Colonel Hodges.
Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Robert Hodges, Superintendent, Louisiana State Police. Throughout the day, troopers have been on constant patrol, working closely with Louisiana DOTD and our local first responders to monitor road conditions. As many area roadways and interstate systems remain closed and unsafe to travel, we continue to urge our residents to avoid getting in their vehicle and getting on the roadways. As of this afternoon, troopers have responded to over 50 weather-related crashes and calls for service throughout the state. The vast majority of these crashes are from vehicles driving off of the road and driving too fast for the cold conditions. When travel lanes are not visible on the roadway, it's extremely difficult to navigate, and you are very, very likely to lose control of your vehicle. Many of these crashes are the result of unnecessary travel. It's extremely difficult for many people to stay home. But as the governor and others have already said, enjoy this magical moment with your family and the snow and remain home and enjoy the opportunity of a lifetime for many. When you travel on the road, you not only place motorists in danger, but also our first responders and of course our DOTD personnel who are trying to clear the roads as soon as possible to make sure we can get back to regular conditions. Stay weather aware by following our social media accounts for the latest conditions and safety information throughout this event. In closing, I want to remind everyone to listen to their local officials and follow their directives in the cities and the parishes. Many have curfews and restrictions. You need to heed to those directives across the state. Please stay safe, stay warm, and stay home, Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Hodge. Finally, again, I'd like to give a big shout out to our GOSEP director, Jacques Thibodeau, and his crew over here at GOSEP, who has been working around the clock. Certainly, they started about 8 days ago preparing for this event and helping to ensure that we had the resources and pulling the agencies together. So far, things have been going about as well as we could. As you heard Colonel Hodges say again, if you stay off the roadway, you will make it easier for us to get back to normal travel as the weather improves. And that is extremely important. You put yourself in danger and also those that are trying to clear the roadway as well. And so again, 24, 36 more hours, Louisiana, if you can just hang in there. I would love to end this event with the minimum amount of damage to property and certainly the no loss of life. Again, the important thing tonight is to remember, before you go to bed, if you have a space heater, unplug it, turn it off. Make sure that your smoke detectors are functioning, your carbon monoxide detectors are functioning. Look at the list of things, the precautionary items that we have on virtual.la.gov. That checklist will save your life and save your property as well. Because as those temperatures start to drop, the fear that we all have is fire. And we do not want any loss of life or any loss of property as well. So again, as the temperatures drop, remember that if you were on the roadway today, I want you to know that travel tonight, early tomorrow morning, and throughout the day is going to be different. Though that snow is going to turn into ice. So don't think, well, I was able to get out to the store today and it wasn't that bad. It's going to be a different day tomorrow. Stay off the roadway. And so with that, we'll start to take some questions.
All right, everybody. We're going to try this out via Teams. If you could raise your hand on Teams and we'll start in the order that we get them. So someone had their hand raised and disappeared. All right. See Miss Julie O'Donoghue.
Hi, Governor. Thank you for having this press availability. It's very helpful. I was curious about whether the correctional facilities have been affected. Do they have heat? And do the people who work in them, the correctional officers and the inmates who live there, have access to extra blankets or clothes given the cold weather that's coming?
Julie, yesterday's press conference, our Secretary of Corrections, Gary Westcott, was here yesterday and briefed us. At this time, I know of no incidents under which there's any change in the correctional system. If you know something that I don't, please let us know. I'll be more than happy to check in with him. But normally, if there's trouble, I'm the first one to hear about it. So, you know, my motto is no news seems to be good news for me right now. But he briefed us on that, and he was here yesterday in case any of those questions did come up. But all of the facilities seem to be ready to have handled this weather event.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next we have Mr. Greg LaRose.
Thank you, Governor. What can you tell us in regards to the risk for power outages? Is the worst past us? Does it still lie ahead? And if you have any specific information with regards to Lafayette utilities, it looks like that's where the biggest problem is right now.
Yes, and again, if you go to virtual.la.gov, there is a power outage map where citizens can go to determine, you know, what areas are experiencing power outages. I know that I'd heard from Entergy and Clico and a number of other of our utility companies. They have pre-staged certain assets and resources in anticipation for power outages. Again, the snow events seem to be a little more kinder on the power lines than freezing rain. But again, remember, the ground is going to be wet as snow thaws and then turns to ice. We may start to see some additional power outage issues. I know specifically Lafayette seems to be having some issues. I don't know what they are. I would urge you to contact LUS or Lafayette Consolidated Government to find that out. We'll be happy to try to find those answers for you as well.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, next question is from Brooke. I don't have a last name. Brooke?
Hi, this is Brooke from WRKF. I just wanted some clarification. State offices are closed Wednesday and Thursday. I thought I heard Jay say Thursday, but I thought I heard the governor say just Wednesday.
No, yesterday we had them closed for today and tomorrow. We made a decision just a while ago after Jay gave me a briefing, and I believe the Commission Administration should be putting that information out that state offices will be closed on Thursday as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no other hands raised through Teams. As orderly as we can, is there anyone that has called in have a question for the governor?
Well, look, thank you. I know that this was an unusual, I guess, virtual press conference. We do appreciate those that were able to participate. We were following our own warning and cautionary rules that we put out so that we want to minimize the amount of people on the roadway. I appreciate the press dialing into this. Again, if there is a message out there for Louisianians, it is to stay off the road, stay warm, and stay tuned to local and state updates as this weather event continues to unfold. Thank you so much.
All right, you were just listening to Governor Jeff Landry give an update on the situation there, and you heard him, advise people to please continue to stay off the roads because While this is a fun snow event today, this is going to turn into a very dangerous ice event in the next couple of days. State troopers already responding to over 50 crashes today alone. And again, that's before the ice really begins to form and we have more traffic issues. In the meantime, the governor declaring that Thursday is going to be a closed day for government office buildings. So as we've been hearing, that could potentially impact schools and other offices as well. Again, Wednesday now closed. Thursday for government office buildings will be closed as well. And if you need information on roadway closures, 511la.org. That is the website you can go to find out when roads will be reopened. The governor saying that salt spreaders are going to be utilized as well as snow plows. They're going to work on emergency routes first to help those first responders who need to get around, then the interstate and then state highways. All right, let's get out to our Bruce Katz now, who is live out in the field with one of the snow plows that will be helping to clear the area roadways. Bruce?
Snow plows, thankfully, because snow plows right now around the state are really hard to come by. So an Indiana company came to New Orleans, and as you can see, these trucks are equipped with plows in the front, and they're all hydraulic, as you can see here. The truck goes, it can actually lift the hydraulic and scrape the ground to a point where it can get within 1/4 of an inch of the asphalt and clear out the entire way. As we were coming here, they had an NOPD that was struggling to get up the Crescent City connection. And again, the snowplow put his plow down, gave him a free lane to go into, and the NOPD had no issue at all. Now, what they're saying is that they should be able to, in the next 8 to 10 hours, get most of the major arteries cleared up. We're talking Crescent City connection, parts of the area around Causeway, some of the overpasses there. So certainly it's going to be a big deal. Right now, we're off of General de Gaulle on the West Bank, and you can see the snow is really coming down hard. Let's take a look over here. Here is the off-ramp to General de Gaulle on the West Bank Expressway. I mean, to see New Orleans and the West Bank in this condition with this much snow is just an amazing feat. And the driver was telling us that this is a legitimate snow that he has seen. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually come back. Levi Jett is our driver, and we're going to get the snowplow, and we're going to actually go down and talk to him to kind of compare some of these different snows that we had, and again, also what he has seen in the past of southern snows. So we're getting to the truck right now, and Levi is with us. Levi, we are live right now. So as we were coming over the Crescent City connection, you were saying that this is a legitimate snow. I mean, this is like South Louisiana snow. You get some snow, but this is one of the bigger storms you've seen.
Yes, I mean, especially for this area of the country. And we were talking earlier, sometimes a winter storm warning will get issued in parts of the country like this for maybe only an inch or two of snow. But this one was earned. 5, 8, it's 10, 12 inches in some spots in Louisiana. Definitely earns and the winter storm warning plus the blizzard warning on top of it.
So right now what we're doing is we're going down General de Gaulle. We're going to get up onto the Crescent City connection here, and in my study and going back, I have never seen any type of snowplow in the New Orleans area. Again, this is the first time I think we've ever had to get snowplows in New Orleans, and with that, so much snow on the ground, you were saying that you all could really get this cleaned up in a very fast time frame.
Yeah, we're used to this type of snow. We definitely have the equipment. So I think that we'll be able to do a pretty good chunk of work over this afternoon into this evening. Our hope is to open up some of the more high priority areas and really focus on bridges and overpasses, because as there is no ground to support them,
right?
We're going to have some cold air rushing underneath, and those surfaces are going to freeze and stay frozen. And that's why it's so important for us to be able to clear this accumulation off.
So what we're doing now is we've got 14 trucks. So the trucks go kind of in each lane, and they clear each lane as they go on by. And Blaine, our photographer, I mean, you can see just how clear that lane is as the snowplow goes through. It's just an amazing feat where, again, we don't ever think that it's going to ever be this bad. And I think, Levi, that was the thought here, that, we may get a couple of inches of snow, but this is a crippling snowstorm, not only for New Orleans, but even cities that are much farther north.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's something where I think that a lot of people really wanted to kind of wait and see, because I think that we're always maybe a little bit, cautious about, snowstorms in the south because they are so fickle.
Sure.
And, a couple changes in the last minute could have, put this, a couple hundred miles north or honestly a couple hundred miles south and could have missed, everybody altogether. So, but again, definitely something that people will remember around here for a long time, I bet.
I'm amazed at how clear, just by the sweep of a plow, it is. Again, Blaine, if you could, maybe shoot out the window again. I mean, if you look at the lanes, I mean, you were talking 4 to 6 inches of snow on the expressway on-ramp to the Crescent City connection. And as the plows go by, it's just absolutely clear. Now, what are the odds we may get an additional half an inch of snow? We're clearing it now. What about rebuild? I mean, the storm is kind of passing us over the next couple of hours, so we're not in the beginning of it. So do you feel pretty confident that even though we're plowing right now, that things will be pretty good in terms of the plowing that you're doing now?
Yeah, I think that the snow, for the most part, is pretty much winding down.
Right.
I don't think we have too much time left outside of some flurries and snow showers that might go until the early evening. But again, I think that we're probably going to have to worry about drifting, blowing snow,
right,
more than really anything else as far as just additional precipitation. And the storm is going to play out and move east, and from there, we're going to just have to monitor for blowing and drifting, really.
Gotcha. So right now, guys and viewers out there, we are on the Crescent City connection now. We are on the upslope of the actual bridge itself, approaching the superstructure where, of course, all the new lighting has been done. And I have to tell you, it is absolutely wall-to-wall snow, easily up to 4 to 6 inches, covering the entire roadway. I mean, to think that the Crescent City connection would just be wall-to-wall snow the entire trip, I mean, this is the reason why that they ask, do not go on the roadways. This is the reason why that they say it's so dangerous and you're putting first responders in harm as well. So I was telling him, Levi, that we saw an NOPD coming over the bridge to meet your crew, and you actually put down the snowplow for him, and you gave him a nice clear shot. He was probably giving you a thumbs up, saying, thank you so much.
Yes,
I mean, because it is treacherous. I mean, you've got big tires on this truck.
Yes.
You've got the plow in the front, and as you guys go on, almost in one full swoop, you can get probably 75% of the bridge in one push with all these trucks.
Yeah, for sure. And, if we're staggered out the right way, we can probably reach from Jersey barrier to Jersey barrier. But if you notice up against these barriers over here, I mean, these are, 2 and 3 feet snow drifts,
right,
that have piled up. And, so the 4 to 6 inches that fell, that's one thing. But when you're really, trying to drive down these roads, or even, secondary or primary roads in the city, and you're dealing with, drifts of 2 and 3 feet.
Sure.
That's really tough to maneuver around.
And we actually have had 2 to 3 foot drifts. I mean, which is, again, incredible. When you have 8 to 10 inches of snow, this snow was really a light powdery snow. In fact, it wasn't a heavy snow, which was good because power lines could easily go down. And then you could have tree limbs with the heavier weight of the water of that snow go down on lines. So the bad is you get the drifts, which, again, if you can see, Blaine is shooting to the left. Some of those drifts are as high as the actual barrier, which are about 3.5 feet. I mean, that's an amazing drift with these winds that are kicking up. So, again, we are now approaching the upslope coming in, and the visibility on the bridge is really restricted with snow and just a lot of that blowing snow. It is coming into frame right now, and as you can see, we're starting to see the big superstructure coming up now where the lights are. And the snowplow is pulling all that snow with the actual shovel, basically, in front of the truck. And all that spray you're seeing is the actual shovel of the truck kind of blowing the snow to a different side, where another plow picks it up, throws it to another side, and pretty much clears out the roadways here. So, I mean, look at the center of the superstructure here. This is where we are right now in terms of we are almost center river at this point, and it is absolute wall-to-wall snow, and we are talking drifts on the left side. And Levi, if I'm exaggerating, let me know, that's probably 4-foot drifts that are covering the entire barrier on the left side. I mean, they're completely at that level where the snow blew over them because it didn't have any wall to catch onto. Incredible. Go ahead.
This is what really, prompted the blizzard conditions earlier. Blizzard conditions not necessarily about, how much snow is really falling. It has a lot more to do with visibility and the sustained winds that we saw. But those blizzard conditions, give you drifts just like this.
Right. Just incredible here. Just incredible. In your opinion, you've done this for a while. To see snow like this as far south as New Orleans to the Gulf of Mexico, what are your thoughts?
As we came down here from Indiana, each little checkpoint you passed, whether it was Nashville or Huntsville or Birmingham or wherever it was, the feeling just felt more odd the further south we drove. And then once we got down in this area, we really started to see snowfall and accumulating snow and all of that start to play in.
Right.
And that's what we got.
Right.
Our crew is coming behind me, and I can swing over here and get a good shot of them coming in if you want.
Oh, sure. That'd be great.
Cool.
So what we're going to do is we're at the Chapatulas exit right now, but we're going to actually turn around and, which again, we would never do on the Crescent City connection, but actually go in the opposite direction of traffic. And Blaine has a really nice shot. There you can see the superstructure. Go ahead and get your radio going, Levi.
I'm sitting right on the other side of the bridge, waiting for you guys to come across.
So there you can see the drifting snow, as you were saying. I mean, look at the blowing snow. I mean, some of that is actually snow that is on the bridge, but also it's still coming down at a pretty good rate. So the other trucks are going to be coming on down, and they're taking each section of lane and throwing it to each other to where they push it on the side, and eventually they pretty much clear off everything that's going on. So if you're just turning us on, this is Bruce Katz live on the Crescent City Connection. We are now just at the top of the span where we have snow drifts up to 4 to 5 feet along the barriers of the actual center point that divides the east and westbound traffic. And we're at a snowplow, which the city hired 14 of them. We're awaiting them to come, and in fact, I think we see some lights coming down.
Yeah, I can hear them and see them.
You can hear them and see them, and looking down at the structure, that's the main structure of the Crescent City Connection that you're looking at. I know the visibility is bad, it's hard to see, but at this vantage point, at this elevation above the river, this is how low visibility is. So not only with snow, it's very treacherous driving with actual visibility as well, with the snow coming down, very slick streets. And again, you can see those snow plows are coming down. They're going off to the right toward the Chapatulas off-ramp, and you can see how those snow plows, they're moving in tandem, taking each lane, and behind them, as that snow continues to be pushed out, it actually clears the lanes, and it's a pretty quick clear. Levi, you were mentioning that, you guys working in tandem, you guys have done this for a long time. I mean, you can read each other's minds, I bet, on where these plows are going and what direction they're moving that snow.
Oh, for sure. And, something with the wind blowing like this, you have to kind of keep in mind is you want to work with the wind when you're fighting these drifts, because if you clear something and the wind just blows it right back over,
right,
you're having to go back and do double the work, which no one wants to do that.
Absolutely.
So being mindful of that wind direction, and again, plowing with the wind instead of against.
Sure. So here come some more snow plows now. Again, in New Orleans, we have a total of 14 plows that have come in from Indiana, and thank goodness for these guys. They came in to try and help us and get these roadways cleared out, because we expected this snow, but I don't know if anyone really expected. Yes, we knew this amount of snow could be coming, but what the extent of the actual circumstance would be after that fell. So pretty much the entire off-ramp now to that point is clear to Chapatula Street. So it's amazing how quickly they can do this and move on by. So your at least goal is, at this point, you're going to clear the Crescent City Connection first in both directions?
Yeah. So we are going to work on bridges first, try to get as many cleared as we can. Again, before the cold temperature set in overnight. You can see right now it's about 26 degrees, and that's only going to fall throughout the evening. And then we're going to work with the city to address the high priority areas and work with law enforcement and first responders to be able to help them get to calls that they need to get to.
Gotcha. In your opinion, I know it's up to state police and DOTD, but at what point do you think that you all would get the roads to a safe situation that you all could say, you know what, we feel confident that people could go east and west? But remember, you're clearing the bridge, but coming here, Levi, I mean, the surface roadway has 4 to 5 inches of snow.
Yes.
So even though this may be clear, then you're going to hit another big area of snow that could cause issues.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So do you think you may have to plow a lot of that area too?
It's
or is it more bridges?
Going to be tough to see. I mean, again, our priorities are bridges and the higher priority roads, getting access, to hospitals and those types of areas. And as we progress, if the city wants us to start looking at some secondary roads and some more neighborhood type streets,
right?
We'll gladly, stick around and help out as much as we can.
Sure.
But I do know that, later in this week, we are looking at temperatures being, well above freezing again, and that's going to help to melt some of this stuff off too.
Absolutely. So you can see on the far right where the snow's been pushed, you have a huge area of snowdrift that they're pushing. So they're going in different tandems. They're not going behind each other. They're kind of going staggered, where as they throw that snow, the next one can pull it even more, and as they come on by, you can see, I mean, look at the snow coming off of that plow. I mean, that is just a legitimate snow that's coming off. I mean, for South Louisiana, to see this in my lifetime, I'm born and raised here, Levi, I have never seen anything like this ever before. We've seen a little snow, maybe a half an inch, and, within a day it's gone. But to see this gridlock and this much snow, it is just, for me, it's amazing. And so many different people who've never seen snow, I mean, they're saying the same thing we are. So
sure.
We're kind of going the wrong way, which we can, because we're the only ones on the bridge right now. And the snowplows are doing their job. And, of course, they do have barricades up. They have barricades up at all entrances to the bridges, as well as we got on at Carrollton, the Carrollton on-ramp, where you can go onto Carrollton or toward Howard Avenue, toward Fox 8 and Xavier, or head to the Crescent City connection. What we have is big orange barricades. And if you're out and about and you cross those barricades, I can tell you right now, you're in for getting stuck, and not many people are going to be able to come and help you, because police units they're not four-wheel drive. They don't have snow tires. So we are in a situation where if you go out and about, if you go around barricades, you're on your own at that point. I mean, we want to help, but it's dangerous not only to put yourself in that situation, but also first responders as well. So what is the next step here, Levi, we're going to do? So this is probably number 12 or 13 out of the 14 coming on by. So when the final plow moves in, you guys go back into regulation and just do it again?
Yeah, so I think the next thing for them is probably going to be to hop the other direction again, to get another pass.
Right.
Again, it's a combination of, we're doing tandem plowing, trying to move through the best we can, but it's also a matter of getting both sides and just, kind of continuing to chip away at it the best we can.
Right. So there's a DOTD, Department of Transportation vehicle. It's just kind of patrolling and going through the area now. And I can tell you, fortunately, many people are heeding the warning and the word to not get out. Through the entire trip, coming in from Fox 8, coming in onto Carrollton, onto the on-ramp, to the Crescent City connection, all the way to General de Gaulle, there was not one person on the road, with the exception of a couple of NOPD, and the NOPD that we kind of gave a kind of clear swath to be able to get through, because they were struggling getting up the bridge. And when we pulled in front of him and cleared the way, he was like a godsend. Like, oh my gosh, it's like parting of the snow, and he had a really clear sign. So here's the actual off-ramp coming in off of Chapatulas now, and Blaine is shooting it for us, and you can see, I mean, it's pretty clear. You do, of course, have on the side caution lanes, some snow, and that's going to have to stay, but the main artery itself is actually pretty clear. As before, we were driving through snow, even in this four-wheel drive truck, which is high up with the actual plow in front, we felt the rocking and the sliding of that snow, and now it's a much, much smoother ride. Of course, we're going slower because, it's still very slick out here, but the fact that we're down to maybe, an eighth to a quarter of an inch as opposed to 5 to 7 inches of snow on the actual ground, the roadway's in a much better position. Now, the other concern is, coming in, Levi, and you've dealt with this as well, is as we get potential light melting and then we get refreezing overnight, that causes black ice. You've dealt with black ice. Explain to the viewers in New Orleans and the Louisiana area that have never really driven in black ice. Tell us what it is and how dangerous it is.
Man, that's the real one of the real problems with dealing with snow and ice. Not many people have a ton of problems when there's a foot of snow out.
Right.
Everybody sees that coming. It's the black ice that you can't see. Black ice blends in with the pavement. So it's essentially kind of transparent. And as we're dealing, which you guys will be dealing with this for days, that melt and refreeze cycle as we go, that is going to be something to definitely watch. And as you can kind of see on, especially the off ramp as we came down.
Sure.
There was still some snowpack left behind. And really, that's attributed to those colder temperatures that are underneath those overpasses and entry ramps. Keeping it cold enough to where we can't get a clean scrape like these guys are getting on this road here.
Sure.
We're scraping right here, and we're getting back to blacktop pretty easily.
Right. And it's amazing just how clear the roads are as they do go in tandem, and then they just actually clear that out. Now, that doesn't guarantee, though, that we're going to solve the ice problem either, because there's still ice and there's still some snow. But as far as the thickness of snow, and this is probably the final big scrape, I mean, he's getting, it looks like the last of the last to get as close to the roadway as he actually can.
Yeah, that'll be the final scrape on this for now. Again, it's still snowing. We'll still be dealing with drifts.
Right.
And as we go on, we're going to have to be mindful of how we use our salt, and try to use our resources the best we can.
Right.
But generally speaking, once we get a nice pass like this, we want to come back through and put some salt down to keep things from freezing up and to kind of keep it, try to keep the snowpack kind of loose and slushy.
Gotcha. So this is really phase one.
Yes.
Phase one is getting the clearing out, and then you all will come back with actual salt. So you all are going to use salt, actual salt?
Yes.
Okay, because the state normally uses more of a sand, I think, type mix, where salt, basically, explain how that is more effective, where, again, we don't use it much because we don't get it, how it's more effective than, say, sand.
Yeah, so sand is primarily just used to help out with traction.
Right.
Doesn't have any melting agents in it. So what we actually brought down with us is what we call treated salt.
Okay.
So you have your typical rock salt that most of the highway departments will use. That's just your typical sodium chloride salt.
Right.
But our treated salt does have some calcium mixed into it, which what that allows it to do, it allows it to be more effective at a lower temperature.
Gotcha.
So your traditional rock salt may only be effective until, I don't know, somewhere between 15 and 20 degrees, kind of depending on the weather.
Right.
Whereas when you mix in calcium to that, calcium chloride, that can be effective, down into the single digits.
Gotcha. Wow.
And give us a lot more, and which it'll work wonders down here. But yeah, so all of our trucks, all 14 trucks, are loaded with salt, carrying about 2 to 3 tons of salt apiece. So we've got a pretty decent amount to be able to help out with, and then we've discussed it with the city, and sounds like we might be able to refill with some salt from the state too.
Gotcha. So here is a car that is actually, I think, stuck.
Yes.
And NOPD, I mean, his front wheels. If you want to stop real quick, we can show that. So here's NOPD trying to help this car. His front wheels are just going and going. Obviously, not a front wheel drive. And with that, we're continuing to see that. What's that? Oh, here. All right, so we're gonna clean off the lens here real quick. So NOPD has a little bit of an issue here where we've got a car that is stuck and he just can't go anywhere. And NOPD is sitting there with the actual barricade saying, don't go up, and that's part of the reason why we're asking people not to get on the road. He is spinning his tires. He's just not going anywhere at this point. And, again, it's a dangerous situation for people to be out in. And at this point, we can, head on and meet the rest of the crew. This is just something that, is unfortunate, but they're stuck at this point. So you can easily see how the road is clear here from the actual plows. I mean, it's amazing. From just a few minutes ago, we had, 4 to 6 inches of snow covering the entire roadway. And now, there's a vehicle in front of us and he's not slipping or sliding at all. Not to say it's safe to get outside now. However, it does help the first phase to get rid of most of the snow, then come in with the salt, and then let it do its job, as you mentioned, to help it melt and help it come down. Now, the snow is actually coming down a little heavier at this point, so, we're not done with it. Likely around 5:30 to about 6:30, most of the snow should have ended, but, if you don't have to go out, do not go out. Here's another NOPD blocking the on-ramp to the Crescent City connection, not allowing anybody to go on the actual bridge itself. And we're going to actually go back on the bridge and do another pass. Levi, is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So they're going to go through, and the opposite side, going to the West Bank, they're going to actually go ahead and scrape that too. So this is a situation where, again, I would have to say the city knew the snow was coming, but when it comes down to it, what the effects would be. And right now we're at St. Charles Avenue, right under the actual expressway going on the up ramp to the bridge itself. And of course, there's not a whole lot of snow here because the fact that, it's covered. But if you look out, Blaine, if we can look out toward the circle here, you can actually see just how snowy it is up the circle. I mean, it's a beautiful sight. I have to say, it's just incredible. Streetcar lines are completely covered in snow. RTA is saying that, they're not going to have service for, potentially a couple of days. So those who may take RTA, we need to check in and see what's going on with that. But it looks like for the next day or so, traffic is going to be at a standstill. And I don't think we're going to see much of the city opening up. I just don't think we're going to see a whole lot of stuff happening in terms of getting back to normal and regular life. But, it's a start at least. And you can certainly see when you get this much snow in, about 7 to 8 hours without snowplows, and now we have them, there's a lot of roadways to actually clean up. So
we're actually going up to 2-lane right now.
Okay, to 2-lane.
Yes.
Okay.
So the crew's right in front of us, you see, so we'll catch up to them here in just a moment.
Okay. So they're going to head over to 2-lane Avenue, and so they're going to do that. I bet you we can go, Levi. Yeah, they see that we're working here. NOPD, we're at a red light, but again, there's no traffic, so the sooner the better to get the job done. I guess we can get on the road and do it. So coming ahead now, we are approaching 2-lane, coming in toward the bus terminal where we have, the Greyhound bus and Amtrak. So we're approaching here, and you can see the snow, just how much it's piled up from the plows themselves. Now, Levi's getting the plow now on the ground. We hear the scraping, and here we go. Basically, the neutral ground completely a winter wonderland, and the roadways in front of us getting plowed at this point to where it's, getting cleared up. So we're approaching Howard Avenue right now. Let's see, we are approaching, areas just by the train station and the bus station itself. So the plowing does continue. Again, we have tracks here for the streetcars. They're completely under several inches of snow, so likely again, they're electric powered, and the tracks have to be cleared with no ice for those, streetcars to be able to go down the road and do their thing. So it's going to take a little while for the city to get back with this type of snowfall. Even with plows, even with salting, we're going to have likely that melting and some refreezing as well. So, Meg and John, if you guys have any questions for us,
yes, we do have a question
for Levi,
for you,
we'll be
Bruce.
happy to answer those.
Yes. Can you,
yes.
Bruce, can you ask Levi, we were wondering since, Amber Wheeler is back here and talking to us about how some of the heaviest snowfall is falling right now So why is the decision to plow the bridge now? Why not wait until the snow stops falling?
Very good point. So, Levi, one of our meteorologists, Amber Wheeler, at the station is saying some of the heavier snow's moving in now. Why the decision to do it now with some of the heavier snow? Even though it's winding down, why plow it now and not wait until later?
Yeah, it's a good question. So typically what we do a lot of times up north with, commercial snow removal is, the idea is to try to, try to stay on top of it, try to clear every inch, every couple inches that falls. So one, that it is safer if people are out. The likelihood of them, getting stuck isn't as high if a couple more inches fall this evening. It beats, having to commute in 2 inches versus, 6 inches and 3 feet snowdrifts. So that's kind of why we're out right now, is just trying to get, some order restored to the roads. And if we do have to come back and do a second scrape, that's no big deal and kind of expected.
So to you all, this is during Mardi Gras we say, hey, it's Tuesday, but everywhere else it's it's a regular Tuesday where it's Fat Tuesday here. I mean, this is a walk in the park for you guys. You guys have done this for years, right?
Yes. Yep. And again, this is still a severe winter storm, even though it is in New Orleans,
right?
So not discrediting what you guys are going through at all, but yes, I mean this is kind of run of the mill for the Midwest. But again, not so much the blizzard condition part. That is something that's somewhat rare. It's not something.
All right, we've lost the audio for just a second. We'll hang with the shot for just a second in case it pops back in. But what a fascinating trip this has been to take a little trip on a snowplow. And, they hope to make, I think it's fair to say, more than just a dent in the issue on the Crescent City connection on Tulane Avenue, where they're working this crew from Indiana. 14 plows that have come down, and then, we're seeing the first step here. The plowing to try to scrape it, work with the wind, as he put it, so you're not blowing snow where you're going to go next, and then some salt and calcium product that he mentioned and described for us that they bring in to try to give it a de-icing effect.
It was also interesting, John, to see how those plows had to work in tandem. So it wasn't just 1 or 2 plows, on either side of the bridge there. They had 3 at one point that were sort of staggered to help get every inch of snow off to the side. But then, of course, you have to take care of the snow drifts that Bruce was pointing out were about 4 feet deep in some spots. So then another truck had to come through and get that snow drift off the road in order to totally clear it. And Levi's saying, look, they may have to go back and do this again since the snow has not stopped falling. That might have to be another route that they're going to have to revisit again, but at least they're making a dent in this so that they don't, approach the bridge for the first time and they've got an enormous amount of snow that they're dealing with. I also thought it was interesting, Levi saying that even he was astonished by the amount of snow and this winter weather storm happening here in New Orleans. He's been all over the country helping with snowstorms, but this is unique to him.
I love this guy. We're all freaked out, and he's just kind of calmly going on, yeah, this is weird. Yeah, this is kind of unusual, but kind of run-of-the-mill, all in a day's work for Levi. So thanks so much to him and Bruce Katz. We may check back in with them just a bit later. In the meantime, let's go live now to Juan Kincaid.
Thank you very much, John. Appreciate that. We're not in a plow truck. We don't have that luxury like Bruce has going across the Crescent City connection. But we are in the Fox 8 unit going up Veterans, just now crossing underneath the I-10 bridge. And let me show you the video right now, the picture right now, what's going on. This is what the roads look like as we're driving along here. And we have noticed over the last, I would say, half an hour to 45 minutes, the roads have gotten a little more difficult to drive. We can feel the ice starting to form up under the wheels, a bit more slippery, getting even more dangerous to ride these roads here. We've been up and down Veterans for the last hour, just kind of looking to see what we can find. People out walking, very few cars out driving, although we just stopped at a Brothers Food Market down here in Metairie, almost at the Kenner line, and that place was open for business. They had a few cars getting gas there, and people were just stopping to get a few things, hot food and stuff like that. But for the most part, people are out walking on Veterans Boulevard. As you see, we come up to people walking here on the right-hand side of our car. A lot of people, a lot of foot traffic, surprisingly, in this weather. And it has noticeably gotten colder as we've been driving for the last half an hour. We've gotten out of the car a couple of times to clean off our windshield with all the ice forming on the windshield and forming on the wiper blade, so we had to deal with that. So if you, again, we've been saying it all day long, if you don't have to be out here in these conditions, stay inside, stay where it's warm, and leave these conditions to people that need to be out here, like the police officers and special services, stuff like that, because it's not easy driving right now. I got to hand it to my photographer, Seed. He's been doing a really good job for a guy that hasn't driven on the snow roads very often. But, you know, it's really about taking your time, going slow, finding the grooves in the snow where cars have passed before you, and lining yourself up in that, because anything outside of that, it's difficult to drive. We're only doing 20 miles per hour right now, and you can feel the car kind of moving up under you a little bit, and that it's not making a solid contact with the road. So once again, we're on Veterans. We're about to cross over Clearview in just about a couple minutes. 20 mile per hour driving, just taking our time, but these roads are getting slipperier and slipperier as we go on down through Veterans Boulevard. And we went all the way down to Kenner by the airport. We got that far down and just turned around and kept going up and down. So this is what it's looking like on Veterans. Stay away if you can, because there's no point in being out on these roads if you don't have to be. It's dangerous driving right now, as we see a couple cars at the stoplight here. This is Transcontinental and Veterans Boulevard. So we'll send it back to the studio, but this is what it's looking like here on Veterans right now.
And Juan, I mean, you could see the tire tracks in front of you. So we were saying earlier that on those streets where some cars have traversed, it's a little bit easier if your vehicle can get into those tire tracks to help it move a little bit more smoothly, as opposed to a road that no one has traveled on yet.
Well, I will say this, Meg, we have been riding these tracks as much as possible, because when you go off the track, the tires start spinning. You basically lose control of your car or your truck or whatever you're driving, because it's not able to make any contact with anything. It's a bit of a rougher ride, riding in the tracks, but we don't mind the roughness, because we know we're making contact with something on the ground that's kind of holding the car steady. And we're coming to a stoplight here. We started braking about 20 seconds ago, because you just don't know how much you're going to lose contact on the surface of the roads. And as you can see ahead of us, these lines are starting to disappear because the snowfall is consistent, it's steady, it's full, it's laying down soft snow as we spun there, just trying to pull off here. So yeah, you're right, we are staying within the lines, as they say, when it comes to snowfall. And so that's the safest way to do it, to drive. And we're going less than 20 miles per hour right now. So that's the safest way to go on any road you're going on to right now. Meg, John?
All right, thanks so much, Juan Kincaid. We appreciate that. We're expecting an update here in a matter of perhaps even seconds, minutes anyway, from the city about the situation. Governor Landry's message about an hour ago was that the problems, in a sense, have just begun. We'll see what the city's theme now is. Colin Arnold, the Homeland Security Director.
From PC2?
Yeah,
right,
I can hear Colin
and,
fine. This
now
is Leah,
we're
just
doing
he's coming across fine on my end. No, don't turn that on. It's gonna.
And they're having an issue on there, and so we'll get back to them. The governor's point was that, you know, we've had a winter wonderland today. It's been great, and it can continue if you just kind of stay home. Their message is that the second phase of this, though, will be a more serious one, with perhaps the possibility, especially off major roads, of they'll either open the major road or they'll close it one way or the other, but there won't be some, oh, it's rough. That's pretty obvious with what they've done with the I-10. And the concern is that we could get into another phase of a fire threat, a very serious freeze, carbon monoxide issues. You know, make sure that checklist has been taken care of.
All right, let's listen in now. I believe Colin Arnold, the Director of Homeland Security, is conducting this press conference.
Seen from a lot of your reporting is pretty unprecedented. We here at City Hall have at least 6 inches of snow that we've measured. We're starting to think that with the Weather Service that possibly 5 to 7 inches, maybe even a little bit more. It does seem to be gradually starting to let up a little bit in areas. We're still anticipating that somewhere between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. the snow will will eventually end. We're concerned about the next 2 days. Quite frankly, tomorrow will be another day where schools are closed, government's closed. We're still encouraging people to stay home. We're going to have to evaluate Thursday. We're talking about possibly, having a late arrival. We're going to have to see how that goes, because what we are seeing is that the continued temperatures being below freezing over the next day and a half, the snow that we have is not really going to go anywhere, and in fact probably start to become ice, and so that could be very difficult for our roadways. We recently just sent out 14 snow plows, a vendor that we found from Indiana. They are going to start with clearing the Crescent City connection, the 90 expressway, and then we're going to start moving to critical transportation arteries and streets within the city, particularly 2-lane/airline to get out towards University Medical Center. And we're just going to continue from there. The plan up here, the EOC is developing maps of areas to clear up. A lot of those are going to center around hospitals and critical facilities. We're going to continue to work through that. Very appreciative of this company coming in to assist us. They're also, we've been in contact with the DOTD, and so we're going to continue to now plow salt roads where we can, along with DOTD. We've got a lot of sand. We'll be sanding roads as soon as we can get them clear. At this point, with this amount of snow, I would say the difference between our 2014 event that we've worked off of was mainly an ice event. This is a snow event, which is completely different than I think what most of us have experienced before. And so I think what I would tell the public right now is this is a marathon, not a sprint, and that the next couple of days there's going to be a lot of recovery from this, just as far as roadways, and to be patient as possible with each other and with us as we start to really tonight, overnight, and tomorrow really start to plow and try and address these areas. With that, on the human services side, we continue to have Rosenwald as a warming center and shelter. Quite frankly, it's at capacity. So this afternoon we did open up Tremay Center, another rec center, thanks to Nordsea. We're able to open that up. They both have backup power generators on them. We haven't had to use them. Power has been quite stable today. We have not seen a significant amount of power outages, no more than any other day of what we would call blue sky day, where nothing's going on. So there have been some intermittent power outages here and there, but nothing of any significant number to report on that front. Also from the utility side, Sewage and Water Board, we're not hearing anything about increased water demand or any water issues going on. I will say that the longer we are under these 32 degrees and in this freeze, when it starts to get to 48 to 60 hours of time below freezing, I would anticipate that we'll start to see, pipes breaking and different things that happen during some of these extreme cold events. And so that's where we're at right now on the human services front. We've been in contact very frequently with the state's operation, their transition shelter they've been running, and I have nothing to report from there. And I think that they would be the best to discuss, anything that they have going on now. We have agreed that should something happen or power outages and the like, that we would work with them with our rec centers to provide an alternative location should that become necessary. Thus far, it has not. With that, the Emergency Operations Center is active. We'll be active 24/7 throughout this. As I said, Wednesday we're closed as far as the city services, other than essential services, and schools as well. And then we'll be reevaluating for exactly where we're going to be on Thursday. With that, that's kind of the updates that I have right now. I think the most significant update is we do have plowing operations for the first time that I can recall, snow plowing operations throughout that are working. They're going to work throughout the city. And so I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
Okay, great. We will, thank you so much, Colin. After the one round of questions to Max, Colin will do a summary of any additional information he would like to add after hearing what you all have to say. We'll start with Fox 8.
Okay, are we starting with Fox 8?
Yeah. Yes, we are starting with Fox 8.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea of when did the plan go in place to get plows, given that we know that these storms, there was a warning about the storms coming for several days, if not a couple of weeks back. When was the plan in place? Did you have a plan in place to get plows? And how long do you think it's going to take to clear these critical arteries?
We started working on acquiring snowplow services several days ago. We were not successful in actually finding them anywhere within a reasonable distance. This actually came to us this morning. A company essentially started working down towards this area through Mississippi. We were put into contact with them, did the background on them. We've entered into an emergency procurement with them, and they're here to help, and we're here to utilize that assistance. And you know, this is new for all of us as far as actually plowing. But I will add that the salting and sanding was going on frequently until the snow just overtook the capacity. At some point, enough snow falls that sand and ice are not they're not doing anything. It just becomes the snow overwhelms that type of operation. So I think having the plowing available to us now is going to be great over the next day or two.
And Colin, you talked about the dangerous conditions that can happen once the snow starts to melt and that ice gets on those roads, and reminding people out there to make sure that you stay off the roads because it can be very dangerous. What are you guys doing to handle that situation? Again, I know you're salting the roads and everything. Is this going to be a continuous process? Or are you going to be doing this every day? Like, what does that look like?
And we're going to continue this 24/7 until we have a handle on it, or, you know, and if we need to, you know, go and find more resources, we're going to do that. We're going to do whatever it takes. What I will say is that, you know, law enforcement and DOTD, both, you know, the state and PD, leaned forward very quickly at 4 a.m. and started closing off a lot of the interstates and the major expressways and interstates in the area. And I think that that's made a huge difference. We haven't had traffic accidents. We haven't had a lot of people stuck on interstates. It's been very quiet. But quite frankly, the reason why this has been successful today is because of the public. And I'm forever appreciative of the public for listening to us. We say it during hurricane season to shelter in place, and people do. And look, this is probably a once in a lifetime event for all of us. And we ask people to stay home, stay warm, and stay together and stay ready. And they did, and they have, but it's not over yet. My fear is, you know, a little bit of complacency. I've seen a lot of the media today. People are having a good time and they're really enjoying this. Just as far as something that is something we are going to see once maybe to this magnitude. But once that snow stops and the sky clears up, it's not over by any means. And we still need people to hunker down and shelter in place and stay home to the greatest extent possible, and really stay off the road with vehicles, because really at that point, a lot of this snow that's on the ground is going to get compacted. It's going to get blown around in frigid air, and it's going to become ice on the roadways. And so that's where, you know, continuing to now plow and then continuing salt and sand is going to be our way to get back to a normal transportation type status.
Okay, great. WWL is next.
Hey, Colin.
Hey.
Hey, David Hammer. What's the name of this company from Indiana? And can you be a little more specific about deployment, like the routes and everything of where the plows are going to go?
I really can't be specific about the routes because we're developing them now as we go. But I can tell you that the priority, as I mentioned, was Crescent City Connection, 90 Expressway, and then the on and off ramps to those, and then moving towards 2-lane to Airline, making the access to University Medical Center, which is the level 1 trauma center for the entire region, as accessible as possible. And then we're going to start focusing on the streets that you would imagine, critical transportation corridors, Canal, Claiborne, Broad, up to Carrollton. And then we've got some requests from Jefferson Parish to assist out near East Jeff. We're going to do that. We've got some requests at the airport. We're going to do that. And so this is going to be a continuous thing. We've also given the company all of our police districts, and they're coordinating with NOPD, and they'll begin plowing critical streets within each police district according to what NOPD believes is the best plan from a safety and security standpoint. So that's kind of the attack that we're doing right now. I'm going to turn my head to get the company's name.
Colin Arnold with his message that this is not over. Let's go back in.
Sheridan, Indiana, and their name is Sherco Group Incorporated. SHERCO Group Incorporated. And we're routing emergency procurement documentation for that now.
Anything else, David?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, great. Anyone on from WDSU? Okay, we'll move on to Ben Myers.
Yeah, can you tell us what exactly DOTD is doing in as many specifics as you can? For example, do they have a certain number of trucks here, and what are those trucks doing versus what Sherco is doing?
They're doing sanding and mainly salt and salt brine, but that battle, if you will, was kind of starting to taper off. I won't say fail. They did everything they could to keep these things open, but as the snow really increased and started really accumulating on the ground, there's a point where salt just doesn't work. And so I know that they are working with neighboring states through assistance collaboratives with both Texas and Arkansas to bring in more resources, particularly if they can, snowplow resources. Like I said, this company was made available to us. I have been in touch frequently throughout the day-to-day with Scott Boyle. He will actually provide this company salt once their trucks start running out of salt, because these are snowplow trucks that also spread salt, so they plow and salt at the same time. He's going to provide them salt from his yard in Bridge City, and we're going to continue that and mutually work together on a state local level to address state roads, local roads, because as we all know, everything runs into each other, and we all are engaged in the same fight right now.
Okay, so I hear you saying that basically the plows are at this point exclusively provided by Sherco, but there's a possibility that more may come through the state's work with others.
That's correct. I spoke to my counterpart in Lake Charles this morning, and he had Arkansas snowplows working through there. They had a blizzard warning this morning as well. And I would imagine as this storm moves from west to east, so will many of the state resources as they are working right behind the storm.
Okay, and real quick, just based on the forecast, the temperature forecast over the next couple of days, are you in a place where you can offer like an estimate perhaps as to when the roads will generally start to feel dry and drivable again?
Thursday afternoon, we're well above 40 degrees, and I think that the snow will start rapidly diminishing after that.
And
my issue is
okay. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. My issue is that Thursday may be a flux day, if you know what I mean, where people are expecting to come in en masse in the morning and afternoon, and it may not work out that way. So I really want to see about Thursday first.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I see that WDSU joined. WDSU, do you have a question? Okay, next up, Carly Wells.
Hi, Colin. Yeah, so the contract, you said you're doing an emergency procurement. Do you have the details for that contract? How long is the timeline, and how much is that contract for?
It's $500 per hour per truck. We're anticipating about $168,000 for 24 hours of work with 14 trucks. We're hoping to have this done in 24 hours, but I'm giving some wiggle room there that it may be 2 days, it may be 48 hours.
And does that include staffing? Like, did Shareco send drivers?
Yes, it's all staffed. We are providing them lodging and food.
Okay, thank you. And Jefferson Parish is already asking people to conserve non-essential water. You know, you said that Sewage and Water Board hasn't done that yet. Do you think that's something that may happen in the next 24 hours?
I mean, I think as a practice, it's a good idea to do that anyway. Typically, people use their most water demand is in the morning, washing dishes, showers, cooking, laundry, and the like. I think that a good practice is to, when we're in a situation like this, is to minimize it as much as possible if you can, or spread it out throughout the day, just to allow in the morning for the pumps to replenish the water system that was probably used overnight by 300,000 customers potentially dripping water through faucets. But when we do get that word from Sewage and Water Board, we broadcast it through NOLA Ready far and wide to make sure that people understand that. I think it's a good practice all the way around.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Next would be Sophie Kazikoff, the advocate.
I'm wondering how many beds are available at the Treme Rec Center, Colin, and also can you tell us whether people are still able to get transportation to the emergency warming centers, or is that no longer possible?
I would recommend people call 311 if they need transportation. We are still able to manage a limited amount of that through RTA paratransit, realizing the RTA has secured their transportation en masse since last night because of the road conditions. But we are still able to move people as needed if they need assistance. And I've heard of nothing right now that is precluding anyone from getting there. And I'll get back to you on the number, how many are available, because I don't have a minute-to-minute tally for Treme right now. I would add too that I have 2 more rec centers that are available with generators in case we need them.
Okay, Katie, you're up next.
I have no questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, Katie. Lauren, do we have a Lauren Watt on the line? And there's someone that logged in as D-Post, D-P-O-S-T. No questions? One more person, SpacNet.
I think David had a follow-up, Latrice.
Okay, yeah, I'm giving everyone one question. Yeah, one list, and then we can come back if you like for David. So no for Lauren, and someone logged on by the name of SPAC, S-P-A-C-K net, N-E-T-T. Okay, great. David? You said you had another question?
Yeah, thank you. Real quick, Colin, we're getting some questions from folks about whether there's any kind of danger of a certain amount of accumulation on roofs causing anything to collapse. Do you know anything about that? Like, are there concerns about how much roofs can handle?
I'm not an engineer. I think it's a valid concern to a certain extent. I will say, this snow, it's not significantly wet. So from what I've been hearing from National Weather Service, it's pretty dry and powdery. I think there obviously will be a weight component to it. What I would say is, for people to just use caution and to do the best they can over the next day to try and mitigate what they can. But I certainly do understand that concern.
Okay, David, thank you so much. And Ben, I think you had one more.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Colin, anything else you'd like to add before we wrap this up?
No, I just appreciate everyone, the questions. I hope I've provided enough information. This is a very unique situation, and it's another one for the books. But we're going to continue as we identify gaps and resources that we need. We're gonna work to address them and find them. I think the main top line that I'd like to try and communicate to the public is it's been a very unique day. and I've seen a lot of people outside having a good time, and that I just don't want the headache of this in the next 2 days. I think will be something that we're going to need to address, and we're going to do the best we can to do that. I just want to manage expectations. We just want people to be safe, and we're going to get the roads as clear as possible as soon as possible.
And one last time, I'm sorry, did we miss anyone?
I just had one more question I wanted to follow up. It's Liz with Fox 8.
Go ahead, Liz.
Carlin, so many businesses are really waiting until those roads are open to say it's okay to reopen because they need their workers back. But obviously, you can't get your workers in if they too are traveling on those same roads that are not passable. So what would you say at this hour to businesses wondering when they would be able to reopen? Because they're relying on their workers, really. And I know you're saying Thursday. So
I think at some point Thursday is realistic. But again, I think this is unprecedented. I know tomorrow is out. Thursday will be a very a priority for us to try and get back to normal. Whether that's going to be possible, I know I ask for patience a lot from everyone, but just realize this is something that is not usual for this area, and so we're going to do everything we can. I think Thursday, at some point during the day, we'll be able to kind of look at this and say, all right, I think we're getting in the clear.
Great. Thank you all so much for logging in, and we will definitely make notification regarding the next update. You all be safe.
Thank you.
Colin Arnold, the city's director of emergency preparedness, as we look at those images of a ride I've certainly never taken in my life before on a snowplow with Fox 8's Bruce Katz, who got a kind of behind-the-scenes look at the strategy. Arnold, with a message that Thursday is in flux. Their strategy with these plows, the 14 plows that have been brought down from Indiana through Shareco, this company, is to hit the major roads. We saw them on the Crescent City connection earlier, and then to go to kind of critical roadways that might connect a hospital, for example. They might also be, interesting to note, they might also be used, or will be used apparently along East Jefferson and in some of the places in Jefferson Parish, as they also have critical infrastructure that they need to have clear.
Something else he said, that they've already been putting down salt and sand in some cases, that it has not been terribly effective. So that's something to keep in mind if you're one of these people who thinks, okay, maybe the roads have been plowed, I can get out onto the streets. Colin Arnold saying they have not had a whole lot of luck yet with the salt and the sand. So you have to be careful because the temperatures are going to be dropping tonight, and that's when we're expecting to see some of the freezing conditions on these roadways.
And that is the point, that there is a point when you get this kind of snowfall that the good news is that snow can overwhelm ice if you've gotten any ice accumulation in the beginning, but it also eventually overwhelms the sand and the ice. So part of the strategy on the Crescent City connection, for example, is to get the roadway clear and let the ice, or let the salt, especially with the chemicals in it, the calcium, start to work and have a de-icing effect that would not be possible if we were just, using what we normally use in New Orleans, which is just a little bit of salt, a little bit of sand, and quite often sand in many of our parishes. Snow plows in NOLA.
Who would have thought? He also said a little bit of good news. There are no water issues yet from the Sewage and Water Board as people run, with this spaghetti thin trickle of water from their faucets. But he also said, again, this is going to continue for the next couple of days. So as that continues, we may then see the strain on the water system. But at this point, no major issues with water pressure and the Sewage and Water Board. Also, no widespread power outages, which is also great news. If there's anybody watching, though, who needs help, who lives in the city of New Orleans and needs to go to one of these warming centers, the Treme Center has now been opened because the Rosenwald Community Center is at capacity. He urges people, if you need assistance, to call 311 and they will try to find a way to get you there. It may be treacherous, of course, because they're urging people to stay off the roads, but if you need help in the city of New Orleans, call 311.
In the meantime, there are some parishes around the area that have curfews, and let us spell out some of that for you. Lafourche Parish's curfew started at 8 this morning. It will stay in effect as long, they say, as the icy conditions remain on the roads. St. John Parish's curfew takes effect at 6 this evening. Right now, it is set to expire tomorrow morning at 6, but officials tell Fox 8 that could be extended. St. James Parish is under a curfew until noon tomorrow. That includes Gramercy and Letcher.
And also, John, we just heard that St. Bernard Parish is also now under a curfew starting at 6 o'clock tonight until noon tomorrow in St. Bernard Parish. All right, it is a very chilly but beautiful looking Mandeville lakefront at this hour, and that's where we find our Rob Messon.
And guys, about 2 hours ago, we told you that the snow had really let up. Then we had a big burst of snow, and now here on the North Shore, it is completely stopped. And as you look out across toward the west side of Lake Pontchartrain, you can see some light at the end of the Snowmageddon Tunnel, as it were. Just a beautiful scene here on the North Shore of Lake Pontchartrain with the snow right up to the water's edge. But the lake is absolutely still right now. And you can see some clear skies out there looking over toward Hammond as we reach what perhaps is the back edge of this system that has brought us snow here for about 9 hours. We were here at the foot of the causeway this morning when they closed the bridge at 6:30, and it has been steady all day long. As we look back toward the South Shore, you can see how the clouds get heavier moving over toward the Kenner-LaPlace area. Juan Kincaid reporting from Veterans Highway just a short while ago. Quite a bit of snow still falling in the Metairie area, and you can see that the clouds are much heavier over there looking toward the South Shore, toward town, as the New Orleans metro area still experiences some snow. It is very quiet out here. The bridge is absolutely closed down. It has been closed for about 9 hours. It's expected to be closed tomorrow morning at the very least as well. We have not seen any trucks go out there with sand or the ice removal pellets that they put on some of the elevated portions. They're going to wait till the threat of the snow is completely over, but for now at least, skies clearing out toward the west side of Lake Pontchartrain as perhaps this event comes to a close. People have been staying off the roads. There have been people out playing in the snow in various areas. We've been from Madisonville to Covington to Mandeville today, and but for the most part, people have stayed off the roads. We did notice that there had been some ice clearing equipment used on I-12 near 190. That road was passable a couple of hours ago, and with the snow letting up, I would imagine that conditions could be improving there, but still not advisable to get out in this because it's still very, very slushy and very, very treacherous. And one of the reasons why it is somewhat safe is because there hasn't been much traffic on the road. But this is perhaps a good sign for some people who want things to get back to normal. Perhaps not so good of a sign for people who've really enjoyed this very, very rare snow event for the New Orleans area, and especially here on the North Shore, where it looks like we've had maybe 4 to 5 inches of snow throughout the day. It's quite a buildup here along the shore of the lake, but things absolutely still right now, and the snow has ended on the North Shore, at least for now. Guys, back to you.
All right, Rob, thank you. So, Nicandra Norwood, the question is, I mean, is that the last of it for the North Shore? Are they done with it?
We are almost there. No, that's still our winter weather alert, but I wanted you to see the difference between North Shore and South Shore. As Rob was showing us the calm, I said, well, wait, not quite so calm on the other side. This is what it looks like still from our Landry Lake camera, where we can see really almost blizzard conditions all day. We've had those lower visibilities. Now this looks better than it has at some points, but we still got a couple more hours of this in some areas. Now you do see our winter storm warning being canceled from west to east, so that's some good news. So parts of northern Tangipahoa, as you go into Washington, and maybe soon, as we saw how calm it is there where Rob is, we may see that warning getting dropped from parts of St. Tammany and southern Tangipahoa as well, but not yet. We are continuing to be under that storm warning, and this is what it looks like as we check out our winter weather radar. Still a little bit of maybe some light snow flurries possible as you go through some of those areas that have started to dry up, but the southern end of this system, that dark blue, that's still some fairly intense snowfall, and it's not going to be until, see that little spin right there? That's the edge that we're going to be watching this move along. That's what's been pushing that moisture up over our cold air. And now the drier air is pushing in and taking over. And that's what it's going to take for us to get that snowfall done. And boy, has it been a snowfall. I know you see it outside the window. It's going to be hard to get good reports because we don't know how to measure snow, right? But we're going to take the average of what folks are giving us and looking at the comparison between what we're seeing on our radar estimate, 6 to 8 inches across much of the area. fallen pretty close in line with what we were looking at for our forecast here. So feeling pretty good about that in the Fox 8 Weather Center. And now it's going to be all about what happens as this all moves on. And we got the snow left behind. How long is it going to take for it to clear on out and evaporate and get us back to moving? But we got a while to enjoy this yet, because look at this. Even though we've got that drier line coming in, the colder air is also rushing in with it. So it'll be a few more hours here along the coast that we're going to be dealing with this. We'll step this along, and what you'll find is that while we continue to see that snowfall almost all the way down to the mouth of the river so far, 30, 40, 50 miles offshore, we've had reports of that snow showing up when you check a look at the radar and those gusty winds moving that powder around. Here's how we'll step it through and get the cold air behind it, because we're already on the frigid side. These low 20s now as the skies clear and are able to just let all the little bit of heat that the moisture and the cloud cover was holding in, that's going to get out of here. So as we get into deeper tonight, it's going to get cold fast. These teens out there, lower 20s, and this is where we're talking about, okay, we got to pay attention to what's going to be happening, not only on the roadways where we see that snow and ice that's already there really freezing over into a harder ice that is even more treacherous to try to move around on, but this is where we start worrying about pipes. So tonight is when you got to start paying attention to, do you run the water? How much water do you run? Hopefully you've had enough practice over the last couple of nights to at least know what to do, but this is the night that you're going to really need to pay attention and make sure you protect your piping in your house, because this is where we're going to see, this is 11:30 forecast here. As we go through the overnight hours, there's some potential for single digits at some areas north of Lake Pontchartrain. And he's saying our houses are not built for this, so we just kind of try to fight it those very minimal times that we run into it. And then during the day tomorrow, back to the roadways and maybe not being able to get out as much, we stay close to freezing conditions. Again, through the afternoon, another frigid night going into Wednesday and Thursday morning. And then Thursday afternoon is when we may finally get a bit of a break and get a little bit of melting, but it may not be enough to get rid of all of this. And when we've got another very cold night after that. So this is going to go right into the start of the weekend before we start to break things down and maybe see some improvements around here. And then finally, Saturday, Sunday, those are going to be the warmer days that we really, truly get back to more seasonable conditions. So that's what we're going to be looking at here through the extended forecast, and getting a chance to finally maybe get back to what we might typically see around here in January. So we got a couple more days to work with this cold, folks.
Some 50s, some 60s. Doesn't even seem like we're in the realm of that, but it's possible this weekend.
It is, and it's so close yet so far is really how it is, because we've got a couple days to deal with this Arctic air still.
Well, it's fascinating, you know, as you showed that crazy shot on the lakefront, because it sort of seemed like it was winding down. I guess it's not like it's a consistent jello. There will be some, you know, bumps in the way, but for the most part, we should be out of this in an hour and a half or so.
Well, that's right. We get these heavier bands, but what's happening is we got this last little surge that's coming in right behind it. I don't think I can get back to the start of this, if I could go back enough to be able to show what it looks like on our radar here. But that darker blue in there, it's that last gas that's really pulling that moisture in behind the dry, cold air. And so they're coming together. And you know, like the thunderstorms, when you have the front come in and it just pushes everything up, well, that's the last gas that we're getting. So it's, like I say, you get a little worse before things really improve.
All right, thanks, Nicandra.
You know what I kept thinking about the Mandeville lakefront shot? It looks so placid. You know, it was just so calm and peaceful with the sun setting behind Rob Masson. It was beautiful.
Right, like nothing happened today.
Like nothing happened.
Right.
But now, Andres Fuentes is still in the thick of it.
Do we have that live shot? In fact, there's if you missed it.
There it is.
Kind of channel surfing.
Look at how beautiful.
I don't know if we'll kind of have a sunset of any note, but you never know, because the sun's pretty powerful and there's that little gap. So who knows? Wouldn't that be a kind of a cap on the day?
I know. It's crazy times. All right, as I was saying, Andres Fuentes is still in the thick of it in the snow. Let's get out to him. He is live on Poydras.
Guys, I'm here live on Poydras and Loyola right now, just by New Orleans City Hall. And let me tell you, just like Colin Arnold said not too long ago, it's around 6 inches in downtown New Orleans. It might even be more depending on exactly where you're stepping right now, because it is just treacherous, though. Like, just trying to get through, and you can see this is sidewalk. This is supposed to be sidewalk, and I'm just sinking through. No path forward. It's hard to maneuver here in downtown New Orleans, but let's take a live look over here at Loyola, and you can really see just how big and deep these snowbanks are on the sidewalks, and we really hardly have seen people around. I know we're seeing some travelers over here traversing the weather, but it has been on and off again, real heavy bursts of wind and snow, to the point where we were by Champion Square. We're going to do the live hit over there. It just got so bad, the snow got so deep, we were like, no, we got to make our way back, because we don't want to get snowed in at all. So it is quite a phenomenon here in downtown New Orleans, right? You know, this is the time where people are getting off of work, trying to get to their homes, or you know, trying to prepare for dinner at some time. But as you can see, it's completely snowed in. And what's crazy is this is the way we took going to the Superdome. Now we're in reverse, and the snow really in some parts is just untouched at all, and other parts it's just the footprints and everything just kind of stays on. It really is a weird and eerie phenomenon, especially when we do see people out and about, you know, just talking with them. A lot of them New Orleanians that live here in downtown New Orleans, and they tell me that they just wanted to come out and experience, even if it is just 5 minutes of them going out and really experiencing the snow. A lot of tourists, though, and a lot of them maybe being from the north of the United States or familiar with snow. But, you know, when you see snow like this and seeing those flurries, as we're getting some of those flurries going right now, so it'll be hard to see in a few minutes. But you know, it's something just unprecedented, right? You know, this is Poydras right here, downtown Poydras. This is walk-ons and headquarters right over here. Usually it'd be packed with people trying to get a bite to eat, trying to enjoy themselves. It's happy hour right now, right? Happy hour on a Tuesday afternoon. This is usually prime real estate, prime time for people to come on by. And this is another example of just how much snow has accumulated. I can't even put my foot down all the way. I know it might look like it on TV, but there is a big ice pack underneath my foot. Big ice pack. I never thought I'd see an ice pack right on Poydras Street in my lifetime. And it's really kind of crazy, though, seeing Cybertrucks and seeing a lot of the SUVs make their way through. At one point, there was roadway. We could see asphalt here in downtown New Orleans, but as you can see, it's just a blanket. So it's kind of drive at your own risk, to the point where public officials like Colin Arnold, we've been hearing from NOPD, DOTD, telling, look, it's best that you stay home right now. Do not drive on the roadways. If you want to come out in the snow, peer out the window. That's probably the safest and most comfortable way to enjoy the snow here in New Orleans. Again, really hasn't happened for 100 years, and it is insane to really see this. Even Dylan tries to make his way through, but you know, we're creeping up on O'Keefe right now, and it is just dead quiet. And you know, I was hearing Lucy Bustamante throughout the morning programming, and just her saying a little bit about how quiet it gets after snowfall. And you know, I'm starting to understand that as I'm trying to make my way through the snow, and it is just dead quiet, even when there's cars around, right? Like we just saw that white van, the Cybertruck that just passed us, and you know, it's just quiet as all can be. And I'm with my photographer Dylan, and it's like you can't even hear, you know, and it's just kind of crazy. Never really experienced it, never thought I would experience it, right? So if we kind of make our way, I was hoping maybe we could talk to some people. Looks like we got some people over here closer to Johnny Sanchez. Maybe we'll hit him up real quick. But guys, you know, these are apartments right here, right off Poydras. This is a parking lot right off Poydras, and there's at least 5 inches, 6 inches of snow just right over here. So it is a crazy sight to see. We're going to be live all throughout the CBD, downtown New Orleans, and the French Quarter, all throughout the Fox 8 newscast. But for now, I'm putting live here on Poydras. Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks, Andres. Still something to see, you know, and we may continue to see it, even though it's really whipping up on the lakefront, as we mentioned, about an hour or so.
Yeah.
And this should wind down in the city, be a little later if you're obviously to the southeast.
You know, it's so interesting, obviously, seeing snow all over the region, but some of the most dramatic images we've seen today, John, have been from Grand Isle. I mean, just the juxtaposition of you've got the snow covering the beach, and then you've got the Gulf right there. You can see the wind just whipping the water in the Gulf of Mexico. That's where our Sean Fazan spent the day.
Thank you very much, guys. You know, we were the last ones to get the snow down here in Grand Isle. Let me just tell you, over the last few hours, it has really, really picked up. Just look at the picture around me. It is a sea of white down here in Grand Isle. Usually, when you talk about storms, it's the kind of storms that we're used to down here in southeast Louisiana. This is the area that gets it first. Well, in this situation, the snowstorm came, and we were the ones down here to get it last. I am now kind of in a, like I said before, a sea of white. It has really, really come on over the last few hours. We got the snow around 9:45, 10 a.m., which was the last section, as I said, and then it just steadily accumulated. We talked to the mayor. We talked to the police chief a few hours ago. The bridge getting into Grand Isle has been shut off. This highway, Highway 1 behind me, supposed to be closed. We've only seen 1 or 2 or even 3, maybe 4 cars pass by over the last 4-5 hours. So mostly everyone here is staying indoors. This is not a heavily populated area to begin with, so not a whole lot of running around, not a whole lot of people outside doing anything, but just kind of give you an idea of kind of what we're dealing with. Again, this is something this area has not seen. The mayor told me since 1989, but just to kind of give you an idea, this is kind of a little parking cone meter here, and just, I mean, look at how deep the ice has gotten down here in Grand Isle, and the snow. I mean, that's quite a hole right there. So you can be the judge in terms of how many inches that is. I'm going to walk on over here. Where I'm standing right here is the highway. I'm going to clear it out. This is the street right here. Again, we saw a car about an hour ago, but really no one driving down these streets right here right now. And rightfully so. While it's fun to play in the snow, driving right here right now would be obviously very, very dangerous. So things have really picked up out here. One thing in particular, I don't know if it's because we're close to the Gulf or whatever the case may be, very, very windy. Just over the last couple of hours, it's really picked up from a wind gust standpoint, which obviously is another thing to deal with when you're dealing with all this snow. But right here, right now, everyone in Grand Isle just kind of waiting it out, seeing what's going to happen, and hopefully they'll enjoy it for the next few hours, and at some point things will dry out, and we'll see what happens from there. But so far, pretty empty, pretty quiet, but also pretty white from all the snow that's accumulated over the last couple of hours. So it's been quite a day down here in Grand Isle. Reporting from Grand Isle, I'm Sean Fazan for Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Sean. Some just absolutely incredible images there from Grand Isle. Well, our Bruce Katz has had an unbelievable ride with a snowplow this afternoon, getting a live look at the snowplows that came in from Indiana and how they're working to clear the streets in New Orleans. Bruce, I mean, this is an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at this unbelievable work going on.
It really is, and I'll tell you, it's amazing. I mean, naturally, being from New Orleans, I've never been in a snowplow. On top of that, the first time in history that we're plowing streets in New Orleans. I mean, we're witnessing history here where we've never had to do this. Now, we have been onto North Broad, South Broad, Tulane Avenue, parts of Airline Highway, the Crescent City Connection, General de Gaulle. Now we're on South Claiborne. South Claiborne right now at Carrollton. We took a right. Now we're heading back toward the city itself, heading back towards, say, Yeoman Stadium to get your bearings towards, Tulane that way. And the plows have been doing an amazing job. I mean, they go in tandem and they basically scrape the snow to one side of the actual street. The other one picks it up, tosses it further. The other one picks it up and then tosses it basically onto the side where the neutral ground would be. So basically every sweep we do of a street is basically cleared up. So as we're now heading down Claiborne, we're approaching Yeoman Stadium toward Tulane. toward Calhoun. We're going to be approaching Napoleon. This area here is being plowed, and really with just one sweep, it's pretty much clear. So it's unbelievable how these snow plows are such a amazing tool. And I was talking to our driver, and he was saying that when people look at these machines, they think they're just kind of like crazy machines. And it's funny, we've been passing people, they want us to honk the horn, they're waving, they're cheering us on. I mean, we feel like rock stars here, don't we?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's, I've done a lot of snow plowing in the South, believe it or not, and, I always kind of joke around that, people look at us and pickup trucks with big plows and big salt sanders, and they think, that we're driving a spaceship or something. And especially down here today, like you said, I mean, there's people lining the streets just to see what we're doing.
Well, there are a couple of people that are, just taking pictures. I mean, look how deep this snow is. And, I'll tell you, I am just amazed here at the snow depth, where we're pushing about a foot of snow off to the side of the street, where some areas are almost 2 feet of snow on the side, where, you would look at a snow drift, but this is actually the plow that's pushing all this snow to the side. So I guess the rule is you all have a map plan to go around some of the major arteries. Right now we're heading toward, I guess, the Ochsner Baptist Hospital, heading toward from Claiborne all the way down toward Napoleon, where to kind of clear the roadways. But there really is a method to the madness, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, we're working with city officials closely to determine priority roads, new accesses that need granted, and then also working with first responders as well, trying to open up some of these fire stations. I just saw one of our plows back at a firehouse just a few minutes ago, working on opening that up for them. And then we've also told the city that, hey, if there are emergency calls and, first responders need an escort, we'd be happy to do that for them.
Right. So you all have radios that you all talk and communicate with, and, sometimes you have to back off the microphone for TV to do that. But we just passed Tulane, Yeoman Stadium, and now we're continuing on. We are approaching Napoleon right now. We're passing Calhoun as we speak. And, I mean, the snow on the neutral ground is just incredible. The snow depths that we've seen, up to 6 to 8, up to 10, even, I would say, isolated up to a foot of snow. We see some students here walking on the side right. I mean, they're kicking up snow probably 7-8 inches from the bottom of their feet to the ground itself. So as you all continue to plow, the snow that you all plow just basically sits there. Is that right?
Yeah. No, we're going to push all the snow we can into the medians along the sides of the road. And yeah, that'll sit there. Good news is, by the end of the week, we should be back to well above freezing around the area, and then that's going to help greatly to get rid of this snow once and for all once that happens.
Right. So right now we are on Claiborne. That was Nashville that we just passed, just to help our viewers get their bearings now, because, with all the snow on the ground, it's hard to get your bearings. Everything looks the same. It's all white. I mean, the houses and, even major landmarks at this point. So, we're kind of relying on some of those street signs to get us through that as well. So 14 snow plows, the size of the city, and I'm sure when you sat down with the emergency managers, you looked at the size of the city, some of the major arteries themselves. Is 14 trucks enough, or potentially we may get more?
So 14 is enough to again open things up to start working on it. However, there's a lot of side streets. Just New Orleans is a big city. So to get everything back in order, maybe we do need to bring in some additional resources.
Sure.
But considering that, there wasn't much of an alternative, I'd say our 14 trucks are doing a pretty good job right now.
No, they certainly are. I mean, I am very impressed. And like I said, I've never been in a snowplow. New Orleans has never seen a snowplow per se. And the fact that we're watching this and we're just watching history with enough snow to actually call in contractors with snowplows to come and do it is amazing. So we are now approaching Ochsner Baptist, coming in toward the area of Napoleon. We just crossed Jefferson. We are at Upper Line right now. So as we move forward, we're working toward the city on Claiborne. We did quite a bit of Carrollton Avenue. We did quite a bit toward Airline. Now we did turn around at the JP line as we went over the overpass that you would come on from basically Airline approaching, let's say, Carrollton Avenue. So we went over that, we went into Metairie, we did maybe about 1/10 of a mile in JP and turned back around. So now, as we were on Claiborne, we're going to be making a right, in fact, the way it looks, onto Jefferson, and likely it is because it is Oshner Baptist Hospital. So passing Jefferson, now we're coming up toward Napoleon, and it looks like we're going to make that right. Is that correct?
Yeah. Look.
All right, the shot has frozen up just a little bit.
I think getting on these hospitals and fire stations is probably the new priority as we're able to open up some of these arteries.
Got you. So as we come on down now, we're on Napoleon Avenue, and we are literally passing Oshner Baptist right now to clear the roadways for some of the emergency lanes, some of ambulance service or police service that may need to get in. So that's really the priority, to get to these areas that are high importance. Hospitals, as you mentioned, fire stations, things of those natures that you have to get out in. It's easier access, because driving through this without a snowplow, we've seen many cars already get stuck.
Many. And, it's just when the officials say stay off the road, it's usually for a reason.
Absolutely.
And this type of weather event, especially for folks who aren't used to driving in this type of snow, it can be really, really challenging, and you can end up stuck really quick. And if you don't have a shovel or a way to get yourself out, you're going to be sitting for a while.
No, absolutely. If you don't have to get out, do not do it. We've seen several cars, especially front-wheel drive cars, they're just spinning out their tires. They're trying to go through a street, not over the actual neutral ground, but where the plows have done their job, they're trying to cross over, and they're going into 7 to 10 inches of snow, and they're getting stuck. So at this point, if you don't have to travel, I would certainly stay put. So we're making a U-turn now, coming back onto Napoleon Avenue, across from Oshner Baptist now, making our way back toward Claiborne Avenue. It's amazing how these streets just get cleaned. 3 plows and you work in tandem, and everything pretty much is clear. Well, these poor cars here on the right, they're going to get a lot of snow on them.
Yeah, you feel bad about that sometimes, but you just don't have another option,
No, absolutely. So when it comes down to it, we are continuing to move on. Right now, we are again approaching right there in Claiborne, and really, I guess we're doing zigzags around the city, just from the map that the city wants you to do as priority. Is that correct?
Yeah. We're just trying to make passes through, open things up. Again, people are out and need to go somewhere in emergency. We're trying to open these roads to make that happen, so that people can get, to the hospital, to the pharmacy, whatever they might need. We're trying to open it up for them.
Sure. So how long have you been doing this? How long have you been driving snowplows?
So I've been working in the snow and ice industry for just about 7 years.
Okay.
I've worked for a few larger commercial snow and ice management companies that manage commercial portfolios all over the country.
Right.
I hold the 2 highest designations from the Snow and Ice Management Association.
Which is important.
Yeah, that's a certified snow professional and the advanced snow manager. And then also I am a consultant in this industry, so I work with snow and ice providers like Sherco, right. To help them make sure they're doing the job the best they can, that they know just all the resources out there and available, and just trying to do things up to industry standard, and working with them very closely with that.
Absolutely. So, as we, wind up the interview here, in your wildest dreams, did you ever think you would be called to New Orleans, Louisiana to do this?
No. Again, I just, the Gulf Coast and snow, it doesn't sound right. And, getting down here and actually seeing that the forecast was right and all this came to fruition is just pretty crazy. And hopefully everyone down here is able to enjoy this snow and it won't stay around all that long. But again, definitely a once in a generation type thing.
Absolutely. Well, we really appreciate the ride with you. Again, it's amazing to be able to show the viewers in New Orleans how their streets are getting cleared, and thanks to you guys and your team for coming down. John and Meg, I don't know real quick if you have any questions or not, but we're going to wrap it up here and head back to the station. But this has been a minute. I mean, just amazing ride.
It's been quite a ride. Just tell Levi, one of our viewer emails was praising your coverage, Bruce, and Levi the man.
Yeah, Levi's the man, I think it says.
He's a pretty popular guy, the man of the hour, Levi.
Levi is the man. I'll tell you, I'm going to tell them, Levi, you are the man. That's what they're saying. So,
appreciate
all right, guys,
Thank you.
I'm going to wrap this up. We've got some great video again. It's historical. Never have we had snowplows in the city of New Orleans.
The first ever use of a snowplow, according to the city, in history. All right, thanks, Bruce.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
A new year and a new adventure with the perfect Chevy to take you anywhere. With pure power unleashed and future-forward technology. Because every mile matters and every path leads to new possibilities. Get $5,250 total cash allowance on this Silverado. Plus, current Chevy owners and lessees get an additional $1,000 cash allowance when you purchase. See your Super Chevy dealers.
No football? No problem. At the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show, Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd. See the latest and greatest in pontoons, fishing boats, sports boats, personal watercraft, and more. Fifth wheels and travel trailers at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
Chip for a star, chip for a star, he knows the law. Chip for a star, chip for a star, always on call. Chip for a star, being smart takes care of it all.
Now is the perfect time to get that boat or RV loan from Jefferson Financial Federal Credit Union. What's stopping you from getting out there and exploring? Let the loan specialists at Jefferson Financial Federal Credit Union help with securing your next loan. Apply online at jeffersonfinancial.org.
Do you think you have COVID-19?
I'm worried I may have COVID.
We're open 7 days a week for both rapid COVID and antibody testing. Life is busy. You don't have time. Get your results fast at LCMC Health Urgent Care.
Putting the Womack on them means laying the law down.
When I hear put the Womack on them, I know they're going to get the job done.
When you're putting the Womack on them, it's like winning a championship.
Put the Womack on them.
The Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show is back Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd at the Pontchartrain Center in Kenner. Hundreds of boats under one roof and over 100,000 square feet of RVs, travel trailers, and fifth wheels at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
A live look at the Mandeville Lakefront as we are just under a half an hour away from the sunset. Could have one as it looks, and wouldn't that be a cap on what has been, according to the state climatologist, a top 2 or 3 snow event in Louisiana history. Governor Landry announcing a couple hours ago that state offices will be closed through Thursday. He says we have gone through the winter wonderland aspect of this story, but there's more to come and things could get dangerous of the potential for freezing pipes and lots of other issues. Good evening, I'm John Snell.
And I'm Meg Gatto. We've heard from people all over the viewing area today enjoying the snow, having so much fun out there. But as we know, the other shoe is to drop with the potential for freezing on area roadways. Our Garland Gillen is uptown. He had the very tough assignment today of talking to people who were snowboarding on St. Charles Avenue and just enjoying this time out in the snow.
If you've watched my stories today, you've seen Tulane kids running shirtless in Audubon Park. They had a kid snowboarding on the avenue, even had a skier on the Mississippi River levee. So after a long day of running, skiing, and snowboarding, where else are you going to finish it? At the boot. Got a Tulane student right here, no class right now, So this has got to be the move, right?
Yeah. We just went spike balling before this. We're just here to chill and maybe party.
Is the whole school here right now? I feel like the entire student body is at this bar right now.
A good amount of people, because, no class, you got to go to the booth. But I feel like a lot of people are also staying in.
What part of the country are you from?
I'm from D.C., East Coast.
So are you blown away how everybody in the South is like losing their minds right now about this weather?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I came here to escape the snow, but now I guess it's followed me here.
Are you giving anybody pointers that is a local here to how to handle the deal with the snow?
Just have fun, bundle up, and make the most of it.
How long have you been at the booth today?
I just got here like 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
It's been a long day of snow, so of course, where would you end it?
The boot. I don't know. I mean, anywhere that's outside, you gotta enjoy it. There's only, 2 days in 10 years that we're gonna get snow like this.
Are you from the East Coast?
No, I'm from Minnesota.
So you're used to this. Are you laughing at all the locals here that are losing their absolute minds?
Oh yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I went to Audubon this morning. I got to see some people building snowmen with their kids and stuff. It's awesome. A little taste of home for me.
Is the entire student body of Tulane at the booth right now?
No, but close. I mean, anyone who doesn't have online class at the moment is here.
What does this say about this town that we can have snow, everybody's like snowboarding and skiing and they're running and then they're here having a relaxing drink here? What does it say about this city that, we can't keep them down, huh?
Yeah, we're a community, we're gonna be together through thick and thin, through hot and cold, we're gonna be together. It's awesome.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
There you have it. This is the best way to end your day if you're a Tulane student, at the boot.
Boy, that would be a kick in the teeth, wouldn't it, if you had online classes today?
That would stink, yeah. And, as Andres pointed out earlier, I mean, it is happy hour, so they've got the right idea.
And they're happy, and it is that hour.
They seem very happy,
It is that hour.
sure.
All right, we've got some videos we want to run through, including an unusual use of an excavator here. Ashley Welch and her 1-year-old Josie in Franklinton enjoyed what somebody here called excavator sledding. That's a little ingenious.
Yeah, that looks fun.
If you don't have elevation, you just, you don't have a change in longitude,
You gotta
or
get latitude, creative.
you just,
Well, the New Orleans
altitude, I guess.
Yeah, really. The New Orleans Police Department could not resist having some fun in the snow. Officers were spotted today in a playful snowball fight with residents and tourists in the heart of the French Quarter. Hopefully we have that video to pull it up. There it is to show you. The officers just getting in on a little snowball fight. You could even see a dog joining in on that fight as well. I mean, you can't go anywhere, so what else is there to do, right? You got to enjoy it.
In the quarter earlier, we saw one of those webcams. We're not encouraging this, but there was a snowball fight as a group of young people
Pelting the camera with snowballs.
Noticed the camera and had a good time as the kids were. You see, the kid brought out, and a lot of us, including these NOPD officers. I will say this, I saw a lot of police presence as I drove around from the French Quarter over to the City Park area and then back again. Obviously in the tourist areas you find that in general, but a very significant force of law enforcement out there trying to make sure that the roads stay, free of issues.
Trying to keep people off the roads if
Right.
they didn't have to be today. All right, another area we're seeing a ton of snow, Long Beach, Mississippi, and that's where Madeline Adams joins us live. And Madeline, you were working on your snowman making skills earlier. How's it coming so far?
Yeah, good evening, John and Meg. Our snowman, Beachy, he has gained some weight because of all the snow that has accumulated here on Long Beach in Mississippi. We'll show you Beachy again in just a second. I ended up getting him a beanie, so he's a little bit warmer right now. But slow day at the beach here. Not a lot of people out tanning or enjoying the water because right now where I'm standing would typically be the water, and we'd be probably about a foot deep right here, but as you can see, it is covered in snow, pretty icy, just very low levels of water right here. So pretty much, I mean, from the road until, consistent water back there, it's probably about a fourth of a mile. So a lot of snow, a lot of ice just piled on top of the sand right here. We're going to walk closer toward Beachy over there, closer toward the road. We have seen fewer traffic out on the road later this evening. So that's a good sign. We saw a lot of cars still on the road earlier this afternoon, earlier this morning. That has kind of slowed down. People are heeding the warnings because the road right now is full of snow. And so, again, stay off the road if you can. Stay home. Enjoy this beautiful snow in your front yard, in your backyard. And you know, we were talking with a couple of the staff members at the hotel that we're staying at, Miss Jalinda and Miss Angela, and they were saying that typically right now, this time of year, in January, South Mississippi, people from up north like to come down south and enjoy the warm weather, enjoy the beach. Right now, typically this time of year, they'd have about half their rooms full. Right now, they only have 8 guests at this hotel. So as you can imagine, a lot of people heard about the snow that was coming to Long Beach, Mississippi, and decided, we'll kind of wait until maybe next week or when it gets a little bit warmer. But it has just been an incredible amount of snow falling over the last couple of hours. And it's not, the snowfall itself is not as heavy as it was earlier in the afternoon. We are seeing the snow kind of die down a bit. It's still snowing, and we're seeing, honestly, we've seen 8 inches of snow in spots, so it's pretty crazy. But here's Beachy. He is as I mentioned, he's gained a little weight here. His shape has kind of lost itself. He's not as round as he was when we first left him, but we got him. John, I know you mentioned he looked like a seagull, so we're sticking with the bird style here. We got him a skeleton pelican's hat, trying to keep him warm. He also lost his sand eyes there, but that's the Beachy update. We're gonna try to build him back a little bit better. But yeah, the sun is about to go down here at 5:24, so in about 20 minutes we'll see sunset, and that's when it gets really cold, and of course the roads become even more dangerous. So again, do not drive unless it's absolutely necessary. If you do drive, make sure you're driving really slow and heeding all the warnings of course, state personnel and your local officials. Back to you guys in studio.
You need to go find some shells or something.
Under all that snow.
Let that doll see again.
I know, well, you know, it's a little hard to find the seashells. Normally on a typical day here in Long Beach, I'm sure that'd be a little easier to find, but right now the sand is, buried under probably 8 inches of snow right now. If I can kind of get it with my boots down to the snow, we'll try to show you. I don't even know if I can get to the snow. This is so frozen, but as you can see, that's probably like 4 or 5 inches, and it is higher than that in some spots. So we are seeing a historic amount of snow. I know we've been saying that the last couple of days. Our meteorologists have been predicting this. They were right on. It is a historic amount of snow here in the Gulf Coast. It's pretty incredible to watch. So it's just something that obviously we've never seen in our lifetimes. Our parents have probably never seen in their lifetime. So I hope everyone's enjoying it safely out there.
And Madeline, that's obviously the beach road is a pretty heavily trafficked road on a normal day, so there's some traffic there. Yeah. Has that been your experience as you've driven around? Is that, if you get on a fairly major road, you might be all right where there's been some traffic, but as soon as you go off onto a side street that's had hardly anything, the traffic can get quite treacherous pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned, we've seen a lot of traffic along. This is West Beach Highway. Right here in front of our hotel and right across from the beach. We've seen a lot of traffic throughout the day. That has died down for right now because we are still seeing a ton of snow on the road, and now it's kind of, as the snowfall kind of weakens and there's less snow actually falling from the sky, now it's just kind of sitting on the road. And so that's when it becomes dangerous, right? And especially at night, once this snow starts to melt, the potential for black ice. So very dangerous. There's been a lot less traffic on this road recently as it starts to get a little bit darker, get closer to sunset. But as you can see, Andre's showing you that road right now. You can still see the tire tracks, right? So that is providing people, I guess, a guide on this road, but still very dangerous. That is not the asphalt of the road that you're seeing that's dark right there. That is still ice. So very dangerous. Still have to drive slow, drive carefully if you are out and about. But yeah, the side streets are just completely covered in ice. There's no real tire tracks or guides on those side streets. So be very, very careful as you're driving down those side streets or anything like that. And of course, even on major roadways and highways.
Well, and the other thing too is, you know, you showed, and it works this way for stairs and it works this way for roads. You showed the stairs that you climb up there from the beach. That's nothing today because it's nice soft snow. After we get down to 10 degrees or maybe
Right.
20 degrees, that set of stairs will become treacherous because it'll just be solid ice.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, I live in an apartment complex in New Orleans, and we got an email before I left saying, of course, you know, be careful as you're walking downstairs, as you're walking down parking garages, as you're using outside amenities, because as the snow piles up and people walk on it, or maybe it melts a little bit, it does kind of create a slippery, icy situation. So even if you're not driving, even if you're just kind of walking around, walking downstairs, walking down the road and, you know, in front of your house, that could be potentially dangerous just because of the ice that's kind of forming under the snow. You could slip, you know, that could be dangerous. So just, again, carefully. This is a once in a lifetime event. We want you to enjoy it, but again, do it carefully, do it safely, to where, you know, you're not driving if you don't have to. You can just enjoy it in your front or backyard, but again, still be safe where you're walking. Watch your step, watch for ice that could potentially, you know, cause an accident or anything like that.
All right, Madeline, thank you. Live for us tonight in Long Beach, Mississippi. And, you know, we cannot stress enough that there's black ice out there, which you cannot see. So it's not like it's, you know, easily detectable. Oh, there's a patch of ice. I shouldn't step there. So you really have to be careful.
And that will mirror what happens, you know, we talked about the stairway on the roadways.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
won't be able to see it on the roads when you get down to the, it'll be a crust of ice, a layer of ice.
Yeah.
That you know, I don't care how many wheel drive you've got, you just can't stop on it. The other thing too is, you know, I'm sure somebody's saying, well, duh, of course those stairs will get treacherous, but what happens to you is and I know this from experience, is you kind of get used to it. You kind of walk around for a day or so in the snow and it's the winter wonderland, and then all of a sudden you hit that same set of stairs and you're flying backwards. So
not good.
Be careful out there.
Well, in Madeline's live shot, we could see that the snow has pretty much stopped there in Long Beach. We saw that a little bit earlier with Rob Masson in Mandeville. So let's see if that's the situation in the Marigny tonight with Chris Welty. How's it looking, Chris?
Hey, Meg and John. We are still getting a few snowflakes here in the Marigny, but the snowfall is beginning to taper off. But a lot of people, they are still out here trying to make their snowmen. We have a really great one over here in the flower pot by the hotel. We're staying at the Hotel Peter and Paul, and it's just really a picturesque scene right here. This is the driveway for the hotel where people stop, drop off their luggage, check in, and then they head to the back to park. And we do have a few law enforcement officers out here that are also staying in the hotel. They are working 12-hour shifts, so they're getting some much needed rest. But once this officer comes back to their NOPD cruiser, it will take a little bit of time to clear all of that snow that packed onto that cruiser. To clear that off, that police unit came here, I guess, between 7 and 8 o'clock this morning. We saw that officer back in, so that officer likely will be back on the clock at 7 o'clock tonight. But I want to show you this other snowman over here. Of course, the employees, everyone's getting creative, using what they can. They put a shower cap on this snowman, and they used straws for the eyes. No nose on this snowman, or smile, or buttons, but I've never seen a snowman with a shower cap on, so that was pretty creative. Now, earlier this afternoon, we saw multiple people also coming to check into the hotel, people that live in this neighborhood that say the heating in their home wasn't sufficient, so they decided to just come check into the hotel, and they are hoping that they'll have a nice warm stay. And one person was being dropped off by a black SUV, and when that SUV was pulling out of the driveway, they actually got stuck. And it's really hard to tell where the driveway truly is and where that drop off is, but you can just see how much snow is still packed into this area. And earlier this afternoon, we also saw multiple law enforcement and fire trucks passing on Burgundy, and they created those tire tracks, making it a little bit easier to traverse. But with the snowfall still coming down and drifts, those tracks are beginning to be covered. And Whitney, if we take a look down the road, you can see there's people still walking their dogs and actually just getting out. I know people are probably a little stir crazy, but more than likely they will be cooped up in their homes or their neighborhoods for at least another day, maybe 2 more days, as we continue to deal with this. Now, earlier today, we attempted to make a snowman on the hood of our news unit. This is our car parked over here. And with the amount of accumulation, you can't even tell really where our snowman truly is, except for by the branch that is sticking out. I attempted to make an arm right there, and somebody put a twig for a nose, but it just looks like one big blob just because of all of this accumulation that is on our car right now. It's just unreal how much snow fell across the city. But one thing that I have noticed, as we're getting closer to dinner time, we can smell food in the air. People are cooking, and they are also, some that are out and about, they are hoping that they can find an open restaurant. We know on Elysian Fields there is a bar open that people have been going to since very early this morning to get a drink and hopefully warm up a little bit. But really the only restaurant that's truly open in the area is the hotel restaurant, the Elysian Bar. So the hotel is actually seeing a little bit of a boom of business as people are hoping to get a hot meal tonight. But look, we have a gentleman walking right now. Hey, we're on live TV. What's your name, sir?
My name's Al.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Al, where are you from?
I live over there, but I'm from London originally.
From London?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think of the snow here in South Louisiana?
It's tiny. I don't know what all the fuss people are making about it. It's hardly even anything on the ground. No, it's amazing. It's amazing. Everyone's having a lot of fun. The kids are off school. Lots of excitement all around.
Did you ever imagine you would see something like this in New Orleans?
No, did you?
No, but I do remember I was probably a freshman in high school. I do remember the Christmas snow of 2004. It wasn't anything like this, but you know, I got excited thinking, oh man, this is great.
Yeah, sort of my youngest, who's 8, has been going on all week about the percentage chances of snow happening, and every morning he kind of gets up and says it's going to be 20%, it's going to be 40%. And I'm like, it's never going to snow in New Orleans. Sure enough, here we are.
Eating those words a little bit.
A little bit. Yeah, I do look a little bit foolish.
Well, look, stay warm, stay safe, and
right.
Thank you so much for chatting with us.
You too.
Thank you. So, yeah, as we can see, there's just people out and about having fun, enjoying themselves. But also, occasionally, when we do get a gust of wind, the snow that has accumulated along the rooftops, that begins falling, and as you can see, that's probably going to freeze overnight, and it's going to be quite a problem when that does fall down. So people are going to really have to watch walking along roof lines, and occasionally the snow is also the snow that is weighting down branches. Occasionally we see it sort of wave and flap a little bit, just the snow too heavy to sustain on those branches. But really, it's just such a sight to see. And we do know that, once again, the city has several warming shelters open for anyone that needs it. And New Orleans EMS, they did tell me earlier this afternoon that if you do need a ride to one of those shelters, they ask that you call 311, and they'll actually bring an ambulance to you, or medics SUV, to be able to get you to one of those warming shelters. Reporting live in the Marigny, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Welty with the perspective from the other side of the pond, if you will, a man from London. And now here's the other side of the lake, Lake Pontchartrain. This is the shot of the pier there in Mandeville. So as you're coming off the causeway, you may have noticed, if you're not on the North Shore a lot, that there's a little pier off to your right as you're going toward the North Shore. We, of course, are looking toward the west, and what could be, in about 7 minutes, a pretty glorious sunset, but a nice cap to the day either way.
You know, if you just look at that, you would think, oh, beautiful looking sunset, nothing, extraordinary about it. You would have no idea that several inches of snow have fallen today till you look closely, and then you could see on the roofs of some of those, buildings on the pier that there's snow on top of them. And there it is. If you look real closely here, my eyesight's not that great, but you can see some of the snow there.
Well, no, you're right. It's, if you're watching that, we're watching this on a monitor that's a bit away. If you're watching this on a 72-inch TV, that probably
I think you could probably
popped
see it
out
a
too.
lot better.
Little snow, what has been, you know, and that's the great thing about this. And look, we've talked about the danger of the roads. We've talked about these ruts that are wonderful to drive through right now, for example, that are going to ice over and become more treacherous.
Yes.
Some of these roads will partially melt probably tomorrow, then refreeze. That's an experience you don't want to have. So that is why, as we look at as we take in this sunset, that's why state officials are saying, enjoy this winter wonderland, but just be aware that there are some dangers lurking if we're not careful.
I mean, Governor Landry specifically said the next 24 to 36 hours, please stay off the roads. He said, I don't want to see anybody on the roadways who doesn't have to be, because state troopers today have already responded to over 50 accidents, and that's before the ice started forming on the roads. So we know that it's going to be a mess after that.
Yes, and excuse me, and that's why from the state's point of view, and we've already had some of the school systems say, look, we're going to use Thursday because class will be closed, the announcement's been made in some places.
Yeah.
We're going to use Thursday to judge where we are. And part of that will be, you know, the pipes and what kind of physical condition are the schools in.
The water system, exactly. Can the water system handle everybody turning on their faucets overnight, and some during the day as well, to run, you know, the stream of water to keep their pipes working? So that'll be interesting to see. But Thursday morning, we'll have a better idea of just how many offices and schools and buildings are closed.
No, so knock on something wooden. The one really good thing that's happened so far, in addition to this kind of winter wonderland, is the idea that we did not have an ice storm first that brought down lots of you know, branches onto power lines and made for just a miserable experience. The governor did say, and they are having a bit of an issue in Lafayette, but the governor did say that he does anticipate there will be more outages. But because this has been a snow event, we have a chance here to avoid the kind of massive power outages. We just haven't experienced that yet, and hopefully that won't happen.
Yeah, that would be best case scenario indeed. All right, let's get down to Houma now and check in with our Chris Joseph to see if the snow is still falling, Chris. And, you know, you've been making some great snowmen throughout the day. Any update for us?
Well, so a few things on that note. The snow has definitely slowed down. As you can see, there's really no precipitation, and the wind has really died down too. Actually, we just got some nice lights. That's fun. So in terms of the snow accumulation, I mean, at least at this point, it's, you know, obviously dwindling. But as for snowmen, I'll match Chris Welty's snowman and raise him a very expertly crafted snowman. I don't know who did this. I'm assuming it's some folks with the Raven Vault company, and honest to goodness, I have no idea how they got these massive snowballs rolled up to this size. But, you know, they put it together very well. You know, we've seen some very good snowmen today, if you've been a loyal Fox 8 viewer. But in terms of size, structural stability, and, you know, snow girth, I think this one certainly takes the cake. But on a more serious note, here in Terrebonne Parish, we have been keeping an eye on the outage map. The good news is we really haven't seen many significant outages. There were rooms available in the Holiday Inn where we're staying. Really haven't seen that be needed at all. But if we look to the left here, you can see that, see all those businesses. Obviously, they're dark, they're closed. In fact, we're actually seeing two folks on the road right now. The sheriff's office is really asking people to not do that if you can, to stay away. Now, deputies, I am told, have gone to a number of crashes, but they've mostly been assisting state troopers in that respect. There have been a handful of pipes bursting in this neck of the woods, but otherwise, thankfully, it's been a rather uneventful day, according to the folks in leadership with the parish I've spoken to, and some of the Facebook posts from the parish government that we've been following. The parish government did ask folks to conserve gas if they can. Sounds like that infrastructure is being maximized. So if possible, I know this is a big ask, obviously, with the snow and the weather, but, you know, get it to a point where you're comfortable and maybe don't raise the thermostat any more than you need to. But in terms of the snow accumulation throughout the day, I mean, you can see it here for yourself. You have several good inches, and then, you know, piling up on the cars. And in fact, here's our Fox 8 vehicle, Drew, if we want to swing around here just to give folks some sense of how much snow has accumulated down the bayou. I mean, goodness gracious. Plenty. We'll have to clear this off, obviously, before we go anywhere. But in Houma, a calmer scene, a quieter scene, a snowy wonderland. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks for that, Christian. A snowy wonderland. I like that. On the bayou.
On the bayou.
And an SNEAUX day
Exactly.
in NOLA.
Snowmageddon.
Or something like that. We just been taking in kind of the sunsets. We have another shot to show you too of the lake camera, the Landry Lake camera out pointing toward the west at West End as that layer of golden light and then a few pinks in the clouds there. And then we've been watching this shot also on the North Shore, this shot of Lake Pontchartrain from the Mandeville lakefront here as we're about a minute away from the sunset. We may not see that big ball. It may just not break through those clouds, but the sun's pretty powerful depending upon, you know, the angle and just kind of an interesting cap on what's been a historic day in so many ways. The state climatologist saying this is a top 2 or 3 snow event in the history of the recorded history of Louisiana. We act sometimes in the media like the weather just started around 1850, but you know, around the time that we started keeping records, at least. With it'll be interesting to see, Meg, the totals too, because there do seem to be some places where they're looking at about 8 inches at least in isolated spots.
Right, and just in the city of New Orleans, our meteorologists were saying they were thinking 6 to 8 inches. I mean, looked like maybe a little bit less where Chris Joseph was just now in Homa, but I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of snow that's fallen. Of course, everybody wants to know, when are the roads going to reopen? We know that snow plows have been deployed across the region. They're trying to get to the roads, but they're going to hit those main arteries first before they get to some smaller streets in the neighborhood. So that's going to take time. They're putting down salt and sand. But as we heard from Colin Arnold, the Homeland Security Director in New Orleans, they were having a little bit of difficulty with that. It wasn't quite as effective as they thought it would be. So it's going to take some time before people can get out of their houses and get back out onto the roadways. For anybody that's looking for information on, you know, I may need to travel for whatever reason, is such and such road open? The governor said there's a resource, 511la.org. That's a website that you can go to that's full of roadway information to let you know, has it been plowed, has it been salted, is it safe to drive? 511la.org.
In some ways, you know, there are a couple of things happening that are transitioning. For one thing, you don't see snow flurries. The snow has largely ended in New Orleans, and maybe a drip here or there. The other thing too is, and this is the serious side of this pretty picture, is that as the sun goes down, the temperatures will start to plummet too. And tonight, Jay Grimes, the state climatologist, says will be the test case for your pipes. If, you know, I'm not a plumber, but so obviously, you know, when you get night after night after night, maybe that has a tipping point, but this could be the coldest of the evenings, and this will test, you know, what kind of shape the pipes are in as these temperatures really go down into the low double digits, and the wind chill factor will be in, you know, the single digits or less.
Yeah, this is
that
going to be...
doesn't affect the pipes, but it sure affects how you feel.
Well, exactly, and they said at this press conference with the governor and Jay Grimes, this is going to be the strain on the system to see how exactly the water system handles this, and how the roadways obviously hold up with these freezing temperatures.
Can I get an ooh and an ah there?
Ooh.
There you go. Very good.
Ah, beautiful.
It is quite a sight. You may also, one quick point, you may encounter snow plows, which for the first time we saw snow plows in New Orleans. That's the first time the city believes they've ever been used. And salt spreaders. There was an accident in southwestern Louisiana earlier today involving a salt spreader, something we're not used to seeing on the roads. These are in some cases rather large vehicles, larger than we were showing you in the live shot that Bruce had earlier. And just, you know, be aware that they're not going along necessarily at 70 miles an hour. They're not. So, you know, they'll be slow-moving large vehicles.
You know, we've talked to a lot of locals today, obviously experiencing snow for the first time. There's also a lot of tourists that are in town thinking they're coming to New Orleans for maybe a warmer vacation if they happen to live up north, for example. But Olivia Vidal spoke to a number of people today, just astounded by what they saw in New Orleans. Right, Olivia?
Hey, Meg and John, that is Professor Vidal to you, because today I'm going to show you some of the fresh powder we're seeing on Canal Street. But to answer your question, yes, lots of travelers who are stuck in town because of the snow that we're experiencing. But look, I brought a trusty ruler, and we're going to see just how much gathered, accumulated in this fresh batch of snow right here on Canal Street on the streetcar tracks. Here we go. Here we go. Whoa! 8 inches, according to my calculations, according to my trusty ruler there. 8 inches of snow right here on Canal Street. It's pretty incredible, and you can see the snow has finally stopped falling after nearly 12 hours of snowfall. I've been out here since 6 o'clock this morning. We've just been in the snow all day long, and people are enjoying it. I've got a local artist here, Reggie Ford, joining us. Okay, Reggie, what do you think about the snow in New Orleans today?
I love it. It's beautiful. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's on our architecture. So this is like living art. It's almost like I'm walking through a painting, looking at all this. It's beautiful.
It really is. It feels like you're living on a Christmas card.
Yes. Uh-oh. Whew. My face feel like it's freezing.
Look, we're all freezing. I don't think we're not built for this kind of weather.
No. I didn't realize how fast your hands could freeze in this. But I just can't believe how beautiful this is. It's so white out here. I love it.
It's a totally different look of what New Orleans could be in the wintertime if we experience winter weather like this yearly.
Oh, man. If we could get a little bit of it, not too much, a little bit, I think it'll reset everybody and everybody be in a good mood all the time. And just seeing the palm trees with the snow on it, it's something special about that.
I love that. That was actually really beautiful.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Oh,
yeah.
Reggie, okay, well, you're going to enjoy the rest of the snow while we still have it?
Yes, I'm going to enjoy the last few moments of the sunlight.
Yeah.
And then I know the snow going to turn into ice tomorrow, so I'm taking it all in.
Well, hey, stay warm. And I'm glad you got to enjoy this beautiful snow day in the city of New Orleans.
Oh, me too. Hey, how many inches we had?
8. You see my ruler, my trusty ruler?
We did 8?
We did 8 inches.
What?
Where is it? There it is. 8.
That's the proof.
That's the proof. That's science. That is science.
Yeah, that's accurate, man.
Only on Fox 8.
Only on Fox 8, baby.
Well, thanks for talking with us. I'm so glad we ran into you. I'm glad you got to enjoy the snow day.
Oh, me too. I stayed out the whole day.
So did we.
Oh, for real?
I think a lot of people stayed out the whole day because of how awesome this weather has been.
Oh, hell yeah. I got to get a selfie with y'all, too.
Hold on 1 second. Because we're on one more. We're going to interview this special guy right here, Mr. Snowman. I hear that the Chris's, Chris Squared, were showing their snowman. But here's this snowman ready for Carnival. I mean, it's only a couple weeks. We're dealing with snow today, but then in a couple weeks, we're going to be welcoming guests for the Super Bowl, and then we're going right into Mardi Gras and all the parades. Let's ask the snowman what he thinks about this special day. Hey, Mr. Snowman, what do you think about the snow and all of the fun that we're having in New Orleans?
Hey, coldest day of the year. Gotta love it.
Coldest day of the year, you gotta love it. That's what I'm talking about. 8 inches of snow on Canal Street, and people are enjoying it. And guess what? The snow is finally coming to an end. But we know that we got more to deal with. We have some challenges that we have to navigate over the next couple of days. We're going to walk you through that, and we're all going to be in this together. But hey, that's a look at Canal Street on the coldest day of the year, as Mr. Snowman said. Meg and John, I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio. This is Olivia Vidal for Fox 8 Local First reporting live on Canal Street.
That is beautiful. What a shot.
Just talked over poor Olivia there, sorry. What a scene that is, too. I think that snowman is biased, Olivia, by the temperature, but that goes without saying. What a picture, what a scene that is, too.
I know, right? Well, the snowman has been out there all day in the conditions, so we'll give him that.
There is that.
You know, there may be people wondering if they potentially have a flight scheduled for tomorrow. Is the airport going to reopen? What's going on with that? Our Steven Stock is in the newsroom with those answers.
Yeah, John and Meg, we've been tracking this historic snowfall for the last 24 hours by the numbers and breaking it down. You saw Bruce Katz driving around with the private snowplow operations here in New Orleans, and they have 14 trucks. But we also learned that the state of Arkansas sent a strike force of another 12 big trucks plus 4 smaller trucks plus 8 brine tankers, and they've been clearing the roads from Baton Rouge all the way to the Texas border, particularly I-10. And they say that road is now open. They've got both an east and westbound lanes. They'll be working all night in conjunction with the crew that you see there that Bruce rode around with earlier this afternoon. I can tell you also the state of Louisiana has 10 million pounds of salt, about an equal amount of sand on standby. In fact, have started spreading that, as well as 125,000 gallons of brine. And coming back live, we can also show you the roads that these targeted specific plows and the brine, salt, sand mixture are being used. Now, obviously, some of these roads remain closed tonight, and they will remain closed into tomorrow, although we did talk to officials and they say the priority is to start opening some of these main corridors throughout the state. There's a live look from our area around the New Orleans area. You see Mandeville, Covington, Houma. All of those roads remain closed. That's what those red do not enter signs that you see. This is a live look from the state of Louisiana. I also want to go back to power outages. We've been monitoring that, and the actual news is really good here. Earlier this afternoon, I told you there were about 5,200 customers. That's out of 2.3 million customers that they're tracking. Well, now it's been reduced now to 5,200 without power. I just see the latest number is 4,350 people. Obviously, if you don't have power, you're not happy about it one way or the other. But the fact of the matter is, that is actual good news right now as far as the power outages, although officials and the governor, you heard him say earlier this afternoon, are worried that with the ice forming and some of the melting and the cold temperatures overnight, we could see further power outages. We'll be monitoring that throughout the evening. And I've got to show you this. I think you really like this. The last time I showed, this is Flight Aware. This is live flight tracking over our area, and you can see the storm starting to move offshore. Here we are. That's Louis B. Armstrong International Airport, and there are just a handful of planes, and none of them are coming here. They're flying over. For instance, this is headed to Dallas-Fort Worth. This plane is headed to Miami from Las Vegas. And you say, well, that's normal, right? No, it's not normal. Typically, you would see, look at all those planes. This is the rest of the country, and you can see how the planes are flying either above the storm or they're flying around the storm, and that's why, of course, no planes are coming here to New Orleans or to Baton Rouge or to any of the airports here in Louisiana. I checked with the airlines, and it does appear that they are going to try, some of them, particularly Southwest and United, are going to try to get some flights out later tomorrow afternoon. But again, if we have this hard freeze, that may be impossible. The bottom line is there are no snowplows, no ice machines. There are de-icing at each of the airlines, but no ice machines to get the ice off the runways. And you've got to have a clean runway and a clean taxiway in order to have safe air operations. We'll continue to monitor it. If you're planning to fly out, you need to check with the airline. It could be this is closed down tomorrow as well. John, Meg?
All right, thanks, Stephen. That's why, you know, there was some, as we rode along with the people in the snowplows today, they were getting, you know, people honking their horns, giving them high fives.
So thankful to see them out, right, plowing the snow.
And that's just something that you don't expect to see in New Orleans. And a lot of people were like, Levi from Indiana was saying that they do get their reaction as they go to southern cities. A lot of southern cities, of course, that are a bit north of us, higher latitude, have more equipment than we would ever think of having because this is such a rare event. But his
Hence
reaction.
why the airport doesn't have it.
Well, exactly. And we'll see, unfortunately, if somebody's got someplace they need to be. You feel for people who might have, you know, plans to go to Europe or some once-in-a-lifetime
like a
trip.
or something they have to
absolutely.
go to see a loved one. Yeah, they're obviously going to be in jeopardy with that situation.
Let's take one quick look here again at our just incredible shot. This wispy cloud. This is, if you're just tuning in, the sky's clearing. This is actually Mandeville, the Mandeville lakefront there on Lake Pontchartrain. And the other thing, too, is that this is a shot that these reflections you wouldn't have seen maybe several hours ago. Things have calmed down, too. That's you know, it's kind of a calm Lake Pontchartrain tonight, and that leads to the formation of those reflections in the shot. But just what a cap on what has been a historic day when it comes to weather. For all the weather events that we have in this town, this one is different.
I mean, after the snow and the wind was just whipping earlier, it's unbelievable to see the lake so calm at this hour, as if nothing has happened, right?
Pacific, almost.
Yes, exactly. Well, John, I know you and I have both been to Grand Isle a number of times. I have never stood on the beach in Grand Isle in snow looking at the Gulf. I don't know if you have or not.
No, and a lot of people who live there haven't either, and that's how crazy this is.
But our Sean Vizan did today.
Thank you very much. Down here in Grand Isle, we return to the first time you saw us. We are standing on the beach here in Grand Isle. When you saw us last time here, there was sort of pockets of brown sand. Now you see it is all white. Quite a sight out here, especially when you consider just how deep this snow has gotten. And then take a look at the Gulf. It's quite a scene with the snow coming in. The wind has really picked up. It's very choppy out there in the water, as you might expect. Just to kind of give you an update on where things stand. Earlier, we were the last ones to get the snow. Started coming in about 9:45, 10 a.m. Then it just kept steadily adding and adding and adding and adding. Highway 1, few inches of snow over that. It is basically impassable right now. The one thing I can say is I have seen basically no one, short of one or two guys that have passed by in a couple of cop cars and a couple of service workers that work for Grand Isle. So pretty much it's a sparsely populated area as it is, but the people that are here are staying indoors. Haven't really seen too many people out here, but hasn't really let up at all. In fact, you can make a case over the last hour, it has gotten more intense, really, with the snow, but also that wind. Obviously, we're near the Gulf, so the wind can certainly pick up near this area. So it's been quite a scene out here in Grand Isle as they just kind of ride this storm out. Again, it was fun earlier. We talked to the mayor, we talked to the police chief. Now you kind of get to the point where hopefully at some point this begins to die down and they can kind of begin to clean up. But as of right now, things are pretty white out here in Grand Isle. It is a snow day, and we will keep you posted with what comes next down here in Grand Isle. Reporting from Grand Isle, I'm Sean Fazan for Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
Do you find yourself looking at the TV? Maybe you do at home, just once in a while realizing as you see something unusual or maybe some little kid, you know, having a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's just, I'm smiling occasionally at the monitor and then realize, whoa, you know, but it's
never thought you'd
that
see
kind
that,
of day.
right?
No,
I
no.
mean, it's just incredible. All right, let's check on the situation in Metairie now. Our Juan Kincaid is live right outside Lakeside Mall. And Juan, earlier you were saying it wasn't too bad getting around because some other vehicles had kind of made some tracks for you guys. But what is the situation now?
Well, Meg, the situation now is that the roads are still pretty clear, and I think people have kind of gotten off the highway, off Veterans here, which is where we are, next to Veterans, and of course the mall is right behind us. And they've taken the caution. We've been telling them that these roads are going to start icing up. The temperature's about 31 degrees here. The feel like I believe is around 15 degrees. So these roads, some of them are slushy in areas. That's all going to start turning to ice and make these roads even more dangerous to drive on. I've been thinking about our entire day and how it began over at the Causeway this morning at 6 a.m. with them shutting the Causeway down around 7 until sometime tomorrow, if that early. Then going to obviously West End and then the lakefront where kids were sliding down, making their own slopes, I guess you could say, and sliding down on inner tubes or even crawfish platters, and then coming up on Veterans Boulevard and riding up and down this highway, just kind of getting a feel for what the road situation was like here. As the afternoon has gone on, the road conditions have gotten worse. Now, we'll say this, about an hour ago is when the snow finally stopped coming down here in our location in Metairie, but the temperature has gotten a little bit cooler as we've been kind of just sitting idly by, just waiting on to do our live shot here. So we have seen a lot more police personnel come by, coming up the Causeway here underneath the overpass of the bridge. And so and you see more cars going through here as well. Again, if you're going to drive on Veterans or any of the streets off of Veterans, just proceed with caution because these roads are going to start icing up as the evening goes on. So that's the situation here. We got to see a nice sunset, but we didn't get to you guys before the sunset went away. So anyway, that's going to do it from here on Veterans outside the mall. With my man Seed, our photographer, I'm Juan Kincaid, Fox 8 Local First. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Juan. We do want to mention that there are some places that have curfews. St. James Parish is one of them, under a curfew until noon tomorrow. That includes Gramercy and Letcher. St. Bernard Parish's curfew takes effect in about 15 minutes from now, just under 15 minutes at 6 o'clock. It will end tomorrow at noon. Buildings closed, public buildings closed through Thursday in St. Bernard. Lafourche Parish's curfew started at 8 this morning. It will stay in effect as long, they say, as the icy conditions remain on the roads. St. John Parish's curfew will take effect at 6 this evening. Right now, it is set to expire tomorrow morning at 6, but officials tell Fox 8 that that could be extended in St. John Parish. And we're hearing, by the way, from a lot of officials, even at the state level, that Thursday, a lot of businesses may be closed, or offices may be closed through Thursday, which will be sort of the let's gauge it day to see.
Or if not closed, a delayed opening.
Right.
I think one of them said, Colin Arnold from the city of New Orleans said, we need to get to probably noon on Thursday to see if the ice is gone. Is it safe to get out and travel? So at least a delayed opening.
Well, and Liz Reyes asked that question during the news conference, and that's important to a lot of business people who, you know, at some point you got to pay the bills, you got to pay your employees,
Sure.
You want to ring the cash register. It's just too early to know. We may know a lot more tomorrow based on what kind of a night we have and how the freeze affects things.
Yeah. You know, an absolutely gorgeous place today with all this snow falling was inside City Park. As you can imagine, just the area blanketed with snow and those old oak trees. Just beautiful there. Our Shelby Latino got a look.
Now I am at the iconic Humpty Dumpty and Little Bo Peep right outside Storyland and the Botanical Gardens here, right across from the Great Lawn, which is covered in snow. It's been really fun to see people coming out here. We've seen a couple of snowmen being built. We've seen folks walking their dogs. Earlier this morning, I saw some joggers, although since the snow has gotten much steeper, I haven't seen many people out here exercising. That was earlier this morning, but it is really magical to see all of the oak trees covered in snow. All of the iron plants underneath the oak trees are covered in snow. And then we were even looking at, you know, some of the beautiful flowers that you often see right outside the Botanical Gardens and Storyland peeking out. Some little pops of color peeking out of the snow. Really, really just beautiful to see. A totally magical moment for everyone across Southeast Louisiana right now. Something we haven't seen at least in over a century, but probably not in recorded history. This is truly wonderful. I hope that you are enjoying it, and I hope that you stay safe. If you're trying to go out somewhere to go and see everything, make sure that you take a little walk. Bundle up, take a little walk. Try not to drive in this, because underneath all of this fresh powder is some really slushy ice that is going to refreeze tonight and likely cause problems tomorrow and even into Thursday. So be safe out there, but totally enjoy this, because it's amazing.
Shelby Latino, and we've been oohing and eyeing over the kind of sunset that's behind the Condor there, but this is a new phase because it's about to get very cold.
Well, that's right. You know, one of the reasons that we can see these beautiful colors on the horizon lets you know that the cloud line is breaking, and that is going to mean a whole lot when it comes to temperatures tonight. Looking at our winter weather alerts, that winter storm warning being peeled back from west to east. So those areas where a lot of us have seen the snow ending now. Look at this. This is our view from our tower camera. This is the Washington Canal. One car out there. Try not to get on the roads. This is nasty, and it's going to get nastier as we get later into the night. Look at where temperatures are. We've been mid to upper 20s for most of the day, and we're losing those clouds. We've still got some of the gustier winds around, but those are going to start coming down. We already have wind chills in the teens, and we're going to see temperatures falling tonight as the snow line continues to migrate to the east. This is what it looks like on radar. There's the back of that line. And I mean, and it happens fast. So, you know, I was watching that camera over at the lakefront where it went from all day long. It had been rocking and rolling, blowing, almost looking like a whiteout. And then all of a sudden, it went to those lighter flurries you could see off in the distance. And now it's nothing coming out of the sky. And we're waiting on that cloud line to break as well. We do still have some gusty winds with this, though. Still 30-mile-per-hour gusts out at the lakefront, 23 at Belle Chase, the airport at 22. And the winds are starting to lighten up as that low pressure begins to move on to the east. So temperature-wise, that's going to be the next big story going into the night tonight. We've been holding in these mid-20s for several hours. Now that we're losing that snowfall, now that we're going to be losing a lot of the moisture, temperatures are going to start coming down. So it already feels frigid out there. You know that. You've been out playing in that snow. You felt that wind all day long. But as we lose the wind, what we're going to be talking about now is as these clouds clear, and the skies clear out, these temperatures are going to start falling, especially with the sun going below the horizon, and they got a long way to fall before we get to morning. That's going to all have a major effect on what's happening on our roadways, and this is our last little gasp here. So if you are in southern Lafourche, we've been watching Sean down in Grand Isle, southern Plaquemine, St. Bernard, you've got that heaviest band, that darker blue still pulling through, and the rest of us, we're all going to start to see things drying out shortly as we go through the next several hours. Here's how that timing goes. We got that line coming by. You may see just the lightest little area of flurries at the very tail end of that, and then it's back to the north winds, and look at where temperatures are by 10 o'clock. So this is the night that we've been stressing. This is the night that water is going to be your big focus. Everybody's saying, what night do we run the water? Tonight, for sure, everybody that can hear us, this is going to be your night that you have to really work on your pipes, making sure that everything is taken care of. You got that little tiny stream of water going, because we're going to see temperatures down. We've been in the mid-20s all day. You've been going in and out, using the water, washing your hands, flushing the toilets. Now, as things start to wind down and maybe getting ready to go to bed, you're not going to have that water moving through your pipes like we've had all day. We don't want to overtax the system, so it's just one faucet farthest away from your intake, but a teeny tiny drip, and you're going to need to make that happen most of the night and probably pretty late into the morning on Wednesday, because Wednesday temperatures do not come up much at all. Look at this. 8:30 in the morning, we do start to see a bit of a rebound, but we are still in the low 20s. Midday, 10 a.m., mid-morning, we got 20 still across most of the board, and then we finally start getting into those lower mid-30s by later in the afternoon and evening, and then we start all over again on Thursday. We're not going to have a whole lot of hours of melt on Wednesday either, so Thursday morning may end up being the worst morning for the roads because we get a little bit of that melting and then things freeze over again. So we still got a long way left to deal with this system here over the next couple of days. Meantime, everybody's excited about, wait, how much snow did we get? And we got a lot. We've been getting lots of reports. I know we don't really know how to measure snow around here all that great. So if you're getting those reports in, a couple of tips. If you did not put down that flat board, if you got a flat table or you got something that's out away from a wall out in the middle of your yard that has a nice flat surface, that's the best place to go ahead and stick that ruler or yardstick in. Or you can go around and pick a couple spots in your yard. Give me 3. And give me an average. I know you don't want to go back to math class, but that's the best way to give us a good idea, because we had that snow blowing around today. Radar estimated about 4 to 6. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. This dark blue in here, that registered as 15 inches. I don't know that anybody really got 15 inches. I think there's a little extra moisture in there, but did we maybe get some 12, some 13? That is a possibility, because I've had some people that I trust tell me they got 11, 12. So we're going to see when the official totals do come in. There's still a potential for another inch or so, again, through St. Bernard, Plaquemine, southern Lafourche, and then all of this stays frozen. Look at our 24-hour temperatures here across areas south of Lake Pontchartrain, mid-20s. I mean, we're staying really below freezing through most of the day, and we only get around mid-30s as we head into the late part of the afternoon. In North Shore, well, it's even worse. We got these low teens. Some spots are going to hit single digits possibly. And then look at this. We're in the afternoon before we see temperatures break the freezing mark. So as we go through the next several hours, we get this last wave of snowfall on out of here. This is the visible satellite. We're losing the sun now on that edge. But watch in here. This is where that back line of clouds is breaking up. That's what we're seeing in that sunset. And as those clear skies come through, we're going to have a whole lot of radiational cooling tonight, and it's going to let that Arctic air really reach its full potential going through the next several hours. And look at this. The current snow cover across the country, where's the hole? It's not over the southeast. It's right in the middle, the Midwest. Those are the folks that are like, we're done with this snow for right now. There's the big spots, southeast Louisiana. We won the prize. Now over to the west, this is where they had that blizzard warning out of Lake Charles. So maybe a little bit of interest. So you look at that current snow cover, that's estimating anywhere to 10 inches in that darker blue, the purple somewhere between 10 and 20. Y'all, we won the prize today. What about that? Maybe not as much with the cold. This is 0 in Chicago, and this is where that air is still circulating from. So we are still tapping into it. Wind on the coast. It is still rocking and rolling. We saw Rama saw earlier talking to that mariner. They're taking that cool trip. You can find that on the website. It was an interesting story. I liked it. Well, this is why they had to get out of the Gulf of Mexico. 11-foot seas with those winds in that storm. And it hadn't calmed down much back to the west. So tomorrow may still be a little bit elevated out in the water. Sometimes it takes a while for those waves to come down on the Gulf of Mexico. By the weekend, hopefully, things have calmed down and look a little bit better. Right now, immediate for all of us that are not going out on the water, it's all about the cold. Tonight, we're going 10 and 20. 10 north of Lake Pontchartrain, 20 to the south. This is going to be a very frigid night for you. Hopefully everybody has taken all the precautions they needed. We had a great time in the snow today, and we are going to just hopefully make it through the night, and then we'll gradually warm up. Thursday, we've talked about being the iffy day. I still have Friday highlighted on here, and here's why. If we don't get everything to evaporate and get out of here and melt and go on Thursday, we could still have some slush around overnight, and we're going to get cold again overnight Thursday into Friday. So that's going to be the next topic of conversation here as we move on down the pike.
Absolutely. All right. Our special coverage of this historic weather day in South Louisiana continues in a moment.
You can trust Bruce Katz and the Fox 8 Weather Team, your weather authority.
Looking to get stronger? Join Planet Fitness today.
We're stepping it up.
We're not slowing down.
We're gonna feel this tomorrow.
You coming? Save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st.
Injuries from a car wreck can be life-changing.
When I was injured in a car wreck, I put the Womack on them, and they got me $2,250,000.
Let our family fight for your family and for the life-changing money that you deserve.
What's full of boats, RVs, and fun? The Southern Louisiana Boat, Sport, and RV Show, the largest sales event of the year. Shop top brands of boats, RVs, personal watercraft, and ATVs for every budget and lifestyle, all at one location. Catch and release at the Indoor Trout Pond. Learn from pros at the Bass Tank. January 24th through 26th, Homa Terrebonne Civic Center. SouthernLouisianaBoatRVShow.com.
Go Auto, we know car insurance can be expensive. The good news is, it doesn't have to be. Go Auto helps you save more money on car insurance. How do we do it? Well, that's easy. We have no commissioned agents, no expensive add-ons, low down payments. You can customize your payment plan, and you choose your payment date. Just call, click, come by, or download our free app to get your quote and start saving today.
Ready, set, go!
Reimagine exceptional with the 2024 Buick Envision. With advanced technology and breathtaking clarity, and quiet serenity within. Experience confident driving, an all-wheel drive that takes you wherever you need to go. Make every day an occasion. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on this 2024 Buick Envision. See your local Buick dealer.
All right, we're back now at 6 o'clock with special coverage, and you know, you've seen those pictures in the past of Buffalo, maybe Green Bay. Here's a shot. Here's what the birds were looking at, a drone's eye view of Tiger Stadium today. Fortunately, no game is scheduled, so there won't be the necessity of having fans volunteer to come in and clean the seats.
Bring their own shovels.
You just don't expect to see this at Tiger Stadium. No, that is not Lambeau. It is not the stadium in Buffalo. It's LSU, and quite a sight. Good evening once again. I'm John Snell.
And I'm Meg Gatto. We also have a bird's eye view of Diamond Head, Mississippi. Watch as the camera goes up above the trees, and what a beautiful sight. The snow just glistening on all of those trees and all over the property there in Diamond Head. And several inches of snow have fallen across the region. We've heard reports of 6 to 8 inches in the city of New Orleans, a few less in Homa. Lots of places, though, just enjoying the snowy weather today before the ice comes.
Some of that Viper indicated totals maybe approaching 13 inches or so. Nicandra maybe casting a bit of doubt on that. But as she put it, in Metairie, for example, a documented case, it appears, of 11 inches of snow. Truly a historic event. The state climatologist saying at the news conference this afternoon that this is a top 2 or 3 snow event in Louisiana history.
One we may never see again.
No, no.
All right, let's check in with our Jacob Bradford, who is live tonight in Metairie.
Hey, Megan, John. Yeah, we're out here at the corner of 6th Street and Causeway Boulevard, and I wanted to step out of the way so that way you could see what the causeway looks like tonight. You can see it's lit up like a Christmas tree out here with these cones that have these flashing red and white lights on them. You can see Causeway Police kind of at the foot of the bridge, and the big sign on top says, "Bridge closed. Weather." And if you look all the way down at the Causeway Bridge, you can see, of course, there is no traffic, but snow from one side of the causeway to the other. We have been using the Marriott building as our barrier here from the wind, because I don't know if y'all can tell or not, but that wind has been whipping around us. But I can tell you that the snow has pretty well stopped falling here, but I think from what you're seeing falling off of the building here, that's what it's kind of looking like from us. It's not snowing, but it's more of stuff coming from the building. Now we're gonna walk down here because I saw everybody building snowman. You know, Madeline had a snowman over in Mississippi. Chris Welty had one in the Maroney. So I figured I would show you what Jason and I did. Well, it was more what I did. Jason supervised to make sure that it looked okay. We've been leaving it alone for a few minutes over here, but I don't want y'all to get any false impressions either, because I mean, I've never built a snowman before. So take a look. This is Bob. I think he still has both of it. No, okay, so he lost one of his leaf eyeballs on this side, but that's what I tried to do earlier. You could see just how deep this snow out here was earlier. Somebody came through and looked like they tried to shovel a little bit of the snow away. And I know that what Nicandra just said was, you know, you need a flat surface, but just take a look at how deep this snow is right here, like almost halfway to my knee, and I'm about 6'2". So if that doesn't tell you how much snow has been falling out here, it's been quite a bit of snow. And I just wanted to go ahead and pull out a photo that my mother had sent me of a family friend of ours who works for the Harvey Volunteer Fire Department. And that's Mr. Mark Cambry, who has been working today in a full snow gear out in Woodland West out there. So making sure that any fires that erupt out in the West Bank of Jefferson Parish would be taken care of. So, you know, all day long we've been watching snowfall. We've been seeing just a few people, because kind of where we're at in Metairie, it's more businesses. And even if you look down this way, Jason, it's just now starting to clear up to where I can see the U-Haul sign and maybe the Audi dealership just about 2 blocks down. So it seems like it's starting to clear up a little bit out here at the foot of the causeway on the South Shore. But I just wanted to get y'all to take a look at like just all of this snow that has been just accumulating all day long, and about what has it been, 9-10 hours now, and it's finally starting to slow down a little bit. And you know, I've been getting pictures from my fiance of our house in Harvey. You know, I bought my grandparents' house in Harvey a few years ago, and it's covered in snow. And the last time that I saw it have any kind of snow on it was 20 years ago. It was Christmas 2004. That was the last time that I had seen snow on that house, and it was nothing like what it was in 2004. In 2004, I think it was just a light dusting. This is full-on blizzard looking. It's much like this, but yeah, what Nicandra was saying, you need, you know, an area that doesn't have walls. Well, I'm sandwiched between the Causeway and the Marriott, but again, I'll just do that for you so that way you can see just how much snow has been accumulating out here on the South Shore where the Causeway is. So it's been a great day out here. I know that a lot of people have been having fun. They've been using the levee bank over there on Lake Pontchartrain as a sledding area. Earlier this morning, though, when people were out there, it wasn't nearly as pleasant as it is right now. So if you want to get out and maybe enjoy it with the wind not whipping so badly, I know it's you know, whipping around a little bit. There's some, it looks like some hotel employees that are walking back from over here to the Marriott. The Marriott, I know, is working on a skeleton crew right now. They said that, you know, the restaurants are closed. They've had employees on 12-hour shifts, and they said that if you need any assistance, to give them a call out here at the Marriott, because they said they can at least change the bedding and do just basic things, because they've tried to keep people from getting on the roads. And that's another thing, you know, as I move some of this ice around, not ice, snow, excuse me, I'm not used to saying that, but as soon as you get all the snow kind of kicked off, you can see there like just a thick layer of ice, and that is what is all over the roadways. So do not get out on the roadways, because even though you'll see like those tracks that are on 6th Street here in Metairie, those tracks are from other cars, but it's not the asphalt that's underneath there. That's just ice. So definitely be careful. And if you have to get on the roadways, make sure you take it slow, because that ice is just going to be unforgiving. Reporting live in Metairie, Jacob Bradford, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thank you, Jacob. And you know, as we talk about the roadways and the snow plows that are currently out right now, a lot of them are plowing those emergency routes that first responders may have to use to get to emergencies, like a fire, for example. There was one in St. John Parish earlier this morning. Luckily, no injuries with this fire. The fire department believes this may have started near the chimney at this home on Sawgrass Drive. Firefighters, despite the very dangerous conditions and the heavy snowfall at that time, they were able to make it there to the house, get the family out. They do have a place to stay tonight. They believe that the roof is going to need some repair, but a partial collapse there of that house, just a scary situation for anyone. And Governor Landry, when he had a press conference earlier today, he was saying that now as we go into this transition of having much colder temperatures overnight in the teens in many places, a lot of people may look to alternate sources of heat. That is when you need to be careful. If you've got a space heater, for example, going in your house, you have to turn it off and unplug it before you go to bed, because they do not want to see anyone in a situation where a fire erupts in their home because they're using other sources to try to stay warm.
All right, in the meantime, it's not just people on land who were dealing with the snow today. Sabrina Wilson checked in with longtime Lafitte fisherman Ronald Mr. Jug Dufresne as he was remaining on his boat in the Gulf of Mexico.
South of Grand Island, right up against the beach. We ran in this morning and dropped anchor, you know, due to the weather. We've been fishing offshore, you know.
So how are the seas right now?
Presently right here, it's calm. Not calm, but I mean, it's bearable. You know, this morning they must have had, I guess, 8 to 10 foot where we were, and we wasn't that far offshore. But
and so you're actually working? What are you doing?
We're on anchor at present time, just waiting for it to blow over. We still have our last catch on deck. Some of those pictures that I sent you was the last catch.
And, you know, I've known you for years, met you covering a hurricane many years ago. And
Hurricane Katrina.
During hurricanes, you're on your boat purposely. And so now with this heavy snowfall, are you actually seeing snowflakes out there at Gulf of Mexico?
Well, I'm going to flip the screen so I can take you for a tour, if that's okay.
Okay, take me for a tour. I'm ready.
Okay, my windows are frozen over. We cannot see out the window. So we would run off of instruments. This is Grand Island, the beach, and we're on anchor. We're just sitting on anchor here. So I'm gonna walk outside, but as you guys on TV, I mean, I don't know if you can see it, but you can't see the beach. It's a whiteout.
Yeah, I can definitely see the Gulf of Mexico and a part of your vessel. Wow, look at the snow. Look at the snow.
This is the shrimp. We're working, you know, cleaning the shrimp. Look. And look at this poor guy.
So you didn't have to bring any ice with you this time to keep your catch cold?
Well, actually, you know, that I would say that's a good solid 3 inches right there that we had here so far, if not more than that. We freezed everything at sea, but believe it or not, under this pile right here is shrimp.
Wow. That's a lot. So what's I'm trying to make out who's that walking around on the? Is that a rabbit?
Pelican.
It's a pelican.
A pelican. Look
Did
at
he? Did he or
They
she
just froze
just
the heck
arrive?
But I mean, you can see. I mean, it's snowing. You know, I did a lot of snow skiing in my life, and it's coming down pretty dang good.
Were you prepared for it, Mr. Jug?
Well, I mean, we're at sea. My wife prepared the house, the boats, and the boat is just natural. You know.
And tell me a little bit about the boat. Tell me about the size of it.
All right, we're 105-foot steel shrimp boat. But I've been driving this old boat since 1980. Let's see if I can hear that noise.
Oldie but goodie, huh?
Yep. Me and my dad had this boat built in 1980. And unfortunately, he passed away this summer in May.
Well, you certainly have shown me some very incredible scenes from the Gulf of Mexico and your vessel out there.
Yeah.
And you're not shivering. You don't look like you're very cold.
I'm in short pants.
Wait a minute. Show me that again.
Short pants.
All right, Mr. Jug, you got on shorts. You stay on your vessel during hurricanes. Now you're out on your vessel when it's snowing. What's next?
Shoot, I don't know. But it's definitely, I mean, it's getting it.
But I thank you for giving us a glimpse of what's happening on the Gulf of Mexico as we have this major snowstorm.
Well, look, you got my number. Feel free to call anytime. You know me.
Yes, sir. I know you. We go back many, many years. All right, Mr. Jug. Thank you so much.
All right, Sabrina. Bye-bye, y'all.
Stay safe.
What a tough guy.
Sabrina Wilson and Mr. Jug with snow in the Gulf of Mexico.
Riding out the snow, or riding out the storm rather, in the Gulf on his boat, wearing shorts. I mean, just unfazed.
Just nothing to it. We've gotten a couple viewer emails saying, hey, how long does it take to, and our meteorologists will mention this from time to time, how long does it take, what duration of freezing temperatures before pipes will freeze? And so it's basically the general rule of thumb is 28 degrees for 4 hours. We will get colder than that tonight. This will be, as the state officials put it, this will be the test of your pipes tonight, so take those precautions.
Absolutely. We're going to have much more of our coverage coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call Airsmiths. The experts at Airsmiths will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at Airsmiths take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of Airsmiths' maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call Airsmiths, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's time to replace your old windows, New Orleans, and right now Acadian Windows has a special offer. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. That's Louisiana's premier window product, professionally measured, manufactured, and installed with a lifetime warranty, all without the hassle of paying until 2027. Give your home the energy efficiency and curb appeal it deserves. This offer won't last long, so call now for your free estimate. Acadian Windows.
Best windows in town.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Wednesday, the Pelicans are back at home taking on Giannis and the Bucks, and the Pels are ready to send them packing.
And how about Z on the follow?
Oh my goodness gracious! Wednesday, 6:30, it's Bucks Pelicans live from the city. Watch this game and every game for free on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network. No subscription required. An antenna is all you need to watch free Pels basketball all season long.
Well, someone who has met a number of crazy characters today, I would say. Garland Gillen, he's met people hanging out shirtless, just enjoying the snow.
Lighthearted characters.
All right, maybe not crazy, but
enjoying their snow day.
Yes, taking it all in. Right, Garland?
That is right, Meg. I saved the best for last, though, John and Meg. You've seen my live shots all day. They've been nutso. I mean, between, like, you said the snowboarder, the skier. I had a three-legged dog running around, had the guy shirtless. Well, Edwin and I were hanging out, and look who we ran into. The big guy.
Ho, ho, ho.
That's right. The big guy's in New Orleans.
Merry Christmas.
I mean, it is only January, so are you is this like summer vacation for you?
This is a vacation, and I decided to bring some holiday cheer to the best city in the world. Ho, ho, ho.
Santa, this doesn't happen too often that we get snow, so how did you know, coming from the North Pole, that we were going to have this kind of snow and this kind of, well, I'm getting hit by snowballs on live television here.
Cole and his stocking.
That is on the he is on the naughty list. And when he just threw snowballs at, you're on the naughty list. That's not right. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
On live television, we just got hit. We got a camera shot of him. He is definitely going down, right?
Santa's got enough coal for him and all his naughty friends.
I mean, what a day. I mean, everything that's happened in the day, but getting hit by snowballs by some random guy just pulling up. He stopped in the middle of the road. Santa, what's next for you after you bring cheer to New Orleans?
Well, Santa came down to beef up. As you can see, it takes...
Yeah, you're the lightest Santa I think I've ever seen. Is this like you going on like a diet after Christmas?
Well, a lot of people don't realize just how many calories are involved in Christmas Day. So Santa likes to come down and fill his belly with some gumbo and etouffee and beef back up. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, I'm so thankful you came and stopped by and say hello to us. Thank you so much, Santa.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
Well, I mean, what a way to end the day, Meg and John. I mean, I've seen it all, and I've gotten hit by snowballs on live television. I got nothing left. I'm going to send it back to y'all. If you got a follow-up question, all this excitement, roll with it.
I can't believe someone just randomly stopped their car on St. Charles Avenue to throw a snowball at you.
At Santa.
And at Santa, you're right.
He hit Santa. He hit Santa. Santa got a good look at his face, so the guy is definitely on the naughty list next year. He stopped right in front of Loyola in the middle of the road, stopped traffic. He threw like 3 snowballs at us, hit Edwin, hit me, and hit Santa. This is un-American.
And improper lane usage, too. But yes, all right. Thanks so much, Garland Gillen, who seems to draw characters.
The always entertaining Garland Gillen. I don't know how he does it, but yeah, people just sort of gravitate to him.
All right, we talked
kooky characters.
Today, you know, the thing about this snow, and a lot of people have tried to build a snowman, and we've seen various successes and failures and many
tiny bitty snowmen.
Yes, tiny bitty snowmen. Sometimes that was the best strategy, but we do have some video, I understand, of one particularly special snow. Yes, the Village family with a 9-foot snowman that they built today in Belchase. These people know what they are doing.
I wonder if they mixed water with it, because we were saying that the snow was, you know, kind of falling apart a little bit. It wasn't working so well earlier for a snowman. The key was mixing some water with it and pack it in to make a nice tight snowman.
Right. So one of the reasons that we haven't had just these massive power outages yet, knock on something wood, knock on my head, Meg, is that the snow isn't that wet. So if it were wetter, it would be building all kinds of great snowmen, but it would also be weighing down on branches, which would fall onto power lines, and that would cause all kinds of. We don't want that. No. So, you know, I guess there's a give and a take here, but for whatever reason, the Village family has got this snowball thing down.
That is impressive, I have to say. You know what's so great? Seeing all the kids who are having so much fun today, a lot of them who have never experienced snow before. And if they had a hill of some sort, they could go sledding maybe, like this group in Miro, who took the opportunity today to go sledding. Okay, so they didn't even use a hill. They basically are tubing, it looks like on the back of a truck, getting pulled by a truck, and either on like a sled or a tube of some sort. How fun.
Or
in the neighborhood.
maybe a golf cart, whatever that is.
Yeah, pulling them
Something-
along.
We've,
That's
we've seen
awesome.
a lot of that, a golf cart or a 4x4. Or somebody did it with a lawnmower earlier today, not in this case. But,
An excavator we saw?
Yes, right.
Someone using an excavator if you could believe it.
And an airboat on snow.
Yes.
Who needs a snowmobile?
Nah, nobody.
Although that would have been nice to have.
All right, how about some skiing in Algiers Point, right? Melissa Mann shared this video of Alex Turgeon skiing down the levee in Algiers Point, followed by his dogs. That looks so fun.
Get a little elevation. Too bad the zoo is closed because Monkey Hill would have been a big attraction.
That would have been great,
Would have been
yes.
great. Have to find out about when it opens and what the rules are about snow. All right, we also have this. Tia O'Connor captured images of a snow day in Beatico in Tangipahoa Parish. There were some, let's see, kind of snow in the countryside there in Tangipahoa. Kind of
little girl and her
checking out
dog
the
enjoying
dog,
it.
and then some little nature scenery. I don't know if this is a creek or we've got creek in the notes, perhaps a bayou, but either way, a little
so beautiful
small body of water turned into a winter wonderland.
Wow. All right, and John, I think you have a pretty cool video of an airboat, right? Coming up here through
yes.
Snowy Yard.
Okay, so this is Jason Belandi, who I must, full disclosure, is a family member, who's also ingenious, great cook and an avid outdoorsman who said today, who needs a snowmobile? Just put the airboat to work. And I'll tell you, the snow accumulations are high enough in some places that would do just fine. Take that on 11 inches of snow and see how it does.
By the way, speaking of snow
Take that baby out for a
accumulations,
spin.
Right. Just heard from someone that multiple test locations show 10 inches in Old Metairie. Just to give you an idea of how much snow fell today. It's incredible.
And a couple reports, a meteorologist in Metairie, 11 inches, and another viewer says 11 inches. About 6 or 7 was the total out in Chateau. But, you know, it can vary and sometimes vary pretty significantly even a mile or so away, but some very significant snow totals.
All right, take a look at these cool images. These were shot by Shelby Latino. They're before and after images of City Park. You see Cafe Du Monde there, before the snow and after. Some of the beautiful old oak trees. I mean, just unbelievable to see these images and the amount of snow covering the ground at the entrance to City Park. You know, we've talked about, you can see the snow all over the steps there, how steps are going to be very dangerous in the coming days with the amount of ice we're expected to get because of those cold temperatures. So you need to be careful if you go outside and are walking anywhere, going down your front steps, for example, they may be covered in ice.
And that's a great point, because the same thing that will happen to the roads will happen to the steps. You could take the steps today. It was a loose, very loose, as we know, snow. That will shift. We also have some video from the lakefront in the Clearview area, and again, excellent use of levee.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of people use the levees today to go sledding, which is so fun and a once-in-a-lifetime experience for so many of these families.
And this obviously fairly early on, I think, in the event, because it hadn't really covered completely the levee. That there were another few inches kind of piled onto that.
And I think we have another shot from the lakefront too, just showing a little calmer there. You can see the wind is whipping, but not quite as much snow falling in that shot. A lot of people just staying indoors and enjoying it from the comfort of their couch, either watching us on Fox 8 or maybe peering out their window to see, wow, there's a lot of snow falling.
And a lot of people out, as we see, and we'll wrap it up with the last video from that area. A lot of people, you know, just out making a day of it, whether they were hanging out at home and building a snowman, the kids of all ages. It's just such a special moment. And I saw so many families today who were, you know, the children just crazy. In the French Quarter early this morning, a grandmother with her roughly 4-year-old granddaughter. The grandma wasn't feeling well. Mama, didn't matter. She was out there for a second time this morning trying to make that perfect snowman.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time you have to make memories, right? I mean, we don't know if this is ever going to happen again. So you got to get out there, and hopefully a lot of people did today and took lots of pictures and videos.
A lot of people took pictures of the sunset, I can tell you that. And Rob Masson witnessed a glorious one from the Mandeville lakefront.
It has been a long day here across the North Shore, as some 5 to 6 inches of snow have fallen since about 6:30. But as you can see, as the sun starts to set toward the west, we could see where this snow event is starting to finally clear out. You are looking west across Lake Pontchartrain toward Manchac, and we can see that the sky is clearing there. The front is not moving out super fast. It's sort of been holding here for the last 2 hours, but the snow stopped falling probably around 4:30 this afternoon across the North Shore. It's been a heck of a day with very little traffic anywhere. There were some reports of some multi-vehicle accidents on I-12 earlier today. No injuries were reported, but things have been clearing nicely. The causeway to our left is still shut down, has been shut down since about 6:30 this morning, will remain so throughout the night and probably into tomorrow. No word on when it might reopen. St. Tammany Parish is operating a warming shelter over in Lacombe at the Giving Hope Retreat Center for anybody who needs a warm place to stay, and the Sheriff's Office is offering rides to people if they need to get there. Schools and public buildings will remain shut down on Wednesday here in St. Tammany as they were all day today. Most people got a day off school, although some classes were done virtually, depending on where you went to school. So the sun sets on a very, very historic day here in Mandeville for snowfall, where we saw maybe 4 to 5 inches of snow, and it will remain on the ground throughout the night and maybe for the next day or two. Driving conditions will remain hazardous through the night, and for tomorrow, people are advised to stay off the roads. From the North Shore, Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First.
That glorious sunset, courtesy, as Nicandra pointed out, the cloud line that was moving away. As the skies clear, we lose our blanket of clouds, and that means the temperatures will plummet. That has lots of implications for the pipes and for where the rest of this event takes us. We'll have more of our continuing coverage in a moment.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Let's see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it, the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.
Welcome back to Fox 8's winter storm coverage, keeping you up to date on this historic day of snow and the threat that still remains on the roadways.
I'm Laura McCoy. Liz Reyes here. We are actually going to go out to our colleague, Tan Trung. He is live in Slidell with what conditions look like there right now. Hey, Tan.
Liz, Lauren, the spigot for snow, so to speak, got cut off here in Slidell in the Oak Harbor and Eden Isles area around 4:45 this afternoon, and the wind tremendously died down. And this is what's left over now. We're just getting a nice blanket of snow that's settling in, and because we have no wind, we're not getting any type of kind of wind noise, but also it feels actually even warmer because we're not getting that wind chill factor. Take a look at some of the accumulation on these cars here, and that's going to be playing out everywhere where people are parking their cars, and also for people who are at home when they come out. I suggest that if you have the chance to come out and check your car, just start using a broom. You don't need any special equipment, a broom or a push brush, and just brush off your car. And also take your window wipers and then flip them up so they're not actually iced onto your windshield as well. We have seen, I don't know if you're able to see it past the horizon here, that's the bridge, that's the on-ramp to get back onto I-10, which right now is shut down, going to New Orleans as well, the twin span. We've seen a couple of cars trying to navigate that without much success. There is an emergency vehicle at the base of that trying to discourage people from going onto that area and getting onto those elevated overpasses. Just a while ago, the Slidell Police Department, in a Facebook post, basically said, okay, today was fun, and we had a lot of fun, and they too participated in it. They actually had firefighters won, but they said now is the time to get serious, because tonight, with people thinking that because the storm's over, the roads will be clear, they're not. And unlike in New Orleans, we haven't heard of any snow plows or any operations like that here in Slidell. So the roads right now are particularly covered with snow, and they're only going to get iced over as we get into the later hours of the night here. And as Jimmy's panning down, you see how this is all fluffy. Underneath of this is a bit of patchy ice as well. And as we get deeper into the evening hours and into the night, that's going to start icing over. And that's when the danger really sets in. And Slidell Police Chief Randy Fandle said something very interesting earlier today when he stopped by and spoke with us. He said, look, at the end of the day, yes, we're emergency responders, but we also were raised here in Southeast Louisiana. Just because they're first responders doesn't mean that they have a lot of experience driving in snow as well, even with SUVs. So they're encouraging everybody to stay inside. That's going to help them avoid putting themselves in danger because they don't have to respond to unnecessary emergencies. So at this point, it feels really nice actually without the wind chill factor and without that wind blowing in our faces. Obviously, we've had a lot of fun today, but again, as Slidell Police have been encouraging people, tonight's the night to get serious, to stay inside. And even though the snow has been fun, we may get annoyed with it as we're starting to repeat ourselves, because this is going to be going into the next 24 hours and possibly even into Thursday as well. So they're asking for patience for people to stay inside, eat those storm snacks that you got, and please heed the warnings to stay off the roads, because that will keep some of the first responders out of dangers themselves. Reporting live from Slidell, Tan Trung, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Tan, thank you very much.
So Tan Trung telling us what we're hearing from a lot of officials, regardless of which parish you're in, that the sun is down, the fun time is over initially with the snow, and now we get into what could be some treacherous conditions already on the ground now that what little sun we had, if we had any, and the darkness is on us right now, those cold temperatures and those icy conditions and packed snow and so many roadways impassable. Not a good time to be out there. And of course, if you don't have to be, don't, because if something happens, it's going to be hard to get anyone to respond to you, and you also put the first responders in danger as well. Now, throughout the day, we've got incredible video just showing this historic day in the city of New Orleans. Look at this aerial drone video. It's magical when you look at it. It's just so captivating. Canal Street, usually bustling with so many people in the city, the historic Canal Street that everyone knows, and it's usually so busy, but on this night, just take a look at this.
Wow, that is a sight, and look at that skyline.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness. And again, we have been getting a lot of video, a lot of different people at home, hunkering down and spending time with their families. I know that we have a look at some of the video that viewers sent us. Actually, this is in the French Quarter. You see that right. 2 people are skiing in the French Quarter. Did we ever think we would be saying this, Liz?
No, earlier today, reporter Andres Fuentes, he was in the French Quarter, and he says he ran into these individuals, and they just happened to have their skis. Talk about the perfect timing. And he said, can we do this? Can we actually ski in the French Quarter? And they did it. He even said they were so good, maybe they should be on an Olympic team.
Oh yeah, no, they kept going back and forth. Andres actually sent me another video that we haven't aired, but the guy right there, he was just going along like you wouldn't even think that was the French Quarter. All right, and then these are some lovely pictures from our viewers who are, again, at home. They are still enjoying that snow, but staying at home. Wow, No shirt?
That's brave.
That is very, very brave. But again, the kids out there, many of these kids have never seen snow, especially here in Louisiana, this historic event. And I know this next video that we are going to take, let's see, do we have the snowman? Do you want to build a snowman like from Frozen? So many people are making their own snowmen, and that's pretty high. Whenever we've had other events, you could make tiny ones, but there's so much snow that people could actually make real snowmen. They are so cute, very, very creative, very creative.
Early in the day, it wasn't holding, but I think later in the day,
it's starting to pack.
And everyone's being extremely creative, and I love all of the pictures you're sending in, especially with your pets, with your kids, just soaking it all in.
And some of these animals, they are extremely happy to be out in this because they have the fur and the coat to be able to do this. You see a cat there, but I've seen, when I was on my way to work today, I saw someone walking with their husky, and huskies, this is the climate for them.
You know, the husky hate the summer, I would imagine, with all that fur.
I'm shocked about the cats because I could never see my cat Juju out there in this weather. There's no way.
And the little sweaters and all the pets that people have done.
I love that. And speaking of animals, you know, one of the most popular animals in our state is a Bengal Siberian tiger. That is Mike the 7. This is on LSU's campus in his habitat. You can see him there enjoying this weather because he is half Siberian. And so that means they are found in Russia, those colder climates. So part of him is enjoying this weather.
Yeah, you just kind of sit up there, shook off that snow. It's nothing.
Oh, nothing.
I'm enjoying this coolness, and he's got his own space to like move around there.
Oh yeah, he has the most, I would always say when I went to LSU, he has the most expensive dorm in the entire campus. So Mike the Tiger having a fun time there. But again, love the viewer pictures. Y'all can continue to send that in to us. You can go to fox8live.com/snow. We have everything you need to know there, but also you can send your pictures and any other video you have.
And throughout the day, our crews in the field, photographers, reporters, they have been incredible with incredible scenes showing you this day as it unfolded from early this morning. One of them is Chris Welty. He even got a chance today to do a snow angel because there's been so much snow in the Maroney where he is.
Hey, yeah, the snow finally is done falling here in the Maroney, but just look at the amount of accumulation still in this area. It's just so impressive to see. And we have seen a handful of vehicles still traversing this area, and you can see that track that they've been taking, this left lane closest to the neutral ground here on Elysian Fields. You can see all this sludge. We were standing in the bike lane, but you can see just all of this is really not the powdery stuff anymore. This is just ice, and that's some of the danger that we've heard so many people on our team talking about. The danger as we go through this evening, the area beginning to ice over. Now, people are finding unique ways to stay warm, including with a good drink. Here is the Phoenix Bar. They have been open since early this morning. Actually, I believe they stay open 24 hours, but the sign on the side of the building is snowed over a little bit. And let's see if we can talk to any of these people over here. Hi, we are live on TV. I see you have something pink.
Yes.
Tell me, what are you drinking to stay warm today?
It's a vodka cranberry.
Okay, a classic.
Yeah.
What's your overall thoughts on the snow today?
Oh, this is nothing. I'm from New York. I've been here for about 7 years, and this was the norm every day in New York. So this is actually great.
To see the city, though, essentially shut down because, you know, New Orleans, we're not used to it.
Right. So that was great today. So I walked around, I drove the car, and like whatever. And people are like, why are you driving? Because it's New Orleans, who cares?
and I'm sure you got prime parking because not a whole lot of people on the road.
Look, it's still spinning, so I don't have four-wheel drivers, so I'll survive.
And just talk about the vibe here at Phoenix. They've been open, I believe, what, 24 hours, huh? They never close.
Yeah, I think
right?
they never close, yeah.
So what's the vibe inside?
There's a nice group of people. We just played some pool, had some drinks, and just hanging out. You know, it's a cold night, a couple of drinks, a couple of friends. It's all good.
Yeah, good company, good drinks. That's really all you can ask for here in New Orleans, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, look, stay warm, stay safe. Thank you so much for chatting with us for a little bit.
You need those earmuffs.
I do. Thanks. Take care. So as I just heard in my ear that we have some drone video that photojournalist Whitney Hill shot. Let's take a look at that drone video here in the Marigny. You can see snow just blanketing the entire area. Of course, snow packed onto rooftops and trees in the area. And I believe in that drone video you can also see a view of the CBD. Just incredible that we were able to get the Fox 8 drone up there. Whitney Hill is one of our amazing photojournalists here at the station, makes everyone look good, but she also has her drone license. So just an awesome sight to see. So much snow just packed on rooftops, cars, trees, you name it, covering the streets. It'll be a while before all of this begins to melt, but coming back out here live on Elysian Fields, I want to take a little walk down the bike lane where we have some cars parked on the shoulder as well. And I want to show you just the snowdrift on these vehicles, how it almost appears to be that the snow has made spoilers on the back of these cars, which is just, this is a Tesla right here, but just the snow from the wind blowing, it once again almost looks like it made a spoiler here on the back of the Tesla. That's not your usual design of a Tesla. So just so many really cool images. We still do have a little bit of the powdery stuff, which that's a lot of fun. But once again, as we go through the evening, a lot of this powdery stuff will begin to freeze over and it will be a mess. You have to watch your step. As we were walking out of our hotel, we're staying at Hotel Peter and Paul. As we were walking out, we hit a slick spot right there on the sidewalk. So, it just sort of sneaks up on you. So you really just have to be careful if you are out and about, peeking your head out of your home or wherever you're staying, to take a look at the conditions in your area. Reporting live in the Marigny, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
Thank you, Chris Welty.
Is
and some great tips as well. Some really good safety tips as well.
And again, yesterday he was wearing a cashmere sweater out there. Now he is bundled up because it is cold out there.
Yeah, you can feel that bone-chilling weather as you step outside, but most importantly, that he's stressing the safety of if you step outside at all. We'll be right back with much more Fox 8 winter storm coverage.
You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call AirSmiths. The experts at AirSmiths will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at AirSmiths take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of AirSmiths' maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call AirSmiths, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's time to replace your old windows, New Orleans, and right now Acadian Windows has a special offer. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. That's Louisiana's premier window product, professionally measured, manufactured, and installed with a lifetime warranty, all without the hassle of paying until 2027. Give your home the energy efficiency and curb appeal it deserves. This offer won't last long, so call now for your free estimate. Acadian Windows.
Best windows in town.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
He's worked in Miami, Dallas, San Francisco.
The sources I've developed both on the East Coast and on the West Coast still talk to me.
An award-winning investigative journalist with decades of experience.
My passion is literally making a difference and using journalism to do that.
Is now here at Fox 8.
I'm actually flattered that I'm here because this is the best job in the world.
Watch Chief Investigative Reporter Stephen Stock, only on Fox 8, Local First.
Okay, we are joined by Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz. You've had a long day, Bruce.
I've been all over the place.
You really have been giving us up-to-date snowplow, just everything. You were showing us exactly where they were plowing those streets, those critical streets. Now, Bruce, tonight it is going to be very cold. Let's talk about
this entire episode.
People protecting their homes, specifically their pipes tonight.
Right. Pipes tonight, South Shore and North Shore do the trickle. I mean, we're talking spaghetti thin. Tonight, North Shore, 10 degrees. That's not the wind chill. 10 degrees.
Woo.
Wind chill, single digits likely. And then South Shore, we're looking average around 19 to 23 degrees. Hard freeze even south. So again, before you go to bed tonight, I know right now temperatures are below freezing, but if you go to bed, say around 11 o'clock, I would definitely turn the water on at that point because it's going to get colder and colder and colder. So again, if you're going to bed, whatever time, if you're going to bed at 7, start running it. If you go to bed at 11, no later than around 11 to midnight. So I would definitely run it before then as those temperatures fall, because by morning, it will be at its lowest point coming in around 6 a.m. So elevated homes as well. I mean, you know, Karen at the house is running the pencil lead thin, because you know, you just don't want those broken pipes. And when you start getting down to 10 and 20 degrees, I mean, we just can't handle that.
Right, and that's the difference between yesterday when you spoke about this. You were saying only the North Shore, then you were saying only homes that were high up, but tonight you're saying low house, high house, you've got to do it. And most importantly, some people may think they've got to run all of the taps in every room.
No.
Which particular
faucet?
faucet?
The farthest one from your house. The water intake at my home is in my front right. My kitchen is in the far back left. So the farthest pipe, so what you're doing is you're running from that intake, the farthest line, kind of bypassing all the other lines to get that stream as long in your home as you can. I mean, if you have it right there and you turn it on right there, the other pipes, you're not going to get a long flow of water. You want that water really flowing.
I never thought about that. That's so true.
Yep, because right at that point, you may get no freezing, but beyond that, if you don't have that flow, it could certainly freeze in those pipes. All right, let's get right to it now. It's been a while since we've done weather. Amber Wheeler, Nicandra Norwood, Hannah Gard, Zach Fridella, they've been with you, giving you all the weather. And of course, I've been doing weather and snow plowing and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, hey, we're all busy here, and we're doing it to give you the information you need and, you know, doing it for you and the community. All right, here's what we're watching tonight. We'd have winter weather still, warnings in effect. Now, maybe a little light sleet or snow continuing south, mostly snow, but that is beginning to taper off. But then it's all moving east toward basically Hattiesburg over to Mobile. Now, tonight, we do have extreme cold warnings in effect, where we will see likely single-digit wind chills north. We're talking lower teens south, with about 10 the overnight low on the thermometer north and about 20 on the South Shore. Amber Wheeler went out and got all the reports for us. We've been working behind the scenes. Nicandra's been doing digital stuff for us. I mean, we've been just busy just getting all the information out in all the platforms here at Fox 8. In New Orleans, around the area, uptown, 9.5 inches of snow. In Metairie, 9 inches. Kenner at 8. Norco, Homa, 7.8. Violet at 7. Gramercy, 7 inches of snow. Over in Slidell, just under 7. How about Galliano, coming in at 6. For Gretna, Pearl River, Waveland, also Ponchatoula, all 6 inches, a half a foot of snow around Bayou Cane, 5.5 inches, and Bogalusa at about 4 inches. And we were calling between likely 5 and 8 inches on the higher end, potentially 10, and the highest we've seen was about officially 9.5 inches. Now, we've had reports coming in, some people saying we've had up to 10.5, even 11 inches of snow, even maybe a foot. We're not going to discount that. I mean, you did the ruler, you showed us that, but some of those official numbers coming in, I mean, basically at a foot or below. So just an incredible snowfall. Here's a live shot. This is our tower camera. You know, normally we show what's happening downtown toward the Dome. We now focus it. Here's the Washington Avenue Canal, and look at the roadway here where we've seen a few cars going, but all the snow that's on the ground. And this snow is not going anywhere because it's freezing out there now. Everybody is down below 32 as we've been pretty much all day long. 29 at the airport in Kenner, 27 at Slidell, Dew Point at 17, that north wind at 16, gusting to 25. It makes it feel like the lower teens out there. Here is live radar. You can see A few areas of light snow, Port Fourchon down to Grand Isle and Venice, and then Biloxi heading eastward toward Mobile, where they do have those winter storm warnings in effect as that storm system does begin to move away. So your big cutoff line is at Dulac. So Dulac and Homa, if you see a flurry, that'll be it. But really, the snow is done for you. All that moving eastward now. Here's Grand Isle, over to Port Fourchon, over to Port Sulphur. Some light snow continuing. Shell Beach ending in your area. So really, I think in the next hour and a half, all of southeast Louisiana will be done with snow, and the Mississippi Gulf Coast coming in just beyond midnight. Now, the winds right now, North Shore not as much, but South Shore, they're kicking up to around 15 to 20 plus, making it feel with these temperatures mid to upper 20s to 30 at the lakefront. Everybody now below freezing. It feels like the teens on the South Shore, 20s on the North Shore because we've got more wind on the South Shore. And once again, the future radar shows all the snow moving out. This is 8:30 tonight. Snow moves eastward, and then by morning, look at these temperatures, 11 o'clock through about 1:30 to 3, anywhere from, on the lower end, a single digit or two, down to around 10 degrees on the North Shore, averaging around 20 degrees on the South Shore. Now tomorrow, still likely at freezing at 32, so the snow's not going anywhere tomorrow during the afternoon. May get up to 37. Watch what happens though at 3:30. We're looking at 37. Within a couple of hours, by 5:30, we're back at freezing. So the snow is just not going to go anywhere. And if it does slowly melt, it's going to rapidly refreeze. And that means we're going to see a lot of icing conditions. So I'm thinking more so Thursday afternoon, maybe things may get better. I think tomorrow is going to be a wash as far as travel. I was on the snowplows today, talking to a lot of the snowplow people who have done it for a living, and they're saying it's going to be a couple of days to kind of dig out of this mess. Snow potential for tonight, again, maybe a flurry down south. All that begins to move eastward, and as we take a look at the morning lows, 10 on the North Shore tonight, 18 Thursday, 22 Friday, 25 Saturday. We're not going to get out of the deep freeze for several days to come. So tonight, run that water North Shore and South Shore, where we'll be at 20, 26 Thursday, 28, and then 32 by Saturday. Satellite and radar does show all that moisture moving away, but behind it, the bitter cold air moves in. Take a look at this snow map. It looks like a mistake, doesn't it? All the way from Brownsville, Houston, New Orleans, eastward, Pensacola, Gulf Shores, where we go to the beaches, all had snow today and continuing where most of the nation is below freezing at this point. Here's that 7-day forecast. We stay in the 30s tomorrow, where we do see a rapid decline in the temperatures back to 18 and 26 by Thursday morning. And I think by Friday, coming into Saturday, we'll finally start getting out of the deep freeze. But even on Friday, it looks like starting out in the 20s, we may see a hard time thawing out until Friday afternoon. So I think really today, definitely a wash. Tomorrow, likely a wash. And then maybe Thursday into Friday, things start getting back to normal because the temperatures just are not going to allow this stuff to go away that quick. Normally we get a day or two and it's done. That snowplow, the snow he was pushing,
I saw
the video.
Yeah.
It was pushing like a foot of snow on Carrollton and Claiborne. A foot of snow. It was amazing. Yeah. So bundle up tonight, use that fire safety.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you so much, Bruce.
Okay, let's check it now with Garland Gillen. He's been uptown all day, soaking in the sights, and he's met some really interesting people all day. Garland.
That's right. Last live shot, I met Santa, and then I got pelted by some random guy with a drive-by snowball fight. So, yeah, it's been a long day. So when you have a long day and you're tired, where are you going to go? To the local watering hole. That's right. Miss May's 24/7, 365, a New Orleans staple, is open. I walked in the bar. It is jam-packed. Did not drink anything, obviously, because I'm on the clock right now. But it is packed inside. It is packed outside. We got a big crowd here. Got some friends that just popped in here. It's been a long day. What was the highlight of your day?
Oh, I got to build snowmans outside in my backyard, and I hung out with my dogs, and they were really cute in the snow, and it was really great.
And we just almost got hit by a snowball just now. Like this day just is getting a little crazy here. Okay, and your mother's here also, huh?
That's my aunt. Yeah.
Oh, your aunt. Okay, your aunt. All right. And so y'all just been living the dream all day, and this is a great place to end it here. and we're getting hit by snowballs here. I tell you, man, this is fun times there. So y'all did building snowballs on Napoleon Avenue. Did you get a snowman?
Yeah, I was just, yeah, there's a little snowman. I was just hitting him with the snowballs. It was great. It was super fun, yeah. I never had a snow day in my life, so it was awesome.
And you have this like beautiful icicle, and you got hit by snow.
Yeah, I have the icicle. I'm getting hit.
The crazy thing is you're getting hit by random people right now, huh?
I've never met these people.
Yeah, never met these people. Everybody's so loving at Miss Mays here. Yeah, yeah.
I'm talking to a guy that's watching you right now.
All right. You see, so Miss Mays is obviously packed.
Shout out Lucas. Shout out to Lucas.
Lucas is getting a shout out. We got dog. Check out behind us, Edwin. Check out what we got. We have dogs. We have dogs. Yeah, we got dogs all over the place here. And then we're gonna finish it off here, Edwin. So look, the snowman is right over here that they worked on. Got people. Hey. Only for parades can you stand right in the middle of Napoleon Avenue, but that's what's going on right now. So it is absolute chaos in there, getting hit by snowballs and everything. So I'm going to send things back to you in the studio.
I mean, Garland, we want to keep it out there with you. Uptown looks like it's popping tonight, really. It looks like it's a lot of fun, Garland.
It is popping, out of control popping there. Every time we go live now, snowballs are flying here. It's been getting a little creepy for me there.
You didn't send one back?
And they're hitting random people in our live shots.
Someone tried to hit Garland with a snowball during his live shot. I don't know if he caught that.
I don't know where Garland gets his energy, but Miss Mays is a good place to stop if you need anything extra, right?
24 hours. It's for if you want to go in the morning, at night, it is open for you. All right, but we do have a reminder before we go to break. All 12 parishes, the schools, will be closed for tomorrow. I know that we told you guys that earlier, but we just want to remind everyone out there, all 12 parishes in our viewing area will not have school tomorrow.
And that includes Hancock, Mississippi as well, because we know you're watching us from there as well. So try to hunker down and hang in there while we deal with this aftermath of this winter storm.
This historic winter storm. All right, we will be right back right after this break.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Let's see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it, the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.
A truly historic snow day in Louisiana. Take a look at this drone video. Tonight it shows some of New Orleans' busiest areas are quiet as people are urged to stay home and off the roads.
And again, some officials warn roads could be blocked until Thursday. That is Thursday. The snow is moving out, but we're expecting those temperatures to plummet.
Good evening, I'm Liz Reyes.
And I'm Lauren McCoy. We have been keeping you covered all day long through this historic winter weather event. And somebody that has been on the desk and outside is Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz, who was on a snowplow earlier and was able to see that snow firsthand and how those officials are clearing it right now.
It's amazing just how much snow, even on the Crescent City connection. I mean, there was a good 5 to 6 inches on the actual bridge itself. Some of those snow drifts were almost 15 inches all the way up on the barrier, kind of dividing the east and westbound. So it was really amazing to see how those plows work, and they're doing a good job, but it's going to take some time. There's a lot of streets to clear. Well, we do have tonight winter storm warnings for a little light snow continuing down south. In the metro, we're done with that. Then the snow continues to move eastward. Now, what we are looking at is extreme cold warnings, where we will see wind chills likely in the single digits around the North Shore and the teens on the South Shore. So as we take a look at some of the snow reports, coming in almost 10 inches in New Orleans itself in the proper area, as you can see, Metairie at 9, 8 at Kenner, 7.8 for Norco and Homa, 7 for Violet and Gramercy, Slidell just under 7 inches. And what about Galliano, Gretna, Pearl River, heading over to Waveland, also Thibodaux, 6 inches, a half a foot of snow, 5.5 at Bayou Cane, and Bogalusa farther north coming in at 4 inches. So as you can see, here is the Washington Avenue Canal, snow-covered bridge, snow-covered neutral grounds. I mean, it is thick out there, and we are below freezing, so this snow is not going anywhere tonight. We're 30 at Kenner, 27 in Slidell. North wind with a gust to 23 makes it feel even colder than that, and the pressure at 30.55. I mean, extremely high pressure moving in. A little bit of light snow from Port Fourchon, we'll show you here, continuing to move eastward, southeast of Galliano, down to Grand Isle. Port Sulphur, some light snow also down to Venice. 30 miles offshore, we had snow on some of the oil rigs. To think in the Gulf of Mexico, where we look for hurricanes, it's snowing on some of the rigs out there. Just a wild weather swing as we see the snow moving east of Biloxi in the next hour and finally moving out of the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Now the winds out there, if you're going to be outside playing in the snow tonight, no travel. Don't even think about it. You're not allowed on the roads. There are curfews for many areas around the region, but winds of 15 to 22 gusting with these temperatures already in the upper 20s around the region. It feels like the teens far north and the teens on the South Shore, even over to Waveland and Bay St. Louis. So it is really frigid out there. As we go through 8:30, a little light snow continuing farther south. Here in the city, we're done. Then, as we approach midnight, it's all out of the region. Take a look at the morning lows. Right around 6:30 to 7:30, 10 to 13 degrees on the North Shore, anywhere from 18 to 20 on the South Shore. We could see around 22 to 25 in some areas, but still, that is a major freeze. Freezing temperatures through 11:30 tomorrow. What does that mean? Anything that slowly melts during the day, as we go up to around 37 by 3, is going to rapidly melt as we drop back down to 26 within 3 hours at 6 o'clock. So any little bit of heat we get and any little melting, quickly by 6, we're back down into the deep freeze. That turns into ice and black ice. I really don't expect any movement tomorrow as far as any travel, potentially coming in to Friday as well. So it looks like for your Wednesday, even into Thursday, things may be locked up. Friday, we may finally get out of all this mess where the temperatures do begin to rise. Even on Thursday morning, we are talking mid-20s north, still some low to mid-30s on the South Shore, and then finally by Thursday, we do warm up into the 40s, and that would definitely be nice to finally melt all the snow around the area. Viper, basically what we've done was we've taken all the snow cover, plotted areas, and we picked several areas that had up to 10 inches. In the Fox 8 weather team, we were looking at 5 to 8 inches around this area with isolated 10, and indeed, that's exactly what fell. Snow potential tonight, may see a little flurry as all that activity moves south of the mouth of the river, east of Biloxi later on tonight, and the overnight lows tonight North Shore, next 3 to 4 mornings, you definitely need to run that water. So before you go to bed tonight, if you go to bed at say 11 o'clock or midnight, turn the farthest away from your input where the water comes in your home, a trickle, like a spaghetti thin line of water. If your hot water or your heater is for your water outside, maybe a tankless, you need to run that. Or if you have your heater in the attic rather, and it goes below freezing, you may want to run the hot water too. Now, if your water heater like mine is in the garage, it's insulated, we're not going to be running any hot water tonight. Or in your laundry room, it's insulated in the house, no need to run it. If it is in the garage and it gets below freezing, you know your situation better than I, you may need to run the hot as well. Otherwise, garage or laundry room, no need to run hot water from the farthest intake, just run some cold, and we will be looking into that North Shore for the next 3 to 4 mornings. South Shore tonight, again the same. Hot water, once again, if it's in your attic, the water heater, you have to bring it up and make sure you run that hot water. If it's insulated in the garage or the laundry room, you're fine. 26 Thursday, 28 Friday, 32 Saturday. So South Shore, of course, coming out of the deep freeze faster, but still, it's going to be downright cold for most of the upcoming week. Here's what we're looking at with that light snow moving away, taking it all the way to the Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast. And this map is just incredible, all the way from Mexico into Brownsville, into Houston, Lake Charles, Lafayette, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, all the way to Atlanta, even Panama City, Florida, snow and areas of purple. We're talking 7 to 10 inches like we saw around here. So closer in, we saw the big patches of snow, and it's going to take a while for that to finally melt off, I think really more so by Thursday and Friday. So a couple of days, we just have to be patient. Right now it's 30, below freezing, 18 at Memphis. That cold air is going to kind of hang in for a few days. And your 7-day forecast for tonight, 10 north, 20 south, all precautions, running the water. And then even on Thursday morning, 18 on the North Shore, 26 south. And then we get back to 22 to 28 on Friday. And then really over the weekend, 50s and 60s come back. By the weekend, we're going to be saying, did that really happen? It's like a dream. I mean,
it does. It looks like a dream. When you look outside, you would never guess that our area would get this much snow.
It is like watching those beautiful Christmas movies with all of the snow. The only thing missing was the hot chocolate today.
No, exactly.
But I do want you to stress again what you were talking about, the attics and the water heater, in case anyone emails us.
In your attic, if it's insulated to the point with spray foam and it holds a temperature basically above freezing, you're fine. Many hot water heaters, or hot water heaters, I call it a hot water heater, plumbers call it water heaters, basically they're in your attic. Many of those are. So if that attic temperature gets below freezing, and say North Shore gets down to 10, and your attic gets to 22, even though it's 10 degrees warmer, you could certainly have pipes breaking even in the hot water. So that's why we're saying that. My hot water heater is in my garage. It's insulated, it will stay above freezing. Many people have it in their laundry room. If it's in the house, you get that warmer airflow with the heater, it's not going to freeze. That's why I'm saying if it's in the attic and you know that that attic gets like frigid cold, not much insulation, if you do live on the North Shore or South Shore tonight, if it's in the attic and those temperatures fall below freezing, we're talking like, 24, 23 degrees, which tonight we certainly could. I would definitely run the hot water as well. No need to run them both if you have your water heater in your garage or your laundry room. And I know I'm repeating myself, but so many times we get viewers, you say it, and they'll, well, when do I run my hot water? So it's like we're trying to reiterate that.
So you choose between running the hot water or the cold water at one of the farthest pipes?
Well, your cold water, the farthest from your intake, and then the hot water, if you're in the attic and that doesn't have much insulation and you can get well below freezing, you would run also that pencil thin line of hot and cold. Otherwise, just run the cold. We don't want to deplete the pressure.
We don't.
Right,
because we have a fire, God forbid, or something that we need water pressure for. Even if it goes too low, you can get boil water advisories. And right now, we just don't need any of that.
No.
So let's be responsible, but also we need to be very pretty much on top of it just to make sure that broken pipes aren't fun either.
Yeah,
especially with the insurance issues. You flood your home, last person you want to call is your insurance company.
And especially even though the snow is over, the freeze is not.
It's not. Several nights to go, and I really think, through Thursday, definitely things are going to be really slow. Hopefully by Friday into the weekend, slow but sure back to normal.
Okay.
We hope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you
Bruce.
so much, Bruce. All right, well, again, we have crews everywhere. We have been taking you through all parts of our viewing area. We're going to go to Chris Joseph right now, who is in the river parishes. He is in Houma.
Yeah, the weather certainly died down here the last few hours. Speaking with the spokesperson for the sheriff's office, there is not a curfew tonight for those out and about, but that being said, the request remains, you've heard it a million times today, stay off the roads. Thankfully, the deputies, or the spokesperson says the deputies haven't had to deal with too many crashes. They deferred largely to the state police on that score, but thankfully the situation here in Houma has remained relatively stable. As for the snowfall, I mean, you can see it for yourself. If you've been watching Fox 8 since earlier this morning, you saw, I guess, a humble iteration of this snowman. He has since grown considerably thanks to the snowfall here, but Saquon the Snowman, I think that was the name that we stuck with, and you know, in honor of Mr. Barkley and his performance in Philadelphia earlier this week. But in terms of the weather, and this might actually be a good question for Bruce. Drew, let's take a walk here. One thing we've noticed as we've been out here is obviously you still have this powdery white snow. You can move through it relatively easily, but there's a ditch located right next to the hotel that we're staying at, and you see the top layer of the ditch, the top water layer essentially, start to freeze over. So I got a snowball here in my hand. I'm just going to toss it that way. Yeah, I see it. Obviously, the top layer is frozen. So I guess a question for Bruce might be, next time he gets an opportunity, why does the top layer of the water freeze over in this ditch, but perhaps the white snowy material remains so snowy, I suppose. But otherwise, situation's calm. We'll send it back to you.
And again, you are down there. I love how you called your snowman Saquon, because you really want those Phillies to make it, don't you? Those Eagles.
Look, I mean, Super Bowl's coming to New Orleans. I would not be upset if my Eagles made it. I'll, you know, just throw it out there for the universe, right?
Okay. And Chris, overall, what are you seeing on the roads there? Most people staying off it?
Yeah, we've seen a handful of folks on the roads, nothing too crazy. I mean, you look behind us right now, I mean, it's totally barren. You know, we called it a winter wonderland earlier, and that's really been the case. I mean, the snow just blankets. We're right next to MLK Boulevard, one of the busier roads or thoroughfares in Houma. And thankfully, we really haven't seen many folks. We did see one individual who was driving a massive truck, and that individual was booking. I mean, I was kind of alarmed, actually, at how fast that individual was going, but otherwise, I mean, folks have done a pretty good job, I have to say, staying off the roads. We've seen a lot of people just out enjoying the weather, to be wholly honest with you. If you've been watching, plenty of good snowmen over here. In fact, one was done up in a Mardi Gras setup, and then the other one, if you saw earlier, was pretty big. So folks have been hard at work off the roads, thankfully.
All right, Chris Joseph, he is live there from Houma and Terrebonne Parish. Again, looking at those bayou parishes, the river parishes, seeing how cold they are. It's crazy.
It is a day that we will not forget anytime soon. We will take a little break, but we'll be right back with more Winter Storm Fox 8 coverage.
You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call AirSmith. The experts at AirSmith will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at AirSmith take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of AirSmith's maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call AirSmith, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's time to replace your old windows, New Orleans, and right now Acadian Windows has a special offer. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. That's Louisiana's premier window product, professionally measured, manufactured, and installed with a lifetime warranty, all without the hassle of paying until 2027. Give your home the energy efficiency and curb appeal it deserves. This offer won't last long, so call now for your free estimate. Acadian Windows.
Best windows in town.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/give. www.fox8.com/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
He's worked in Miami, Dallas, San Francisco.
The sources I've developed both on the East Coast and on the West Coast still talk to me.
An award-winning investigative journalist with decades of experience.
My passion is literally making a difference and using journalism to do that.
Is now here at Fox 8.
I'm actually flattered that I'm here because this is the best job in the world.
Watch Chief Investigative Reporter Stephen Stock, only on Fox 8, local first.
Okay, so we welcome you back to our Fox 8 winter storm coverage as we continue to now keep an eye on the roads. That is where the focus is right now as those freezing temperatures kick in, and whether or not you've insulated your pipes or not, you're out of time now. Now's the time you can start seeing the impacts of all of that, and just driving on these roads with all of those icy conditions, not a good idea.
You just got to be extra careful. And it's so interesting, Liz, to see that the places that people go to get a little warmth is now so cold. Right. Madeline Adams, she is live from the Mississippi Gulf Coast, where it does not look like a scene I've ever seen there, Madeline.
It definitely does not. Yeah, Lauren, you mentioned it. A lot of people come to South Mississippi, South Louisiana during these cold months of the year to kind of escape weather like this. But here they go. This is weather that you typically see up in the north. I think even like the amount of snow that we're getting here today is even a lot for people up north. And Andre Johnson Jr. and I, our photographer, were just talking about, man, imagine dealing with this snow all the time. You know, it's fun for us for a day, but imagine, you know, people in New York City who have to, you know, walk 1.5 miles to work in weather like this. So that's kind of crazy. But look, one guy, you should be seeing video of it now, was very brave this morning running along the beach in shorts. It was just insane to see that. You know, Andre and I are in, you know, we are just in several layers trying to stay warm, and that guy's running on the beach in shorts and just a long sleeve shirt. So he must have been running like 10 miles trying to stay warm. But it has been a beautiful day here in Long Beach, Mississippi. And man, as you can imagine, the snow has just been falling all day. It has been stopped for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. We haven't seen the snow fall in about 2 hours now. So we are just kind of seeing a large amount of snow just kind of covering the ground. And I know, Liz, you mentioned it, you know, the danger now is roads and traveling and driving. And just in our hotel parking lot, I can see that there's some spots where the snow is kind of melted, but that does not mean it's safe. That obviously is going to overnight, and as it gets colder tomorrow morning, that ice will turn into it'll freeze over, and that's going to make driving so dangerous. So again, it might not be snowing tomorrow, but that does not mean you can travel. Please, please, please stay home and enjoy this snow at your home, in your front yard, in your backyard. But back here in Long Beach, Mississippi, it just kind of feels like a winter wonderland. Right where I'm standing right now, it is probably about 10 inches deep. It is about 10 inches deep right here of snow. It's incredible. We've seen about this much snow, about 8 to 10 inches in a lot of spots here in Long Beach, which is just insane. I know Zach Fridella posted about the record at MSY. It was 8 inches today was what MSY got, and that was the most since 1895. So I'm not sure what the record is here in Long Beach, Mississippi. I can imagine it has been a very long time since we've seen this much snow. And as we just kind of keep walking, man, doesn't it look like a winter wonderland, right? I wish we would have gotten this weather maybe like, you know, during Christmas time or something like that, but hey, we'll appreciate it too in late January. So as you can see right here too, I mean, the amount of snow, this has just been packed on all day. This is probably about 6 or 8 inches right here too. So an insane amount of snow. It's just been beautiful. But again, as you guys have been mentioning, the concern for tomorrow is travel. It's not going to be snowing, but the travel is going to still be dangerous. So stay off the roads and just kind of enjoy this historic snow day in your front yard, in your backyard, or even in the warmth of your home. So just try to enjoy it, but do it safely tomorrow. So I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Madeline, did you get a chance to talk to anyone there today? Because, you know, we've all been there at some point, driving along, taking in the beautiful water sites there. But now you look at it and it's all white, it's all snow. People must be looking at thinking this is so surreal, because you come there, like Lauren was saying, for the warmth, for those summer days, and this just seems so unusual, obviously, but rare and bizarre in some ways.
It is, yeah. Yeah, it is extremely unusual. And in fact, I've talked to a couple people who are not from here. They've been living in Long Beach for several years. I talked to one of the staff members at the hotel that we're staying at. She's from Montana, Miss Jalinda, and she says obviously she's seen snow like this in Montana, but she's never seen snow like this in Long Beach. So this was a unique experience for her. We were talking about, people traveling down here to avoid the snow. I mentioned earlier, but normally around this time of year in January, late January, this hotel is about half full. Now they only have like 8 guests staying here right now because a lot of people found out the weather in South Mississippi right now. They're like, all right, we'll come back and visit maybe in a week or two when the warmer weather returns. And then I talked to a guy, Mr. Andy from Ohio. He's been here in Long Beach for about 10 years. And he has really never obviously seen anything like this in Long Beach, but even in Ohio, he said this would be an unusual snow event. Even in Ohio, he grew up on Lake Erie, is an Ohio State Buckeyes fan, so he's having a really good week. But he's never even seen something like this here in Ohio or in Long Beach. And so everyone, whether you're from the north, whether you're from, whether you grew up here in South Mississippi or South Louisiana, this is kind of a spectacle, especially on the beach. This is just a place that does not normally get snow, this much snow. So it's just an incredible sight. We didn't see too many people out enjoying it on the beach. I guess a lot of people were enjoying it, in their front lawns and stuff like that. But still, nonetheless, a lot of people just so surprised to see snow absolutely cover a beach where you couldn't even see sand. You wouldn't even be able to tell it's a beach if you didn't know it was before. So it's just pretty insane to see.
No, I know, Madeline, for you are from Houma. You are a Houma girl. Being out there, seeing all this snow, being able to be in that, how does that feel? I know it's crazy to say because, again, you are in South Mississippi, but you're from South Louisiana. It's a sight to see, like you said.
It is. Yeah, I grew up, born and raised in Houma, Louisiana. We'd kind of see snow like this, or not ever snow like this. We'd see like, half an inch to an inch of snow maybe once every 5 to 10 years. I remember the last time I remember it snowing, I was a junior at LSU. Of course, it snowed during finals week, so no one wanted to study, right? We were all sledding down the levee. But there wasn't enough snow to sled down the levee. We grabbed a cardboard box that we had laying around at the apartment and tried to sled down the levee. We'd stop like after 2 feet just because it was pretty much just ice and sleet on the levee. But today it would have been a perfect day for that. And so I just think of all, that we've seen so many pictures of children just out and enjoying this. They have the snow day, the off day from school. So man, it's been so cool to see. Never in my lifetime have I seen this. Even my parents haven't seen this in their lifetime. So it was just, it's incredible to see. But like I was saying earlier, Andre and I were talking, I don't know if I'd enjoy this if it happened often. I think I'm good with the one day of snow that we get like every decade. We'll enjoy it a little bit today and tomorrow, but I'm good with the warm weather that we normally have. I don't know if I could live in this kind of weather a long time.
We said that earlier because here at the station in Mid-City, it's literally blanketed with snow, and some of us went out there and had some time to enjoy it because we're not used to this either. And then we said, okay, 30 minutes, let's go. The snow needs to go. And now, again, we're dealing with what's going to end up being some dangerous conditions. But again, people staying home, if you still want to enjoy the snow tonight, do that, but at home.
Yeah, and as you can tell by standing there, usually you have to like try to fight for a spot, a good spot, a location on the beach. Don't have to worry about that today. You got the whole beach for yourself, so enjoy.
The beach to yourself, Madeline.
Yeah, look, it was a quiet day at the beach, okay? Nobody was fighting for tanning spots, you pretty much had the whole beach to yourself. I'm sure the guy who, was running along the beach, I'm sure sometimes he has to dodge other people who are running on the beach. I'm sure it's a perfect running spot, beautiful during normal weather. Today, he was the only one we saw brave enough to be out there running, especially in shorts. So kudos to him. That is some dedication to running I only aspire to have. So kudos to him. I don't know who it was, but we admire you from afar.
Well, we'll let you go inside and get something warm to drink, and for bringing us that slice of this winter snow from Mississippi. Thank you.
And again, we were telling you that many school systems across the region will be closed tomorrow, and we have a list for you that we've confirmed so far. NOLA Public Schools also plans to close on Thursday and use that day to assess its buildings, heating systems, and pipes.
We've got a few parishes with curfews. St. James Parish is under curfew until noon tomorrow. This includes Gramercy and Lutcher. St. Bernard Parish's curfew takes effect at 6 and ends tomorrow at noon.
And Lafourche Parish's curfew started at 8 this morning, and it will stay in effect as long as the icy conditions remain on the roads. And then in St. John Parish, the curfew there will take effect at 6 this evening. It's already taken effect. And right now it's set to expire tomorrow morning at 6, but officials tell Fox 8 that it could be extended. We will be back with much more of our historic winter weather coverage, winter storm coverage, right after this break. Stay with us.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Could see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it, the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.
All right, welcome back to our Fox 8 winter storm coverage. I'm just speechless at what it looks like in our area, especially in so many people's neighborhoods, so many people's backyard. It's blanketed with snow.
And at 7:28 tonight, you're feeling the chill, the change in the temperatures. Chris Welty has been in the Maroney. We saw a lot of snow where he's been all day, and right now they're dealing with those colder temperatures. And he was even mentioning earlier when we spoke to him about just being really careful if you're even thinking about stepping outside. Chris.
Earlier this afternoon, I met a young gentleman snowboarding down St. Charles Avenue, and I was very impressed by that. But now we're moving to the next step. That's right, skiing on the Mississippi River Levee. And we got our guy. Very nice. First off, you got your crew over here also. Yo, how'd you come up with the idea to do this?
Well, I was just over at winter break. I happened to bring my skis down with me, and it said, we're getting a few inches. I was thinking, okay, maybe I could do something with it. Then started dumping. I was like, there's only one thing to do in the snow. So I ripped out the skis, hit the back of the truck. We drove over here, and we've just been having a snow day out here. School's closed, so making the most of it.
Now, what school you're at? What year are you at?
Senior at Tulane.
And how many jumps have you done today? And did you build this thing yourself?
It was already built when we got here. We've done a little bit of handiwork, but we've probably got about 10 runs down. Also been messing around with some cardboard boxes, just having a blast.
And you're not a run-of-the-mill skier. You kind of do this for not only for fun, you kind of do this professionally also?
I grew up racing for a few years. Nowadays, I spend my winter breaks in Colorado, and I ski instruct and coach out there. So it's a really good time.
So you skied on greens, blues, black diamonds, double black diamonds. How would you rate the levee right here?
Green.
So this is for
for a local. This could be a black, but I don't know if it sees too much snow, but we're definitely taking advantage of it. And you'll take what you can get in this city. It's flat, there's not a lot of snow, and trying to find the only elevation here, and it's a good time.
So if you're a local and you haven't done ski school yet, this might be the start right here to go down?
I think it's a good shot, yeah. I mean, you got to find a ski shop. I don't really know what's local around here. But yeah, if you have a pair of skis, definitely get out here and take advantage. It's once in a lifetime.
All right. So he's got his buddies having snowball fights behind us. We got skiing going on here. It's bedlam out here at the levee.
Again, Garland Gillen there, he was having a time out there, and it's so interesting because he does sports, and he ended up getting a sports story today talking about skiing. I'm learning about black, green. I didn't know about all that.
Garland has been incredible all day, meaning
really has.
introducing us to so many pets, humans, really incredible characters
He's
out
having
there.
a fun time
but really
uptown.
giving you a really good perspective of what was the scene uptown while we had Chris Welty in the marinade.
Yes, he is there. Chris Welty, I was talking earlier that you had a cashmere sweater on yesterday for your live shot right in front of the Crescent City Connection, and now you are all bundled up, Welty.
Yeah, yesterday had the cashmere sweater, jeans, and a nice pea coat, but knowing that things would be a bit wetter today and much colder, Burke had the ski gear from 2020 when my family and we went to Colorado to go skiing. So have the thermals, fleece, multiple layers, and then even got a little smart. So on Friday, knowing that I would be out here covering this for quite a while, I ordered hand warmers that once you open the pack, you shake it up, and it provides warmth for about 10 hours of coverage. Well, we are getting beyond that point, and the hand warmers are starting to die, but really throughout the day they lasted and even stuck something in my boots. So it provided a little bit of warmth and comfort. I know you said, Lauren, that the Fox 8 anchor team at the station went outside for about 30 minutes, and then y'all were like, you know what, we're done with it. Well, we have to be out here for more than just 30 minutes. So, but you know what, we're making the best of it. We've met some really great characters. Right now, we are at the corner of Elysian Fields and St. Claude, and to my left, that is the streetcar line, just completely blanketed in snow. And I know earlier today, Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz, he was able to get an exclusive ride with the crews out here plowing the streets. He was out there on the Crescent City Connection, but it looks like the crews have come and plowed St. Claude. A lot of the snow is pushed to the side, and we have seen a decent amount of vehicles out here. And look, Whitney, actually, look, we can spin around this way. We can see there's a minivan right now trying to traverse through this. Cars are still struggling to get through this, although the street has been plowed. So there's a lot of ice that's starting to build and accumulate, and there's even a real-time crime camera mounted to the pole, and we can see there's an icicle hanging from that crime camera right there. So I bet it was really amazing for the people that work in the real-time crime center to be able to watch those cameras and watch that storm blow through the city and just see the transformation that took place, and that took place fairly quickly, seeing the accumulation of snow out here. So that had to be something to really see, but there's really nothing opened except for like a handful of neighborhood bars, and the hotel that we're staying at, Hotel Peter and Paul, they do have a restaurant and bar as well. That is open, but really the grocery stores, coffee shops, they are all closed. I can't tell you how many people have walked up to us or stopped near us to ask if anything is open, if we know of any grocery stores open, and unfortunately things are probably going to be closed for quite a bit as we wait for this snow and ice to melt and clear out and for things to really return to normal. But you can see, cars, they're still obeying the traffic lights despite people being on the road. So these cars are doing great. There's a good amount of distance between them, although I wouldn't advise being on the road. They do have a good amount of distance. We did see other vehicles following very, very closely behind each other earlier and really did not have a safe stopping distance whatsoever. So that is really the situation out here in the Marigny. There's a bit of movement. We still have seen a lot of New Orleans police officers out here. We did see an ambulance pass momentarily just a little while ago. So if you don't have to be out on the road, really don't do so. We did speak with a gentleman earlier today who was on his bike. He works at the Windsor Corps, and he also has another job. That was really the only reason he was out. And he really did not want to be going back and forth, but it's something you have to do if you're one of those essential personnel and you work at a hotel or something like that in the area. But Lauren, Liz, back to you all in the studio.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And I was speaking to a businesswoman earlier today, and she, like many, as Chris was telling us, they have to decide, do I open, do I close? But most important to her, she didn't want her employees driving in these icy conditions. So everyone's in a limbo right now, in a wait-and-see mode. And once those streets are passable again, things can resume to normal. But in the meantime, a lot of business people don't want their employees driving those icy conditions either. We're also keeping an eye on some police activity in New Orleans. This is what we're looking at. This is specifically I-10 at Claiborne. We're not sure exactly what's going on. We do see the flashing police lights. It could be, who knows, a number of things. We know earlier they've been stressing to stay off the roads, but we're trying to get some more details here on what could be happening right now at this intersection. This is right here at Interstate 10 at Claiborne, and as soon as we get that information, we'll bring it to you here as well online at fox8live.com.
And now we are going to take a live look at the Crescent City connection right now, which is covered in snow, as you can see there. Earlier today, Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz took a ride with a snowplow driver from Indiana. Take a look.
So as we were coming over the Crescent City connection, you were saying that this is a legitimate snow. I mean, this is like South Louisiana still, you get some snow, but this is one of the bigger storms you've seen.
Yes, I mean, especially for this area of the country. And we were talking earlier, sometimes a winter storm warning will get issued in parts of the country like this for maybe only an inch or two of snow. But, this one was earned. 5, 8, it's 10, 12 inches in some spots in Louisiana. Definitely earns and the winter storm warning plus, the blizzard warning on top of it.
So right now what we're doing is we're going down General de Gaulle. We're going to get up onto the Crescent City connection here. And in my study and going back, I have never seen any type of snowplow in the New Orleans area. Again, this is the first time I think we've ever had to get snowplows in New Orleans. And, with that, so much snow on the ground, you were saying that you all could really get this cleaned up in a very fast time frame.
Yeah, we're used to this type of snow. We definitely have the equipment. So I think that we'll be able to do a pretty good chunk of work over this afternoon into this evening. Our hope is to open up some of the more high priority areas and really focus on bridges and overpasses, because as there is no ground to support them, right? We're going to have cold air rushing underneath it, and those surfaces are going to freeze and stay frozen. And that's why it's so important for us to be able to clear this accumulation off.
So what we're doing now is we've got 14 trucks. So the trucks go kind of in each lane, and they clear each lane as they go on by. And Blaine, our photographer, I mean, you can see just how clear that lane is as the snowplow goes through. It's just an amazing feat where, again, we don't ever think that it's going to ever be this bad. And I think, Levi, that was the thought here, that, we may get a couple of inches of snow, but this is a crippling snowstorm, not only for New Orleans, but even cities that are much farther north.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's something where I think that a lot of people really wanted to kind of wait and see, because I think that we're always maybe a little bit cautious about, snowstorms in the South because they are so fickle.
Sure.
And, couple changes in the last minute could have, you know, put this, you know, a couple hundred miles north, or honestly, a couple hundred miles south, and could have missed, you know, everybody altogether. So, but again, you know, definitely something that people will remember around here for a long time, I bet.
I'm amazed at how clear, just by the sweep of a plow, it is. You know, again, you know, Blaine, if you could, you know, maybe shoot out the window again. I mean, if you look at the lanes, I mean, you were talking 4 to 6 inches of snow on the expressway on-ramp to the Crescent City connection, and as the plows go by, it's just absolutely clear. Now, what are the odds we may get an additional half an inch of snow? We're clearing it now. What about rebuild? I mean, the storm is kind of passing us over the next couple of hours, so we're not in the beginning of it. So do you feel pretty confident that even though we're plowing right now, that things will be pretty good in terms of the plowing that you're doing now?
Yeah, I think that the snow, for the most part, is pretty much winding down.
Right.
You know, I don't think we have too much time left outside of some flurries and snow showers that might go into the early evening. But again, I think that we're probably going to have to worry about drifting, blowing snow,
right,
more than really anything else, as far as just additional precipitation. And the storm is going to play out and move east, and from there, you know, we're going to just have to monitor for blowing and drifting, really.
Gotcha. So right now, guys and viewers out there, we are on the Crescent City connection now. We are on the upslope of the actual bridge itself, approaching the superstructure where, of course, all the new lighting has been done. And I have to tell you, it is absolutely wall-to-wall snow, easily up to 4 to 6 inches, covering the entire roadway. I mean, to think that the Crescent City connection would just be wall-to-wall snow the entire trip, I mean, this is the reason why that they ask, do not go on the roadways. This is the reason why that they say it's so dangerous and you're putting first responders in harm as well. So we were, I was telling him, Levi, that we saw an NOPD coming over the bridge to meet your crew, and you actually put down the snowplow for him, and you gave him a nice clear shot. He was probably giving you a thumbs up, saying, thank you so much.
Yes,
I mean, because it is treacherous. I mean, you've got big tires on this truck.
Yes.
You've got the plow in the front, and as you guys go on, almost in one full swoop, you can get probably 75% of the bridge in one push with all these trucks.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, if we're staggered out the right way, we can probably reach from Jersey barrier to Jersey barrier. But if you notice up against these barriers over here, I mean, these are, you know, 2 and 3 feet snow drifts,
right,
that have piled up. And, you know, so the 4 to 6 inches that fell, you know, like, that's one thing. But when you're really, you know, trying to drive down these roads, or even, you know, secondary or primary roads in the city, and you're dealing with, you know, drifts of 2 and 3 feet,
sure,
that's really tough to maneuver around.
And we actually have had 2 to 3 foot drifts. I mean, which is, again, incredible. When you have 8 to 10 inches of snow, this snow was really a light powdery snow. In fact, it wasn't a heavy snow, which was good because power lines could easily go down, and then you could have tree limbs with the heavier weight of the water of that snow go down on lines. So the bad is you get the drifts, which, again, if you can see, Blaine is shooting to the left. Some of those drifts are as high as the actual barrier, which are about 3.5 feet. I mean, that's an amazing drift with these winds that are kicking up. So again, we are now approaching the upslope coming in, and the visibility on the bridge is really restricted with snow and just a lot of that blowing snow. It is coming into frame right now, and as you can see, we're starting to see the big superstructure coming up now where the lights are, and the snowplow is pulling all that snow with the actual shovel basically in front of the truck, and all that spray you're seeing is the actual shovel of the truck kind of blowing the snow to a different side, where another plow picks it up, throws it to another side, and pretty much clears out the roadways here. So, I mean,
it's a really good perspective. We got through Bruce Katz with that Indiana snowplower and the ones trying to get those roads as passable as soon as possible. We will be right back.
You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call Airsmiths. The experts at Airsmiths will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at Airsmiths take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of Airsmith's maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call Airsmiths, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's time to replace your old windows, New Orleans, and right now Acadian Windows has a special offer. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. That's Louisiana's premier window product, professionally measured, manufactured, and installed with a lifetime warranty, all without the hassle of paying until 2027. Give your home the energy efficiency and curb appeal it deserves. This offer won't last long, so call now for your free estimate. Acadian Windows.
Best windows in town.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
He's worked in Miami, Dallas, San Francisco.
The sources I've developed both on the East Coast and on the West Coast still talk to me.
An award-winning investigative journalist with decades of experience.
My passion is literally making a difference and using journalism to do that.
Is now here at Fox 8.
I'm actually flattered that I'm here because this is the best job in the world.
Watch Chief Investigative Reporter Stephen Stock, only on Fox 8, local first.
All around our area, it looks like a winter wonderland. So much snow, and something that's very iconic is looking at all of the pictures and the images that we've gotten from the French Quarter.
Andres Fuentes took it all in today. He joins us live now. Andres.
Liz, Lauren, look, we're finally back on Bourbon Street for the first time in maybe like 4 or 5 hours, and the snow has stopped. The wind is kind of here and there, but it's definitely a whole lot colder than what it was those 4 or 5 hours ago. If we can swivel around, you can see it's sort of picking up with some people out and about now that the snowfall has died down. But what we see is the main concern really is what we're walking on, Dylan. If you can kind of show. This is completely frozen, guys. This is Bourbon Street, frozen over, right? How would we ever thought that would happen? But it's frozen over. I can actually slide. You see, some people spend like $20 a ticket to skate, right? I don't got to do that. Just go to Bourbon Street. But, this is the reality. And, it's really crazy to see because we're still having a lot of the snowpack here along the sidewalks, but this ice is really freezing over where people and cars are driving over. So this is Bourbon Street, but on Canal Street it looks the same, where we're getting a lot of the ground just frozen over, where a lot of the cars and people are walking by just checking things out. So that's really the main concern, right? That's why NOPD is telling people to stay inside. The temperatures are dropping, won't be warming up anytime soon, and so who knows how long it will take for everything to really thaw on out. But you can see just how high the snow is, and it really won't be going anywhere until we hopefully warm up sometime on Thursday. So if I do stand over there, which I'm not because I'm tired of standing in snow, that would be maybe 3 inches. But look, our photographer Dylan is right into it, right? He's getting right into it. Dylan loves the snow. He's from Houma. He's a Bayou boy, but Dylan loves the snow. There you go. There you go. Y'all mind if we talk to you real quick? We just got a shout out. We're live on TV real quick. Is this a daiquiri?
Yeah. Yes.
So we have daiquiri shops still open here on Bourbon Street. Sir, your name?
My name is Alex.
Alex, a Bayou boy. So exactly where you from?
From Beaumont, Texas.
There you go, Beaumont, Texas. Not too far. You visiting the city. Have you ever imagined it'd be snowing here on Bourbon? No, you were walking on a frozen Bourbon Street.
You saw me sliding? I was sliding earlier.
I'm sliding too. You know what's crazy?
What's that?
Like, people spend $40 a ticket, $60 a ticket to go ice skate and other places all across the region. What is it like?
You just go outside. It's a great time.
Where you got your shoes at right now?
What are those?
On Bourbon Street. You see, that's how you know we're talking to tourists. When somebody asks you where you got your shoes at, you got to say on Bourbon Street.
Bourbon, that's where we got to do it. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I flew here. You grew here, bro. That's
you're
fine. I'm sorry.
You're fine, my man.
I'm new to this. You're true to this.
Dude,
it's
tell me.
Okay.
So, daiquiri shop, where exactly? Because we'd love to visit. We'd like to go see how the people are kind of taking it in today.
It's just down. This way? Yeah.
Down that way.
It's by a hotel. It's the entrance at, I think, the Sinesta.
Sinesta.
So
Okay,
cool.
we're going to take a
not,
look.
You'll see the daiquiri signs, and they have doors, but you have to go in through the hotel.
Okay,
Yeah.
going through the
we
hotel.
learned the hard way.
If I mention your name, you think I get a discount?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
The guy from Beaumont, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys. Alex from Beaumont. Y'all stay warm. I'll watch y'all slide away. Watch them slide away, Liz and Lauren. Because this is what people are doing while they're trying to get their daiquiris, and really nothing's really open, so they're just kind of slipping and sliding and trying to enjoy what they can here on Bourbon Street. Dylan slides on through, but you know, it really is a sight to see. Dylan, this is actually crazy because we've been seeing a lot of the French Quarter courtyards, and they're completely snowed over. And you know, these businesses right now on a Tuesday, tourists like the gentleman from Beaumont and tourists from all over the world will be chowing down here or enjoying drinks or enjoying breaks out here. But nope, today it's completely frozen over with inches and inches of snow. But again, we're talking about a little bit of that snowpack, that ice pack that we got right now. And this is from people just stomping on the ground, creating that ice, and it's just frozen over after it melted today. And that's, again, what we're going to be dealing with for really until we thaw out on Thursday. As I'm trying to make my way onto Bourbon Street. Dylan, what a guy. What a man. I'm telling you. Okay. I'm telling you, if you're trying to have fun out here on Bourbon Street, I recommend a mocktail, not a daiquiri. But, you know, as we're trying to make our way through, it's nice to see that it's not completely dead here on Bourbon Street. We're seeing some people out and about, and, you know, just being out here for as long as we've been out here. A lot of these are tourists, like the gentleman that we spoke to. A lot of them coming in, and they're thinking it's going to be nice or at least warmer than where they came from originally, and they'll be able to enjoy the French Quarter, some of the restaurants and whatnot. But here we are dealing with inches and inches of snow for multiple days. This one's a really cool one too, Dylan. If we could get the phone through the fence, because this is the Musical Legends area, Musical Legends Park, and you can see completely frozen over. Fats Domino, I believe Louis Armstrong's one of these statues. I can't even see the statue over here to your right, completely frozen over. We were out here 6 hours ago when the snow really started to fall, and it was a sight to see, and now to see the end product, and this is going to be out here for quite some time. But Dylan, maybe if you could move this way and you can kind of see the fountain. What's really cool is this fountain is still going. And, you know, we've been seeing a lot of photos that you guys have been sending us throughout the metro area, throughout Southeast Louisiana. A lot of your fountains completely frozen over, but I guess because this is moving water, that's not a concern here. Fountain stays going, but as you can see, filled with snow all around, with snowed out Musical Legends here at the Musical Legends Park on Bourbon Street as we continue to walk down Bourbon Street. But watch your step, because again, if we could focus on me, it's really hard to see some of the curb. Easier here because people have been moving, but if we get a little bit more this way, you don't know where the curb ends, where it starts, where exactly it's at. So you kind of have to yeah. There you go. Dylan and I are pro. Next time we play in Lambeau Field, y'all don't have to send Juan. You can send us. Dylan and I are pros. Let's flip it around. Let's what are we looking at? What are we looking at over here? Again, completely frozen out. It's going to be like this for some time. But we're seeing people from the hotels. Everyone's just trying to see exactly what's open. I believe this is the daiquiri shop that the man from Beaumont, Texas was telling us about. And it looks packed. So this is the first business that we've seen thus far open and operating. There was another restaurant, Bourbon House, also operating closer to Canal and Bourbon. But this one, first one since then, a few blocks. So people are trying to enjoy what they can, get their libations, and hopefully they don't slip afterwards like I almost did. Thank goodness Dylan was not pointing the camera at me, because that would have been embarrassing. Goodness. It's hard to move, it's hard to maneuver. But Lauren, Liz, if you guys have any questions, because unfortunately you guys aren't out here with me, and I would love it, especially you, Liz. I always ask when we're going to live report together, Liz. This would be the perfect time. If you could get somebody, you can get Chris Finch to come Uber you out. I think we'd make a good duo out here live.
Okay, I do say so myself. We have an extra microphone too, Andres, so don't think we're not prepared. You are having a time out there. You and Dylan, shout out to Dylan, tell him I said hello. They have been braving this weather out
Shout
there.
out to Dylan from Houma.
Again. He's just showing us how those streets are super slippery. And again, as this snow starts to melt, it's going to be even more slippery for people out there. Can you, I mean, I know you're trying to stay still, but is it hard to even stand still in this snowy, almost icy conditions out there in the French Quarter?
You know, what's crazy is you don't want to stay still, right? Because the more you move, the warmer you are.
Okay,
so
yeah, you're
it's
right.
kind of like you move, but you're slipping. But what I really wanted to show you guys is we have the only restaurant that really is accessible from this morning all the way to this evening. Louisiana out here, they have a line. So you can imagine just waiting for your table, and them telling you, oh, you have to actually wait outside for your table, which is kind of nuts. Unfortunately, not too many options here as we have this gentleman. You okay? You need help? I can try to slide on over. All right. They got more people with better balance than me. But I can't overemphasize, you're not even stepping at some points on Bourbon Street. You are slipping and sliding and just trying to get out. Trying to show you guys a live look at Bourbon Street. And
my
this
question,
is the crowd.
Andres, can you hear me?
I would say, oh, go ahead. I can't hear you, Liz.
I'll let you take a breather because I know it's taking a lot of energy to walk on that ice. I love that you're showing us exactly what the situation is there right now. I would love to be out there with you, but I would be looking from inside in a nice warm place with a hot drink. But I wanted to ask you, have they put up
No. No warm place. You got to be out here.
Have they put up barricades because some of the roads are so icy to vehicles? Because I see a lot of people walking, trying to enjoy Bourbon Street despite these conditions, because they flew here, they spent money. But if they're trying to drive, did they put barricades up?
So the barricades that were there before, after the terrorist attack, we had the provider for those barricades. Those are the Archer barricades. They came, they replaced them, so those are the latest models. And they've been here on Bourbon Street and throughout the French Quarter and even some parts of the Marigny for quite some time. We're going to give you guys a closer look. I was actually here when they were replacing them, so this is a part of getting the city ready for Super Bowl. So it wasn't necessarily because of that terrorist attack. This was already planned, already scheduled to happen. This was just something kind of expedited after that terrorist attack, just to make sure that the city has the latest and greatest to ensure that that attack doesn't happen again. Just speaking with the CEO briefly, he told me that this might have prevented that attack, and so he made it sure that he himself and his team were here to install these on Bourbon Street. Again, at least 45 up and down Bourbon Street, just to ensure something like that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, they're all frozen. But they still will work. The thing is, it's frozen, it's cold, it's snow, so a lot of people have been, this is the prime place to just grab all this snow and then make a snowball and then throw it at people. So that's what people have been doing. But still here, still able to protect people and pedestrians that are trying to be out here and enjoy Bourbon Street. We also have a lot of the construction still going on here on Bourbon Street, also tied to the Super Bowl, just trying to get the French Quarter ready for the Super Bowl to, tens of thousands of people, right, expected to be here just for that game alone, that week alone. So that's kind of been, you don't know if you're stepping in a construction site, you don't know if you're stepping in pilings and stuff like that. That's kind of been wild, especially as we saw in the CBD when we were going towards the Superdome. We didn't know exactly what we were stepping in. Turns out we were stepping in a complete construction site. Almost got a nail in my boot, which would have been really bad, but that's just the nature of 2025 here in New Orleans. You don't know what you're gonna get, and now we got a frozen Bourbon Street.
A frozen Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, but we thank you for you and Dylan braving it all day to show us that, and for those who can be there and still enjoy it with the businesses that are still open, good for them, and hopefully by Thursday and Friday, those businesses, because we know they need their business, can reopen again.
Fully open back up, and their staff can, start making money again.
Thank you, Andres.
I mean, again, people at home watching, they're able to see these areas because our crews are in there. But again, staying at home right now, hunkering down at home is where you need to be.
But they did a really good job because some people may not understand, how slippery it is when you're trying to walk on it. On some roads, maybe that same effect for your tires, when you're driving on them. So got to get those temperatures back up to start melting that ice.
Yep. Well, we will be right back with more of our winter weather coverage right after this break.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Let's see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it, the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.
All right, well, welcome back. We do have more updates for you tonight. All St. John Parish schools, government offices, and buildings will remain closed tomorrow due to this winter weather. And the parish is monitoring the conditions right now regarding potential closures or delays, and that starts on Thursday. So trash pickup in the parish is also postponed tomorrow, and officials are monitoring the weather Thursday to see if they can resume garbage collection for the people there.
The latest now in St. James Parish, all schools are closed tomorrow. Trash collection canceled. A reminder, a curfew is in effect until noon tomorrow. Officials urging people to stay off the roads.
And St. Charles Parish schools are closed tomorrow and they're closed on Thursday. The school system will update school operations for the rest of the week no later than 3 p.m. Thursday.
St. John Parish is under a curfew until at least noon tomorrow. Parish offices and government buildings are closed through Thursday. Public schools are closed tomorrow. The district has not made an announcement yet about Thursday. And tonight, as it gets even colder, that's hard to imagine, but it's even colder outside and going to get even colder as we get into the wee hours of the morning. And the big concerns are the roads, your pipes, and in some instances, your attic.
Yeah.
You know, with your heater, your water tanks up there.
Bruce was educating us on that earlier, and we're going to toss it over to Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz with an update on what we are looking ahead to, Bruce.
Well, you know, now that the snow is over, the fun is over, and now we have to watch out for the icy conditions and freeze conditions too. Now, we are slow but sure, kind of peeling off all of these winter storm warnings with maybe a little light snow on lower Plaquemines Parish, but that storm system is really moving eastward right now, and then we're left with an extreme cold warning where likely single digits to near teens, North Shore coming in on the wind chill, South Shore in the teens as well. So during the day today, some areas I know have gotten more. We've had numerous calls, also some weather watchers up to a foot of snow, but the official gauges coming in at New Orleans, 9.5, Metairie at 9, 8 at Kenner, 7.8 at Norco, Homa, Violet at 7, Gramercy at 7 inches, and just under 7 inches on the North Shore and Slidell. Galliano, Gretna, Pearl River, Waveland, also Thibodaux and Ponchatoula, all coming in with a half a foot of snow. Bayou Cane at 5.5 and Bogalusa at 4 inches. Now, as we take a look, I mean, it is the frozen situation that we're going to be dealing with for the next likely 24 to maybe up to 30 hours. And I say that because right now temperatures are all below freezing. And you can see here is Norman C. Francis, and here's the Washington Bridge, and you can see still icy conditions, a lot of ice on the neutral grounds as well as some of the roadways around the region. So tonight with freezing temperatures, we are 30 at Kenner, 27 in Slidell. A low dew point, it feels like 21 degrees with the wind, north wind at 10. With that, it looks like we're not going to see any melting at all tonight. In fact, what little bit may have turned to slush with some cars on the roadways will likely turn into icy conditions, and that is the most dangerous part of this entire situation. Right now, a few light snow showers coming in right near Venice. Homa, you're done. Galliano, you're done. Grand Isle, you're done as well. And as you can see from east of Port Sulphur, east now of Shell Beach, we are seeing those snow showers moving away. And right now, Mobile is seeing it into Mobile Bay, in the Gulf of Mexico. It is snowing. Just an incredible sight today for all to get out and enjoy. But we need to be very vigilant and make sure we don't get out and travel in the morning. Lots of ice is expected as we move in overnight tonight and especially into tomorrow morning. Winds on the North Shore, they've lightened up to about 5 to 7. South Shore, right at the lake at about 10 to 20. And the temperatures, I mean, everybody is below freezing. I mean, the warmer spot, and it's not warm, Lakefront 31 below freezing. Kenner and Belle Chase at 30 along with Galliano. Upper 20s coming in on the North Shore itself. And the wind chills, these are the teens that we're talking about. And even on the South Shore, some teens to lower 20s. But remember, right now it's only, 8:06 as the night goes on. We are expecting that colder air with that snowpack to continue to move in. So by 10 o'clock, we could see right around 19 to 20 degrees on the North Shore, South Shore at about 24 to 28. And then as we move in through about 12:30 in the morning, we could see around 15 to 18 north, around 17 to 24 south, and then the coldest of time comes in during the morning. We will likely see, on average, potentially 10 to 15 north and right around 20 to 23 south, and that is pipe-busting freezes. Now, we've kind of highlighted areas. The farther north you go, that low brought the worst and most moisture down south. That's why we saw anywhere from 5, 6, up to 10 inches of snow south. North Shore, still anywhere from 3 to 5, but that axis moved in right around Bay St. Louis and Gulfport, bringing them almost 6 to 8 inches. Snow potential through 1 a.m. Basically, we are totally done, as we see, north and west of the lake. Tonight at about 10 to 12 degrees above zero, 18 on Thursday, 22 on Friday, 25 on Saturday. For tonight on the South Shore, around 20 to 22, 26 on Thursday, 28 Friday, 32 Saturday, and finally, late weekend, we do begin to see things warming up. So here's your last band of snow right now moving off of Plaquemines Parish. All that snow moving into the Florida Panhandle toward Panama City. And notice as we see clearing skies moving in, winds settle down. That is why we're going to see those temperatures plummet by morning to near 10 to 12 north and around 20 to 23 on the South Shore. Let's show you what's happening as far as the snow on the ground. Amazing. Take a look all the way from the East Coast states. Every state, including Texas, does have snow on the ground, of course, including Southeast Louisiana and all of the Gulf Coast region. So right now we're standing at 30, 8 at Des Moines, Iowa, -1 at Green Bay, Bismarck at 25. So that cold air is coming in over snowpack, and it just will not moderate at all. So for the next 7 days, tomorrow, likely for only 2 to 3 hours getting above freezing. What happens is you get any thaw, we rapidly freeze back to near 18 Thursday morning North Shore, 26 Thursday morning South Shore. Friday, we do begin to warm up even more so. So Thursday into Friday, although we do thaw out, we still have a chance of any precipitation that does thaw out, that does not evaporate, we could see refreezing. So tomorrow, likely not going to be a travel day for many, likely many businesses and schools still closed, as we've been saying. On Thursday, could see through midday, part of the area still closed. By Friday into the weekend, I think things will begin to settle down. Offshore, I mean, we're rocking 11-foot seas out there. Earlier, we had gale warnings in effect, now down to small craft advisories. We are expecting winds 12 to 20, seas at about 4 to 6 feet. So back to the pipes. All right, if you have a water heater in your attic that's not insulated, run half hot and cold on that small stream spaghetti. If you have a hot water heater, I call it a hot water heater, Plumbers say water heater, and you're right, it's a water heater. In your garage, which likely is insulated, or your laundry room, which many are, it's insulated and you have heat from your AC, you're fine. So if it's attic driven and you get below freezing where it's not as, at least, protected, you may have some issues with freezing there. That's why you would run both. Beyond that, if they're in your garage or in your laundry room, no need to run the hot water, but do run the cold water. People are saying a slab home, you don't need to run it. Well, I run mine because, when you get down to 20 to 22, we're not used to it, and you just want to get that water moving. You don't want to use so much that we drop the pressure, but unfortunately, as many people do use that water, they turn it on higher, and when you drop the pressure, you can have not only water boil advisories in effect, you could also have that low pressure in the event you have a fire, which could be bad news for firemen trying to put that fire out.
And Bruce, I learned something from you. It's, go the farthest faucet away.
Right. You get the longest movement of water.
I did not know that.
It doesn't stay in this area where that can freeze. You're kind of keeping that water moving, and we have a fountain in our backyard, and we have the pump going. So even though we're getting freezing, I mean, it's a beautiful sculpture, but the water pump is still moving because the water's still moving. So even though we're freezing and getting bigger ice and bigger ice, the water is still circulating. And that's the principle where you get your pipes from the plumbing, from the city for your water to keep that going and make sure that, it doesn't freeze. Not to say it won't. We're dealing with temperatures that we haven't seen in a long time.
And even though the roads are plowed, okay, are you concerned that you can get rain or maybe more snow to freeze it again?
We're looking at the definite potential of ice. Even though that they've scraped it, when I was on the plow earlier with Levi, he was saying that what we're doing is we're taking basically all the snow off, but you can't completely scrape the street because the plow it can't do that. But you're taking off, if you have 8 inches of snow, you may be taking 7 3/4 snow, pulling it away, but you still have moisture in snow. So if that melts and it's a shady area and it doesn't basically evaporate, it refreezes quickly. That's where you get these areas of black ice. And I think tomorrow, that's what State Police, DOTD, they're going to be looking and monitoring all the bridges. Even though we're plowing, that's great, there's still areas where we all know you get these patches of ice that can, 3 or 4, shut down 5 or 10 miles of interstate. So we just need to pay attention to get it.
You need us to get to what temperature by Thursday and Friday to start seeing this
in the mid-40s. Tomorrow we're going to be 36. So if we get to 36 to 37 for 3 hours, that's not enough to really evaporate stuff. So even if it thaws, it refreezes quickly because by sundown, we're going to be dropping 5, 6, 7 degrees within that hour. And then
we're going to see this snow for a while.
This snow is going to be on the ground, I say, through Friday. I really do. I mean, some areas in the shade. I think tomorrow we'll see a lot of snow still. As we go into, what's today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll still see some. On Friday, it'll likely start melting, but with that, we could see in shady areas still some of that snow. So, I mean, we're staying cold for the next several days,
well,
especially at night.
Good information for people trying to figure out what to do next. Thank you, Bruce.
All right, we will be right back. Stay with us.
You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call Airsmiths. The experts at Airsmiths will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at Airsmiths take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of Airsmith's maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call Airsmiths, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's time to replace your old windows, New Orleans, and right now Acadian Windows has a special offer. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. That's Louisiana's premier window product, professionally measured, manufactured, and installed with a lifetime warranty, all without the hassle of paying until 2027. Give your home the energy efficiency and curb appeal it deserves. This offer won't last long, so call now for your free estimate. Acadian Windows.
Best windows in town.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, Visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
He's worked in Miami, Dallas, San Francisco.
The sources I've developed both on the East Coast and on the West Coast still talk to me.
An award-winning investigative journalist with decades of experience.
My passion is literally making a difference, and using journalism to do that
Is now here at Fox 8.
I'm actually flattered that I'm here because this is the best job in the world.
Watch Chief Investigative Reporter Stephen Stock, only on Fox 8, local first.
So a lot of people out there trying to find ways to keep warm. Okay, so musician Amanda Shaw warmed up her fingers while fiddling in the snow today. Take a listen. She's so good. I just love it. And I'm dancing in here. It's just, again, you got to keep warm. Musicians got to warm up. She's out there. She's keeping moving. She sounds great as always, but I mean, wow. She is brave in that weather.
Braving the weather and entertaining somebody.
Yes.
Must have heard her in that neighborhood, and they got a free show. A lot of snow fights today, too.
Yes. Oh, look at this. And what I find interesting about this, these are priests and nuns at St. Catherine of Siena. They, in Metairie, they are having fun. They got out there to go enjoy the snow. I did get a snowball sent to me today by one of our producers, Josh. I did send one back. But look at them out there. A lot of people having snowball fights today. Liz, did you get in on any of that action today?
I did not, but I love watching adults go back to their childhood, having such fun today.
In the snow,
and I hope they had a
love
wonderful
that
time.
They're priests and nuns, and they're out there having fun, enjoying this. Because again, this event is unprecedented for us here in South Louisiana and in the southern part of the country. So I'm glad that they are enjoying it. And I see, do we have another video?
We've got an 87-year-old.
Oh!
This is Kentwood having fun in the snow.
Wow.
And obviously on, it looks like private property, so not impacting anyone. It doesn't appear that way. Just
87 years old though. Let's put that into perspective. Still having fun. Again, enjoying this because we are not very used to this weather. And again, over the years, we may have seen a little bit of snow and even ice, but not something like this. And then this next video, let's look at this. This is LSU players. You have J.D. LaFleur, Bo Bordelon, and Whit Weeks, and also Brett Bordelon. They are checking out inside of Tiger Stadium today. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at Death Valley. Wow. So we sent our WAFB drone crew, our sister station over there, for a bird's eye view of this iconic stadium, and here it is. Oh my goodness. The snow left beautiful sights all over campus with the spring semester just starting. Many students there spent the day enjoying this rare treat. Again, they didn't have classes. Classes at LSU will remain closed through tomorrow at least, but I'm glad that the students there at LSU are having a good time. I know Madeline told her story about when she was at LSU and it snowed and she had to deal with finals. I had the same thing in 2008 where I was trying to pack home and to come home and I had Converse on. So I was not able to enjoy the snow because my feet were so cold. I did not have the proper gear, but if you have the proper gear, you can go out there and enjoy it.
I know alum across the country seeing this, saying, look at Death Valley.
I know.
We hope it brings good things for LSU moving forward.
Yes, let's hope.
Snow. Okay, our photographer Kai captured the excitement of some kids experiencing this rare New Orleans snow day in Broadmoor.
I'm like so excited. This is like the first time that I've ever seen real snow, ever in my life. So this is like such a magical experience for me and everything. And it's like so cool to see everything just like blanketed in like white and everything. It's like so cool for me.
I like the snow. I wish it would have snowed on Christmas, but it's very cold out here.
Yeah, Santa brought a late Christmas present. Very, very late. Wish it would have snowed on Christmas, you know. Can't feel my fingers at all.
And I hope that everybody have fun. You know, everybody have their family, you know, have a little snowball fight or something, build snowmans and stuff, you know, enjoy themselves.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's almost like
a dream. I couldn't believe it. Yesterday I was so skeptical, and it's just, I still can't believe it. It's amazing. We woke up and there's all this snow. I was like, this is crazy. And I slept over at her house because I was just so excited, like, to see this possibility.
Yeah. And the last time snow happened in New Orleans was when we were a year and a half, so it's not like we remember it. So it's just surreal being able to be like here at my house and there's all this snow on the ground and there's like a blizzard happening. Definitely making some snow angels.
Yeah, we're gonna be having a snowball fight.
A snowman.
I'm gonna beat her, obviously. Some of the snow just like isn't packable. See, it's like really nice, but it doesn't really pack very easily. It's like also could just be me, but it's a little bit sad. But hey, it's New Orleans and we're getting this much snow, so I really don't have that much to complain about. So if I can't make a snowball, that's like the least of my worries.
So today we kind of broke up. It was more like barely any snow, and now it's like straight up just snowing, face numb. It's like one of the first times in New Orleans, right?
Yeah. And you can like have your dogs walk around free because there's like no cars or people.
But the snow is so crunchy right now. Like,
and you walk around, it's like ASMR.
yeah. Like,
But dude, like can you walk against the snow? Like you can feel it like completely encase your face.
it's like a fun experience.
I think I can definitely tell how it would be a big problem if you had to experience this like every day for like weeks and months on end. But I think if it's just like once, it's great. It's great. But like I can definitely see how it would be a problem. And like we don't have the supplies like and the equipment to actually like shovel out the roads. So, like no one can drive anywhere. But yeah, I think it's wonderful for me personally.
And that was wonderful. Thanks to photographer Kai for bringing us those beautiful scenes. I think the young child, I mean, she's so sweet and wise for her age.
Yes.
Nice for a day, for a long time, no.
Again, some people move down here for this warmer weather.
To escape that.
To escape that weather. I mean, Liz, I thought you'd be a pro because you're from up north, but you've been down here for so long. You're in Miami, you're here.
I know.
Here's the thing. You get so used to the warmth.
Yes.
Dealing with this type of cold, it's like, okay, this is fun. But let's wrap it up.
We get extremes. We have to find a middle ground. Sometimes it's 100 degrees in the summer, and then look at us now.
Now
right?
it's the whole.
We get the whole gamut
left.
here.
But I know we've been in the North Shore. We had Rob Masson up there, and we also have Tan Trung and Slidell. It was covered with snow when we talked to Tan earlier. And let's take a listen to how Slidell police, they are reacting to this unprecedented winter storm.
You might remember Rod West from the tornado, our local hero. But we're in a different situation now. We got snow. You've been around a while, man. You've seen a lot. Have you ever seen snow like this in Slidell?
Never. Not in my lifetime, not in my career, definitely. We had it once or twice before, but nothing like this.
So you've been out on the roads a little bit today. You know we're going to have more snow tonight, leading into tomorrow, still below freezing temperatures. What's your advice to people right
Stay
now?
home, stay off the streets. It's very slick out there. Even the little bit of driving around that we're doing, it's hard to get any traction, and it's just too dangerous to go out there. And if you get in a bind, then we have to go out there and try to help you too, so it puts us in jeopardy as well.
All right, guys, you heard it from Rod West. Unprecedented snow, never before seen. Roadways are dangerous. So please do everything you can. Oh no. Don't throwing snowballs at me. Don't want to start that war, I promise. All right, guys, stay off the roads, please.
Yeah, we want to keep our first responders safe as well, and if they don't have to respond to emergencies, then they stay a lot safer.
Yeah, and that has been across the board today from agencies across our area, just staying off that roadway because, again, like that officer said, if something happens, they have to respond to that, and you are putting them in danger as well because they are there to help you. They're first responders. They're there to be there for you in emergency. But if they don't have to be while they are trying to handle the snow and these conditions that we're in and handle other emergencies, then, you know, just stay at home.
Okay, let's check in now with Chris Joseph in Houma on what it's been like there.
The situation is relatively calm now. It's been several hours since any snow came down. The precipitation has more or less wrapped up, but there's plenty of accumulation. And as you can see, the residents of Houma have been busy. This one snowman definitely takes the cake in terms of size and girth and obviously design. Those folks who put this together did a very good job. As for safety and security in this neck of the woods, the good news is for the most part of the day, Entergy did not report any major outages here. And as for traffic, we're located along the MLK Boulevard here, and you could see clear, thankfully. And speaking with the spokesperson of the Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Office, there's only been a few crashes that the deputies have had to respond to. They've been mostly assisting the Louisiana State Police. Only a few busted pipes in this neck of the woods as well, from what I gather. So a calm night, a relatively quiet night in terms of precipitation. But as for what's next, obviously we're going to be keeping an eye on the roads. There is no curfew in Terrebonne Parish tonight, but the message that folks have been hearing all day and are going to hear all day, tomorrow as well, is do not get on the roads. Obviously, that snow that is located now is going to freeze over and just become that much more hazardous for anybody who is driving. But it was a big day in Houma. A lot of folks had a lot of fun, but now potentially the more serious part of this weather event takes over on the roads. Reporting in Houma, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
Again, just the same message over and over, stay off those roads. And we know that snow plows from Arkansas are crisscrossing the state right now, working to clear snow from the roadways.
Yes, Stephen Stock talked with Derek Wyatt, the state maintenance engineer for the Arkansas Department of Transportation, part of the big crew helping out our state now, about their work so far and the plan to attack the roads against after tonight's freeze.
So talk to me about the strategy going forward. As you say, it's supposed to get really cold, especially tomorrow. Are you going to have to replow those roads where ice may have formed overnight?
It won't be replowing them. Essentially, we've brought loaded salt trucks. The spreaders were loaded with salt when we came. We've been applying that sparingly throughout the day as we've been plowing. But we'll put down a layer of salt tonight on a lot of these bridges, especially the one behind me, trying to keep it where it's as passable as we can keep it. And then hopefully when the sunshine comes out tomorrow morning, it'll start melting and we can get moving and pushing more snow off the road and get everything hopefully cleared up as quick as we can.
And we do have a quick programming note about tonight. Our winter storm coverage will continue until 11:05 tonight. Fox Prime Time will air immediately after that, starting with Kitchen Nightmares, followed by Doc After Doc. And then we join the rest of our late night shows already in progress. So for those of you out there looking for your shows, they will be on just later tonight.
Okay, and we'll be right back right after this.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Let's see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it, the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.
Welcome back. We want to take you back to the Marigny. Lots of snow today, and now the focus is on the roads after all of that snow, and that's where we find Chris Welty.
The amount of accumulation in the Marigny is quite impressive. We are at Hotel Peter and Paul, and take a look at this driveway. It looks like something out of a Hallmark movie with the lights. You have the snow, you have the trees that were changing color in the background. It's just such a pretty picture, but you can also see just how much of a headache it will be for some as they go back to their vehicles and they're going to have to clear the snow. Look at this NOPD cruiser. You can see just the amount of snow that's, number one, covering the light bar on the top, but also covering the whole windshield and hood. There's a few icicles also hanging off of the mud flaps of that vehicle. But throughout the day, a lot of people staying here at the hotel, and even hotel employees, they say that they've never seen snow. So they were out here taking pictures and building snowmen. And take a look at this snowman one person made as well. Did such a great job. This is probably one of the best snowmen that I've seen here in the Marigny. But you see, got creative using some sticks and possibly a dead leaf or something, but it just looks great. It looks like something, if you had the little scarf around it, it looks like the Campbell Soup snowman that you'd see in holiday commercials for the soup company. But this whole area, there's still so much snow that is just packed, and the danger will be that if this starts to freeze, or when it starts to freeze, it's going to be so slick for people out here. And I want you to take a look at this as well. So here at the hotel, the roof line, it might be hard to see from right here, but you can see there's so much snow that is packed onto the roof, and it's hanging off the ledge, and that is all frozen together. Eventually that's going to come down. So it's something that you're really going to have to watch for, not only here in the Marigny, but across our viewing area as the snow and ice begins to melt. It could be a dangerous situation if you're out walking and something like that comes crashing down. So you're going to have to be very much aware of your surroundings and take extra precaution. Now, we've also seen people helping other people. Earlier, there was a black SUV that came to the hotel to drop off guests, and as the SUV was pulling out, it got stuck because there was so much accumulation right here. So the hotel maintenance man, he came out with a shovel and he started to dig at the tire, and a group of people that I assume were just passing by, they actually, once it was clear enough, they helped push the SUV out so that way it could make the turn. And it was really sort of neat to see, because after the SUV made the clear, missed hitting our news unit over there, the group, they all started cheering and clapping, high-fiving each other. So and then Phoenix Bar, which is on Elysian Fields, I was talking with a couple of customers out there. That bar is open 24/7, so people have been trickling in throughout the day, and now that the snow has stopped, they are starting to get a larger crowd out there enjoying themselves, as they should, because what else are you going to do? The entire city is snowed in. But I was told that a good Samaritan walking by with the shovel decided to shovel the front entrance of the bar to make it easier for customers to get in and out. So it's sort of neat that we're hearing these stories of neighbors helping neighbors. Even in a snowstorm, we often hear that following hurricanes. So This is just such a historic moment for the city. A lot of people that live here have not seen this amount of accumulation in years. So, and hopefully we won't see this amount anytime soon. Again, I know a lot of people, although it's pretty, you're going to get tired of dealing with this very, very quickly. Reporting in the Marigny, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
That is so true.
Said
And you
it
may
best.
start hearing that by Thursday. The snow is skewed on Tuesday. By Thursday, people are
They're like, okay, let's get back to normal programming, really.
Yes.
We do have more footage for you tonight. It is from a viewer. This is drone video, and this is Napoleon and Broad, and you can just see that. It doesn't even look like we are looking at New Orleans, Liz. This looks like we're looking at another state right now.
It does look like another city. A lot of snow. One of those areas that got really hard hit today. Like we said earlier today, it's all cute, especially for kids. Your first time in the snow, but later on in the night, after you see all of the domino effect and the impact, it really restricts what you can and can't do. And right now, it's those roads. It's restricting a lot of folks until the temperature increases and the ice is off the road.
And New Orleans City Hall is currently set to reopen Thursday at noon, and public schools are closed tomorrow. The city says the Tremé Center on North Villeray Street is operating as a warming center.
All Jefferson Parish government facilities are closed through Thursday. Public schools are closed tomorrow in Jefferson Parish. The parish also has 2 warming shelters, Terrytown Playground and the Re-Ilario Special Needs Center located in Metairie.
And in St. Tammany Parish officials said this afternoon that first responders were only answering life and death calls, adding it was not safe for them to be on the roads either. And parish schools say that they are also closed tomorrow, as well as the government offices there.
The latest now from Tangipahoa Parish, public schools closed tomorrow, and the school system monitoring the weather as well for Thursday. Parish offices and the landfill will also be closed tomorrow.
Again, a lot of closures. They could change. Let's go to Jacob Bradford. I have not seen him all day. Hey, Jacob. He is in Metairie. How's things looking over there, Jacob?
He's near the causeway, too.
Lauren, it's looking cold. Yeah, Liz and Lauren, it's cold. And I don't have something fun and exciting like Dylan and Andres had. Jason and I have the empty Lakeway Center, or excuse me, the wind is really kicking up. The Lakeway Center is where we are at. Right behind me is the causeway. I'm going to put the microphone up here just so that way y'all can listen. Now, that's not cars that are just whipping by. That's the wind. The causeway's been closed all day. As soon as you pull up to it over here on the South Shore, you're going to see all of these blinking lights and everything that are telling you that the causeway is closed. And look at this chunk of ice here. Now, most of the snow that's been out here has melted, but I tried kicking this piece and it just won't. Oh, there. Finally it decides to move. Anyway, but this is what we've been dealing with all day. It's just a lot of snow. I mean, look at this parking garage whenever you pull out of it over here. How much snow. See if we can't get up here without slipping and sliding, because underneath this like white fluffy stuff is just this ice, and you can see all of it like right here. So you have all of this, and then once you kick it away, it's just that slick ice. And that is why everybody has been saying don't get out on the roadways and don't be driving around, because you will get onto some of this ice. Now, we did want to show y'all how much snow has been just building up in this area. So we're smashed between the Marriott and one of the office towers that's out here. I'm gonna see if I can't maybe go this way. I think this is where Jason and I were looking. Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna come back over here, and that way you can see just how big these drifts have been, how much snow has been just accumulating up here. Thankfully, all of the snowing has stopped. Lauren, I'm a lot like you. I'm much more inclined to have more fun during the summer and pool days, and you know, I never gripe about the summer temperatures because I enjoy the summer. This, on the other hand, not my speed. So let's take a look over at the Marriott. So whenever you pull up to the Marriott, you know, you have this really pretty little entranceway, but look at it. That front door has been closed pretty much since Jason and I checked in last night over here. And that is just all of that snow that's just been building up. And throughout the night, we've been in the hotel room, and it's crazy seeing the causeway, 0 cars on it, and just covered in snow from the base of it until as far as I can see. And there's no more snow that's been falling, but you hear these cracks inside of the Marriott. All it is the ice and the snow that's breaking away, and it sounds like something's just slamming up against the window. It's nothing. It's just stuff that's like falling down. But this is what we've been seeing pretty much all day, because we're not in an area where there's a whole lot of people, because thankfully this area told everybody pretty much to stay home, don't get out on the roadways. And everybody seems to have heeded that warning, including the Marriott. The Marriott put out notices under our doorways throughout the day and last night saying that they were kind of working with a skeleton crew, that they weren't going to have people cooking and cleaning or anything like that. They would come and change the bed sheets, and that's about it, because they just wanted their employees to be safe. So everybody that's been in there has been phenomenal with us and great to us. But yeah, we just have like these giant chunks of ice everywhere, and that's not fun. Like, I know y'all were watching the NOPD officers, you know, throw snowballs at each other, but this stuff, that'll get you arrested. So anyway, I'll go ahead and toss it back to you. Listen, Lauren, because I don't really have anybody to interact with. Nobody's down here getting daiquiris. Look, this is just empty. There's no cars. We're standing in the middle of the street. But, I mean, we've been having a great time with the people over here at the Marriott, and the people just on the other side of this parking garage is Lake Pontchartrain. And on the levee we saw this morning, it didn't look like a lot of fun to me, but people were out with whatever they could find to slide down the hill. And I was telling Lucy this morning, and Liz, you were there too. I don't know if y'all remember that movie, The Day After Tomorrow, but you know when everybody's evacuating New York City as this like blizzard comes in?
Yes.
That's what it reminded me of, because there was just, you couldn't see. Everybody looked miserable. I was miserable. Jason was miserable. Jason doesn't have any gloves on right now. He's been just doing this all day with no gloves. So I don't know. You know, I wish that I could have been, you know, out in the Marigny or in the Bywater or, you know, in somewhere that had people running around. But we didn't. We've just been having a good time with the people over here at the Marriott. They've been treating us very well.
By the causeway, Jacob, we're here with you now, at least for this next minute. And again, I think it's great that we're not seeing a lot of people over there, because that means that, like you said, they are heeding that advice.
Yeah, that's why we're not seeing a lot of people. Usually on, what's today? It's Tuesday. So usually on a Tuesday evening around this time, this area is popping with people. People coming in from the North Shore, people driving over to the North Shore to get home. And, you know, you have offices and parking garages. Everybody's like coming in and out of this place. But all throughout the day, it has been empty. And the few people I would count, I would say there was probably less than 10 people that we saw when we were out by the lake that were sliding down, because everybody has pretty well heeded the warnings from at least this vantage point. Everybody's been staying home, staying safe. The only cars that we have seen pretty much on the roadways are Jefferson Parish deputies, Causeway police, and it looks like, you know, just some JP officials just making sure that everything is going smoothly. But yeah, I mean, take a look right over here at the front door of the Marriott, right where it says lobby closed, excuse me, it's cold, it's hard to talk. Lobby closed, proceed to parking garage for entry. All of that snow has just been sitting there, and right in front of their Mardi Gras tree, they put up all of these mats. So whenever I came in, it was late last night, early this morning that I got over here to the Marriott, and they put all of those mats down because that snow and that sleet was starting to fall. And I mean, look at this. This is not fun to be in. Look, just wind and no snow anymore. Now it's just cold and icy. Lauren?
Oh, so Jacob, that is that lakeway. I mean, like you said, it's usually extremely busy, because I know from doing interviews there are some like critical government agencies and workers in that building, and plus, like you said, the causeway right now. If you were to travel on that, what would you say the situation would be? Would you be concerned about the ice on the causeway after all of that snow and the reduction in the temperature?
If I was in my car at the base of the causeway and they weren't stopping people on it, I would definitely be concerned about ice. I would be concerned about the wind. I would be concerned about anything that's blown around up there, because it's been horribly windy all day out here, because we don't have any real buildings blocking the wind. It's just the lake and then us. So we're not getting any protection from any of this wind. But that was what I would say would be my big concern, would be If the Causeway Police were not blocking that right now, I would not feel comfortable driving across the causeway at all. But thankfully, Causeway Police is at the base of the bridge. They have a big sign up above it, you know, that big electronic sign that says Causeway closed, weather, and it's got traffic cones that all have red and white lights that blink on the top of it. We were showing it the last time that we were up, maybe about an hour ago. And they also had the police cars, the Causeway police trucks and SUVs that were out front of there blocking that. And then as you were to go down Causeway Boulevard, like, you know, towards Lakeside and the Audi dealership, you would see JP deputies. Those are really the only people that we have seen out. Everybody else, including the hotel employees or the people that we saw out on the lake, they were all walking. So it didn't look like to us, at least in this part of Metairie, that anybody was out driving around, thankfully.
Yeah, good information there, because a lot of people use that causeway, so some good information from you there.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much. And I don't know if you have time to get a little warm before your next live shot, but try to warm up. And you need to go find Jason some gloves.
I went and I tore through my car. I thought I had extra gloves. I'm looking at his hands right now. They're already turning red. So we're going to go back inside.
Okay.
Every time that we have done a live shot and gone back in, this is just to prove that I am not a winter person. I have gone back into that room. I have cranked up that shower to hot and just sat in the steam and just pretended it was July and I was at the beach.
Smart.
But I'm not.
That's okay, Jacob. Thank you so much. We
for giving
appreciate
the
you.
call. We'll be right back.
You look ridiculous.
Why don't you go fetch us up another blanket?
It's time to call Airsmiths. The experts at Airsmiths will fix your heating and air unit to keep your home comfy cozy this winter. The pros at Airsmiths take pride in having lots of options on repairs and equipment replacement. We should also sign up for one of Airsmith's maintenance plans. No problems means more belly rubs and fewer rough days. Call Airsmiths, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's time to replace your old windows, New Orleans, and right now Acadian Windows has a special offer. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. That's Louisiana's premier window product, professionally measured, manufactured, and installed with a lifetime warranty, all without the hassle of paying until 2027. Give your home the energy efficiency and curb appeal it deserves. This offer won't last long, so call now for your free estimate. Acadian Windows.
Best windows in town.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
He's worked in Miami, Dallas, San Francisco.
The sources I've developed both on the East Coast and on the West Coast still talk to me.
An award-winning investigative journalist with decades of experience.
My passion is literally making a difference and using journalism to do that.
Is now here at Fox 8.
I'm actually flattered that I'm here because this is the best job in the world.
Watch Chief Investigative Reporter Stephen Stock, only on Fox 8, local first.
Okay, welcome back as we continue our Fox 8 special coverage of this winter storm and the aftermath of all that snow now.
And again, we are all over the area right now, and we have crews on the North Shore. We find Tan Trung. He is live in Slidell, that's where my parents live. That's where I'm from. Tan, can you explain to us where you are in Slidell and what you're seeing right now?
Well, Lauren, when you hear Liz talk about the aftermath of a storm, we're used to here in southeast Louisiana talking about hurricanes and obviously tropical storms. The aftermath of this storm actually looks very nice. It's very picturesque, but it's also very deceptive because what you're seeing here kind of lures you into this idea that everything's okay and it's very peaceful and you can start rolling out. Over my shoulder is the bridge leading back to the interstate to the Oak Harbor area here in Slidell. And we've seen several cars trying to get up to that bridge. It's gotten to the peak of that bridge and then started skidding, and then they'd have to go in reverse. Some of them have tried to kind of come back down, rev up, and then try to get enough inertia to get over that bridge. It's just not happening. And there's actually some blue lights here on the left. Slidell police, or one of the first responders and emergency responders here, are trying to block off this area going up into the bridge, going back to the interstate, which is still shut down. You still can't get over the Twin Span to get back to New Orleans, and you can't get from New Orleans to Slidell here. A little while ago, the Slidell Police Department posted some pretty interesting drone video of the Fremo Town Center, and it flew over that major shopping area and also encompassed some of the interstate on I-10. I can tell you there's plenty of white, which means everything is covered right now. And the challenge that this region has is because when we talk about that Louisiana and Southeast Louisiana is not built for snow, usually, and I was raised up north, usually this is the time that you would have all the true plows, and I'm talking about big 8-wheeler plows. I know that we've seen some of the video footage of Bruce Katz rolling through with the plows from Indiana. Those plows are really just trucks with plows. Up north, you have really big DOTD plows that will go through and kind of purge all the snow and push all the snow to the side. This is when those things would be happening, when people are inside, things are calmed down, the snow has stopped falling, and this is when all the infrastructure would come into play. You would have salt trucks, sand trucks as well, and the plows moving everything aside, and things would be back up and running. But because this region is not prepared for that, and because we don't have the infrastructure for that, this is why folks here, the police and all the first emergency responders are telling us to stay off the roads because they can't help you at this point. And not all first emergency responders are used to kind of going onto the roads. They're not that experienced in trying to navigate these roads too. They were born and raised here as well. Even though they have big SUV trucks, it doesn't mean they can get to you in a flash. So as you've been hearing all evening here, and you'll be hearing all through tomorrow as well, stay off the roads because who knows, if they get enough infrastructure and enough resources coming in here in the next 24 hours or so, maybe we can get things up and running, but I just don't see it happening. And it's certainly the case here in Slidell tonight. Everything is quiet, and that's why folks should be staying inside, because hopefully they can start getting some tools and resources in here to start getting the roads cleared and hopefully things back up and running. That's the latest here in Slidell. Ton Trung, Fox 8, Local First.
And Ton, especially since you're right there by the Twin Span, usually it's very loud in that area, but it sounds eerily quiet where you are.
Oh, absolutely. This is sort of like after the, an evacuation and you're the only one here, or some folks might remember, and this is an extreme comparison here, but the quiet that we had post-Katrina when people that were just here, it was just military and really media. That's sort of what reminds me here, but obviously we're in a different landscape, and that's and I say that with extreme prejudice here, that is an extreme comparison, but it is very quiet here, and it's lovely. I mean, this is something that we're not used to, and it's remarkable to me that we're talking about just, 12 hours of really precipitation, wind, and cold, and this is what you get, and it can transform and really shut down an entire region, because this is not just a New Orleans issue right now and a Louisiana issue. This is big swaths of the Gulf Coast, and it amazes me every time, whether it's a hurricane, whether this time we're talking about a winter storm, that when Mother Nature wants to exert her power, we're really at the mercy of it. But at its core, this is just really water and precipitation and cold, and now we're just sitting here waiting and hoping to get back up and running. So it never ceases to amaze me what Mother Nature can do, and I hope that humankind can actually get back and get some technology that we can get the roads back open, and I got 2 fingers crossed for that.
Right. Same. All right, Tom, we definitely feel that tonight. Thank you so much.
That really is the key, getting those resources, those crucial resources to get things moving again. We're also getting the view from Mississippi.
Yes, we are. Let's go back out to Madeline Adams. She is live on southern Mississippi tonight. Madeline, how are you doing now?
Yeah, good evening, good night, you guys. We're in Long Beach, Mississippi. The beach is not behind me. This is just kind of a blanket of white snow that used to be grass because it is pitch black near the beach. Even the highway along the beach doesn't have a ton of street lights, so it's super, super dark over there. So we're kind of in a place that has a little bit more light, so you guys can at least see what's going on, the conditions right here, right now. But just kind of mentioning that road over there, again, we want to emphasize to you guys, as it gets further into the night and even tomorrow, travel will be super dangerous as this kind of ice or the snow kind of turns into ice, you know, and just makes the roads super, super dangerous to travel on. So again, stay inside tomorrow if at all possible, and stay off the roads and be careful as you guys enjoy this snow. But yeah, we have probably, if I had to guess, 8 to 10 inches of snow below us here. It has just been really until, from the time I woke up at 7 a.m. till probably 5:30, 5:15, it has been snowing constantly in Long Beach, Mississippi over here. We have some video for you guys shot earlier in the day. One man was brave enough to jog
All right, did we lose Madeline? Can't hear her right now, but that's the man that she saw running earlier.
Earlier today, he was braving it, these cold temperatures in his shorts, keeping up his routine, wasn't letting snow stop him at all from jogging today.
He probably likes the peace because, like Madeline says, it's usually very busy, and she's the only.
Okay,
all right, Madeline.
I think we can hear her again. Madeline, can you hear us?
Y'all come back? All right, we're back. We're back.
We're back.
Yeah, as you guys were mentioning, that guy was, he was the only one running out here. So like I mentioned earlier, he did not have to dodge anyone. He was out here by himself. He had the whole highway, whole beach to himself, wanting to just kind of run and get his workout in. But yeah, it was an incredible day here in Long Beach, Mississippi, and South Mississippi. We've seen, 8 inches of snow in some parts. We've seen 5 inches of snow in some parts. So really the entire area has just been blanketed in snow. And I know Zach Fridella had posted earlier tonight that MSY over in Kenner recorded 8 inches of snow, and that's the most that we've seen since, 1895. I'm not sure what the record is here, but I imagine it's something similar to that. So just, again, once in a lifetime snow levels here in Long Beach, Mississippi. And again, this will be here tomorrow when we wake up. So I know a lot of people are excited to play in the snow and be out in it again tomorrow. Just again, going to emphasize, stay off the roads and stay safe, even as you're walking about, because some snow is turning into ice really quick. So just be careful as you guys are enjoying the snow, but please enjoy it. This is incredible to witness and see. Back to you guys.
So would you say that runner, the guy that was jogging, was the most interesting thing you've seen today, Madeline, or is it just looking at the beach there?
A little bit of both, honestly. I mean, I like to run, so I'm like, but never would I have imagined to, or even think to go outside and run in shorts today. That I'm just not built like that, okay? I commend him for wanting to get his workout in at all costs. But yeah, it's also incredible to see the beach. I mean, we did not see sand unless we dug 6 or 8 inches below the snow. So the entire beach was covered in sand, and even the water had kind of, was pushed back a little bit and was frozen in really the first parts that we could see. So it was just, I haven't seen snow like this in my lifetime, but to see it, especially on a beach, just made it even more special. So man, what an incredible day. I know it's been such a fun day for everybody in South Louisiana and South Mississippi. It's just been so fun to see everyone's pictures and everything like that too. So what an incredible day. Something that we can who knows if we'll get to experience again. So savor it for sure.
Yeah, savor it for sure.
Yes.
Well, we just have a few seconds left. And Madeline, you imagine that those roads will remain closed again tomorrow where you are quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned, people were traveling a lot earlier in the day. That's kind of subsided. A lot less travel right now. I haven't seen but maybe one car traveling on this highway. It will be dangerous. The main concern for tomorrow, as this snow kind of melts, is black ice. So do not drive unless you have to, absolutely have to, and stay safe out there, you guys.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much. And our coverage continues right after this break. Stay with us.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
See some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
I'm originally from Florida and I moved here 8 years ago, and I've never seen snowfall, and this is just the most incredible thing.
South Louisiana revels in a once-in-a-lifetime experience, a top 2 or 3 snow event in the state's history.
Probably be another 20 years before it snows, but I'm a little under the weather, but for her, I'll do anything.
On a snow day in NOLA, Carolyn Dalton helps her granddaughter, Leah, build the perfect miniature snowman. Scenes we saw repeated all around South Louisiana today. Good evening, I'm John Snell.
And I'm Meg Gatta. What a day it has been. Unprecedented, historic. I mean, all of those adjectives fit today because it's just been unbelievable. People who had never seen snow before, like that woman you interviewed earlier today, John, just reveling in this magnificent, beautiful snowfall.
And Bruce Katz, the question now is, we got through this so far without massive power outages. Right. Can we get through this without pipes bursting?
Well, that's going to be the next issue. I mean, power outages not going to be an issue because really no more is falling from the sky to fall or freeze on power lines. So what's done is done. But now we look at the snow that's on the ground. Any thawing and refreezing does form a lot of ice. And today we did see a lot of tire tracks around the area. Some of that turns to slush, turns to ice, and then we've got slippery roadways. Now, winter weather alerts all gone now. The Weather Service is giving the all clear. However, the clear is no more snow, but now we move to phase 2 with very cold, bitter wind chills and cold temperatures for overnight lows. Wind chills in the single digits to mid-teens north to mid to upper teens south coming in. So as we take a look with the snowpack on the ground, the air is going to stay frigid. It's ice, basically below freezing. 11.5 inches. That was the big hot spot coming in at Chalmette. I know many other areas have gotten up to about 11 to almost a foot of snow, but here are some official numbers. 11.5 at Chalmette, Metairie, and also the city at 10 inches, 8.5 at Belchase, Thibodaux over to Eden Isles, coming in right around 8.5 to 7, along with Gramercy and Slidell, just under 7 inches. Now, Galliano at 6, half a foot at Gretna, Pearl River, Waveland, also Ponchatoula, 5.5 at Bayou Cane, Picayune at 5.1, Bogalusa at 4. We have so many areas that we could cover. Many areas have seen a half a foot, in some cases isolated, 10 inches, even a few 1 foot. Taking a look outside right now, as you can see, we are seeing a few cars out there trying to slowly but surely make their way around town. This is Norman C. Francis. Here is the Washington Avenue Canal. Here is Washington itself. So as you can see, some of the tire tracks here potentially turning to ice, especially over bridges. A lot of ice coming in on the neutral grounds as well. And with freezing temperatures, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Homa, you're down to 26 already. At the airport in Kenner, below freezing at 30. 26 in Slidell. And with the winds northwest at 10, it feels like the lower 20s out there. Here is satellite and radar. Radar showing all the snow moving eastward. But, I mean, look at this. East of Breton Sound, east of the mouth of the river, we've got snow falling on oil platforms in the Gulf of Mexico. Just incredible cold. And the stars we talked about, they had to align to bring the coldest of air south, all profiles of the atmosphere below freezing, and then you bring moisture over that. So several things had to come together to bring that snow, and indeed this time it did come together. Now North Shore winds at about 5 to 10, kind of blowing and bursting on average, but overall the winds have settled down a bit North Shore, but 10 to 22 south, we are seeing those winds pick up with temperatures in the upper 20s at Belle Chase. Houma, we've talked 26, Kenner at 30, Bay St. Louis missing last hour at 27, 26 Slidell, Bogalusa, 24 at Macomb. Hammond, you're down to 22. Tonight, we're going to see a drop of another 8 to 12 degrees, averaging 10 to maybe 14 degrees North Shore, South Shore at about 20 to 24. So we could see another 7, 8 degree drop even on the South Shore with those freezing temperatures. Now the wind chills coming in already. We are seeing teens up in Macomb, teens at Reserve, 23 at Galliano, Belle Chase at 22, Waveland at 21. So just very brutally cold wind chills out there. And as we take a look, future radar, all the snow is gone. Clouds are clearing out. Temperatures by 11, falling basically to about 10 to 14 degrees. Now, some models indicate we could see a single digit or two briefly as we go back into the mid-20s by 9:30. South Shore still at freezing at about 25 to 30. Then we may see temperatures during the midday between 1:30 and 3 get up to 35 to 37. And then quickly, within an hour or two, we drop back to freezing. That's the issue. If we do get thawing, then we get refreezing quickly and that water doesn't evaporate. That's when we get major black ice. So now, phase one, the beautiful snow, the fun snow, everyone out building snowmen. Now it's in the phase of potential frozen pipes as well as very, very dangerous travel. Snow potential, again, it's gone right now. Tonight, 10 to 12 North Shore, 18 on Thursday, 22 Friday, 25 Saturday. So for the next 4 mornings, it's going to be frigid on the North Shore. South Shore, we're going to be coming in around 20 tomorrow morning, 26 Thursday, 28 Friday, and frost likely 32 on Saturday. Here's satellite and radar. A very solid, quick clearing line moving in. Baton Rouge already seeing clear skies. North Shore seeing it clear out. South Shore by late tonight. That means that winds settling down, fair skies, snowpack on the ground. Those temperatures are going to plummet as we move in time. Take a look at this map. I mean, incredible. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, parts of the Florida Panhandle, into the Carolinas, all snow that's on the ground right now. And we're talking in the blue areas up to that 10-inch line. Just amazing numbers with the snow this far south. Right now we're at 30, but you can see the air is still frozen to the north, and with that freeze and also snowpack on the ground, it is going to stay very, very cold. So for tonight, we need to run the water both North and South Shore. Tomorrow night, likely both North and South Shore, and then on the North Shore Friday. But as you can see, those temperatures are slowly moderating, where tomorrow, if we get above freezing, and then we see another refreeze coming in with some of that water that doesn't evaporate, we'll see that black ice. I think potentially Thursday as well. Friday, I think, is going to be the really big day where we kind of unlock things and things start getting back to normal. So I really think tomorrow is going to be a lockdown day as well, with all the snow. The plows are out doing their job, and Thursday, potentially half the day before things really begin to settle down. So it's going to be, I think, a good day and a half before we get back to some sense of normalcy.
I have a question for you, Bruce.
Yes.
Someone had called the newsroom to ask about, running water overnight, and this person had run the water since yesterday, actually.
Right.
And she was saying that you were talking a lot about if your water heater is perhaps in your attic, which is not insulated,
Right.
that she should run the hot water. Well, apparently she's now out of hot water. Does she just continue to run that? Does she just turn on the cold water?
Well, the issue is, I mean, if you need hot water, If you're at 26 degrees, and you know, John, you had mentioned this as well, if you're at 26 degrees, 4 hours or longer, then you're going to get potential pipe busting freezes. So, you know, today we were at 27, 28, 29. So if you would have turned it off and let that hot water kind of regenerate and maybe take a shower, wash the dishes, do whatever. But once that temperature gets to 26 or below, that's when we need to start running the water. If your tank is in the attic and you're not insulated, that attic, like in the summer, can get up to 130. I mean, it gets hot. In the summer, I mean, in the winter, if it's not insulated, it could get down to, if the outside temperature is 20 degrees, it could get to 25 or 27, which certainly could be a major issue. So if you're in the, say, laundry room or in the garage where kind of insulated, mine's in the garage, I don't run the hot water because in my garage, I do have enough warmth. In laundry rooms, you have enough warmth. But the attic is a different story. Tankless as well. People are asking, what about tankless hot water heaters? Well, some of those or most of those are outdoors. So if you're going to be at that 26 or lower for the next 4 hours, which many of us will be tonight, that's where if you have an outdoor tankless system, I would run both. But again, we're talking a spaghetti or a pencil lead thin line. We don't want to overwhelm the water system because you bring that pressure down, then we have no pressure to fight fires, and we don't need boil water advisories either.
We've got a couple of inquiries too about potential flooding.
Right.
All this snow, and it doesn't work that way.
No, it does not. Basically, today, we got 3/4 of an inch to an inch of rain. That's not flooding rain.
Right.
When you talk about snow ratio, we talk about, normally it is 1 inch of rain is 10 inches of snow. Now remember, the snow was fluffy today. So on average, most of us got 3/4 or 0.7 or 7 inches rather to just about 10 inches. So that would be that 1 inch. So yes, as it melts, we only had under an inch of rain to an inch. So
most of us got less than an inch of rain.
Less than an inch of rain. So, and remember, it's not going to all thaw at once.
Right.
It's going to take time. It's going to be ebbs and flow. So I would not worry about flooding at all.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, but the real issue will be the freeze.
The freeze and the pipes.
Starting now.
Starting now.
Exactly.
Right now. Yes.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. Basically, if you know, with the way people watch television these days, with the internet and everything, if you are watching us over the air or, you know, in the New Orleans market, if you can hear us, you don't have elementary or secondary school tomorrow. A lot of school systems around the region have already pulled the plug on that, or everybody really, and then some of them for Thursday. So what they're saying is that Thursday is going to probably, for some of these systems, and really for state offices too, be a kind of an assessment day.
A wait and see day.
Right, this will be the day when they decide, okay, can we get back to normal on Friday? More on that obviously tomorrow, but things are closed tomorrow.
Yeah, some, you know, municipalities like Orleans Parish, for example, saying we think maybe by noon on Thursday things can reopen, but again, it's all going to depend on that ice. All right, we're going to have much more coverage of today's historic snowfall coming up in just a minute.
They do not check and balance themselves, so someone else has to.
We investigate the organizations writing the rules for how and where your kids can play ball.
You went from being a winner to now you're a loser.
And why some states are stepping in to play referee. Watch the final play Wednesday on Fox 8 News at 5.
Feeling like you're just existing and not living? Discover true health and turn back the hands of time. Timeless RX, located in Covington and Metairie.
New Orleans is more than just Mardi Gras or Bourbon Street. It's our people, and we're proud to stand by them.
To the insurance companies, you're just a number. To us, you're family.
We're the law office is a Chip Forstall. Call us today and let us be there for you, just like we've been there for so many others.
It's an anniversary celebration going on now at Door. Big savings store-wide with up to 40% off. Plus, win your Door purchase up to $8,700.
Solid wood, solid reputation, solid value.
Covington and New Orleans.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD. With the pulling power to prove it. Tow hitches of the world, prepare for glory. Get 5.9% APR for 84 months on Sierra heavy-duty Denali models. That's over $5,300 in average finance savings.
Ted and George Mint Shop at the Rink announces the semi-annual sale. Now is the time for up to 50% off select merchandise. Visit Ted and George Men's Shop, 2727 Britannia Street, Ed Washington. TedandGeorgeNola.com.
For legal advice that can help you when you need it, don't miss your Legal 30 with personal injury attorney Greg DeLeo. Wednesday during Fox 8 News at 9.
Get your Arthur Hardy's Mardi Gras guide on sale everywhere or order online.
Feeling like you're just existing and not living? Discover true health and turn back the hands of time. Timeless RX, located in Covington and Metairie.
7 hours
of news that matters to you. We're your guide for the day ahead.
The Fox 8 Morning Edition. Weekdays starting at 4. Local first.
What a day, a snow day in NOLA. But I will say this, have you been outside? Because
I have.
It's got a certain bite to it.
Yeah, it's pretty cold out there. And earlier, I mean, the wind was just absolutely whipping. But now what we're seeing is the ice starting to form. Let's get live to our Andres Fuentes. He's on Canal Street in downtown New Orleans. First of all, Andres, looks like you're helping somebody across the street.
On Canal Street. Helping this lady. Yes, ma'am. I'm helping this lady. We don't have to be. It's fine. I'm sorry. We'll be on TV, so we'll show a little bit more as we're creeping through. Todo está bueno, señora. It's okay. Ya está caminando. Ya tú tienes. Okay. Well, we got a little bit ways to go.
I come from Boston.
Qué bueno.
I know, but I know how it's to fall in the black ice.
Oh my goodness. Well,
you can break your bones.
You can break your bones.
You know, osteoporosis.
For sure. That's why we're going real slow. Thank you got it from here. No. Hey, todo está bueno. We got a visitor from Boston, guys. Just try to help her on out. She gotta. We didn't want to. Cuídate, okay? We just wanted to make sure she crossed Canal Street because it is dangerous out here, like no joke. We saw a few people trip already. We're actually seeing some patches of red ice, meaning that somebody tripped and started bleeding. How bad it is right here on Canal Street. So hopefully that lady makes it to her hotel okay. But really the concern is these streets. If you do remember when we were out on Bourbon, I know we were having fun, slipping and sliding, joking around, but, the temperature being as cold as it is right now, it is no joke. Dylan's kind of showing you just how it is on the ground, but it has gotten a lot thicker as we're getting there. Cold, cold, cold. And, I can't emphasize, if you don't have to be out here, as we see in first responders coming through on Canal Street, they're even taking their time just because of how frozen it all is here on Canal Street. So something you want to keep in mind. I know we've been seeing a lot of tourists and whatnot out and about trying to enjoy the scenes, but just take your time. If you do need to get out and about, like that lady over there, seems to be that she is making her way. I know she was kind of embarrassed there, kind of spooked out. I didn't think she'd be slipping just before the live shot, but hopefully she's making it okay, just taking her time. But, just heed her advice. She was speaking in Spanish a little bit. She's from Boston, like she was telling me, and you really want to do those duck waddles trying to get to where you need to go if you do need to be out and about in this ice. Don't drive at all. Just hunker down. Wherever you are right now watching this is where you need to be for the next 24 to 48 hours. But for now, playing live here on Canal Street, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
Andres, that is not what people were driving on at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
I know.
In terms of, you can't really tell on television, but boy, you can see it there.
You can see the sheet of ice there on Canal Street. I mean, how dangerous that was, and obviously the woman.
That's what I was trying to say, but I did a terrible job saying it. Is that yes, thank you. Normally, you'd say, you can't really tell, but you can tell it's slick.
Oh yeah, and obviously that lady having difficulty just walking on that, and she's from Boston, so she's used to this kind of weather. But that just gives you an idea of just how treacherous these conditions are. So imagine walking, let alone driving. That's why they're urging people, the local officials, to stay off the roads.
And I don't know if you happened to be watching earlier with this gorgeous, beautiful sunset, and the reason was that the clouds, the cloud line was moving through. So if you go out, we have lost our, I don't want to be an amateur meteorologist here, but we lost our blanket of clouds, and that's part of what's going to be happening.
I think we're going to bring in Bruce Katz now here. Bruce, you can kind of weigh in on, obviously, the ice situation that we're seeing and the line of clouds that we've lost, but changing the conditions now at this point.
Big changes, and we're going to bring in Director of Homeland Security, Colin Arnold from Orleans Parish, and it's been a long day for you, it's been a long day for us, but a fun day for people. But Colin, now that the snow has fallen, everybody's had a great time. Now we need to focus on the black ice situation as well as the pipe situation. So Let's start out today. You were able to get several snowplows to come in and around the city. Let's talk about how many, the job they're doing, and is there any map structure of roadways that they're doing? Is it emergency roadways? Is it major thoroughfares? So let's get started with road clearing as we're seeing right now.
Well, I've been really impressed with this group. We'd been trying to get snowplows for 3 days and not having luck out on the market. And this we were contacted and made this group was made known to us. We did some research, talked to them, had them come down to City Hall, and then we put a game plan together. We did an emergency procurement for their services. They're out of the state of Indiana. They have a lot of different snow fighting credentials and things like that, and they have just been knocking it out tonight. What we did was we basically broke down initially with DOTD, broke down bridges and the expressway and the on and off ramps to get that moving because we wanted to make sure we had access to University Medical Center as a level 1 trauma center. So then they moved towards Claiborne, 2-lane at Airline Highway for the same reason. And then we started with them, and they've been methodically working through all of the critical artery streets that you would think of right now: Claiborne, Broad, Carrollton, Canal. They're going to hit Poydras eventually, I believe, in the morning. That's not as high of a priority right at this moment. But then we've got them scheduled to go out to the airport overnight and plow the runways and all of the access roads for the airport. And so, I mean, it's just been, they've moved very, very quickly. That said, there's still going to be an element of sanding and particularly salt that's going to have to go behind them, which they're going to do. I think that our challenge, quite frankly, is the next 2 days, at least the next day and a half. But I'm starting to think the next 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday, as being very challenging for drivers because although the snow is over, I think what we're going to deal with now is very, very dangerous situations on the roadways.
Those were my thoughts as well, Colin, that, you get the thawing, the refreezing, the thawing and the refreezing. And, the next few nights we're going to be very, very cold. So anything that doesn't evaporate, we could certainly have, some major issues. So now that they're out there plowing, I was able to ride along with Levi Jett, who is one of the drivers who, that group is amazing. They were doing a great job. They were educating the viewers as we were doing a live shot on how snowplows work. I mean, in the history of New Orleans, this is the first time ever, I think, that we've had a group of snowplows come in. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then after that, as you're mentioning, they're going to come back with, on the back of those trucks, actually some salt and different chemicals to help dry it up. Is that correct?
That's correct. And then, they've already came loaded with salt. However, they're going to run out, I'm quite certain. So we've worked it out with DOTD that they're going to go and refill their salt needs in Bridge City at Scott Boyle, his yard. And we're just going to continue from there. Now, I do believe there'll be more plowing assets coming in from the state, basically moving behind the weather. They started today in Lake Charles. I talked to my counterpart there early this morning, and they were under a blizzard warning in Lake Charles. They had a lot of I don't think they got as much, but they got a similar treatment this morning with snow through the afternoon. And so I believe that there'll be more resources. These would be maybe from neighboring states like Arkansas and Texas coming to assist and moving along the roadways, but those will be primarily the interstates and state roads.
So I was going to say your thoughts on people see plows out and about. That doesn't mean that you can go out on the roadways right now. Tell people what they really need to know. I mean, the job's got to be done. When I was talking to Levi, he said when cars are on the roads, it impedes what they're trying to do. They need people off the road so they can get their job done, to get the job done quickly, to get to the point closer and closer to get those roads opened.
For sure. I mean, we've had freeze and winter storms here before. 2014 comes to mind, but that was primarily an ice storm. There wasn't precipitation, and this is totally different. And I think unlike anything most New Orleanians have ever experienced, where these plows are out here just to get the snow out of the road because it's not going to go anywhere until it melts. And then that could be Saturday, that could be on into next week, really. And so, it's really I hate to say it, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And I think folks have done an amazing job, as they always do. You know, we do hurricanes and all these other things where we ask people to stay home and shelter in place, and we did for this as well, and they did. And people had a good time today, and that's great. It really is. But now is the point where it's not, you know, not to let off the throttle, as it were, as far as you really staying home, staying safe, staying warm. The temperatures are gonna be very, very cold overnight tonight and tomorrow, and these roads are going to continue to be maybe even more dangerous than they were today. And so don't let up. You know, please have patience, but it's really not a good time tomorrow to start thinking about venturing out, particularly in a vehicle.
Right. This was nearly a century-old, you know, storm, and it's not going to take hours to get rid of. It's going to take several days.
That's right.
One more
That's
final
right.
thing, and I want to let John Snell and Meg Gatto, were all three on the set. So several different parishes may have curfews. Are there any rules or regulations that people in Orleans need to know?
Well, one of the things we saw today that was, and I think you saw it too, that was a little disheartening, was people moving barricades to try and get onto roadways. That is absolutely, NOPD is trying to be everywhere and anywhere and everywhere at the same time. But and a lot of these more larger intersections will have a permanent police presence there. But some of them, you know, the barricades are up for a reason. Please don't move them. If you get stuck, we literally cannot guarantee that. Certainly we can't get your vehicle out in any kind of amount of time, but it could be difficult to even get to you, and it is cold. So really just you know, stick around the house, stick around your family, continue to enjoy the snow. You know, I see people out there still tonight, but just realize that for driving around and kind of getting back to normal, this is not the right time right now.
All righty. Before we go, I'm going to let John Snell and Meg Gatto ask questions if need be.
Mr. Arnold, I mean, I think, you know, one question would be, tonight, as Jay Grimes, the state climatologist, put it, tonight is the big test for the pipes?
Yes.
So,
yeah, I would have to agree with that.
And what do you want people to know?
Following the guidance of what we're hearing from Sewage and Water Board, you know, run that water in a trickle from one faucet in the house. It doesn't have to be multiple. It doesn't have to be on full blast. It's one of those things where there's a small amount will go a long way towards keeping, you know, that water moving through your pipes and not allowing them to freeze. You know, another thing is in the morning, if you can imagine, most everyone in the city is going to be doing this tonight. The water pressure in the morning will be quite low. I'm saying as a common sense measure, please, you know, if you're going to do laundry, shower, make breakfast, wash dishes, try to spread that out throughout the day and allow this water system to recover every morning and kind of build back up its pressure, because you know, this is what we have seen in the past with winter storms, you know, and certainly you know, we'll potentially see during this one is that's when the boil water advisories will start. Things will happen in the mornings when the pressure just runs too low. And so those are the types of things that I think people really need to keep in mind. Even at this point, if you weren't able to wrap exposed pipes outside your house with, you know, any type of pipe wrap or anything like that, even if you have some blankets and some duct tape, anything, you know, lawn furniture moved up against your pipes, anything to try and maybe shield those pipes or cover them in any way from being exposed for the next day and a half to the cold temperatures we're going to have. I mean, we're looking at about 36 hours potentially below freezing throughout the next day and a half. I think that is going to be, and I would agree, a very critical time for the pipe infrastructure in the city.
Colin, as you were speaking to us, we had a live camera on Canal Street. We saw a car kind of slipping and sliding on Canal. They did end up making it. So I'm sure NOPD officers have responded to accidents today. Have you heard of any situations where people maybe got into a problem, got into an accident, and those first responders could not get to them because of the conditions of the roads?
They were able. I haven't heard of a situation where the police weren't able, or emergency services weren't able to get to a person. But the car is a different story. Everything is being left where it sits right now because of the snow in the roadway. And as the snow becomes compacted, it's really just starting to turn into ice, and along with the temperature causing that as well. So as people are driving back and forth on these streets, and look, we're not seeing a lot of people driving around. We have not had any kind of uptick in calls for service or any type of emergency situations, but you could be, you may not be stranded, but your vehicle will be stranded wherever it sits if you try and drive around these barricades or if you get stuck at this point. No one is coming to tow you right now.
All right, Colin Arnold, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Meg. Thank you, John.
All right, we're going to have much more from our winter storm coverage coming up right after the break.
Football? No problem. At the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show, Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd. See the latest and greatest in pontoons, fishing boats, sports boats, personal watercraft, and more. Fifth wheels and travel trailers at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
Reimagine exceptional with the 2024 Buick Envision. With advanced technology and breathtaking clarity, and quiet serenity within. Experience confident driving, an all-wheel drive that takes you wherever you need to go. Make every day an occasion. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on this 2024 Buick Envision. See your local Buick dealer.
Cox powers the Big Easy on the biggest game days of the year. And this year, we are going even bigger. We've supercharged the Caesars Superdome, upgrading capacity from 10 to 40 gigs, and laid over 1,300 miles of fiber optic cable across the city, connecting thousands of fans watching in New Orleans and even more across the country. As the nation's fastest internet provider, Cox is always stepping up our game.
Car ran through a stop sign and T-boned me. I had to have surgery on my knee and my back. I couldn't work.
Brooke was seriously hurt and out of work for months. She knew what to do, and so do you. Call me now at 525-8000. If you know, you know.
Ted and George Men's Shop at the Rink announces the semi-annual sale. Now is the time for up to 50% off select merchandise. Visit Ted and George Men's Shop, 2727 Britannia Street, Ed Washington. TedandGeorgeNola.com.
The Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show is back Friday, January 31st through Sunday, February 2nd at the Pontchartrain Center in Kenner. Hundreds of boats under one roof and over 100,000 square feet of RVs, travel trailers, and fifth wheels at the Greater New Orleans Boat and RV Show.
Watch Rob Krieger on the Fox 8 Morning Edition.
Snow totals today are in the, generally in the 4, 5, 6, 7 range. Yep. We've seen a couple of hot spots. The Homa area had a lot of snow. Radar indicated, above a foot. Not confirmed at this point, but we've heard from some viewers. And Metairie was one of the hot spots too, with some totals of about 11 inches in places.
Yes, a lot of snow there. Our Jacob Bradford is live in Metairie tonight with a look at the conditions.
All right, so here's a look at the conditions. Meg, we are using the U-Haul building on Causeway Boulevard as a shield, because if you take a look around the corner going towards the causeway where they have the cones and everything set up, Jason's being very careful to not slip on that ice. You'll see all of the flashing lights, the snow just kind of drifting on top of it, and because I love this job, I'm gonna get out in the wind too. All right, so look at how thick the ice is getting. Even in the short amount of time that we have been out here, all of this is no longer the snow. You can see a little bit, it's still a little bit soft, but underneath it's just getting harder and harder, and it goes all the way down Causeway Boulevard. You can see kind of towards the Exxon station going towards Lakeside Mall. You'll even see police lights down there, but this is what it looks like out here. Thankfully, everybody kind of has heeded those warnings of staying inside, not getting out on the roadways. Those lights, well, there seems to be 2 cars there, but what I was saying to Liz and Lauren about 20 minutes ago or so was that the only cars that we have seen are the Causeway Police and JPSO and maybe some parish officials out here and no other real civilian cars. But take a look. This is what the causeway looks like right now, and this is what it has looked like for most of the day as both ways have been shut down. You can see right there, bridge closed, weather, and there's no way that you're going to miss any of this because you got 2 causeway police officers set up with their cruisers right there with the lights on. You have these traffic cones set up with the red and white blinking lights, and even further beyond that, I don't know if y'all can see it or not, but the causeway is just covered in snow and ice, and it goes as far as you can see. But yeah, like this is what everybody's been talking about, to being so careful. Take a look. So this is kind of towards the edge once you get off Causeway Boulevard and you get over to the U-Haul parking lot. But take a look at how thick this ice is getting. And even in the time that we've been out here, like when we were just stepping out here just a few minutes ago, you would hear it kind of cracking. Well, there, you could see kind of the water underneath it there kind of spilling out. But it's freezing over, so definitely be careful if you're going to get out and play in the snow. You know, if you want to get out in this and have a good time. This is not my idea of a good time, but if you want to get out, be careful because all of this is super, super slick right now. And we've been talking about like how well the Marriott has been treating us this evening and throughout the whole day. You know, they've been working on a skeleton crew, much like everybody around here has been, because they make sure that their employees were safe. I do want to point out one thing here. One of the Causeway police officers looks like he's headed somewhere. But still, even with one police cruiser there, you're not going to miss the rest of the blinking lights. But take a look at how much snow has just accumulated up on top of this, on this pipe here. I mean, I don't know how thick that is, but just take a look at that and see what I mean right there. Like, you got to be careful when you're walking around here because you'll slip, and nobody has shoes for any of this kind of thing. This is not normal weather in Louisiana. I grew up here. This does not look like Metairie. This does not look like the Metairie that I grew up knowing, because none of this is normal. So hopefully by Thursday we can get back to some sort of normalcy. I know that everybody's been out here having a great time playing in the snow and whatnot, but now it's not the fun part. Now this is the miserable part because the snow has stopped falling. The only thing that's falling here is the ice and the snow that's on top of the buildings because the wind is still whipping around like crazy. But the ice is forming, the wind is biting, it is very cold out here. And look, if you look at see, I'm slipping again. If you take a look at the American flag right there at the very top, kind of in the neutral ground there, it is whipping around because that is just how fast this wind is going. But thankfully, it looks like at least in this section of Metairie on Causeway Boulevard, everybody has heeded the warnings. Nobody is out, so thankfully it'll stay that way throughout the night because, as Bruce has been saying, it's just going to be downright ugly cold. Guys.
Jacob Bradford, great philosopher, with his point tonight, the theme of the evening, this is not normal.
It's like Olivia Vidal said earlier. It's like we're in a snow globe and somebody's just shaking us, you know? We're all turned upside down today.
All right, Jacob, thanks so much.
Not normal, y'all. This is not normal. Even with, like, you can see, like, just the way that it's whipping around and the way that it's, like, just, like, take a look at now you could really see how fast that wind is going, right? If you look at the light there, just all of that extra dust that's been out there is just flying around. So that's not even, and those extra chunks, those aren't chunks of snow that's coming out. That's because all of that snow that's been on top of the, here Jason, if you come over here and if you look up at the top of the Marriott without the camera blowing away, you'll see kind of all of the ice that's up on top of the Marriott. And all day long after the snow stopped falling, the ice has been breaking off of the building, and you've been hearing these big cracks, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, like the window must be breaking or something slamming against it. Nope, it was just the ice falling down, and now we're down here waiting for the ice to fall on us. So I'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the newsroom. Hopefully everybody stays inside because the snow's over. It's not the fun part. Go inside.
All right, Be careful out there, guys.
Absolutely. We'll let you get inside. Jacob Bradford, thanks. And we'll be right back.
At Cox Mobile, we know you need reliable cell service that goes wherever you do. Because why take all those great road trip pics if you can't share them right away? We get it. That's why Cox Mobile runs on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile, all for a price you'll love. Big reliability means big savings, no matter where life takes you next. Connect coast to coast with Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile.
It's a new year. Get a new ride at Legacy GMC in Slidell. Right now, save $5,000 off MSRP on a 24 GMC Acadia AT4. Come shop with us in Slidell or online at LegacyGMCSlidell.com.
The latest in audio innovation, power, connectivity, and unprecedented storage. The future of furniture is now.
Oh my gosh, you always were the dramatic one, but you're forgetting one thing. Our new modular 3 at Rooms to Go is next generation style too, with pieces designed seamlessly to fit your space so you can relax, work, even stay organized. Comfort, style, and convenience. What will we think of next? It's Drew and Jonathan for Rooms to Go.
Explore Federal Credit Union. Explore your financial possibilities.
Banking is so easy. With Explore Away Video Banking, I can bank from anywhere.
We consolidated our old credit card debt. Explore got us a much better rate.
With Explore Auto, I found the car I needed and financed it at a rate I could afford.
Our home renovation loan from Explore allowed us to have the kitchen we've always wanted.
Visit explorefcu.com to start your journey today.
It's a new year. Get a new ride at Legacy GMC in Slidell. Right now, save $5,000 off MSRP on a 24 GMC Acadia AT4. Come shop with us in Slidell or online at LegacyGMCSlidell.com.
You know, we get snows in South Louisiana, then it all melts the next day. This is not that kind of event, but there also was a fun aspect to this all day long.
Olivia Vidal has a look at downtown New Orleans.
It's a moment in time. Snow with a soundtrack.
Well, I figured that, you know, this is an historical day here, and why not come out and be the tuba player to be out here in the snow? I figured a lot of people would really appreciate it, and I figured a lot of other musicians would be taking this time to take a break, and I said, nah, I'm gonna come out here and freeze myself off and play for folks.
It's a rare and beautiful weather phenomenon, bringing people together mere weeks after tragedy struck New Orleans.
I love it. It's beautiful. It's everywhere. Yeah. And it's on our architecture. So this is like living art. It's almost like I'm walking through a painting.
It's amazing. It's spectacular, and there's something so magical about it. I feel like I'm still in a dream.
This amount of snow is something the Crescent City hasn't seen since 1895.
I'm just building snowmans, enjoying myself. This is wonderful.
The weather arrived right on time, as forecasted, but travelers are making last-minute plans to either stay a little longer in New Orleans due to canceled flights or somehow make the journey home.
And actually, I'm excited about this. It's a nice little twist. I get to see New Orleans in a frozen shutdown state.
Warmth may seem far away for now, but many iconic fixtures in the French Quarter stand barely visible in near whiteout conditions, including the mightiest of rivers herself, the Mississippi.
It's quite a sight to wake up to, I'll tell you.
But for some braving the elements, it's all about preparation.
We are ready. We've got snow shovels.
I actually have a plastic mouthpiece instead of a metal one right here, so protect myself from the cold. Science. That's right.
Some were born for it.
Luna, Norwegian elk-hound Luna, she thrives in the snow, and she has been having a great time off-leashing it on Bourbon Street.
Some have waited a lifetime, however long that might be.
Baby's first snow, we can't wait to tell him when he gets older. His first snow was in New Orleans.
Staying warm is easy in the Big Easy, whether that's in a cozy restaurant, a bar, a friendly snowball fight to break a sweat, or bundling up. The 2025 New Orleans snowstorm is one to remember.
What do you think about this snow day?
Reporting from the Gulf Coast tundra, I'm Olivia Vidal for Fox 8 Local First.
It really is a day that we'll remember forever, for sure. And it seemed like just about everybody today was out playing in the snow if they could, and that includes Kim Mulkey, LSU basketball. Well, she took a moment to toss a football with her son, baseball player Kramer Robertson. Just having a little fun, just like everybody else.
Just like the frozen tundra.
The frozen tundra, I love it.
Great John Facenda. All right, we will be right back with much more as it is getting cold out there.
Oh yeah.
Watching Your Wallet on Fox 8 is sponsored by Metairie Bank, the bank of personal service. Strong, secure, rock solid for more than 75 years.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
When you think Hyundai, think Matt Bowers Hyundai Slidell. Now get 0% financing on our award-winning lineup of SUVs.
Shop smart, buy local. Matt Bowers Hyundai.
Somebody hit me from behind, so a good friend of mine recommended to call Dollar Divorcer. They got me like 5 times more than what the insurance trying to offer me.
Throw your foes up. DePaul Community Health Centers provide some of the best adult and pediatric care in our area, and I know because I'm a physician with DePaul. My colleagues and I provide comprehensive and compassionate care to everyone, regardless of their ability to pay. DePaul offers primary and preventive health care at 11 locations citywide, and our new state-of-the-art health center on General de Gaulle in Algiers is now open. It also offers urgent care, optometry, and imaging. DePaul Community Health Centers, listening to you, caring for you.
Save during the New Year's celebration at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Drive home a new 2025 GMC Sierra Crew Cab and get $12,500 in total savings. So come get your New Year deal at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Real people, real deals.
He's a man of integrity, and he wants to be your attorney. When it comes to personal injury, one man stands tall. He knows the law. Always on call. Injuries, no matter how small, Chip Forstall takes care of it all.
When you think Hyundai, think Matt Bowers Hyundai Slidell. Now get 0% financing on our award-winning lineup of SUVs.
Shop smart, buy local. Matt Bowers Hyundai.
Watch New Orleans' most watched news, the Fox 8 Morning Edition.
It snowed today in the Gulf of Mexico.
And some people were lucky enough to see that snow standing on a beach, like Sean Fazand in Grand Isle.
Thank you very much, guys. Down here in Grand Isle, right here, I am standing on the corner of Highway 1, and this is Shelton Lane right here, right outside where we're staying for the night. Down here in Grand Isle, just take a look. This is Highway 1, that's the street way down there. We got one car coming. It's actually a Jeep. Has not been a whole lot of activity down here pretty much all day. It's been pretty isolated. It's been pretty empty. Just kind of give you the kind of lowdown of how this day went today. Our weather team was right on it. I mean, we were the last ones to get the snow at about 9:45. And then just from that point on, it just kept adding and adding and adding and adding. And as I was watching our coverage, I kept noticing that the other spots in our viewing area, the snow had ended. Well, because we were the last ones to get it, the snow lasted here longer than just about any other spot in our viewing area. So it was a long day. The snow stopped about 6 p.m. here. We've driven up and down this road a couple of times here. Like I said before, not a whole lot of activity. We did see one car having a little bit of trouble, got stuck. There was another car that was able to come by and help them out, get them out of that situation. This is really, this is quite a bit of snow over the main way in and the main way out of Grand Isle. So it's been an interesting day, to say the least. A couple things that's really sort of jumped out. It wasn't just the snow. It was really, really, really windy. It's still pretty windy down here right now. And also, if you look around me, what do you see about all these houses? They're all raised, right? I can tell you because we almost slipped, Jeff Hager and myself, my photographer, you have to be very careful when walking up and down these steps with the snow accumulating so fast. I mean, we had to sweep the steps multiple times, and even with that, we almost fell quite a few times just kind of walking down the steps to get out here to do this shot right now. Also, it's not just small steps. As you can see, these buildings are really, really, really high up, so it's a long way to walk. You're going up and down those steps. That's certainly something to keep in mind. We spoke with the mayor. We spoke with the police chief earlier. They were in great moods earlier today. They had never seen anything like this really in their lifetime. 1989, they said, was the closest they'd ever seen to anything like this. We were on the beach earlier today. All that brown sand that you normally would see was basically like white sandy beaches. It was just covered in snow, and obviously the Gulf was very choppy with the wind blowing. Should also mention this. I'm a sports guy. So we're out here, we're covering the weather, but I have been keeping my eye on what's happening in the sports world because the weather is impacting your New Orleans Saints, because they are trying to fly in candidates for their head coaching search. But because the airport is shut down, they're going to have to delay interviews with certain head coaching candidates. Anthony Weaver was one. Mike Kafka was another that was supposed to fly in. That has been delayed. Also, Aaron Glenn, who interviewed with the New York Jets, he reportedly has left the Jets. We do not know if he's going to interview with the Saints in person this week. But if he does, obviously, it can't happen right away. So just something to keep in mind as the Saints are dealing with their own coaching search, but also what we're dealing with right here, which is an epic snow event here. Like I said, down here in Grand Isle, we were the last ones to get it, the snow I'm talking about, but it lasted well into when the sun went down, well into dark, before the snow finally stopped. So it's been a pretty crazy day out here, and right now they just kind of waited out. Everyone's pretty much been indoors all day, and then hopefully tomorrow this will sort of thaw out, and they can get the cleanup process started and hopefully get things cleaned up. But that's it for now. Reporting from Grand Isle, I'm Sean Fazan. We'll send things back to you.
I like Sean sprinkling in the sports news, you know, along with his weathercast there.
Absolutely. It's sort of those go-to things.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we want to kind of go around parts of the region here with some various images and videos, beginning with Orleans. And that's you know, based on the snowmen we saw today, that was a pretty good snowman.
I know, I like it. And I like seeing how people got out to celebrate today, this historic snowfall. Families, you know, building snowmen. Other ones were sledding today. We saw some snowboarders. People just taking full advantage of this weather to get outside and enjoy it. This is more video of somebody's front yard and the street just covered. Take a look at that snowman. I love it. The Mardi Gras theme. So, so cute.
Saw a couple of those today.
We have, yeah.
All right, St. Bernard Parish got it too, and you know, some pretty serious totals, and you know, it wasn't a really wet snow again, so it was really tough to go out there and get that snowman made.
And something we heard from so many people, as you could tell from this video, it was very difficult to determine where the street stopped and where the sidewalk began. I mean, so much snow just covering everything. Oh, look at that little sweetie who was going tubing, it looks like, maybe on a street in St. Bernard Parish. And some sledding for you there, too.
There you go. Take advantage of what height difference there is here and there. Jefferson Parish got snow, and people were taking advantage of it there also.
We had some reports of 11 inches of snow in Jefferson Parish. I mean, just phenomenal amounts that people were able to get out and enjoy. There's some dressed as
There's
Olaf.
your Frozen theme.
There you go. Another snowman, so cute. We saw a lot of snow angels today, too. People enjoying that.
And finally, this image from Plaquemines Parish, where people were out there. You know, it's just this once-in-a-lifetime experience for so many people to see this amount of snow. And it was just great to see all the families who were having so much fun and making a day of it.
You know what strikes me about this photo too, being from the Northeast, you know, all of the swimming pools up there are typically covered in the wintertime. This is how you know this is a picture taken in the South, because you've got the swimming pool open in the back, the water obviously not frozen, and then the little girl making a snowman right in front of it. I mean, that's just so funny.
Might freeze tonight from the top down.
It might, indeed.
Speaking of frozen, we got a viewer email saying, hey, when you say 26 degrees for 4 hours and the pipes freeze, do you mean wrapped pipes, or in that case we mean unprotected pipes? It's no guarantee, of course, that if you wrap your pipes that, you know, it'll, with this kind of bone-chilling cold, but it's been pretty tried and true over the decades. It's certainly better than having them unprotected. So that when you hear 26 degrees for 4 hours, that's for unprotected pipes.
Hopefully at this point, everyone has their pipes protected. All right, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
Wednesday, the Pelicans are back at home taking on Giannis and the Bucks, and the Pels are ready to send them packing.
And how about Z on the follow? Oh, my goodness gracious.
Wednesday, 6:30, it's Bucks Pelicans, live from the city. Watch this game and every game for free on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network. No subscription required. An antenna is all you need to watch free Pels basketball all season long.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Get 0.9% APR on Sierra 1500 models. That's over $4,200 in average finance savings. Plus, get $2,500 allowance on this Sierra when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Accounting Services Unlimited saves small business owners time and money. Trust them for your accounting, taxes, and bookkeeping needs.
I've been with ASU for 8 years.
ASU is the perfect partner.
They really helped my business. Call ASU today.
It's an anniversary celebration going on now at Door.
Big savings store-wide with up to 40% off. Plus, win your Door purchase up to $8,700. Solid wood, solid reputation.
Covington and New Orleans. What's full of boats, RVs, and fun? The Southern Louisiana Boat, Sport, and RV Show. The largest sales event of the year. Shop top brands of boats, RVs, personal watercraft, and ATVs for every budget and lifestyle, all at one location. Catch and release at the Indoor Trout Pond. Learn from pros at the Bass Tank. January 24th through 26th, Homa Terrebonne Civic Center. SouthernLouisianaBoatRVShow.com.
It was just plain fun to get out there in this and to watch all of these videos and stills that came in from viewers, so thank you for that. And Lauren McCoy has been looking through some of this.
Yeah, that's right, John and Meg. We've been getting so many videos and pictures from the viewers out there. We want to thank them so much. They are stuck at home, but they are making the most of it. We are actually going to show you one of the most interesting scenes from today. Just guess what? They are in the French Quarter on skis. I just had to make that dramatic pause right there. It is a sight to see. Andres Fuentes took this earlier. He actually spoke with them while they literally took out their skis and decided to ski in the French Quarter. One of the most interesting sights, but again, people were out there enjoying the snow today. This next video, of course, while people were staying at home, we have pictures right there, beautiful family there. Viewers were sending us their lovely family photos. Many of these kids, this is their first time seeing snow, and especially seeing snow in their area in South Louisiana and South Mississippi. And oh, look at her right there. I love seeing all of these pictures of the kids really enjoying their days off of school and enjoying this once in a lifetime event here in the South. And now let's go to this next one. Do you want to build a snowman? I know a lot of people are thinking about that because a lot of people made these little snowmen. Actually, these snowmen, I have seen pretty large ones. There's a small one right there, but people are making the most of it. Very, very interesting. Some have scarves, some have themes. It has been great to get all these pictures in. And again, people can keep sending those pictures to fox8live.com/snow. We are really enjoying this and enjoying seeing y'all enjoy this winter weather event. And of course, when we're talking about the people, we got to think about the pets. Look at these cuties. Seeing the cats out in the snow was very interesting today. When I was coming to work today, I saw a husky being walked by his owner. He looked like he was having a great time. But again, these animals, probably the first time that they've seen snow as well, having a fun time. It's just great to see all of these images and thinking about the most famous animal in our state, I would say. You're looking at Mike the 7 in Baton Rouge. He is at his habitat. He is half Siberian and half Bengal. He's a mix. And so that Siberian side of him, I'm sure he is enjoying this weather. Look at him right there. He is in his natural habitat. And again, I always say, as an LSU Tiger myself, he has the most expensive dorm on campus. But those are all the pictures that we've seen, some of the most notable ones that I've seen. But back to you guys at the desk. Definitely a fun day for a lot of people out there.
And we are so grateful to our Fox 8 viewers for sharing all of those images with us, for sure. All right, we're going to have much more coverage of this severe weather event coming up in just a minute.
Watch New Orleans' most watched news, the Fox 8 Morning Edition.
When you think Chevy, think Matt Bowers Chevy. 2 locations, Slidell and Metairie, means twice the selection, twice the deals. Like new 2025 Silverado LT Crew for just $44,991.
Shop smart, buy local. Matt Bowers Chevrolet.
If you've been hurt in a car wreck, these next 30 seconds could make a big difference in your life.
Research shows that car crash injuries are more costly and more severe than ever. But insurance companies are still trying to pay victims less.
That's why tens of thousands of people in Louisiana have called Dudley DeBosier, and why you should too.
30 seconds is almost up. Don't miss out on the money you deserve because you didn't call us.
Call Dudley DeBosier. Throw your foes up, throw your foes up.
A new year and a new adventure with the perfect Chevy to take you anywhere. With pure power unleashed and future-forward technology. Because every mile matters, and every path leads to new possibilities. Get $5,250 total cash allowance on this Silverado. Plus, current Chevy owners and lessees get an additional $1,000 cash allowance when you purchase. See your Super Chevy dealers.
Ever since you fell in love, your best-kept secret has been Oakland Heart Jewelers, where we design and create natural diamond jewelry right in our store on Metairie Road, where master craftsmen assure that our diamonds have more fire and brilliance, just like your love for her. It's why Oakland Heart was voted the city's best jeweler by Gambit for the 7th year in a row. Check out our online reviews, then show her a lifetime of love. There is a great work of art in every box from Oakland Heart.
When you think Chevy, think Matt Bowers Chevy. 2 locations, Slidell and Metairie, means twice the selection, twice the deals. Like new 2025 Silverado LT Crew for just $44,991.
Shop smart, buy local. Matt Bowers Chevrolet.
Now, from New Orleans' most watched news, Fox 8 Local First starts now.
Barely a creature is stirring tonight as the snows is gone. The temperatures, however, plummet following this historic snow day in Louisiana. Drone video tonight shows some of New Orleans' busiest areas quiet as people are urged to stay home.
Officials are saying that some roads could be blocked until Thursday. The snow is moving out, but we're expecting temperatures to plummet. Good evening, I'm Meg Gatto.
And I'm John Snell, and we are in a deep freeze right now, Bruce Katz, and it's going lower.
It certainly is. We're going to be seeing these temperatures continuing to fall right now. I mean, we are well below freezing. Now, any winter alerts are gone. All precipitation is done, but we are under extreme cold warnings with wind chills in the single digits and teens by morning north and the teens on the South Shore. So frigid conditions hold in. Here is Washington Avenue. Here is Norman C. Francis. You can see all the snow still on the ground with temperatures below freezing. It is now down to 25 at Homa. It's down to 25 at Slidell, 29 at the airport in Kenner. It feels like 19 with the north wind at 12, gusting to 24. So as we take a look at the radar, most of the actual snow is moving eastward, and those temperatures right now already falling to 22 at Hammond. We have a report from Beatico over to Covington now at 19. So we could easily fall another 7 to 9 degrees from these numbers with a low of around 10 to 12 degrees above freezing. So again, we're looking at 10 to 12 North Shore and around 18 to 22 on the South Shore. We are talking pipe busting freezes. On top of that, you have to watch the winds. Out of the north, still brisk, 12 to 25 from Kenner over to the lakefront, 5 to 10 on the North Shore. It feels like teens north, South Shore, teens as well, 22 in Belle Chase. So that's why we're saying we do have an extreme cold warning in effect where we do see these wind chills at dangerous situations. Now tonight, here's what we're watching, 10 to 12 on the North Shore. That's the overnight low. 18 on the thermometer on Thursday, 22 Friday, 25 Saturday. Next 4 mornings, major freeze conditions on the North Shore. We start out frigid, still frigid, and then temperatures come up a bit to 22 to 25. Now, South Shore tonight, on average, some of us could get down to 20 to 22 degrees. Worst case scenario, 20 degrees south. As we go into Thursday morning at 26, 28 Friday, and then 32 patchy frost on Saturday. So yes, we are kind of coming up the mountain temperature-wise, but it will take some time, as this has been an extremely dense Arctic air mass from Siberia, in fact, that has settled in over a snowpack, and it's going to take several days for the snow to really melt out and things to modify a bit. So it's going to take several days to come. Look at Panama City, Albany, Dothan, Alabama, heading over towards Savannah, Georgia. All this sleet, snow, freezing rain. The same system that moved through our area is basically gone at this time. So again, just to recap, 10 to 12 North Shore tonight, and on the South Shore, we're looking anywhere from 20 to 22 degrees. Make sure you do run that water, pencil thin, and once again, we're going to have to watch out for those roadways. Along with those roadways, guys, we're going to be looking out for lots of black ice. In fact, when I was in the snowplow earlier today, we saw several vehicles that were trying to go from the plow road into a road that hasn't been, and they got stuck, literally. You don't want to get stuck in these type conditions.
No, because they've pointed out you may not have anybody that can come and help you.
You have no choice. You're right. Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of stuck. So just patience.
It's going to take a few days.
It's going to take a few days, yes.
All right. Thank you, Bruce.
All right. In the meantime, it is slick out there on the roadways and on the sidewalks, too.
Our Andres Fuentes is live on Canal Street in downtown New Orleans.
All right, guys, and we've seen a few of those cars spin out, mainly those front driving cars or sedans, not really built for conditions like how we're seeing here on Canal Street. So that's just a warning. NOPD and other public agencies have been warning you. Don't be on the roads if you don't need to be on the roads. That includes walking, running, jogging, driving, because right now this is what it's been like here on Canal Street for a number of hours since the snow. Dylan, hold on. We're supposed to tell people not to do it. Okay, but man, look, it is very, very slick out there. As you just saw, Dylan almost slipping. And if we could kind of show, this is the drop off right here. So this is the sidewalk, and then right here, it's all frozen. It is completely ice right now, and just kind of. It's dystopian almost, just seeing like no cars out here, hardly anybody really out here. So good news is that most of the people are heeding those warnings of staying inside, because that is the best place to really enjoy this weather, right in the nice warm indoors. But this is the scene out here on Canal Street. We've been telling you all day long that once that snow stopped, it's just going to start freezing up on us. So we still have a lot of the pockets of snow, nice and fluffy, perfect for snow fights in the morning. But here, even just walking here along the sidewalk on Canal Street, all of this, maybe a half of inch of just pure ice, which has caused a lot of people to fall, slip and fall. We were doing live shots on Bourbon Street maybe an hour and a half ago. We saw lots of pockets of red there on the ice, meaning a lot of people slipping, falling, and causing a bloody nose or what have you. So a lot of people have unfortunately learned the hard way of how to walk here along the ice. And as you're seeing throughout today, me and my photographer Dylan also learning the hard way of how to walk here in the cold and in the ice. But it really just goes to show these two cars. There were parts here when we first got here early in the morning, and you could see just how much snow they all accumulated. Even this one right here, or we've had one of the hotel guests, snow 2025. It's just completely over here. It's a few inches, maybe 4 or 5 inches of snow just on the top of this car. But, it just goes to show just how much snow fell. And then, when we wake up in the morning, all of this will be frozen over, and just the pockets of snow still left behind. A lot of these side streets here along Canal Street and a lot of major thoroughfares, they're going to be filled with all of this snow yet to have melted. We see some of this right here melting off, but likely will be frozen come tomorrow after spending roughly 8 hours or so in the freezing cold. But yeah, as you can see, this is water right here, but as you can see over there, that's all nice fluffy snow. my photographer Dylan, that's going up to his ankles right there. So you can see just how thick it is still here along some of the side streets on just around Canal Street in the CBD area. And this is just what it looks like on Poydras, on Tulane Avenue, Loyola, you know, by City Hall, by the Superdome. So we would love to show you a little bit more of how it all looks, but it's really hard to get out there. So we're going to be just kicking it around here on Canal, right in front of our hotel, and just showing you just how pretty it is, but also how dystopian it is. Not a lot of sound, right? You know, we're used to Canal Street being bustling, people going out to dinner. We were doing live shots during what should have been happy hour, right? And a lot of those restaurants being shut down on Bourbon Street, a lot of those bars being shut down on Bourbon Street. There was only maybe 2 or 3 businesses that we saw operating tonight on Bourbon Street, with a lot of those restaurants and other groups organizing hotels here in the CBD just to make sure that they had the staff to stay here in the area to cater to the amount of guests, whether they're local or visitors, on out here and really cater to them. So it really just goes to show, you know, a lot of people prepared, a lot of people also not prepared. You know, we were running into tourists, they're running around with their Nikes, not really their snow gear. So it just goes to show, you know, you got to be prepared at all times, and really download that Fox 8 weather app, because we've been saying we might be expecting snow for quite a few days. But guys, you know, take this as the lasting shot of the evening for us here on Canal Street. Again, this Chevy SUV packed, filled with snow. And with that, there you go, snow 2025 right there. This is historic snow. Talking to people, they're completely in awe. You know, this is snowfall that New Orleans has not seen since the 1800s. So a lot of people have been enjoying the day. And then, like we have been saying, that freeze really sets in tomorrow. But for now, reporting live on Canal Street, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
You know, Andres, and I'm not passing judgment about what anybody should or shouldn't do, but a lot of people are going to say, gosh, I really want to get back to work. Or, you know, from the standpoint of the sidewalks you're on, even the roadways, how difficult is it to walk around, at least before the temperatures come back up?
You know, it's hard to say, because, you know, when you have those more traversed sidewalks like we saw on some patches of Bourbon Street, or even sidewalks like we're underneath an awning, Dylan, if you want to kind of show up, this is an awning, so there's a patio and all that stuff just above us. So below us, if we can show that, as you can see, there's no snow really, and you only really see it where, you know, it might have trickled in throughout the day with the winds and stuff. So sidewalks like these are fine. It's when you get to, you know, those other areas, people haven't really been stomping on the ground too much. Cars really haven't been driving there too much to melt that ice. That's really going to be the main concern, because as you saw there on Canal Street, on some parts of Canal Street at least, because there hasn't been that regular traffic there on Canal Street, it's getting thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker the more we progress into the evening and then early in the morning. So that's something that you do want to keep in mind. You know, we've been getting a lot of DMs and emails about whether or not I'll be able to go into work at this time. Be willing to bet, you know, that won't be a possibility, unfortunately, unless you live somewhat close to your place of business or your place of work. So just keep that in mind. You know, even us, you know, there's a reason why we got hotel rooms here near the French Quarter to walk around and be able to show you guys how it looks right now, just because we couldn't be able to bring a car out here, you know, 8 o'clock this morning, 10 o'clock this morning when it was really coming down. So we're hunkering in, and you guys should too, and I'm willing to bet, you know, we're not going to be over this until midday Thursday.
All right, Andres Fuentes live for us tonight on Canal Street. Thanks, Andres.
All right, thanks, Andres. You know, at 8 o'clock this morning, it was possible to drive around, but as Andres points out, it was slushy. Just like it was easy to walk in, it's not.
The temperatures hadn't really dropped yet, and now we're starting to see that freeze starting to form. In one of his earlier live shots, he showed us on Canal, I mean, just the thick blankets of ice, and because there was that woman from Boston who was having trouble walking across it, so Andres had to help her get across, but we're definitely seeing more of the roadways start to freeze at this hour.
And even earlier, I saw some slipping and sliding as people were out and about. We'll be right back.
Chip for a star, chip for a star, he knows the law. Chip for a star, chip for a star, always on call. Chip for a star, injuries big and small, takes care of it all.
3rd and 11, what can Mahomes come up with?
The Super Bowl Experience, presented by Panini. Interactive games, autographs, NFL memorabilia, and more. Join the action February 5th through 8th. Kids 12 and under free.
Ted and George Men's Shop at the Rink announces the semi-annual sale. Now is the time for up to 50% off select merchandise. Visit Ted and George Men's Shop, 2727 Britannia Street, Ed Washington. TedandGeorgeNola.com.
Put all your devices to work at once with Cox multi-gig speeds. Because when your internet works hard, you can take it easy. Multi-gig speeds available everywhere, only from Cox.
It's an anniversary celebration going on now at Door. Big savings store-wide with up to 40% off. Plus, win your Door purchase up to $8,700.
Solid wood, solid reputation, solid value.
Covington and New Orleans.
See some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
We've been talking about one of the craziest sights today is seeing the snow falling over the Gulf of Mexico. And one of the people who had the lucky vantage point of seeing that was our Madeline Adams.
Yeah, it turned those beaches even whiter,
Yes.
but a different kind of white.
Exactly.
Madeline Adams spent the day in Long Beach.
Out here in Long Beach, Mississippi, where it snowed pretty much all day Tuesday. I woke up at 7 a.m. Tuesday and was seeing snow from that point, and then it pretty much snowed all the way until 5:15 p.m. That's kind of when we saw the snow die down a little bit, but we just have a blanket of snow here in South Mississippi, specifically over in Long Beach right next to the water. But I'm just going to show you right here, as you can see, just how deep the snow has gotten. This is probably, I'll kind of step in it here a little bit just to show you guys how deep this snow is. If I had to guess, probably about 8 to 10 inches of snow right here. We're seeing, that's the norm. We're seeing about 8 to 10 inches of snow in a lot of places. Obviously in some other places you're maybe seeing 4 to 5 inches. But it has been a day full of snow on Tuesday here in Long Beach, Mississippi. We saw some sights. We saw a guy who was running along the beach. He was enjoying it. He was the only one out here, so he had the whole beach to himself in shorts with just a long sleeve shirt. So he must be from the north, but he was enjoying running out here in the snow. And we also met someone, Mr. Andy from Ohio, grew up on Lake Erie. Even he said snow like this much snow is incredible for him to see. You know, he goes back to Ohio to visit family a lot, but he said even a snow event like this is just really a sight for him to see, and he doesn't see this often. So this might be, you know, something that's unusual for our part of the country, the South, the Gulf Coast, having this much snow. But of course, you know, even people up north, this would be such an event for them as well too. So as we can see over here as well, just kind of piled up on this ledge over here, the snow is just accumulating, and this would probably be about 6 to 8 inches right there. And of course, you know, we are right by the highway, right by the water. We saw a lot of traffic earlier in the day, a lot of people driving on these icy roads. We want to again emphasize not to travel. Please stay off the roads unless you absolutely have to. And if you do have to drive, be very careful, go very slowly. But you know, the concern moving into Wednesday is, of course, that some of the snow may freeze. The concern for black ice on the road, making it difficult to drive. So be very careful as you travel tomorrow. Please stay inside if you can and just enjoy this snow. I mean, it's been a beautiful day, beautiful Tuesday over in Long Beach, Mississippi, and really the entire beach was covered in snow, and it was just incredible. We built a snowman as well, and he just kind of grew as the day went on, as the snow kind of piled up on top of him. And it has just been a beautiful day in Long Beach, Mississippi. I know we've seen so many people enjoying the snow over in South Louisiana as well, which has been so fun. So again, enjoy the snow again on this Wednesday, but make sure to be careful. Don't travel unless you have to. Enjoy the snow safely too as you walk around, as some snow may have turned to ice. So just be careful as you guys do that, but enjoy this once in a lifetime historic event. In Long Beach, Mississippi, Madeline Adams, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks, Madeline. You know, we've seen a lot of things today that you don't typically see in South Louisiana. Sledding, skiing, snowboarding, even ice hockey. Yes, ice hockey on Canal Street.
Oh, ice hockey on Canal Street. Yeah. Okay, why?
Well, we were driving around checking out the snow-covered city, and then my girlfriend saw the ice down on the road, and she said, well, go grab your skates and see if it works out. So we went back home, grabbed the skates, and then yeah, laced them up, and it's working out great.
Yep,
Feels
so,
like home.
Yeah, tell me about the ice. Like, I mean, is this like prime ice hockey?
No, but it gets the fix in, you know? So I know there's not too many rinks around here, so it's nice just to get them on my feet and scoot around. And a lot of people have been stopping and asking for videos and pictures, so I feel like it's bringing joy to people just kind of through hockey, and no one really even knows hockey down here, I feel like, but it's bringing joy, I feel like, so it's cool.
All right, we'll go from hockey to football because a lot of people might be interested to know what the images were like out at Saints camp. There you go. not the image you expect to see, but a nice. It's a nice fiscal plant on a great big former park area and turned into a winter wonderland today.
I would say so, for sure. Well, you know, we've actually gotten a lot of assistance today from the state of Arkansas, bringing in things like snow plows and salt trucks, anything to really help us clear these roadways because, of course, we weren't really that equipped for it. Our Stephen Stock spoke to one of the managers with the state maintenance department in Arkansas about the resources we received today.
We brought down 8 5,000-gallon brine tanker trucks to do the pre-treating with, and we brought 12 of our big belly plow trucks, and then we've got 4 smaller 1-ton trucks with plows and spreaders on them, and then we've got different escort vehicles and road mechanics, and we've got around 50 vehicles down here and about 70 employees from RDOT.
Well, I know Louisiana appreciates all your help. Talk to me about the strategy here, because you guys do this a lot more than we do here in Louisiana. What's the strategy here? Again, like you say, try to clear a lane each way, north, south, east, west. How do you proceed, and how do you keep the road closed when it's still snowing?
Essentially, we kind of coordinated with LADOTD, and they've established their priority snow routes for us, and to basically maintain this I-10 corridor. And we focused our efforts on maintaining one lane clear throughout the duration of the event while it's snowing. And then once the snow stops, we try to span out to basically clear out all lanes, and then start opening up the on and off ramps and crossovers to basically get traffic moving. Which we get these roads in good condition, we'll try to branch off and hit the next priority routes that we've established with the administration here at LADOTD.
All right, we'll see how that helps out, because we just don't have the equipment. Arkansas sending the cavalry, if you will. We'll be right back.
I was riding my bike to work. A car hit me. They say they didn't see me. I hurt my back and fractured my hip. So I called Morris Bart, and he got me $445,000.
You know what to do, and you know who to call. One call, that's all.
Great tutoring for less at Sylvan. That's right, we've reduced the cost, save up to 20% off. Turn the school year around. For 45 years, we've been helping kids succeed. Sylvan's expert tutors tailor lessons to each student's needs, building confidence and skills. Visit sylvanlearning.com.
Save during the New Year celebration at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Drive home a new Buick Envision and take $7,000 off the MSRP. So come get your New Year deal at Rainbow North Shore Buick GMC. Real people, real deals.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop joint damage and in PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
It was a nice day, so I decided to take my bike out for a ride. The driver was texting and ran right into me. I went straight to the hospital. I called Morris Bart, and he got me $230,000.
You know what to do, and you know who to call. One call, that's all.
Bruce Katz points out that the temperature right now in Park City, Utah, one of the snow capitals of the country,
Yes.
is 27 degrees. And the temperature in Metairie, Louisiana is 27 degrees, Bruce.
It's crazy.
What are the odds that Park City, Utah, this time of year in Metairie, Louisiana, are the same temperature? I mean, it just, well, it does happen, but you say it doesn't happen. It does. All right, well, tonight the snow is gone, but the snow on the ground will stick around and stick around for a while because our temperatures are going to stay frigid for the next couple of days. As a result, we are under extreme cold warnings with wind chills basically single digits and teens by morning North Shore, South Shore in the teens. As we take a look at snow records, we talked about this way back in 1895 on Valentine's Day. We had basically a 2-day total of 10 inches. 1963, that was New Year's Eve, 4.5 inches. So today at the airport, we had 8 inches. So you're saying, well, wait a minute, did it break it or not? Well, remember, this was a 2-day total. The next, which was back in 63, which is over 60 years ago. So this was the snowiest day, 1 day on record in the history of records since the 1800s. Just think about that. This was a 100-year century storm. Chalmette coming out with a 11.5, just about a foot. 10 at New Orleans. Metairie, 10 inches of snow. Belle Chase, Thibodaux, 8.5. Eden Isles down to Gramercy at 7. Slidell just under 7 inches. And Galliano, Gretna, Pearl River, Waveland, Ponchatoula, all coming in with a 1/2 foot of snow. Bayou Cane, 5.5, 5.1 at Picayune, and 4 coming in at Bogalusa. So outside right now, it is, you hate to use frozen tundra, but I'm going to use it tonight because in New Orleans, with a 1/2 foot to almost a foot of snow on the ground, temperatures in the mid-20s, that's the frozen tundra. This is Norman C. Francis. This is Washington Avenue. Here is the actual canal. Look at the snowpack on the neutral grounds. Here is the roadway. Icy. I mean, this thing is really icy where we had some vehicles go over it. Slushy. Now it is basically all ice. And that is why officials are saying, please do not travel if you don't have to. Homa, down the bayou, down to 23 right now. 29 at Kenner, 27 in Slidell. The dew point at 18, feels like 19 with a north wind, gusting up to 24, and all the snow is now gone. It's moving east of Mobile, Panama City, Apalachicola, Jacksonville, a mix of sleet and snow, Albany heading into areas of Georgia, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, all the way to Richmond, Virginia. This storm system is now exiting off the eastern seaboard. Right now, temperature at 20 at Hammond. Near Beatico, it's at 19. 25 in Slidell, 23 in Bogalusa, 23 in Macomb, Kenner at 29, 22 Gramercy. We told you that 23 down in Homa. What a snowpack that they have down there. Galliano at 26. Grand Isle, we're talking on the Gulf of Mexico, 26 degrees right now with snow on the beaches of Grand Isle. 31 Venice and Biloxi at 27. Now we talk about the winds with that cold weather warning. Right now, winds at 5 to 10 North Shore, 12 to 25 South Shore, and that means that the wind chills feel like the teens across most of the area, and these will only drop to likely single digits North Shore and lower teens by morning on the South Shore. Now, the actual overnight low on the thermometer, let's take out the wind chill. We're looking tonight at 10 degrees, 18 on Thursday, 22 Friday, 25 Saturday. It's going to take a good 4 days to finally get out of this big Arctic and Siberian blast and finally start thawing out as we go into late weekend into early next week. Now on the South Shore, we're talking 20 to 22 on the South Shore itself. That's the metro that's coming in throughout parts of the river parishes. Also the West Bank, the East Bank, 26 on Thursday, 28 Friday, 32 on Saturday, and then we do begin to warm up. Now overnight tonight, we're talking around 10 degrees on the North Shore, 10 to about 12 on average. South Shore coming in 16, 15, potentially 24 at Kenner, averaging around 20 degrees on the South Shore itself. Now notice tomorrow morning through 11 o'clock, it's still freezing. So if you have plans to get out early, you think, well, it's going to thaw out, we're going to stay below freezing just before lunchtime. And then briefly through 2 to 2:30, we get just above freezing by a few degrees. And watch what happens about an hour and a half later, 2:30 all the way to 5, we're back to freezing. So whatever thaws refreezes quickly by sundown, and then those temperatures plummet again by morning on Thursday, back to the upper teens to lower 20s north, mid to upper 20s on the immediate coastal area from the South Shore, and anywhere from 20 to 30 farther south. And then we go into Thursday, 10 a.m. Still, although we're going to be above freezing by not much, and then finally, as we go into Thursday afternoon in the mid-40s, I'm thinking tomorrow, basically a bust as far as travel. I mean, the snow plows are out. We're trying to get all the roads cleared up. Still, the temperature will not get above freezing long, and with that, we're not going to get much evaporation of all the water with that very quick thaw. It just refreezes back into black ice. I'm thinking more so midday Thursday into Thursday night. Hopefully by Friday, we will be back to more of a normal type pattern. Now the snow potential, it's gone now. Just wanted to show you this because what an incredible map that was as it showed all that snow moving in. Part of the reason why tonight we're going to be frigid is because clouds are moving out, winds will die down just a bit, so with clearing skies and somewhat less wind, we're going to get radiational cooling on top of an ice and snowpack all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. That tells us it's not going to really warm up at all. In fact, with that snow coming over the ice pack farther north down to the south, it's just not going to really make a difference as temperatures will stay frigid. Look at all the snow from Houston to Alexandria, New Orleans, Hammond, over to Mobile, Panama City, and Atlanta. Just a ton of snow with that system. 29 here, Memphis at 17, 8 at Des Moines. Look at this, Denver, Colorado, a warm 34, chilly 29 in New Orleans. We're actually warmer, or cooler rather, than even Denver, Colorado, like Park City, Utah. Metairie is colder tonight than Park City. Just incredible. Ice on the roads tomorrow continue. Travel issues, a major problem all day long. Thursday morning, travel issues, a big issue during the day. Hopefully we get some more thaw at 44. But the problem is we quickly go back down to the 20s. So whatever refreezes during the day Thursday night, we get more ice. And then Friday, near 50. I think Friday should be the last of it, as even though we get 25 to 32 Saturday morning, I think during the day in the mid to upper 40s, we should finally get rid of a lot of that snow that is holding on. So really, guys, I'm thinking, I mean, likely Thursday midday to Friday morning, we're going to put out that first alert for the next 3 days because I just don't see a ton of thaw. And when you've got that much snow, I mean, nearly a foot in some areas, and temperatures in the teens at night, it's just not going to go away anytime soon. So patience, and it's just going to take some time. I mean, the bottom line.
Now, you went along with the snow crew tonight. What we don't know is, you know, they're really hitting these major roads and then critical roads that go to a hospital, for example.
Exactly.
And they'll go
Fire
into
stations,
East Jefferson, for example. They plan to go there. So the question might be for somebody who relies on these major areas, a nurse who wants to go home, a hospital director who wants to know Do you think there's a chance that tomorrow will start to crawl back, or is it more like a Thursday thing?
We're not going to go below freezing, above freezing, till almost noon tomorrow. So we're not going to budge on the ice. We're not going to really budge on the snow. So if we get from 2 to 4, 3 to 4 degrees above freezing, by 5 to 6, we're back in the 20s. So tomorrow, I really think is kind of a wash. I mean, maybe midday Thursday we'll start getting more, definitely on Friday. But, looking at the temperature of just 3 to 4 degrees above freezing for 3 hours tomorrow, I just don't see much of a major evaporation. It'll thaw, but the problem is it'll refreeze.
And is the sun going to be shining tomorrow to help try to evaporate some of this snow?
It's going to be sunny, but it's called the albedo effect. I'll give you a little meteorology.
Okay.
Where the albedo effect is, when the sun reflects off of that snow, it's white, it re-radiates heat back. It doesn't absorb. Like a blacktop road absorbs heat and gets warmer.
Yeah.
Well, as the sun hits that snow, if it's frigid air temperatures, the sun may melt it a little bit, but it actually reflects back. Think about that. It's called the albedo effect.
So that's why this could be a multi-day event.
That's why we're saying. I mean, with the temperatures the way it is, and we don't have an inch or two. We're talking inches to near a foot. It's going to take a while.
It's ice on the top.
Ice.
Right. All right. Thanks for that, Bruce. Bruce talked about Park City, Utah, and Jacob Bradford can probably tell us that they may not be dealing with quite what he's dealing with, as he's right out there on the lakefront with, I guess, a good north wind and.
Yeah, just a little bit of a stiff wind. That biting cold is definitely still very much abundant, but I was trying to find something different to show y'all, because we kept showing y'all the causeway that's over there, and we kept walking along this between the Marriott and the Lakeway Center, but Jason and I stumbled across this. So we were gonna, because it looked like it would be something that would be different to show off, but just look how deep this is. Now I'm using somebody else's footprints. Yeah, see, like when Jason steps in there. So we were gonna go and attempt, and this isn't even the biggest one that we found. So we're gonna attempt to get closer to the, sorry, Jason, to the, and now you gotta watch out for the ice, all right here, because it's still forming, because it's getting colder, it feels like. But yes, no, so we're over here by 2 Lakeway in Metairie, and we found this one. If this doesn't tell you how much snow has been falling all throughout the day, I'm gonna attempt to just see what happens whenever we get up here. So, look at that. I know I'm not even touching the bottom where the tile is out here, and it is cold, but this is how much snow has piled up throughout the day, and this is above my knee. So this has been a lot. Look at the ice that has formed along the door. That's cool to look at. So like we've been saying all day, like this isn't something that we're used to seeing. This isn't something that is normal around here, but if you take the cold away, it's really cool to look at, and it's really cool to see, because Andres and Madeline have been running into people that aren't from here, but they're from the Northeast, and so they're a little bit used to this. Here in Metairie, we're running into just locals that have been working in this area that are essential workers, essentially. And so they have been fascinated by, now I think I'm stuck, but they've been fascinated by all of this, just like I have, just like Jason is, because we don't see anything like this at all. And now that the wind has, or not the wind has kicked back up, but now that the snow has stopped falling, now we get to deal with the wind and the ice. So once you get out of that, and all that has fallen off, you have to look pretty closely, but when the light from the camera shines down, you can see all of that ice that is forming right there. So whenever you get out and you're walking around, you just need to be very, very careful, because like what Andres was saying, he was seeing patches of ice and snow that had red spots in it, because where people were falling and they were busting their faces open, or their noses or their knees, whatever it was that they were busting open. So you definitely have to be careful if you're going to get out here and do anything like I just did, if you still want to get out and play in the snow. But you can see that's very deceiving, those 2 holes, where my legs were, those 2 holes are, because that was, and I didn't even get all the way up to the top of that. That would have probably been maybe mid-waist. So we've never seen anything like this down here in South Louisiana, in the New Orleans area, because this just doesn't happen around here. And so whenever you're looking around and you're like, what is this stuff? I mean, it's still really cool to see, but if you're going to be out tonight, you definitely want to bundle up. And, I had a couple of friends that Or I have one of my best friends lives out in Oklahoma, and she texted me and she said, you know, tell people to use kitty litter if their cars get stuck, because the kitty litter, if you have some on hand, it kind of acts the same way as if it was sand or salt, but you could just take that and put it down behind your car and you can get in and out if you need to. And she also said, which was a tip that I did remember, I just didn't think to say anything about it, but tomorrow whenever you get out and if you need to use your car, don't put hot water directly onto the windshield, because that'll crack your windshield and that'll cost you several $100s, so you don't want to do that. So those are 2 tips from people that have to deal with snow and ice on a regular yearly basis, not anything like this like we have to. So those are 2 tips that they can help you out tomorrow whenever you're trying to get out. I'm trying to knock the rest of the, look, see that line right there on these pants, just all of that snow that's been out here. So if you're gonna get out and play in it, be sure to bundle up, because that wind is whipping around. I don't know, let me see if I can't back up a little bit. If you can see the causeway from here. Yeah, you can. Okay, so the causeway is right at the end of this roadway right here, kind of where that crane is, where those lights are, and you can see how much the wind is whipping all of that loose snow up. Causeway is closed. Causeway is not going to open up anytime soon. But if you were to drive up to it, which again, you shouldn't be, because you shouldn't be out here driving around anyway, but they do have those Causeway police officers up there. They do have those cones that are lit up with the red and the white lights, and the whole thing is lit up with saying Causeway's closed, so don't come down here. So if you're just gonna stay inside, that's the best thing that you could do for yourself, because it is cold, it is windy, and it is icy. So be careful if you're gonna even attempt to walk around your house. Guys?
All right, thanks for that very much, Jacob Bradford. We have another road closing, and this is a fairly significant road. Chef Highway from 433 to Highway 11, so that would be from the Wrigley's area over to Highway 11 is closed out in, I guess you would say, extreme eastern New Orleans because of the weather conditions.
And we're likely to see even more road closures as the temperatures continue to drop and we see more ice forming on the roadways. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
The master craftsmen at Oakland Heart have a sole focus when creating our jewelry with natural diamonds to help you express your love and say that she's as strong and brilliant as the diamonds themselves. There's a great work of art in every box from Oakland Heart.
NOLA Public Schools' main round enrollment for kindergarten through 12th grade is now open, with 73 schools available through the NOLA Public Schools Common Application Process, or NCAP. Finding the right fit for your family is easier than ever. List up to 12 choices to maximize your chances and apply by January 24th. We're all in, and we hope you are too. Apply today at enrollnolaps.com. That's enrollnolaps.com.
Hey guys, there's something I want to talk to you about. There's a change in the air.
2 changes.
2 changes. Isn't that where the dog beds go?
Yeah.
And no matter how perfect things are now, and you don't want them to change,
It'll be fine.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I told you it'd be fine.
The 3-row luxury TX, because everyone should feel like the center of the universe.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back, but now with Skyrizi, I'm all in. Thanks to Skyrizi, I saw dramatically clearer skin, and many even achieved 100% clear skin.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
With Skyrizi, nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi today.
High school sports victories erased.
You went from being a winner to now you're a loser.
As athletics associations nationwide make decisions.
It's not just the coaches, it's the kids.
Often behind closed doors.
They do not check and balance themselves, so someone else has to.
We investigate the organizations writing the rules.
Transparency is huge.
And why some states are stepping in to play referee. Watch The Final Play, Wednesday on Fox 8 News at 5.
Every love story is unique. Yours will come to life at Oakland Heart Jewelers as our master craftsmen design and create a natural diamond engagement ring that is as unique as your commitment to each other. There's a great work of art in every box from Oakland Heart.
Watch New Orleans' most watched news, the Fox 8 Morning Edition.
One of the good things about today is that we have made it to this point, and Bruce is of the opinion that we've dodged the bullet when it comes to power outages. We apparently will not experience massive widespread power outages. Now the focus with the temperatures turns to pipes.
Right. So Lauren McCoy is in the newsroom with, she's got some information from Colin Arnold with the city of New Orleans about what the best course of action is tonight to prevent your pipes from bursting.
Yeah, that's right, Meg and John. You guys spoke with Colin Arnold earlier, the director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness for New Orleans, and he says the city is going to be doing its part by using those snow plows from those neighboring states and also making sure that those roads are getting safer for people to one day be able to travel on this week. But he says that the viewers out there and the people of New Orleans specifically need to do their parts when it comes to their pipes. Take a listen to what he said earlier.
Run that water in a trickle from one faucet in the house. It doesn't have to be multiple. It doesn't have to be on full blast. It's one of those things where there's a small amount will go a long way towards keeping, you know, that water moving through your pipes and not allowing them to freeze. You know, another thing is in the morning, if you can imagine, most everyone in the city is going to be doing this tonight. The water pressure in the morning will be quite low. I'm saying as a common sense measure, please, you know, if you're going to do laundry, shower, make breakfast, wash dishes, try to spread that out throughout the day and allow this water system to recover every morning and kind of build back up its pressure, because you know, this is what we have seen in the past with winter storms, you know, and certainly you know, we'll potentially see during this one is that's when the boil water advisories will start and things will happen in the mornings when the pressure just runs too low. And so those are the types of things that I think people really need to keep in mind. Even at this point, if you weren't able to wrap exposed pipes outside your house with, you know, any type of pipe wrap or anything like that, even if you have some blankets and some duct tape, anything, you know, lawn furniture moved up against your pipes, anything to try and maybe shield those pipes or cover them in any way from being exposed for the next day and a half to the cold temperatures we're going to have. I mean, we're looking at about 36 hours potentially below freezing throughout the next day and a half. I think that is going to be, and I would agree, a very critical time for the pipe infrastructure in the city.
And like you heard Colin Arnold say there, it doesn't have to be a lot of water, just a trickle, a pencil size. I know Bruce has been saying that. We've been kind of reiterating that all day and night. But a lot of people wondering, what is next? What do I need to do my part to protect my home? It's those pipes. And again, like you said, you could even put lawn furniture up against your exposed pipes just to do something to make sure that they are protected. But like John said earlier, that tonight is kind of the big test, because this isn't just the first night. We're going to have multiple nights of freezes. So that is the update from the city of New Orleans tonight. Meg, John?
All right, Lauren, thank you. And hopefully people have already taken those steps to protect their pipes, because it's late, the temperatures are dropping, and we're already seeing those freezing temperatures. All right, we've seen a lot of snow angels being made today by people young and old. Slidell police officers are in that number.
Snow angel, here we come. There you have it.
Oh, it's so cold.
It's so cold.
Oh my gosh.
How'd that feel?
It's chilly.
Turn around.
Look at that snow. Dude, that is impressive.
That isn't, holy cow, look at that.
Dude, that's nice.
That's actually impressive.
I like that. That was like perfectly formed. He did a really good job. Very symmetrical.
It was kind of textbook, really,
I would say so.
in that regard.
Yes.
So you give it a 10.0 on a
I would
scale?
give it a 10 out of 10 for sure.
Gotcha. All right. Some priests and nuns at St. Catherine of Siena in Metairie were having a snowball fight today.
You know, why not? You got to get out and enjoy it somehow. So you don't see that every day, do you?
And really
going at it.
Really going at it, I'd say. It's not cutting them any slack whatsoever.
No, he's not. All
but,
right.
you know, that's the thing about the snowballs. There wasn't enough moisture, so it just turned into like this big, fluffy, powdery substance.
Right. Exactly.
It's like a shotgun blast as opposed to, you know, maybe that's not the best analogy. I'm sorry.
I don't know about that one. But moving on now, an 87-year-old
moving right along now.
In Kentwood, rather, having some fun in the snow there on, what is that, a four-wheeler? Yeah. I don't know the correct terminology there. Four-wheeler. 87-year-old doing some donuts in the snow. I love it.
Looks like John Snow.
No, more skills, actually. I would do that on the roadways, but not on purpose, necessarily. That's actually pretty impressive. All right, Amanda Shaw warmed up her fingers while fiddling in the snow today.
Quite impressive. She could still play in the middle of a snowstorm. Love Amanda Shaw.
Absolutely.
All right, our Shelby Latinos took some pretty cool pictures today, some before and after shots of City Park and the snow that had fallen there. So you could see there's Cafe Du Monde there, obviously at City Park, before and after the snow. One of the beautiful old oak trees just covered in snow. One of the entrances there to City Park. I mean, how gorgeous is that, right? The slippery steps that we've been talking about. Those steps covered in snow are going to turn into ice for a lot of people, so you got to be careful. But gorgeous photographs taken by Shelby today.
Hate to be a Debbie Downer about that, but you know, it was walking along the moonwalk today. It was pretty easy to get up and down, no problem. You didn't even have to hang on to a rail if it was available, but that'll be a slippery little hike tomorrow. Yep. All right, Bruce Katz earlier today rode along with the first snowplow, as far as the city knows, so I'm sure that's the case. The first time a snowplow had ever actually been used in the city to clear the roads. We've had, you know, sanding trucks and even some salt, but this is the first time you actually had the plow out in front, and it was really interesting to watch them as they went along on the Crescent City Connection, for example. There's a real strategy to these 14 trucks that have been brought in from Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that these trucks were kind of staggered in their approach. So you had the first snowplow going across the Crescent City Connection, then a second one followed. Then all of a sudden we saw three come, and they were kind of working in tandem, but yet staggered on the bridge to be able to not only push the snow off to the side, but then take care of the snow drifts, because as Bruce was pointing out as he was riding in this snow truck with the driver Levi, some of those snow drifts were like 4 feet high. So of course you had to get all of that off the road in order to make it safe for drivers. And that was still when it was coming down so heavy earlier this afternoon. So just an incredible shot that we were able to get live from inside that snowplow. And thanks to that company that came down from Indiana to help the city of New Orleans.
Sherco out of Indiana. A company that does apparently a good bit of work in the South, but as Levi told Bruce, he never really expected to be doing this in New Orleans.
Yeah, even he seemed pretty surprised by the work he had to perform today.
But Bruce was telling us also the other thing that happened is they were getting kind of high fives, people, you know,
honking
on the horn, and
thank you for coming here.
Levi was the man as far as some people were concerned.
Well, we also had crews from Arkansas who were in town today. They were brought in by Governor Landry. He had said that the Arkansas governor, Sarah Sanders, reached out to him and said, look, I've got resources that you guys can take to help clear the roadways, because obviously we don't have a whole lot of those resources here. So the Department of Transportation sent in a number of snowplows from Arkansas. They also brought in some dump trucks that were spreading salt and sand. They even sent personnel to help with this job. A lot of people obviously here in Louisiana may not be familiar with maybe how to plow a road, how to plow a street, but these crews from Arkansas were able to help the local crews here be able to kind of figure this out as they are slowly opening up some roadways, again, before this big freeze that could be coming.
Right, and the governor emphasized that point today at his briefing, is that, you know, the natural, well, we'll let him say it, but his point is that we've gone into a new and in some ways more dangerous phase.
There's going to be a natural inclination that when the snow stops, that the problem is going to stop, but that's not true. Actually, the problems are actually going to begin. This winter wonderland that we're seeing right now is going to end, and a hard freeze is going to begin. So the fun is going to come to a quick end. And for many of us out there, the work is really going to begin.
All right, a little information on some of the other parishes. Up in the river parishes, St. John, as is really the case with just about everybody else, their government offices and buildings will remain closed tomorrow. Schools are closed, obviously. The parish says it's monitoring conditions. Trash pickup also postponed, as it would be around the region. Officials say that they will be monitoring things on Thursday. Thursday is sort of the day to kind of assess, is what we're hearing from both the governor and many local officials as to, you know, where we are and whether Friday can really be the complete back to normal day. Now, on an individual basis, An individual business, maybe they get Airline Highway, two-lane, Airline Drive clear. Maybe Levi and his crew are able to do that, and a business can make an individual decision.
Well, we actually saw some businesses open today in the middle of the snowstorm, especially some of them down in the Marigny and the French Quarter, where they knew a lot of their customers would be able to walk to them. You know, bars and bakeries, different shops like that were able to open their doors. So again, they may be able to open tomorrow. The other ones are going to have to wait and see. But as far as schools, government buildings, a lot of offices we're hearing are closed tomorrow. St. James Parish, that is also the case there. Trash collection is also canceled in St. James Parish. A reminder, a curfew is in effect until noon tomorrow. Officials there asking people to stay off the roads.
So in New Orleans, City Hall at the moment is set to reopen Thursday at noon. Public schools are closed tomorrow. The city says the Tremé Center on North Villeray Street is operating as a warming center. That's because they filled up the other one, Rosenwald, earlier in the day. So you can dial 311 for more information about that.
Yes. And then all Jefferson Parish government facilities are closed through Thursday. Public schools are closed tomorrow. In Jefferson Parish, they have 2 warming shelters, Terrytown Playground and the Ilario Special Needs Center in Metairie.
I had to bring up my phone to remind myself of the website. There's a pretty good website with up-to-date information on at least the state roads. If you're trying to get somewhere, if you really need to get to Monroe at some point here, 511la.org will tell you, what the latest information is about state road closures.
All right, we're going to have much more coming up in just a minute. Stay with us.
Mike Goss here, introducing a new era of gaming to New Orleans. A futuristic way to play that keeps the whole party engaged with a variety of games and entertainment. Game On Social Hub in Kenner, where adults go to play with friends and family, or visit GameOnSocialHub.com.
Locally owned Times-Picayune and Advocate newspapers deliver nearly 50,000 Louisiana stories a year. Local stories you won't get from social media or national legacy media. Subscribe today, 529-0522, NOLA.com/now.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Don't you think
Excuse me, aren't you that lawyer, Scott Fickner's mom?
Something like that.
Scott Fickner, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
At Cox Mobile, we know you need reliable cell service that goes wherever you do. Because why take all those great road trip pics if you can't share them right away? We get it. That's why Cox Mobile runs on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile, all for a price you'll love. Big reliability means big savings, no matter where life takes you next. Connect coast to coast with Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile.
Mike Goss here, introducing the ultimate destination for corporate events, Game On Social Hub. We have what you'll need to keep it professional. Team building has never been this fun. Game On Social Hub in Kenner, where adults go to play with friends and family, or visit GameOnSocialHub.com.
All right, Bruce, so the temperatures keep dropping. So the main concern now is the freeze that we're going to be seeing. Obviously, the snow has stopped falling, but we need to be mindful of the freeze.
That is right. The freeze and also any refreezing of any of that snow that was slush turning into ice or even black ice. So it's going to be another day and a half before we start really seeing some improvement. Tomorrow, I really believe, is going to be kind of a wash day where, we're not going to get a whole lot of thaw and a whole lot of temperatures well above freezing for a long time. So I think tomorrow is going to be another day. We're going to still see a lot of snow on the ground and also a lot of ice too. All right, here's our final forecast as we move in, as we approach the 11 o'clock hour tonight. What a long day it's been. Hopefully you enjoyed the snow. We said you didn't have to go anywhere. Just open up the back door, the front door, and look out, and you see the winter wonderland, and everybody got the snow today, and lots of it. Well, tonight, coldest of air, that's going to be our next issue with an extreme cold warning in effect, meaning we're going to see wind chill factors basically in the single digits and teens on the North Shore and teens on the South Shore. As we take a look, All the snow is now with that main low moving well east of us, even east of Mobile. But as you can see, it's coming in through most of the Florida Panhandle, Jacksonville up to Savannah and Charleston, Wilmington, and as far north as Richmond, Virginia. Tonight, we have got a major snowpack all over South Louisiana. Here's all the snow on the neutral ground. This is Norman C. Francis. This is Washington Avenue. Here's the canal. And once again, those temperatures are plummeting down to 23 at Houma, 29 at Kenner, 23 in Slidell. And with the wind out there, it makes it feel like the teens at about 18 degrees. Current temperatures, we're getting ready to fall into the teens at Hammond and Macomb, right now at 20. Beatico is at 19 degrees. Bogalusa 22, 23 in Slidell, 29 Kenner, 23 in Houma, 24. Snowpack on the ground too at Galliano. So with all this snow, a couple of viewers emailed and said, Bruce, is it really going to get down to 10 to 12 on the North Shore? Well, remember, clear skies, less wind, and we're coming in with a snowpack on the ground. Yes, these temperatures will drop another 7 to 8 to 10 degrees. South Shore, the same. So we're looking at major freeze conditions for tonight. On top of that, if you're out and about in the morning, shouldn't be traveling because it's going to be treacherous out there. Winds out of the north at 15 to 20 South Shore. We're going to be looking at these wind chills the way they feel right now in the teens. Could see at times single digits around the area. And the overnight low tonight on the thermometer, North Shore 10 to 12 degrees. 18 on Thursday, 22 Friday, 25 Saturday. So you can see it's going to be a slow but sure gradual thaw out, where again, tomorrow, I think through most of Thursday, we're still going to be kind of locked in with still some travel issues. On the South Shore, tonight, 20 to 22, major freeze, 26 Thursday, 28 Friday, then 32 with patchy frost on Saturday, and both north and south, we finally warm up coming in from Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Satellite and radar, look at the clearing line, moving in. Clear skies, radiational cooling, temperatures continue to tumble as we speak. All the snow has moved eastward and around the area from Houston, the entire Gulf Coast region, snowpack on the ground all the way up toward Atlanta, and the temperatures really not modifying at all, where we see single digits to teens and 20s now. On the North Shore, we're looking at teens and already 20 there, so those temperatures will do nothing but go down, where tomorrow at 36, I think we're going to hit 36, 37, maybe 3 hours. That will only thaw a hair of the snow. Then it refreezes back as we get a low on Thursday morning, 18 north and 26 south. So I really think Thursday, still some major issues, and hopefully by Friday, and especially in the weekend, things start getting back to normal. I mean, there's just a lot of snow on the ground.
So if you're, from your point of view, if you're stuck somewhere and you want to go across one of these major bodies of water to get home, right, or whatever, to visit grandma's house,
yep,
Thursday afternoon, pretty good bet you'll be able to do that with an outside chance maybe tomorrow.
An outside chance. I mean, the snow plows, not only they're plowing, but on the back of those trucks, that's where they have that salt. And
right,
it's a special chemical that Levi was telling us about. I mean, I'm hoping maybe Causeway, some of the, the bridges that we really use often, they can maybe get those going as well. So some arteries may be open, but, you have such a large area to work, it's going to take a little time.
I'm actually taking a, whoops, I went to the whole globe there with this 511 site again, right, 511la.org, which gets you there. If you're trying, well, it gives you maps and tells you where things are. Mm-hmm. But the issue is if you're trying to get to the North Shore, normally you just kind of go around. You used to be able to do Highway 90, and you can't even take Highway 22, which goes way up because there's a point, I think, in Killian where it's closed.
Exactly. We saw the Crescent City connection. I've never seen so much snow. When we were plowing.
I wanted to ask you, Bruce, was that nerve-wracking being on top of the bridge and there's basically zero visibility?
Well, it was a little nerve-wracking, and especially as we turned around and went the wrong way.
Right.
Because we could.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like, how many people, that's pretty cool. How many people get to go the wrong way on the bridge? But it was a bit nerve-wracking, but those trucks with those tires and the plow, they're just equipped.
Sure.
And I really felt safe in those. And as you can see right here, they move a lot of snow. But it was a very interesting thing. And, you know, growing up in New Orleans and born and raised, going to school here, being a meteorologist in my hometown, which is just an amazing blessing for me, to be able to ride in the first ever history of snowplows in the city during my career is just amazing.
Did you ever think you'd have that opportunity or see this?
No. I mean,
Levi,
this much snow. I mean,
Levi didn't think he would have that opportunity, the man you were riding with.
Well, I said, you know, you've seen St. Louis snows, you've seen big snows, you've plowed. How does this rate? And he said, this is up there. He said, this is very...
That struck me. He did say that a number of times,
It's significant for any place that really gets snow. For New Orleans, it was just kind of out of the box.
And as we wrap up in the last 30 seconds here, you had an interesting statistic because everybody's talked about 1895. So where does this day rate as a snowfall day?
It rates as the most snowfall in one day because 1895 went from overnight into the following day, Valentine's Day. This is actually the historical one over 100 years old.
Wow.
Fascinating. All right. We'll check with you tomorrow, Bruce. Thank you.
Yes, that's going to do it for us tonight. We're going to have much more coverage of this historic winter weather event on our next newscast starting tomorrow morning at 4 a.m.
And we'll leave you now with some scenes of this snow day in NOLA from our own Dave McNamara, who was out capturing the mood in the winter wonderland today.
happening?
Shingles doesn't care, but Shingrix protects. Only Shingrix is proven over 90% effective. Shingrix is a vaccine used to prevent shingles in adults 50 years and older. Shingrix doesn't protect everyone. It isn't for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients or to a previous dose. Tell your healthcare provider if you're pregnant or breastfeeding. Increased risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome was observed after getting Shingrix. Fainting can happen, so take precautions. Most common side effects are pain, redness and swelling where injected, muscle pain, tiredness, headache, shivering fever, and upset stomach. Ask your doctor about Shingrix today.
One shot makes you a soup for 24 hours.
Waiting for the break of day. Getting up to splash my face. Wanting just to stay away. Should I try to do so?
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check your spelling first before taking off your shirts.
Stu, Virginia.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Hey, what's up? I'm the W.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Mmm, savory, juicy, and hold up. It's got Hidden Valley Ranch seasoning? Nice. Crispy, zesty, ranchy perfection. Hidden Valley Ranch, only serious about flavor.
You the realtor of the year. Whoa, we're hugging.
I used to be a hitman.
You can't escape this life.
Sorry, brother. I'm never coming back.
Spider Monkey Ninja got hops.
Love Hurts. Rated R. Only in theaters February 7th.
Next.
Smiling first can help someone find the courage to do the same.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. At Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Look at him, streaming DirecTV without a satellite dish.
Did you see how fast that guy found the game? He hardly struggled at all.
Every day is a struggle for us pigeons, and he's flipping through channels faster than a falcon.
I dated a falcon once.
There are many signs to help protect us from harm, to warn us from harming ourselves, or prevent us from harming others. But sometimes the best sign is the one that protects you from things you never knew or even thought would hurt you. Egan Insurance, the sign of quality insurance protection since 1954.
This January, our biggest sale is back. It's LAS's Wipeout Sale. Get up to 50% off all windows and shutters. LAS products are engineered and built by LAS. We are the best in the business. LAS was voted winner of Best of Homes 7 times. LAS windows exceed Energy Star ratings by 30%, and our shutters are the preferred shutter by homeowners in the Gulf South. If you're looking for curb appeal and peace of mind, choose LAS. So hurry and save up to 50% off today.
Thank you to the real champions who donated towards the fight against cancer. You are why we can help those in need. Your generous support helps Ashna Health provide care for thousands of patients and provides ways to advance cancer research. But there's still more work to be done. At Ashna Health, we don't take timeouts. To continue to help, visit ashna.org/moonlight for more ways to donate. Thank you.
Let's see some heavy downpours, showers and storms, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain.
If it comes down quickly, you could start running into street flooding.
We're tracking a flood risk as we go into your Friday morning commute. As much as 2 to 3 inches of rain will be a possibility.
As that rain continues, behind it, the weekend dries out, but we do turn breezy.
We're not as cold tonight, but we're increasing the heavy rain threat.
Where we see some isolated storms popping up.
The Fox 8 Weather app, sponsored by LAS Shutters and Windows.